Chapter 1. On a tumultuous coastline, shrouded in perpetual clouds, the waves violently crashed against the jagged rocks. Beside the shore lay a hidden cave, a location difficult for any passerby to discover, yet a shimmering light now flickered within. Regulus, in a state of utter bewilderment, was examining his condition, having inexplicably traversed into this realm moments ago. Am I now a ghost? His hands emanated a faint white glow, and he found himself floating in midair. He had crossed over. He had indeed crossed over. He had truly crossed over. To confirm the gravity of the situation, he repeated it thrice. It appeared Regulus had genuinely transitioned to another world. Before him, the cave's entrance was illuminated by daylight, despite the sky being overcast. The sun's rays permeated the environment, distinguishing day from night. The ocean waves crashed with a salty mist at the cave's mouth, mere inches from flooding the interior. Behind him was the cave itself, utterly devoid of light. Had it not been for Regulus' own ethereal glow, he would have been unable to discern anything. What to do? Venture out to bask in the sun, or retreat deeper into the cave? The answer was glaringly obvious. Regulus was not inclined to experiment with whether his spectral form would dissipate under sunlight. Though the nature of ghosts differs between east and west, they typically manifest under the cover of night. Thus, well then, I shall explore the cave. Regulus turned and drifted further inward. He recalled that just before this unexpected journey, he had been engrossed in a game on his computer, utilizing a cheat engine to craft his ultimate gear, enhancing its attributes one by one. Should that equipment be used, it would completely disrupt the game's balance. The thrill of such subversion was exhilarating. He remembered the gear was a belt. What was its name again? Ah, yes, the Heraldric Titan belt. Regulus murmured softly. Suddenly, a belt, a hand's breadth in width, materialized and wrapped itself around his waist, the metallic fabric conforming perfectly to his spectral form. Could this be the reason for my transference? That I was transported here due to modifying this item on my computer? Regulus felt a pang of despair. Though he was dead in a sense, he wouldn't mind experiencing death once more. The notion that altering game equipment attributes could lead to such a journey was overwhelmingly frustrating. Why hadn't those who modified their stats beyond his own been transported as well? The Heraldric Titan belt, 49 slots. Defense, 777. Durability, 7,777. Required strength, 7. Required level, 7. Indestructible. Cannot be frozen. 7 Necromancer skills. 77 melee defense. 77 range defense. 77 spell defense. All resistances 777. 77 strength. 77 dexterity. 77 vitality. 77 energy. 77 life. 77 mana. 77 accuracy. 77 fire damage, 77 lightning damage, 77 cold damage, 77 physical damage, 77 poison damage, lasting effect for 77 seconds. Attacker takes 77 reflect damage, 7 life steal on hit, 7 mana steal on hit, 77 bonus gold for monsters, 77 enhanced chance to find magical items. Regulus examined the properties of the belt. It was indeed the very gear he had modified before his transition. This belt belonged to the Necromancer class, with the 7 Necromancer skill specifically tailored for that profession. What intrigued Regulus further was that upon donning the belt, he felt an overwhelming pull towards a particular spot within the cave. Drifting aimlessly, he reached the cave's end, surrounded by impassable rock walls. This doesn't feel right, he thought, convinced of his intuition, and reached out towards a nearby wall. Being of a ghostly nature, Regulus effortlessly passed through the rock, emerging into another cavern beyond. Thus, he glided through the coastline cave, into a chamber, and finally arrived at a dark lake. Upon gazing at the lake before him, Regulus finally comprehended the nature of his transference. At the center of the dark lake lay a small stone island, emanating a soft green glow, refracted by the surrounding crystals. Through this series of events, Regulus understood that he had crossed into the world of Harry Potter, finding himself in the secret location where Voldemort had concealed the Horcrux, the Slytherin locket. He recalled that some details had been misremembered. The diadem was a creation of a fan fiction. So, if I consume these potions, I shall acquire the Horcrux within. Regulus pondered, attempting to recall the accurate information, having indulged in numerous fan interpretations of the Harry Potter universe as a ghost. It was essential that one person consumed all the potions for the Slytherin locket to manifest. The drinker would be overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst, making the surrounding water an irresistible temptation. However, this water was forbidden contact would awaken the inferi lurking beneath, drawing anyone on the island into the depths, transforming them into guardians of the island. Such was the narrative in the films and novels, yet fan authors devised various methods to circumvent this predicament. The simplest solution was to find an animal and administer the potions to it. Yet, in a certain fan fiction, these potions were crafted by a witch enamored with Voldemort, who, upon learning of his Horcruxes and intentions, created elixirs that would automatically refill upon consumption, concealing a unique property. These potions could mend soul damage. As the witch assumed Voldemort would be the one to drink them clearly, she was mistaken. Mending soul damage, is it? Well, let me see for myself. Regulus mused, lowering his gaze to begin consuming the potions. Initially, he believed his ghostly form would prevent him from directly interacting with the potions, akin to how he could effortlessly pass through the stone door requiring blood to open. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt a tangible sensation of liquid on his lips, prompting him to drink deeply from the potions. An overwhelming force, cleansing his soul, left Regulus in a state of dazed euphoria. He was unaware of how long it took to finish the potions. Having reached the bottom of the basin, Regulus lifted his head, only to find a locket materialize in the now empty stone basin. Regulus knew this was not the true Horcrux. Those familiar with the original tale understood that this was merely a false locket. The real one had already been taken, and the individual responsible was now one of the inferi guarding this dark lake. Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black, had sensed a shift in Voldemort's essence, leading him to question the righteousness of his allegiance to the Death Eaters, ultimately replacing the Horcrux, the Slytherin locket. How eerily similar our names are. Perhaps this, too, is a reason for my transference. Regulus approached the water's edge, easily peering through the surface to see a throng of inferi standing below, one of whom evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. I recall you perished at the tender age of 18. Could it be that I am your reincarnation, now returned with lingering regrets? Regulus merely mused idly, yet the essence of his words bore a semblance of truth. What an attractive figure. How outrageous that the film cast an older man to portray Regulus Black. From a universe of Diablo, comprising 7 distinct classes, the Amazon, the Assassin, the Necromancer, the Barbarian, the Sorceress, the Druid, and the Paladin. At that time, Regulus was immersed in playing the Necromancer from Diablo 2. Having already completed the game with all classes, he was now utilizing a cheat engine to craft exceptional gear for his new Necromancer. The Heraldric Titan belt, boasting 49 slots, was a product of such endeavors. Wait, what is this 49 slots nonsense? Typically, a belt accommodates merely a single row of 4 slots, at most extending to 4 rows, totaling 16 slots the maximum for a belt. Regulus was well aware that he had crossed over with a system, and that system was embodied in the exceptional belt he had modified. As he focused on the belt, he noticed it was akin to an entire equipment inventory sheet, with the lower section comprising 4 rows of empty slots, each with 10 spaces, while the upper section represented the character's equipment slots, currently vacant, save for the belt in the center. Thus, it could be deduced that the 49 slots were the sum of 40 empty spaces and the equipment slots with 10 positions in the equipment slots. Excluding the belt's position, it perfectly accounted for 49 slots. In addition to the character equipment list and panoramic exploration map, there exists a skill tree, all of which is attributed to the adjustments made by Regulus, who established the 7 Necromancer skills. The Necromancer class possesses 3 branches of skills, divided into summoning skeletons and toxin curses. Each branch comprises 10 spells, amounting to a total of 30 spells, all of which are now marked with 7. Furthermore, since this is not a conventional gaming system, all prior explanations have become ambiguous, suggesting that these skills will align more closely with the laws of this world, or rather, the magical principles of a wizard. In essence, it is merely whimsical banter. As long as the core meaning remains unchanged, magical abilities will adapt according to the user's desires. For instance, if we employ a spell known as pulling up seedlings, does it genuinely extract the seedlings, or does it merely accelerate their growth? Thus, magical abilities of this enigmatic nature are inherently fluid, unlike technological weapons, which can meticulously calculate various parameters. Having grasped this, Regulus is now prepared to utilize the skill bestowed by the exquisite belt, the summoning magic to control puppets. Come forth. Let me ascertain whether this body can still be utilized. Regulus dramatically pointed at the shadowy corpse submerged in the water. The shadowy corpse of Regulus Black promptly responded, ambling toward the island and crawling ashore. The control over puppets, it turns out, merely enhances the basic attributes of several other puppets as a passive skill. Now, however, Regulus employs this magic to command an unconscious shadowy corpse to his side. Upon becoming a shadowy corpse, the eternally 18-year-old Regulus Black retains his original appearance, his body showing no signs of decay from prolonged exposure to water, devoid of any swelling or mottling. As Regulus gazes upon the shadowy figure before him, it feels akin to gazing into a mirror. The two share similarities, albeit his features lean more towards those of an Eastern Asian descent, while the other leans towards the Western Caucasian lineage, though both sport black hair. Next, Regulus is set to cast the second spell, the summoning magic of corpse resurrection. Originally intended to revive slain monsters in the game, this spell commands those creatures to fight on behalf of the Necromancer. Now, however, Regulus intends to resurrect himself, utilizing the body of Regulus Black. Regulus instructs the shadowy corpse to lie down, as he wishes to avoid the mishap of awakening only to tumble into the water and be set upon by a horde of shadowy figures. Perhaps you truly are my past self. I hope this resurrection unfolds as I envision. Regulus' spirit reclines, perfectly overlapping with the body of the shadowy corpse. Let's commence. Corpse resurrection. Regulus casts this spell upon himself. It would be disingenuous to claim he feels no apprehension. Yet the sensation is merely a gentle jolt. Have I succeeded? In an instant, he sits up, or rather, Regulus Black rises from the dead as if animated. As he attunes himself to the sensations, he feels his body gradually warming from its previous coldness, the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating in his ears. He can sense blood circulating through his limbs, and inhaling the long-forgotten chill of air invigorates his lungs. I have truly returned to life, Regulus Black exclaims, his voice echoing within the cavern. However, the shadowy corpses beneath the water remain unresponsive. Regulus Black understands that only by disturbing the water's surface will these figures emerge to attack all living beings until those lives yield to their companionship. This elucidates why Regulus did not initially merge with the shadowy Regulus Black beneath the water for resurrection. Approaching the stone basin once more, he finds the potion has vanished, leaving behind merely a rectangular, gem-like decorative box. This was a counterfeit previously swapped by Regulus Black, and upon opening the box, a note remains inside, containing the last words of Regulus Black. In atonement for his past choices, Regulus Black paid the ultimate price with his life. However, this farewell has now lost its significance, for Regulus Black has returned. Yet, it can still be repurposed upon crossing over with the system. Aside from the character equipment list and skill tree, there exists a seemingly inconspicuous system ability, the panoramic exploration map. Much like in a game, the areas traversed by the character are recorded, and in playing this game, mapping the terrain is an essential process, rendering it incomplete and unsatisfactory without it. Upon Regulus' arrival, the map commenced from the cave's entrance, and it has now documented the entirety of the cave and the expansive Black Lake. Regulus Black, having graduated at the age of 16 with exceptional marks from Slytherin, naturally possesses formidable magical prowess. Otherwise, he would not have caught Voldemort's eye, becoming a Death Eater immediately upon graduation. Here, he draws inspiration from his brother, Sirius Black, and the quartet of his companions, employing a method for crafting a living map, merging it with various temple designs from Diablo. To know, after the graduation of my brother Sirius Black, the Marauders map was acquired by Regulus Black. Come, let me see if I can create the desired artifact by combining both. First, the section of the Black Lake. Originally projected before my eyes on the panoramic map, was transcribed onto the parchment in my hand. The remnants of the inscriptions on the parchment had vanished, leaving behind a map reminiscent of a treasure map. Depicting the environment of the Black Lake within this cave, the map immediately revealed a multitude of names and footprints, those of the drowned souls who had transformed into wraiths, all surfacing upon the map. Nearly 800 wraiths seemed rather excessive. Regulus Black felt a peculiar obsession with the number 7. The Marauders map of the Black Lake was completed, and the parchment automatically rolled up, seemingly shrinking into the internal space of the decorative box. A wondrous green light emanating forth, which repelled Regulus Black. Although the decorative box remained in hand, he found himself standing outside the stone wall, observing the panoramic map, with no space left behind the wall. Contemplating the decorative box in his hand, Regulus Black felt a sense of satisfaction with this first magical artifact he had crafted. The Soul Potion's Black Lake Temple, the Slytherin's faux decorative box, retained numerous additional benefits within the inventory. Wraith Guardian 791777, Potion Skill 7, Potion Brewing Time -7, Potion Success Rate 7. Each time the Soul Potion is exhausted, it recovers 77 soul damage. Each time the Soul Potion is exhausted, there is a 7 chance of acquiring additional gold. Each time the Soul Potion is exhausted, there is a 7 chance of obtaining an extra magical item. Creature, Regulus Black called for his house elf, deftly tucking the decorative box into his belt. This magically modified decorative box had now become akin to a small talisman. Its significance lay in the fact that the time traveler Regulus was not merely a perfect fusion of soul and the wraith-like body of Regulus Black. The system brought by the time travel had also seamlessly integrated with the magic of this world. Otherwise, such a magical artifact could not have been created. Oh, my master, Creature has always hoped you are well. Creature's wish has been fulfilled. A small elf with bat-like ears appeared, the raspy voice and aged visage attesting to his advanced years, garbed in a tattered cloth that resembled a mere sack. A common fashion among house elves, with towels and old rags as their preferred attire. Creature, I am feeling quite weak and need to return home to rest at once. Regulus Black understood that one must not overly indulge house elves, lest they become overly excited and harm themselves. Conversely, reprimanding them would also lead to self-harm. Regardless of how they were treated, any slight misunderstanding or excessive action would drive them to self-mutilation. In this regard, they were indeed a remarkable race. Yes, the master is weak and needs rest. Creature will take the master home at once. Creature grasped Regulus's hand, the icy touch eliciting pangs of sympathy, with a snap of his fingers. Creature transported Regulus Black back to the old residence at number 12 Grimald Place. This was the home of Sirius Black, and also that of Regulus Black, the ancestral abode of the Black family. Fortified with layers of magical defenses, nestled within an ordinary Muggle neighborhood, flanked by numbers 11 and 13, while the missing number 12 had never drawn anyone's attention or suspicion regarding its absence. Regulus Black was acutely aware that this was the effect of the Muggle repelling charm. Creature, prepare hot water. I shall bathe first. Afterward, I hope to have some hot soup, and finally, I need today's newspaper. Regulus Black's attitude towards house elves was not particularly kind, yet this was the best demeanor Creature could hope for, that house elves yearned to serve noble wizarding families, desiring to be of use and to continue in that service. This was an essence deeply embedded in their souls. From a normal human perspective, it could be deemed utterly incomprehensible servitude, yet constituted their means of survival. Yes, master, Creature will prepare immediately. Please follow me. Creature was elated to once again serve a member of the esteemed Black family, cautiously guiding Regulus Black into the washroom. The water in the bathtub heated instantly under Creature's enchantment, assisting Regulus Black in shedding the garments of his wraith form. Once his master reclined in the tub, aromatic oils sprinkled upon the surface, Creature bowed and withdrew to prepare the meal. In the Black family, there were 3 females and 2 males in this generation. Bellatrix Lestrange, originally a Black, change her surname upon marriage. Andromeda Tonks, originally a Black, change her surname upon marriage. And Narcissa Malfoy, originally a Black, change her surname upon marriage. These three women were cousins of the Blacks. Among them, two had children, Nymphadora Tonks and Draco Malfoy. Bellatrix had never borne children, neither with her husband nor, as rumored, with Voldemort. However, some fan theories suggested she once had children, but they were sacrificed to Voldemort. Lost in thought, Regulus Black was sifting through his memories when he stumbled upon a distant relative. Arthur Weasley was the great-grandson of Sirius Black's uncle, and Molly Weasley was his cousin by marriage. Thus, the entire wizarding world was essentially one big family, a rather irksome realization. Emerging from the bathtub, Regulus Black naturally retrieved a bathrobe from the nearby cabinet, selecting a comfortable and warm set. He also discovered a benefit of his system. The panoramic map could display locations he had visited, thus providing a sense of familiarity, preventing him from rummaging through his own home like a stranger. Master, the hot soup is ready at the perfect temperature. Creature, guiding with utmost care, appeared somewhat flustered. Regulus Black found himself puzzled, yet soon discerned the source of Creature's embarrassment. The long table in the dining room held only a large soup pot and a few fruits, evidently indicating the Black family's current financial straits, with the food's origins unknown. Though wizarding families could preserve food through magic, they typically purchased fresh ingredients for cooking. Indeed, one could hardly expect house elves to manage finances. However, there was one magical artifact that Creature was tasked with safeguarding. Creature, I have always appreciated your culinary skills. The flavor of this soup is delightful. Regulus Black had no intention of witnessing Creature inflict harm upon himself. Hence he expressed satisfaction after merely a sip of the soup, which was indeed commendable. IT was curious how house elves, regardless of the dish, could achieve the highest culinary standards, comparable to those of top chefs. Regulus Black consumed a significant portion of the red vegetable soup and then picked up the daily prophet that Creature had prepared. September 1, 1991. Another Hogwarts term was commencing, which meant he had missed Harry Potter. He had originally intended to encounter him before his enrollment. It had already been 11 years since his departure. Creature, I thank you for your loyalty to the family. What the decorative box I instructed you to retrieve. Setting down the newspaper, Regulus Black resolved to acquire the item he desired. The Slytherin decorative box. Horcruxes akin to keys were often mundane objects before their transformation. Yet Voldemort had an inclination to utilize valuable items for such creation. Once infused with a fragment of his soul, the object morphed into one of the most malevolent, dark, magical artifacts in existence. The method of crafting a Horcrux remained shrouded in secrecy, with no answers even in the restricted section of Hogwarts. However, in the 7th book of the original series, Hermione mentioned that after Dumbledore's funeral, she summoned a book titled Secrets of Dark Magic from Dumbledore's office to her dormitory, which contained detailed instructions on crafting Horcruxes. Creating a Horcrux required a dark wizard to commit heinous acts, such as murder, to fracture and splinter their soul, subsequently extracting a portion of it from their body to seal, within a vessel, the Horcrux itself. Thus, even if their physical form were destroyed, they would not truly perish. Due to a portion of the soul remaining unscathed and still tethered to the mortal realm, it is essential that the soul maintains its integrity. To fracture, it is to engage in a malevolent act that defies the very laws of nature. In Hogwarts, discussions pertaining to Horcruxes are strictly forbidden. It is known that Voldemort created a total of 7 Horcruxes, employing nefarious methods to commit murder and sacrifice, thereby splitting his own soul to forge these formidable magical artifacts. I deeply apologize, my master. Creature has been unable to destroy that object, despite exhausting every possible means. It remains intact. Upon hearing my master's request, Creature was immediately reminded of Regulus Black's final command to destroy the locket, yet no effort proved fruitful in fulfilling this directive. The failure to execute my master's command is a source of shame for the house elf, prompting Creature to contemplate self-harm, whether by banging his head against the wall or striking himself with a burning stick. Stop, Creature. First, hand over the locket to me. Regulus Black swiftly intervened, halting the elf's foolish actions. The Slytherin locket was presented with the utmost reverence, and Creature felt profound guilt for his inability to obliterate it. Fortunately, Creature had not succeeded in its destruction. Initially, I sought to eliminate it, yet now I find myself in need of it. This is not Creature's fault. He preserved it without relinquishing it to anyone else, which is indeed the best outcome. Regulus Black understood the necessity of providing the house elf with an explanation, lest he become ensnared in an endless cycle of self-reproach, akin to a computer stuck in a loop, thus preventing any future cruel acts of self-harm. Once the genuine Slytherin locket was in Regulus Black's possession, the ominous essence of dark power permeating the soul was unmistakably evident. In truth, it is precisely due to this dark magical artifact that if left unchecked, the malevolent forces it emanates could easily lead one to madness, causing chaos and confusion. It has had a deleterious impact on the Black family. In following Regulus Black's disappearance and Sirius's capture, the family was virtually annihilated. Naturally, Regulus Black wished to reclaim this Horcrux for himself, intending to refine it through the system brought forth by his transmigration. But a significant obstacle remained, the fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded within. Although merely a shard, it should not be underestimated. Each attempt to destroy a Horcrux has resulted in either the protagonist fleeing for their life or Dumbledore resorting to dark methods, which aligns perfectly with his role as a puppeteer behind the scenes. The belt that Regulus designed, known as the Herodom Titan Belt, was conceived with the intention of possessing the greatest capacity and the ability to synthesize alchemical items. However, if it were merely a set of data on a computer, such aspirations would be nothing more than delusions. After all, it must adhere to the rules of the system itself. A belt is a belt, limited to a maximum of 16 slots rather than 49, and Herodom will only have 12 slots designated for synthesis, without any additional equipment slots or backpack space. The inherent attributes of the Herodom box now manifest in its capacity to freely add and delineate attributes. Much like a game modifier, as long as the attributes align with the item's characteristics, they may be appended at will. However, incompatible additions will inevitably fail. Armor cannot gain attack attributes, and weapons cannot acquire defensive ones. For instance, the soul elixir in the Black Lake Temple is configured according to its original characteristics, having undergone numerous experiments to determine the most suitable attributes. Additionally, it was crafted personally by Regulus Black, ensuring familiarity with its essence. Yet the situation with the Slytherin locket is considerably more complex. Leaving aside the fact that it is a Horcrux forged by Voldemort, its precise attributes remain elusive, making it challenging to fully realize its potential. The presence of Voldemort's soul fragment within it introduces a monumental element of instability. Only by extracting the soul fragment can it be utilized effectively. Regulus Black, being one of the transmigrators, is acutely aware of the locations of the other Horcruxes, though the specifics remain unclear. Nevertheless, he is cognizant of when and where these artifacts may manifest. Thus, until he possesses the means to contend with the soul fragments within the Horcruxes, he will acquire them if possible, yet will not press his luck if it proves unfeasible. Rather than fixating on collecting Horcruxes, it is far wiser to leverage the built-in system he possesses, a veritable boon for any transmigrator. To disregard it would be a tremendous waste, for it is more fitting to enhance one's own power than any form of magic. Since his arrival, Regulus Black has only employed a skill for resurrecting corpses, reviving his own deceased self, and has yet to utilize any other abilities. The Necromancer class boasts 3 skill trees, each containing 10 skills, categorized into summoning skeletons and poison curses, thanks to the belt of his design. All of Regulus Black's skills are at level 7, meaning he begins with skills at that level, independent of rank. Thus, when employing the corpse resurrection skill, he need not reach level 30 as one might in a game. As a hallmark of being a necromancer, he decided to summon a skeleton to test his abilities. Regulus Black extended his hand to the side and summoned a skeleton. To his surprise, nothing materialized. "Master, do you require assistance with your magic?" Creature, oblivious to his master's earlier failure, now stood in awkwardness. The basement remained unchanged, serving as a magical training ground, which Creature had diligently maintained. The house elf earnestly praised his own efforts while beginning to tidy the dishes on the table. Regulus Black glanced at the overview map and confirmed that the old manor indeed contained a fortified basement, specifically designed for magical experimentation. potion brewing, and the creation of alchemical items, surrounded by walls lined with various cabinets filled with necessary materials. Thus, he shifted his focus, choosing not to engage creature further, and proceeded to the basement. Upon entering, he found the floor adorned with a complex magical circle, ancient runes shimmering with a ghostly light. Even after 11 years, it continued to pulse with magical energy, serving to ensure that experiments within would not cause the manor to explode, and even providing a space for imaginative training. Regulus Black assessed the situation, first extracting a corpse from the Slytherin locket, specifically selecting one of the largest dimensions, anticipating that the summoned skeleton would possess greater sturdiness. Summoned skeleton. This time, the skill succeeded, bringing forth a skeleton with pure white bones standing 2 meters tall. Robust and formidable, wielding dual-bladed battle axes, its hollow eyes alight with ghostly flames. Regulus Black was acutely aware of his ability to command it in battle. Merely providing a general target would suffice for it to fight to the death, annihilating either the enemy or its own existence. With a skill level of 7, he could summon 7 skeletons. Regulus Black continued to extract additional corpses, using them as materials to sequentially summon 6 more skeletons. Through this endeavor, Regulus Black discerned a pattern. His fixation on the number 7 was not unfounded, as it corresponded to the number of classes in the game. The summoned skeletons included an Amazon skeleton armed with a bow and arrows, an assassin skeleton with claws, a necromancer skeleton brandishing a scythe, a wizard skeleton wielding a staff, a druid skeleton with a mace, a paladin skeleton equipped with sword and shield, and of course, the previously summoned barbarian skeleton with dual axes, perfectly mirroring the 7 classes of the Dark Realm. During the experimentation, Regulus Black uncovered a technique for skill usage. These summoned skeletons could be integrated into the skill tree, allowing for future summons without expending any magical energy and simultaneously enabling the summoning of 7 skeletons for combat. The display next to the summoned skeleton skill shifted to 77, that he realized he could summon an additional 7 skeleton mages, thereby maintaining the normal count of 777,777 for his undead guardians. Regulus continued to summon skeleton mages from the surplus corpses, exclaiming, "Summon undead! Summon undead!" Summoning the undead, the skeletal mages of 7 distinct professions have emerged. The abilities to command skeletons, control puppets, and dominate souls serve primarily to enhance the attributes of summoned creatures and bolster control, while the latter ability passively augments the various resistances of these entities and elevates the quality of their souls. Thus, the skeletons and skeletal mages summoned by Regulus Black possess considerable intelligence, allowing them to comprehend the intentions of their summoner and to engage in both offense and defense effectively. Currently, the skills of Summon Skeletons and Summon Undead have reached their maximum level of 77. As Regulus Black gazes upon the remnants of flesh and blood scattered about, he contemplates how to dispose of these remnants. Once a devoted gamer, he rapidly analyzes game mechanics in his mind. The most fitting solution would undoubtedly be the grotesque amalgamation known as the 3-armed abomination. While he can tolerate the sight of skeletons, a heap of rotting flesh is another matter entirely. However, among his skill tree, the blood familiar aligns quite well with his requirements. Visually, it resembles the character Zack from League of Legends, originally green and purple, now merely transformed into a sanguine hue. This skill has been modified from sharing life with the summoner to utilizing blood as a catalyst. Regulus Black retrieves a dagger and delicately slices his fingertip, allowing several drops of blood to fall into the mound of flesh. "Arise, my blood familiar." The droplets of blood, resembling molten lava, amalgamate the flesh into a singular entity, dissolving it into a fundamental state of sanguine liquid. The bloody remnants melt away like ice cream, their white, red, and even hair dissolving into a viscous mixture. It is akin to a palette of paint, leaving behind only a transparent crimson hue after a thorough blending. Zack. The newly birthed blood familiar stands over 3 meters tall, yet can only utter its own name while perpetually giggling. Clearly a dull-witted creature. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential, as the skill of soul domination can enhance its intelligence. Upon integrating Zack into his skill tree, The display indicates blood familiar level 11, while it is known that the puppet class in the game can summon only one entity. In his current reincarnation, Regulus Black naturally hopes for more, ideally reaching a cap of 7. Yet, it appears that this may not be feasible. Exhausted, both mentally and physically, he feels utterly drained at it is only now that Regulus Black realizes the necessity of a well-deserved rest. That night, the young wizards of Hogwarts, after experiencing the opening ceremony, lay in their beds, infused with excitement, in the dead of night. A burly figure stands before the old mansion at number 12, Grimmauld Place. His expression conflicted. With a prosthetic eyeball restlessly revolving, he is uncertain who has claimed occupancy here. But since the occupant has yet to engage in any outrageous behavior, it is prudent to handle the matter discreetly. Perhaps he should consult Dumbledore first. And with that thought, Mad-Eye Moody departs, glancing back intermittently to dawn. After a meticulous grooming, Regulus Black sets out with Creature. On the second day of the school year, the streets of Diagon Alley appear much quieter. The raucous young wizards having vanished, leaving only a few adult wizards shopping in the various shops. The Leaky Cauldron, it has been ages since I last visited. Regulus Black muses as he stands before the inconspicuous entrance, unnoticed by muggles. Upon entering, he finds only a handful of patrons within the pub, some of whom are long-term residents of the upstairs lodgings that they not realize that the pub's rooms are more suited for short stays? As he internally critiques muggle logic, he makes his way to the back courtyard. Drawing his wand, he points it at several fixed spots on the surrounding wall, and soon, Regulus Black finds himself transported to Diagon Alley. The wand in his hand is a relic of the Black family, origins unknown, merely borrowed for the time being. Another purpose for visiting Diagon Alley is to procure a new wand, although Regulus Black can utilize system skills without one. Conventional magic still necessitates a wand. It seems that training in wandless magic must be prioritized, that a visit to Ollivander's wand shop is essential, but first it would be prudent to retrieve some funds from Gringotts. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a towering white edifice situated at the junction of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, is reputed to be the second safest place in the world after Hogwarts. Hence, wizards prefer to entrust their gold and treasures to Gringotts. Managed by a cadre of goblins, access to the vaults is strictly regulated, requiring the goblins to lead patrons on the twisting mine carts to reach the vaults, and only goblins possess the ability to unlock these vaults to retrieve stored assets. They are renowned for their methods of deterring intruders and have their own rules to prevent the sharing of banking secrets. Crossing the gleaming bronze doors that open outward, he is greeted by goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms, who bow respectfully as he passes. The second door, which opens inward, is silver, engraved with warnings for thieves. Upon traversing this second silver door, he enters a spacious marble hall where approximately 100 goblins are seated behind long counters, recording transactions in large ledgers, weighing coins, and inspecting gems with magnifying glasses. Regulus Black proceeds to the far end, where a counter is designated for VIP access to the vaults that I require access to my private vault. He presents a metallic key, unearthed from the old mansion, for every family member possesses their own vault. In the past, the family's enterprises thrived, and upon reaching adulthood, family members would receive a substantial coming-of-age gift. Now, however, those enterprises have either vanished, been seized by the Ministry of Magic, or appropriated by distant relatives. May I have your name? Regulus Black. Please follow me, sir. The goblin guiding him quickly verifies the key and its owner, and soon they board a roller coaster-like cart. After a series of dizzying rises and falls, few maintain their sense of direction. However, Regulus Black is acutely aware that he is now over 100 meters underground, and the vaults here are evidently repurposed from overexploited mines. Each vault door is custom-made, with unique unlocking mechanisms and locks. Without a goblin-esque magic and the corresponding key, even a goblin would struggle to open these vaults. Regulus Black knows that nearly half of these vaults are ownerless. After all, the previous two Dark Lords decimated numerous wizarding families, and that is a fact. Thus, this place is a true treasure trove. While many wizarding families do not store all their wealth here, the total amount remains staggering. As for how to procure it, Regulus Black chooses to bide his time and await the opportune moment. It must be said that wizards in the wizarding community are truly law-abiding citizens. The emergence of a Dark Lord causes quite the uproar. As the vault opens, a pile of gleaming galleons lies before him, surrounded by shelves bearing various enigmatic items. Regulus Black glances at the goblin beside him, and creature promptly tugs him away from the vault. Goblins are notoriously greedy, their avarice surpassing even that of the wealthiest muggles. Their insatiable thirst for gold knows no bounds. Once out of the goblin's line of sight, Regulus Black finally has the peace to inspect his vault. Beyond the coins, there are numerous magical artifacts, including various manuscripts and ancient tomes. After a thorough examination, he decides against taking any items, as the security of the vault remains reassuring. Before departing, he withdraws only a few hundred galleons, though he still possesses a key to the Black family vault. He does not intend to use it just yet. Exiting Gringotts, Regulus Black and creature proceed to Ollivander's wand shop, for it is time to acquire a new wand. What kind of wand awaits him? The anticipation is palpable. Ollivander's wand shop is a cramped, narrow, and dilapidated establishment. In the window, a wand is displayed upon a faded purple cushion. The towering cabinets within the shop are crammed with countless wands, each nestled in elongated, narrow boxes that Mr. Ollivander will meticulously select from these to find the wand that harmonizes perfectly with each customer. To purchase a wand, customers must first measure their arm length for wand use. Forearm length, height, and head circumference, among other dimensions, before choosing a wand based on these parameters in truth, these measurements are wholly unnecessary, merely a whimsical indulgence of the shopkeeper, Ollivander, a personal delight for him alone. Each wand is unique. Crafted from various materials such as unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the nerves of dragons and snakes, all serving as cores and fashioned from different qualities of wood, these materials being potent magical artifacts. Every wizard is suited to a different wand. Using a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard will not yield the desired effects. However, this is but a fabrication. It suffices to say that an appropriate wand will indeed provide better assistance to novice wizards. Is anyone present? Regulus Black stepped through the door and stood for a moment, yet the shopkeeper Ollivander remained elusive. Could it be that, with the new students of Hogwarts having commenced their studies, there were no children left to tease him, leading to his lackadaisical demeanor? After a while, Regulus Black resolved to seek out a wand for himself. With a flourish of his hands, a wave of magical energy swept across the entire shop, causing thousands of boxes to tremble simultaneously. Then, a box from a remote corner leaped forth. It contained the wand that resonated most closely with Regulus Black's own magic. Inside the black box lay a crystal wand, a surprising find in a shop that typically favored wooden wand construction. This is a natural wand, not one I crafted. When I acquired it, it was already a wand. Ollivander, appearing seemingly from nowhere beside Regulus Black, began to elucidate. Sensing the customer's curiosity, it is said that a unicorn was attacked by a basilisk. Although it ultimately escaped the jaws of death, it succumbed to the creature's venom in its final moments. The unicorn forced all its poison into its crystal horn. Regulus Black slightly turned the wand, discovering within it a flowing network of purple veins, reminiscent of blood vessels. Ollivander gazed at the wand with a blend of perplexity and fascination, for this was a natural wand that he could not replicate. The unicorn sacrificed its crystal horn, ensuring that it bore no toxins upon its demise. Upon returning to his counter, Ollivander's demeanor normalized slightly, revealing a glimmer of shrewdness befitting a merchant. A mere 15 galleons, Regulus Black scoffed, brushing off the thick layer of dust atop the box with disdain. Clearly, this wand had lain unsold for quite some time, and its quality remained uncertain. 0.7 galleons, and I will purchase a suitable wand. For 15, I expect a set of maintenance tools. Very well. You are indeed a discerning customer. Allow me to assist you in selecting another wand. In truth, every wand in Ollivander's shop, regardless of its material, was priced at 7 galleons, a fair policy for both young and old alike. His initial offer was merely a tactic to increase sales. For once a wizard acquires a wand, if it remains intact, it is typically used for a lifetime, making such sales quite rare. During the school season, Ollivander would never risk such a sales pitch, as it was a requirement of the Ministry of Magic that every student possess a wand. which is why breaking a wand warranted severe penalties. Yet, in reality, Ollivander did not mind selling a few extra wands, especially this crystal one. If it could be of great service to a customer, selling an additional wand would save him from future grievances that I shall choose for myself. Regulus Black outstretched his hands once more, sensing the magical energies among the multitude of wands, and another box sprang forth. Ollivander cheerfully retrieved the white box, curious about what wand this customer might acquire. Similarly measuring 13 inches, this wand was crafted from the tailbone of the same unicorn, with its core composed of the unicorn's tail hair, making it particularly suited for summoning. Regulus Black caressed the wand, the slender tailbone smooth to perfection, the hair intricately woven together, the white bone and silver hair combining to create this exquisite wand. Exuding an air of elegance, I shall take this one as well. Have you fashioned any wand from the remains of that deceased unicorn? Regulus Black decided to bestow names upon these two wands for future reference. The crystal wand would be called Crimson Blood Crystal, while the bone wand would be named Silver Threaded Jade Bone. Let me think. I believe there are indeed others that I recall acquiring the unicorn's heart tendon and spinal nerves. Is that so? So there are at least two more wands sharing the same material source that I presume so. Would you like to buy them all? At 7 galleons each, I shall offer you 30 galleons. Please also provide me with the appropriate maintenance tools. Regulus Black's proposed price was entirely reasonable, and he was resolute in his desire for the other two wands that I would naturally not refuse your generous patronage. However, you must demonstrate a strong affinity with those two wands. Ollivander gestured for Regulus Black to continue sensing the magic, so he could locate the two additional wands. Continuing his search, a tremor coursed through the shop, and two more boxes emerged. Measuring the same 13 inches, the first wand was made from vine wood, with its core consisting of the unicorn's heart tendon, suitable for curses. Ollivander opened another box, revealing a wand crafted from corpse vine, its core made from the unicorn's spinal nerves, suitable for toxins. Regulus Black promptly handed over 30 galleons, securing all four wands along with the necessary maintenance kits. The two new wands were aptly named Wine Spring's Icy Veins and Corpse's Charm. Today's venture, acquiring four perfectly aligned wands, especially those made from the same lineage of materials, could be deemed an exceptional stroke of luck. Thus, it was time to conclude his business. Regulus Black withdrew the wand he had brought from his family, a relic of forgotten memories, if Silver Threaded Jade Bone is attuned to summoning, and Corpse's Charm to toxins. Then the initially purchased Crimson Blood Crystal bears a power akin to that of Sauron's Ring of Power over the other rings. All four wands have been placed within his system space, and the wand he held had already been inquired about with Ollivander. This wand, aged and slightly damaged, required meticulous care. Welcome to my century-old establishment. How may I assist you? Ollivander had lost all memory of their previous transaction and instinctively greeted the sudden arrival of a new customer. 12 inches long, crafted from poison vine wood and snake nerves. It seems your family has a penchant for dark magic. Ollivander, with an obsession bordering on the bizarre, repeatedly fondled the wand, completing the maintenance process under Regulus Black's disdainful gaze. Just as Regulus Black exited Ollivander's wand shop, still uncertain of his next destination, for orders descended from above. Surrender your weapon. The old wand was swiftly confiscated by the Aurors. The reason he clung to the old wand, rather than utilizing his newly acquired one, was due to the encirclement of Regulus Black. Regulus Black could hear the shop door locking behind him, with Ollivander peering from behind it. Gentlemen, on whose authority do you come? Regulus Black halted the attacking movements of his companion, Selic, and calmly inquired, State your identity. Who are you? The female Auror captain, resolutely vigilant, found herself momentarily questioning her senses upon receiving the intelligence that a Death Eater, presumed lost to the annals of time for over a decade, had suddenly reappeared, meandering through Diagon Alley in the aftermath of the downfall of the Nameless One. All exposed Death Eaters have been apprehended. Some were condemned to eternal confinement in Azkaban, while others secured their freedom through various clandestine dealings. Even those who had evaded imprisonment remained under scrutiny. Yet as time passed and their own machinations unfolded, society gradually forgot their identities. Nevertheless, the emergence of a previously documented Death Eater, thought to be either dead or missing for over 10 years, would undoubtedly propel the Aurors into action and secure a headline in the Daily Prophet once more. I am Regulus Black, and I trust you have not mistaken your quarry. Regulus Black's outwardly stoic demeanor concealed a tempest of thoughts within. Come with us, and refrain from any sudden movements. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to cast the killing curse upon you. The Auror captain was exhilarated, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through her, having been shielded by her family during her student days. She had never encountered a true Death Eater, only hearing tales of their ruthlessness and cannibalistic tendencies. Rumors, indeed. Regulus Black subtly acknowledged her words as he was escorted by 4 Aurors towards the Ministry of Magic. Forgive my candor, but when you threaten someone, you hardly inspire fear. Rather, you come across as somewhat endearing. The Auror squad delivered Regulus Black to the dungeons of the Ministry, situated 10 floors below, while Creature was dispatched to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on the 4th floor. Yet the captain found herself disoriented by his remark. Amidst the quiet laughter of her fellow Aurors, she stamped her foot in frustration and exited the dungeon. Back in her office, Judy Fox was in turmoil. This was all the fault of that accursed Death Eater, who, even in captivity, dared to jest with her. Pure-blood families are indeed impressive. I hail from a pure-blood lineage myself. Being handsome is commendable, but I am equally charming. Spotting colleagues passing by with amused smirks, Judy Fox crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at them. What fate awaited this rather compliant Death Eater? A sense of inexplicable worry washed over Judy Fox. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore summoned Professor Minerva McGonagall. I have received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic to attend a trial at the Wisingamot. Dumbledore's expression revealed hesitation and confusion. It appeared he was reluctant to participate in this trial. Dumbledore, you seem troubled. Is there an issue with this trial? Indeed, Minerva, the Ministry has apprehended a long-missing Death Eater. But were not the Death Eaters already tried over a decade ago? Some were imprisoned in Azkaban, while others evaded justice. McGonagall's frustration was palpable. The aristocratic pure-blood wizards had managed to absolve themselves of suspicion and continued to roam freely in the wizarding world, while others betrayed their fellow Death Eaters to secure clemency. I share your perplexity. It is strange for someone presumed dead for over a decade to suddenly reappear. Dumbledore needed no further elaboration, for McGonagall would surely grasp the implications. Harry Potter was this year's new student. Do not fret. I trust your judgment. Rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye at the school. McGonagall reassured Dumbledore, who promptly set off. Grasping a handful of flue powder from a box by the fireplace to the Ministry of Magic, the Wisingamot was once again filled to capacity since the downfall of the Nameless One over a decade ago. All Death Eaters had faced reckoning. Those with means had evaded trial, while those without connections or merits faced inevitable imprisonment. Over the past decade, many who escaped judgment had subdued their ambitions, with numerous wizards opting to leave Britain altogether. Thus, from that time until the present, the trials at the Wisingamot had consisted of trivial cases, with eligible judges rarely present, leaving only a minimal complement of on-duty judges. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, he was surprised to find himself the last to arrive. After exchanging brief greetings with familiar faces, he took his seat. Minister Fudge felt a wave of relief at Dumbledore's presence. Upon learning of the capture of a Death Eater, he had nearly choked the Aurors responsible. Having ascended to power post-war and wished to avoid any scandal during his tenure, he had treated all Death Eaters as if they were the Nameless One himself. Now that everyone is present, we may bring forth the accused. As Minister of Magic, Fudge would preside over the trial. Under the watchful eyes of 4 Aurors, Regulus Black approached the stand. Why is the accused not bound in chains? Fudge's heart raced in panic upon seeing Regulus Black's unrestrained movements. This palpable fear rippled through the assembly, prompting several wizards to draw their wands. Regulus Black remained silent and motionless, merely fixing a cold gaze upon the trembling minister. After an awkward silence, Fudge finally mustered the courage to face the stand. Utterly bewildered as to who the true subject of judgment was, Regulus Black scanned the room, nodding only at Dumbledore, a gesture of acknowledgement that deepened Dumbledore's bewilderment. Was this truly the Regulus Black he had known? Please state your name for the record. The presiding judge, a witch, inquired, her expression tinged with tension. Regulus Black, formerly a Death Eater, and I was resurrected just yesterday. Oh my goodness, his admission sent ripples of agitation through the crowd. You admit to being a Death Eater? The chief judge's demeanor grew increasingly anxious. Would you like me to repeat my previous statement? Madam, Regulus Black's tone was laden with incredulity, as if questioning her intelligence, that I believe it's time for a verdict. Send him to Azkaban for life. Fudge eagerly interjected, perhaps hoping this would be a notable achievement during his administration. However, had he not intervened, the judges might have hastily rendered their verdict. Yet, as a collection of discerning judges, their professional integrity compelled them to overlook Fudge's outburst. Some judges began to recall Regulus Black's earlier words. Please clarify your statement. What do you mean by before death? What do you mean by resurrection? The court fell silent, all wizards poised to discern whether the accused was lying. Fudge signaled to a close ally among the judges, only to receive a slight shake of the head in denial. Regulus Black maintained his characteristic aloofness, observing the minister, who resembled a clown, and prepared to impart a lesson. Since you have genuinely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Regulus adjusted his black aristocratic ensemble, smoothing the lace on his cuffs. Over a decade ago, during Voldemort's reign over the wizarding world, many members of pure blood families, whether coerced or willingly, joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. I trust some of you participated in that trial, and should be aware that among them were many who joined for various reasons, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to protect their families. As for me, I had only just graduated from school and, considering my family's legacy, also joined the Death Eaters. Unlike my brother, who could betray our family for his friends, forsaking his responsibilities and honor, even risking our family's safety to stand against Voldemort, my death bears significant responsibility upon him. He was always within Voldemort's sight, thus implicating the entire Black family. You are perhaps unaware of the multitude of compromises I made with Voldemort for the sake of my foolish brother, all in a bid to preserve his life. The voice of Regulus Black reverberated through the court of Wisingamot, as he refrained from defending himself initially, instead laying blame squarely upon his brother. Sirius Black, this was a deliberate choice. As the adage goes, explanation is but a guise. Some matters cannot be clarified merely through explanation. The answers one provides are often met with skepticism, while the narratives others choose to believe are embraced with unwavering conviction. You are mistaken. Sirius Black was indeed a Death Eater, sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 12 muggles on a single street. Furthermore, he was responsible for the death of Peter Pettigrew. Having betrayed his closest friends, the Potters' point, two distinct voices arose, revealing that these judges had been part of Sirius Black's trial years prior. Regarding your statements, I must express my ignorance. I was already deceased before this. However, as far as I know, at least until my death, Sirius Black remained a member of the Order of the Phoenix, while the aforementioned Peter Pettigrew was a formal member of the Death Eaters. Having betrayed Voldemort's secrets, my foolish brother relinquished the position of secret keeper to him, which ultimately led to my demise. I was utterly unprepared for death, unclear even as to why Voldemort sought to end my life. This declaration incited a stir among the members of Wisingamot, who began whispering to one another, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief and shock. After a considerable pause, one of the female judges finally recalled the necessity of uncovering the subsequent events. I wish to know how you were resurrected. The matter of your brother, Sirius Black, will have to be postponed for discussion. Voldemort possessed a cave where he stored dark magical artifacts. After my death, I was discarded there, existing as a corpse for over a decade until I was revived yesterday, the specifics of which remain unclear. Subsequently, I summoned my house elf, Creature, and returned to the Black family home. A corpse, would you mind if we examined your body? The speaker was the same female judge, presumably from Ravenclaw, who had raised the question earlier. She left her seat and approached Regulus Black, raising her wand. Oh my goodness! How is this possible? Your body temperature is faint, there is no heartbeat, and the flow of blood appears nearly stagnant. It seems you have consumed some sustenance, yet your digestive system functions normally. You there, go fetch that house elf. The Minister for Magic, Fudge, also displayed his authority, gesturing for an order to take action that my senses are intact and my physiological responses are normal. my strength, endurance, and stamina are nearly limitless. Albeit exceeding normal parameters could harm my body. Regulus Black's words served as a supplement, yet his smile towards the female judge was laden with meaning, as he displayed a charming grin. The young judge felt her heart ensnared, struggling to maintain her composure as she returned to her seat to confer with her colleagues. This court has accepted your previous assertions. However, since you have acknowledged your identity as a Death Eater, you cannot evade judgment. The Chief Judge's stance was to continue the trial of Regulus Black as a Death Eater. Even though his earlier statements have been acknowledged, he remained inescapably bound to his fate. I cannot concur with your perspective. Before you stand a corpse, one who has died once already. I must reiterate this point. As for my soul, I do not perceive myself as the pure Regulus Black. I was another person previously, and while I may have once been Regulus Black, I can now be considered as having been reborn. Am I to be held accountable for actions I did not commit? After another prolonged discussion, the Chief Judge seemed somewhat discontent with the outcome of the deliberations, but ultimately announced, if you can substantiate your claims, this court may declare you innocent. That I wish for Professor Dumbledore to perform legilimency upon me. I shall accept whatever judgment you render, regardless of the outcome. Regulus Black directly posed the question to Dumbledore, who had been observing the proceedings. The judges present shifted their gaze to the elderly wizard, leaving Dumbledore somewhat speechless, realizing the burden now rested upon him. Since Regulus Black had made such a suggestion, it implied he possessed significant confidence that Dumbledore would ultimately advocate for him. Hoping that this troubled young man would refrain from further missteps that might implicate Dumbledore. This is your choice. I apologize for prying into your secrets. Legilimency. The scene shifted to the Black family home, where Voldemort had requested a house elf from Regulus Black, leading him to believe that the Dark Lord intended to conduct some form of experiment. Filled with admiration, Regulus entrusted the task to Creature, instructing him to remember to return home. That evening, Creature returned to the Black estate, tormented by his experiences, upon learning that the Dark Lord had acquired a highly significant dark magical artifact. Regulus, observing Creature's distress, resolved to uncover the truth. He accompanied Creature back to the cave, consumed a potion that inflicted excruciating pain, swapped the artifact for a decoy, and ordered Creature to destroy it. Ultimately, he was dragged into the water by the corpse and perished. The scene transitioned to a newly born infant, with ordinary parents, leading an unremarkable life, experiencing commonplace events, although set in a different country. Dumbledore could comprehend the narrative until this ordinary individual's life concluded abruptly, dying inexplicably at a computer. It should be exhausting, as Dumbledore deduced. Suddenly, the soul of an ordinary man materialized within the cave that housed dark magical artifacts. In a spectral form, he consumed the potion, subsequently merging his soul with his corporeal body, and exited the cave with ease, which then vanished entirely. Ultimately, the scene concluded with Regulus Black, the Inferi, standing outside the cave's entrance, summoning Creature before they returned to the ancestral home. After tidying up, they ventured out the following day to shop in Diagon Alley, where Regulus was apprehended by an Auror in front of Ollivander's wand shop. Dumbledore, upon reviewing the obtained memories, found nothing illogical, indicating that everything was credible and authentic. However, for Regulus Black, as an ordinary individual, living in an age of advanced communication, what stories had he not encountered, heard, or contemplated? In the realm of cinema, Blu-ray, HD, 3D, digital films, what was absent? Moreover, the standard of deception lies in the 9 truths accompanied by a single falsehood. Thus, while Dumbledore believed he had discerned everything, he failed to uncover any additional content, particularly the aspects involving the self-contained system. The Necromancer system and its equipment were not matters suitable for exposure, hence Regulus Black bore no guilt. Headmaster Dumbledore, you would wish to believe me, would you not? At this moment, Regulus Black resembled a wayward student, stubbornly convinced of his innocence, which in truth he was. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, deciding to observe his pupil further, although he harbored some doubts regarding the memories he had witnessed. At least the entirety of Regulus's testimony aligned with the Death Eaters. Furthermore, his account involved Sirius Black, and while familial ties were evident, it was unlikely he would stoop to deceive his brother, especially while deriding the betrayal of their family. I acknowledge Regulus Black's statements. What he has conveyed is indeed true. Dumbledore proclaimed his findings with transparency and fairness. Yet, he continued to respect the judgment of the Wisengamot and refrained from intervening. Regulus Black was taken aback. After Dumbledore reviewed his memories, he found that nothing was done at all. Merely a light-hearted statement of respect for the judgment returned him to his previous state. Nonetheless, Dumbledore also affirmed the validity of Regulus Black's assertions, deeming his words truthful. This acknowledgement granted the judges of the Wisengamot a means of retreat, and the demeanor of those present shifted immediately. In light of your unique experiences, and considering your lack of malevolence during your tenure as a Death Eater a decade ago, we hereby pronounce our verdict. Following a discussion, the leading young female judge prepared to announce the result. After deliberation, the judges of the Wisengamot declared him not guilty. This conclusion was met with jubilation, and many judges applauded. For within the wizarding world, such a significant case was a rare occurrence, and the favorable outcome was indeed worthy of celebration. "How could you?" exclaimed Minister of Magic Fudge, astonished that in the blink of an eye, this assembly of judges, predominantly from Ravenclaw, had acquitted a Death Eater without even consulting the opinion of the Minister of Magic. Displaying a blatant disregard for leadership, Headmaster Dumbledore, would you be willing to assist me once more? After leaving the defendant's stand, Regulus Black intercepted Dumbledore, his plea for help causing several judges to pause. "As you know, I was once a Death Eater and have been deceased for over a decade. My current physical condition is quite peculiar. If possible, I would like to secure a position at the school to address my predicament. If it is merely a matter concerning your physical condition, I believe St. Mungo's would be better equipped to assist you." Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his gaze reflecting an understanding of Regulus's true desires. "Headmaster Dumbledore, my circumstances may not be safe elsewhere." Regulus Black needed to elucidate his situation to the venerable wizard before him, lest he be misunderstood. "I have been resurrected, in the truest sense of the word. And among the former Death Eaters, who could possibly be trusted? No one can guarantee safety. Should Regulus Black remain at large, he may very well become a target for the unapprehended former Death Eaters. Although those individuals evaded the judgment of the Wisengamot, how many were genuinely loyal to Voldemort? In their fervor to resurrect him, former Death Eaters might resort to any extreme. Dumbledore comprehended these complexities. Yet what of Regulus Black himself? Was he truly a steadfast follower of Voldemort? Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. Was it prudent to allow him entry into the school? Should he permit Regulus Black to roam free? The secret of his resurrection might attract fervent Death Eater enthusiasts, but if this were to lead to Voldemort's revival, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, admitting him to the school would ensure his utmost protection. Yet this year marked Harry Potter's entry, raising questions about Regulus's potential fanaticism. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. However, there are currently no vacancies for professors." After much contemplation, Dumbledore concluded that keeping Regulus Black under close supervision was the best course of action. "I am willing to serve as a teaching assistant for any subject. I assure you I will not disappoint any professor." Regulus Black was taken aback by the prospect of joining Hogwarts, having not anticipated Dumbledore's immediate agreement. "Then let us return to the school together." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed the Wisengamot, followed by the curious judges. Many whispered among themselves, believing that both Regulus Black's request and Dumbledore's response demonstrated meticulous thought. Considering all possibilities, for the current Regulus Black to maintain the dignified demeanor of nobility, particularly in his articulate reasoning, was well received by the wizards of ancient families. Regulus Black first summoned Creature, instructing him to tend to the ancestral home before following in Dumbledore's footsteps back to the headmaster's office. While awaiting Regulus, Dumbledore contemplated how best to assign him a position. Naturally, members of the Order of the Phoenix were the prime candidates, whether it be Professor Minerva McGonagall from Gryffindor or Professor Severus Snape from Slytherin. Upon entering the headmaster's office with Regulus Black, Dumbledore made his decision. Upon sitting down, he began to indulge in various sweets, gesturing for Regulus Black to sample the cockroach clusters, observing the writhing mass of candy. Regulus Black was well aware that these were merely animated confections that, in fact, consuming a cockroach cluster posed no issue, yet the items within Dumbledore's office were not under consideration. Dumbledore had a penchant for embellishing treats. Perhaps only the chosen one was fortunate enough to enjoy them unadulterated. Potions like the Veritaserum, while considered precious in the wizarding world, were not uncommon, and Hogwarts had a master potion maker that I believe you might serve as a teaching assistant in potions. As Professor Snape requires assistance in preparing numerous materials for his students, that IT would be my honor. Headmaster, by the way, Mr. Black, now that you have become a member of Hogwarts, please feel free to address me by my name, rather than calling me Headmaster like the students do. Certainly, Headmaster. Now, let us discuss your compensation. You are too kind, Headmaster. I am here seeking refuge, so compensation is unnecessary that I still prefer you to call me Dumbledore. Yes, Headmaster. Certainly, Headmaster. The door to the headmaster's office swung open, and Sirius Snape entered, clad in his customary black robes, his expression as grim as ever. What is it, Dumbledore? I am in the midst of brewing potions. If your matter does not concern me, I shall prepare you a special treat. This was indeed an awkward moment. Within all of Hogwarts, only Snape dared to speak to Dumbledore in such a manner. Sirius, allow me to introduce you. This is Regulus Black, who will henceforth serve as your teaching assistant. Dumbledore has resolutely decided to assign this honorable task to Sirius Snape, even if it means poisoning his own delicacies. I do not require an assistant. Professor Sirius Snape finally took notice of an additional presence in the headmaster's office. His disregard for Regulus Black was not intentional. Rather, the inherently ghostly aura of Regulus rendered him nearly invisible. As long as he was not directly in the line of sight, even Dumbledore would often overlook him. Observing Sirius Snape's reaction, Dumbledore let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing he was not the only one with such sentiments. Though this only heightened his curiosity regarding Regulus Black's physical condition. Sirius, you must understand that Regulus Black has only just been resurrected. He requires a safe haven. Dumbledore directly conveyed the rationale to Snape, providing a substantial justification. Having once served as a double agent for both the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, Snape immediately grasped the implications of this statement and, upon further contemplation, recognized that in the entire wizarding world, Hogwarts was indeed the sole sanctuary for Regulus Black. Thus, Regulus Black entered Hogwarts in the capacity of an assistant professor on the following morning. During breakfast, Regulus Black made his appearance at the faculty table. Seated beside Sirius Snape, two individuals clad in identical black attire evoked distinctly different impressions. Regulus Black's black exuded an air of aloofness, pride, and nobility, a demeanor undoubtedly inherited from the Black family lineage. In contrast, Sirius Snape's black conveyed a sense of gloom, restraint, and melancholy, primarily shaped by the trials of his life. The close proximity of the two inevitably sparked comparisons among the students. Even those who typically harbored disdain for Snape found themselves in agreement that both possessed their own brand of charisma, with Regulus Black appearing somewhat more youthful. "Who is that?" Harry Potter inquired, pointing at Regulus and asking his companion. "That's the new assistant professor, Regulus Black. He's currently in charge of potions," Hermione responded, sipping her pumpkin soup. "He and Snape are quite the pair, both dressed in black, entirely in black," Ron remarked with a look of disdain. Regulus Black's gaze suddenly swept across the Gryffindor table, lingering particularly on Harry Potter for a moment. "Oh no, he heard what I just said." Ron felt enveloped by fear, for that gaze was chillingly cold. "Don't be so dramatic. If you shout any louder, the professors will surely hear you," Hermione chided, striking Ron gently on the head with her spoon. Though she too began to feel anxious, for it appeared she had received a look of approval from Regulus Black. "If I'm not mistaken, I just caught a glimpse of a warning and an approving glance," she mused. Harry Potter stiffened and turned away, no longer daring to glance at the new assistant professor at the faculty table. "Didn't he give you any look?" Ron asked Harry, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Harry felt perplexed, sensing he had been overlooked, which was quite disheartening. "That I'm certain he didn't. He completely ignored me." After casting his gaze over the Gryffindor trio, Regulus Black began to scrutinize the other student from the Four Houses. Regarding Hermione, who was more suited to Ravenclaw, it struck him as a twist of fate that her courage surpassed her intellect. Had they interacted after boarding the carriage, perhaps revealing some information, Ravenclaw would have undoubtedly held greater allure for the studious Hermione. As for Ron, Regulus Black found it impossible to harbor any fondness for him. Among the Weasley family, he was the least talented, only excelling in wizard's chess, perhaps better suited for Hufflepuff. Today, there were numerous tasks to attend to, as the potion ingredients required organization for each year. Sirius Snape, unusually devoid of his usual acerbic tongue, addressed Regulus Black with a modicum of civility, recognizing that they were colleagues, even if one was merely an assistant. Frog's eyes, black spider legs, daffodil roots, wolfsbane, powdered porcupine quills. Are these all? Regulus Black asked, accepting the potion inventory and retrieving a whole box of potion ingredients from the storeroom. That should suffice. I trust you haven't forgotten how to handle potions. Sirius Snape showed no inclination to assist, yet he acknowledged Regulus Black's ability to accurately identify the materials on the list, albeit in a distinctly Slytherin manner. How could I forget? Although my previous studies in potions were not particularly earnest, I consistently achieved outstanding. When students reached their 5th year, they took their O.W.L.S, and in their 7th year, they faced the N.E.W.T.S, the graduation examinations. The grading system included O outstanding, perfect, exceeds expectations, fine. A acceptable, last passing grade. P poor, below average. D dreadful, flunking. T troll, extremely poor. As a quintessential Slytherin, a scion of nobility, he was compelled to excel academically, especially within Slytherin, if one wished to coast through. Attending Hufflepuff would have been a logical choice, as it was the second most populated house for the elite. Yes, that acceptable. Regulus Black merely inquired of Snape before donning dragonhide gloves to commence his duties. Handling potions required abstaining from wand use, as the entire process must avoid magical contamination. It was advisable to wear dragonhide gloves to prevent the wizard's magic from tainting the potion ingredients, as any magical pollution would inevitably alter the potion's efficacy. This necessity for manual labor explained why wizards could not simply wave their wands to conveniently prepare ingredients. Furthermore, some materials possessed various properties, and direct skin contact could yield quite an exhilarating experience that, in essence, caring for oneself begins with safeguarding one's hands, and dragonhide gloves are your optimal choice for potion making. For over an hour thereafter, the potion's master and his new assistant worked in silence, swiftly and meticulously processing their respective potion ingredients, demonstrating equal proficiency in both technique and thoroughness. When both ceased their labors, they had prepared the potion materials needed for the week. An amount sufficient for 7 grades, that a cauldron bubbled with steam, the aroma of potions wafting through the office. Sirius Snape gently stirred the brew, then retrieved 2 wooden cups from the table, ladling the potion into each before pushing one towards his assistant. "Thank you." Regulus Black accepted the warm cup and took a sip, a wave of tranquility and joy washing over him, a calming draft combined with a euphoria potion. "You've blended the effects of both. Congratulations." In the wizarding realm, masters of potions like Sirius Snape were rare, especially those capable of innovating upon traditional recipes. The concoction Regulus Black had just tasted was a new potion derived from the fusion of 2 distinct brews, preserving the effects of both. "This is merely something I brew for tea. Frankly, I've grown desensitized to its effects." Sirius Snape quietly sipped from his cup, pondering whether his agitation required a calming draft or if his emotional turmoil demanded a euphoria potion. Years had passed, and the emotions that ought to have settled had long since done so. Why then did he unconsciously or habitually consume such brews? As a time traveler, Regulus Black was well aware of the potion's master's life, making it no surprise that Sirius treated this potion as if it were tea. "You will be teaching the first-year students in the second period today. I shall be absent. Hogwarts is vast, and I trust one can find a room to occupy long-term. Once I've settled in, I shall return." Having finished his tea, Regulus Black set down his cup, preparing to depart, for as an assistant, he lacked both a dormitory and an office. Exiting the basement, he began to meander through the school, ambling up to the 8th floor. This level housed the headmaster's office, Professor Flitwick's office, the dormitories of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, as well as Regulus Black's intended destination, the Room of Requirement. This room was situated opposite the tapestry depicting the troll being struck by a club. Regulus contemplated, "I am in need of a hiding place," as he paced back and forth 3 times before the tapestry. Suddenly, a dilapidated black door materialized where there had once been a wall. Upon pushing the door open, Regulus stepped into a large storage area, where chaos reigned. Items were haphazardly strewn about, leaving only narrow paths for visitors to navigate. This space contained items long deemed unnecessary by Hogwarts. Yet, as they were still the school's property, they could not be easily discarded. Thus, the house elves had accumulated them here, allowing them to gather dust as he navigated through various odds and ends. Worn-out furniture, tattered books, and ancient bottles containing unknown remnants of potions. Regulus stumbled upon a dilapidated troll specimen followed by a statue of a wizard. Eureka! Regulus brandished his wand and cast a spell upon the statue's head, restoring it to its former glory. The diadem of Ravenclaw, the sole relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House, glimmered before him. Imbued with magic, it enhanced the wisdom of its wearer. This diadem, a pure silver crown adorned with an eagle motif and set with large sapphires atop, sparkled brilliantly, its rim inscribed with Ravenclaw's famous maxim, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." As Regulus removed the diadem, its newly restored radiance captivated him. Had he not known its true nature, having transformed from a crown of wisdom into a dark Horcrux, anyone would have been tempted to don it. Yet, the issue of the soul fragments remained unresolved. Until this fundamental problem was addressed, these Horcruxes could not be utilized, and should the methods of resolution be flawed, they would lose their Horcrux properties altogether. He stowed the diadem in the storage space of his Horcrux-bound belt, the Heraldum Titan. Thus, any items he concealed would remain unseen by the world, even the Horcrux itself, with not a trace of malevolent energy escaping. He possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of the Slytherin locket and the Ravenclaw diadem, among other Horcruxes. However, he understood that patience was paramount. To act recklessly upon his arrival at Hogwarts would undoubtedly furnish Dumbledore with ample reasons to bring him to trial. With this in mind, Regulus prepared to leave the room of requirement. However, as he passed a table, a scattered book caught his eye. How could there be a volume of Grimm's fairy tales at Hogwarts? Driven by curiosity, or perhaps instinct, he picked up the tattered book. Exiting the room of requirement, he traversed back and forth 3 times, and a new door appeared. This would henceforth serve as Regulus Black's dormitory and office. It was only fitting that he claimed the room of requirement, aligning himself with other time travelers. Reclining into the plush sofa, Regulus first restored the book to its original condition before perusing its pages. The Grimm's fairy tales were filled with charming stories beloved by children. Although Regulus was aware of this, as a member of a prestigious wizarding family, he had never encountered such literature in his youth, having been more acquainted with tomes of dark magic. Now, Regulus Black's interest in a fairy tale stemmed from his previous life, one of utter ordinariness, devoid of magic or wizardry. Yet, this existence had imparted valuable lessons upon the boy named Regulus, particularly the ability to view matters from diverse perspectives. Though the tales were ostensibly for children, they contained an abundance of material regarding wizards. Regulus was certain that his mundane life did not preclude the existence of wizards, as evidenced by the fairy tales featuring them, such as the beloved Harry Potter series. The prospect of personally engaging with the world of Harry Potter, becoming a member of the wizarding community, and possessing a system that granted him advantages while being familiar with the plot felt surreal. Reflecting upon the fairy tales, he noted that Sleeping Beauty was cursed into slumber by a witch. Snow White fled from the persecution of a witch, Rapunzel was raised by one, and Cinderella attended the ball through the aid of her fairy godmother. The abundance of witch and wizard elements permeated these stories. What had once seemed like ordinary tales now appeared transformed in the eyes of Regulus Black, especially as he discovered annotation from various readers within this particular edition of Grimm's fairy tales. What were the blessings of the 13 witches in Sleeping Beauty? Why did the author omit them? Was the magic mirror in Snow White indeed the mirror of Ariste, though it felt somewhat different? Rapunzel was rather foolish, believing she could escape by weaving a rope from a portion of her hair. The transformations into animals in fairy tales, could they be akin to animagi? The notion of a frog claiming to be a prince was rather audacious. Everywhere there were princes and princesses, giants and dwarfs, talking animals, and muggles wielding magical artifacts. Had the muggle author of this book lost their sanity? As Regulus flipped through the pages, a rare smile broke across his otherwise impassive face. Even the attributes of mischievous young wizards were plentiful. He recalled the Mirror of Ariste, which resided somewhere within Hogwarts, used by Dumbledore to comfort Harry Potter, allowing him to glimpse his long-lost parents and soothe his tender heart. Subsequently, the invisibility cloak was gifted to Harry, igniting his adventurous spirit and guiding him in his confrontation with the Dark Lord. The last appearance of the Mirror of Ariste occurred when Harry faced Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets, leading to Professor Lockhart's demise at noon. Regulus Black descended to the Great Hall for lunch, casting a casual glance around. Among the 4 long tables occupied by students from each house, Gryffindor's table was the most boisterous, while the other 3 houses were considerably quieter. Ravenclaw's table exuded warmth, with upperclassmen caring for their younger counterparts. Slytherin's table embodied elegance, with most striving to conduct themselves with grace and nobility. Hufflepuff's table was the most laid-back, with students interacting like family, fostering intimacy and harmony. Professor Snape, have there been any amusing occurrences in your class today? Regulus inquired, turning to Severus Snape beside him. Snape's movements were nearly rigid as he reluctantly turned his neck toward Regulus. Other than a few predictable mishaps, nothing of note, and I would prefer no mishaps at all, he replied, as irresponsible teacher. Severus Snape was indeed diligent, despite his high pressure, yet refined teaching methods. Regulus Black began to savor his lunch, yet Snape's unwavering gaze upon him rendered the meal increasingly tasteless. Pausing elegantly to set down his cutlery and dab his mouth, Regulus prepared to clarify his earlier comments. I understand that Harry Potter is also a new student. Surely, as the savior capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord, he must exhibit some extraordinary qualities, Regulus stated. Intending to convey mere curiosity without ulterior motives, Snape squinted his eyes at him for a moment before returning to his own meal. An individual of mediocre talent, possessing none of his parents' virtues aside from his appearance. In time, I trust his strengths will reveal themselves. With their exchange concluded, the surrounding professors breathed a slight sigh of relief. Point 1 Snape was already a tempestuous presence. Now, with the addition of a Black. Well, so be it. However, judging by the surname, it is indeed Black that it is tolerable for the 2 individuals to maintain a low profile. After all, Black, like a shadow, exists without causing discomfort. Yet, when these 2 transform into rolling clouds of darkness, the ensuing thunder and lightning will inevitably herald disaster. Professor Flitwick is even prepared to preemptively cast a disarming charm when they strike. Finally, a moment of peace to enjoy a meal. What a cause for celebration. Dumbledore sits at the center of the professor's long table, seemingly indifferent to the conversation unfolding to his right, his demeanor calm and composed. Although Regulus Black does not deliberately glance at Dumbledore, he can sense the gazes of those around him. Dumbledore is certainly not paying attention to this side, which makes his stance rather enigmatic. The magnanimity of a higher power, perhaps? Regulus Black hastens to finish his lunch, then quietly awaits, just a second after he pushes his plate aside. A throng of owls swoops in from both sides of the hall. These messengers bear an array of letters, forgotten school supplies left at home, ordered newspapers and books, as well as family correspondence. Hey, look! Neville has received a memory ball. This I know. If you have forgotten something, red smoke will emerge from within the ball. The ever-studious Hermione promptly clarifies the function of the memory ball. Neville stares blankly at his memory ball, feeling utterly lost. The problem is he cannot recall what he has forgotten. Meanwhile, Harry Potter is captivated by a news article in the Daily Prophet, reporting on an incident at Gringotts involving unidentified wizards or witches breaching Vault 713, which Harry has previously visited. Harry knows that Hagrid removed the only item from that vault, prompting the Gryffindor trio to enter a detective mode. Soon, several owls fly towards the professor's table, delivering a package to Regulus Black. With a series of loud thuds, it is evident that the dropped item is rather heavy. Professor Trelawney jumps in fright, dousing herself with the water she was holding. Professor Trelawney, I hope you weren't burned. You look quite refreshed. Regulus Black offers an apology, then promptly assists in cleaning her up before unveiling the contents of the package. It contains books ordered from Flourish and Blots, magical aquatic plants of the Mediterranean and their properties, monsters and their habitats, and a compendium of magical herbs, fungi, and poisons, alongside potions and elixirs and powerful brews. The stationery shop has sent an automatic shorthand pen, color-changing ink, a substantial bundle of parchment, a brass scale, a telescope, and a set of crystal potion vials, all customized items. The bespoke clothing shop has delivered a bundle of garments, including several custom outfits, various styles of wizard robes, and 2 pairs of dragonhide gloves, all in black. The Potage Cauldron shop has provided a complete set of cauldrons in all sizes and materials. This shop sells cauldrons of various models and materials, with a sparkling sign outside that reads, "Cauldrons all sizes, copper, brass, pewter, silver, self-stirring, collapsible." Finally, a large owl from the Owl Emporium arrives, its talons gripping a birdcage containing a young owl, strikingly similar to Harry's Hedwig, both being snowy owls. Apologies, I must return to organize my teaching supplies. Regulus Black waves his wand, using Reductio to shrink all items, stowing them in his pocket before departing. In the afternoon, the first-year students have their flying lesson, and Harry Potter, blessed with excellent family lineage, is the first to summon a broomstick. Following Draco Malfoy's routine provocations, Harry demonstrates exceptional qualities of a seeker, quickly catching the eye of Professor McGonagall, who promptly recommends him to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The youngest seeker, an exceedingly rare occurrence for a first year to be recommended as a formal player. Thus begins Harry Potter's journey as the protagonist. I never anticipated becoming a seeker, though internally elated. Harry is also somewhat insecure. Why did Professor McGonagall, having only witnessed his flying once, conclude that he was Gryffindor's seeker? It seems rather hasty. You must believe in yourself. You come from a distinguished lineage. Hermione beams with enthusiasm, gesturing for Harry and Ron to follow her to the trophy room. Indeed, in the Quidditch Cup over a decade ago, Gryffindor emerged victorious, with none other than James Potter as the Seeker. Harry is astonished to discover that his father was also a Seeker and had won the House Cup. Now, Harry shares the same role, garnering greater popularity among his peers after seeing this evidence. He feels even more confident and eager to showcase his abilities. Outside the trophy room, Regulus Black serendipitously appears, trailing behind the 3 protagonists at a distance. As night begins to fall, the trio prepares to return to Gryffindor Tower. Indeed, as if dictated by fate, when only the 3 of them ascend a particular staircase, the moving staircase begins to shift. In truth, these shifting stairs are designed for convenience, facilitating the flow of traffic during certain times rather than leading individuals astray. If a student were to become lost among these stairs, it would either be due to extreme clumsiness or being present at an inappropriate time, essentially a form of skipping class. Regulus Black is certain that neither of these scenarios applies. Thus, the 3 of them have been led to the 3rd floor forbidden area, a feat that likely only Dumbledore could orchestrate. Where is this place? These constantly shifting stairs have left me utterly bewildered. Ron expresses his dissatisfaction with the school's peculiar arrangements, lamenting, as a staircase, "You should simply allow me to walk over you. Why must you move?" The trio arrives at a dark corridor, where a statue of a wizard strikes an eerie pose nearby. As the 3 approach, the braziers spontaneously ignite, yet instead of warmth, they amplify the ominous atmosphere that I think we shouldn't be here. We ought to leave quickly. This moment, the 3 little lions are solely focused on escaping. But the unseen hand that orchestrated their entrance here undoubtedly has further machinations in store. Meow. Suddenly, Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's cat, appears. Blasted. Has it already turned to night? The 3 little lions find themselves cornered by a cat, their minds racing with panic. They immediately turn and sprint toward the depths of the dark corridor, only to encounter a locked wooden door blocking their path. Get out of the way! Alohomora! Under Hermione's advanced spellwork. They finally gain entry to the forbidden area, only to be confronted by the 3-headed Fluffy that emerges from behind the door. Neither Mrs. Norris nor Filch poses a threat at this moment. Their only thought is to avoid being devoured by the awakened 3-headed dog. They turn and flee from the room, never having imagined that their small frames could possess such strength, enabling them to push the massive dog head back and lock the door. The other side of the passage, where Mrs. Norris had been, is now clear. Thankfully, cats do not speak. Regulus Black, who had been observing from the shadows, remained unnoticed by both the little lions and Mrs. Norris. He witnessed the entire scene unfold, and he knows that this is no mere coincidence. Filch, responding to the staircase's movements, had come to investigate, inadvertently providing the trio with insight into the significance of the forbidden area. After observing the situation on the third floor, Regulus Black did nothing further and simply departed from the room. He made his way to the 8th floor, arriving directly outside the headmaster's office. Chocolate Frog. The gargoyle guarding the entrance glanced up, and immediately the platform it occupied transformed into a staircase, spiraling upward. Dumbledore. Is it truly wise to allow the savior to approach Fluffy so closely? Dumbledore feigns ignorance to the reproach, remarking, "At last, you address me as Dumbledore rather than as the rather distant headmaster. Do not evade the issue. Harry Potter is special. He is the only choice for defeating the Dark Lord once and for all." Regulus Black felt a flicker of anger. Though he was aware that the old man was observing everything from behind the scenes, he wondered whether he would truly be able to intervene in case of any misfortune. Did Hogwarts possess any privileges that a headmaster could wield? Ah, it seems you are quite knowledgeable. Dumbledore was not concerned about what Regulus might do. Rather, he feared what he might refrain from doing. However, it appeared that Regulus had aligned himself with Harry Potter. Through 3 lifetimes of experience, including that of an ordinary person or muggle, he had learned to view issues from various perspectives. Regulus Black pushed aside Dumbledore's snacks. Fixing his gaze intently on the headmaster, awaiting the answer he sought, that aren't you supposed to be protecting him, Dumbledore had no intention of revealing his thoughts to anyone. Thus he deflected with humor. Who told you I was protecting Harry Potter? Of those 3 children, I prefer Hermione, that if the 3-headed dog were simultaneously attack them, and I could only save one, I would undoubtedly rescue that young girl. Was Dumbledore truly intent on finding a nanny for Harry Potter? Regulus Black was not so easily deceived. I must remind you that Hermione is a minor. Dumbledore seemed to abandon all decorum in his attempts to sidestep the conversation, which had taken a rather inappropriate turn. You need not remind me. I can wait until they are all grown. After all, my physical age has been fixed, and I shall not grow old, Regulus Black said somewhat irritably, though it seemed he had misspoken in his moment of exasperation. Them? Who else have you taken a fancy to? Dumbledore's expression was one of utmost astonishment, yet the topic felt increasingly improper. Damn it. You have led the conversation astray. Regulus Black felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Regarding the situation on the 3rd floor, I know the Philosopher's Stone is in your possession, and that you deliberately sent Hagrid to Vault 713 to retrieve it, allowing Harry Potter to witness it. You began to exploit that child rather early. Don't you think that's rather excessive? Dumbledore ceased his pretense of being an old gossip, his expression sobering instantly. When did you discover this? The Daily Prophet mentioned the Gringotts break-in, and Harry Potter had revealed that he had accompanied Hagrid to the vault. You also housed dangerous creatures on the 3rd floor and guided that child to uncover the secrets of the forbidden area. Piquing his curiosity, Regulus Black took a moment to compose himself. I do not know for whom this scheme was devised, but among the participants must certainly be those 3 little lions. If this trap was laid for me, then I shall directly request it here. Please hand over the Philosopher's Stone, as I have a pressing need for it. Dumbledore's heart surged with a mix of emotions. He had not anticipated that Regulus Black would possess such knowledge. He believed that a mind as sharp as Regulus's would only uncover more truths with time. As for the ownership of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, its creator, had grown weary of his immortality and had previously expressed a desire to relinquish the stone, transferring it to Dumbledore. Please believe me, Regulus, this is not a trap set for you. Dumbledore's demeanor became earnest, seeking to clarify that he was not as sinister as Regulus suspected. I understand. However, I still hope you will grant me the Philosopher's Stone in due time. As for my own body, I wish to study the stone for comparison. Immortality is both a blessing and a curse. Regulus Black rose, preparing to leave, deeming the topic unsuitable for further discussion. I can wait. I will wait until you trust me, but I remain skeptical of your methods, Headmaster. Good night. Leaving the headmaster's office, he left Dumbledore deep in thought, while Regulus Black returned to his room of requirement. The room of requirement had now been claimed by him, set to allow only his entrance. Upon entering, he found an octagonal chamber, with a wall directly opposite the door featuring a Hogwarts crest the size of a door. If one pressed the center hand, pushed toward the four corners, the entire emblem would transform into the sigils of the individual houses, revealing a secret passage to each house's common room. The other 6 walls were lined with empty bookshelves and cabinets, with various styles of chairs scattered around the perimeter, all repurposed from the cluttered room of requirement. What had once been a collection of dilapidated furniture now exuded a distinctive charm, appearing both ancient and elegant after careful restoration. In the center stood a massive square bed. When raised by its 4 corner posts, it revealed a similarly sized pool beneath. Thus, upon rising, one could merely stand at the edge of the bed and turn to enter the bathing area. Regulus Black approached the left wall, waving his wand to shift the tables and chairs aside, placing all the cauldrons he had received that day in their designated spot, including the largest, which was the same size as the one used by Voldemort during his resurrection. The rapidly enlarging cauldron was collapsible. When flattened, it resembled a plate, and when pulled upward, it would expand into its full form. Regulus Black set up the largest cauldron first, flames roaring. Crystal clear water flowed like a spring. The brewing of basic potions was not Regulus Black's ultimate goal. He was uncertain of the outcome that would emerge from this cauldron, but his instincts guided him on what to do. He recalled that upon returning to the old estate, he had used the soul potion in the Black Lake's temple to create a group of skeleton soldiers and skeleton wizards, while the leftover, decaying flesh had been used to concoct blood demons. Employing the character design of Zack from another game, League of Legends, even the name of the system skill transformed into Zack's blood demon. Now, Regulus Black was preparing to brew a clay golem from the Necromancer system's summoning series. Clay golem. Summon a golem made from earth and ashes. The materials used were also a form of recycling. Within the room of requirement lay a troll specimen, likely reeking and filthy after its creation, hence discarded as teaching material. Wingardium Leviosa. Expand rapidly. Fragment into pieces. Reciting 3 incantations in succession, Regulus Black shattered the specimen into small fragments and cast them into the cauldron that if, as a student, precision in potion-making determined one's grades. Then, as an adult potion master, the focus shifted to the research and creation of new potions. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the potion had some efficacy and stable effects, one would earn countless accolades. A sense of achievement and rewards that should be noted that Professor Severus Snape garnered considerable inspiration from the various mishaps students encountered while brewing potions, even leading to the formulation of new potions. It was said that on one occasion, a student's potion corroded a cauldron, penetrating all the way through Hogwarts floors until it was exhausted over 100 meters underground. The potion's formula was subsequently collected and confirmed by Severus Snape, only to be strictly sealed by Dumbledore. Consequently, the potion classroom was relocated from the 8th floor to the basement, guided by intuition and familiarity with the effects of various potion ingredients. Regulus Black haphazardly tossed potion materials into the cauldron. Though it appeared careless and unconcerned, every detail was meticulously recorded. The name of the potion, quantities, times, and even the number of times the cauldron was stirred and the temperature of the flames as the potion simmered over time. The initially foul stench dissipated, revealing a scene reminiscent of a desert within the cauldron. The flowing substance resembled normal boiling broth, occasionally producing bubbles of sand. The color transformed from white sand to yellow sand, then to gray sand, finally culminating in black grains. Utilizing the troll's remains as the primary ingredient, combined with hundreds of potion materials, this pot of black sand was finally concocted before dawn. Taking out his silver-threaded wand, Regulus Black prepared to complete the final step of the brewing process. Then, the last procedure, heat it to a blistering boil. The spell Fire Roasting Heat is a minor curse that can cause any object struck by it to generate intense heat from within, akin to being engulfed by lava. When wielded by students with their magical powers, it merely results in rashes appearing on their skin. However, when Regulus Black utilizes Fire Roasting Heat with all his magical might, the effect resembles that of true magma. The potion, originally resembling a thick black sesame paste, is infused with the spell's power, and tendrils of flame emerge from the flowing black grains. A large cauldron filled with black grains rushes towards Regulus Black like a dark tide. Absorbed by the soul's inherent system, The icon and name in this position transform from the original Claystone monster to Lava Beast Claystone monster. This is the potion Regulus Black aims to concoct, a form of summoning puppet. Although the system allows necromancers to summon only one puppet, its immediate appearance boasts a level 7 value, serving as a compensatory advantage, while both the skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages number 7. They remain perpetually at level 1, despite the system's inherent benefits. These rigid limitations persist, necessitating the performance of rituals within a screw shell. The puppet size will naturally exceed that of the mere contents of the cauldron. Having adopted the name of the lava beast from League of Legends, its stature will conform to the standard of such a creature. When Regulus Black summons this puppet, the black grains will seamlessly merge with the surrounding earth, culminating in the rise of a colossal lava beast, reminiscent of a mountain. Though dawn is still some time away, Regulus Black requires no sleep. As a reanimated corpse, his stamina attribute is at its maximum, rendering him immune to fatigue, though he does experience a sense of mental weariness. Regulus Black reclines quietly upon a vast bed, contemplating his future plans and the upcoming Quidditch match in a few days' time. On that day, Harry Potter will catch the Golden Snitch, leading Gryffindor to victory in Quidditch, thus initiating the misunderstanding between the three young lions and Snape. Perhaps he might be able to intervene. Harry Potter has received a Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall, which has garnered considerable attention from students for an extended period. This broomstick is deemed the fastest and most advanced in the wizarding world, serving as an excellent asset for Harry Potter as a seeker. The only individual who appears disgruntled is likely Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin golden boy. The Nimbus 2000 features elegant lines, a lustrous finish, and a handle crafted from mahogany, with a long, straight tail formed from neatly arranged twigs, emblazoned with the golden letters Nimbus 2000 at the top of the broomstick. While it may not be your life, 3000. The name Nimbus 2000 is still quite impressive, though will ultimately be destroyed by the Whomping Willow. Yes, he savors the breakfast of a new day. Regulus Black gazes distantly at the broomstick, silently critiquing it. During this period, he has found little to occupy his time, and his role as an assistant has gradually earned him the recognition of Severus Snape. Aside from relocating the vanishing cabinet from the Room of Requirement to the Room of Requirement, Regulus Black has merely retrieved the Marauder's map from Filch, which, fortunately, has yet to fall into the hands of the Weasley twins. He traverses the secret passageway through the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack, followed by a disillusionment charm back to the ancestral home. Chillick, Regulus Black exclaims upon his return, greeted by his house elf. Master, you have returned. Would you like Chillick to prepare a particular lunch? Chillick had not anticipated his master's return at this hour, as he believed Regulus would remain at Hogwarts indefinitely. Chillick, I have matters to attend to. Take me to Marvolo Gaunt's old home. The house elf acknowledges. Chillick knows that place. Grasping Regulus Black's hand, the house elf spins them into a dizzying whirl, landing them in a verdant estate surrounded by lush foliage. At the heart of the estate stands a 4-story building, lacking in artistic merit, yet undeniably ancient. The walls are cloaked in moss. Many tiles have fallen from the roof's edge, exposing the rotting beams within. Dense nettles grow around the house, towering to the windows, which are exceedingly small and caked with layers of grime. This seemingly ordinary old house reveals its wizardly identity only through a dead snake nailed to the door. Regulus Black has come here in search of Horcruxes, but must tread carefully to leave no trace. Voldemort will eventually return to this location, and Regulus Black wishes to avoid being pursued by the Dark Lord in the future. On the edge of the estate lies a small hut, inhabited by a Muggle elder tasked with overseeing the area. Before embarking on his treasure hunt, Regulus Black does not forget to cast a stupefy spell upon him. He then cautiously navigates to Marvolo Gaunt's old home, meticulously searching every room and passageway. With the aid of his panoramic map, no secret remains hidden in this old abode, and the magically protected areas shine like stars in the night. Captivating Regulus Black's interest at last. In a room that appears feminine, he discovers Marvolo Gaunt's ring hidden within a compartment of a vanity. This black gemstone ring, embodying both Horcrux and Deathly Hallow, finally falls into Regulus Black's possession. Now he has secured the diadem of Ravenclaw, the crown of Helga Hufflepuff, and Marvolo Gaunt's ring. 3 Horcruxes in total. Other Horcruxes include Tom Riddle's diary, Hufflepuff's cup, Voldemort's beloved Nagini, and Harry Potter himself. The diary is ensconced within the Malfoy estate, making it exceedingly difficult to retrieve unless, akin to other fanfictions, he orchestrates a heist with the cooperation of the Malfoy family. The Malfoys have long maintained a presence there, and perhaps he could visit under the pretense of being a relative. Hufflepuff's cup is likely housed in the underground vault of Gringotts, owned by his sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, A.S., for Voldemort's beloved Nagini, given that the timeline has yet to reach the 4th installment of the Goblet of Fire. It remains uncertain whether she has become a Horcrux or remains an ordinary magical pet snake. Even if Regulus Black were to acquire these Horcruxes, he currently lacks the means to utilize or exploit them. Beyond containing formidable dark magic, they harbor Voldemort's soul fragments, encompassing his personal experiences and thoughts, extremely dangerous entities that could lead to possession if mishandled, at present. Regulus Black simply stores these Horcruxes in his Horcrux Titan belt, ensuring they emit not a whisper of dark magic nor pose any adverse effects on others. Upon his return, Regulus Black observes Harry Potter familiarizing himself with the rules of the game under the guidance of Quidditch Captain Oliver Wood. He notices Severus Snape approaching him, evidently intent on inquiring about his whereabouts during his absence. Yet Regulus has no intention of revealing the truth. Harry Potter's father was also a seeker, was he not? I believe I saw James Potter's trophy displayed in the trophy room. Regulus Black turns his gaze toward the castle's exterior, where Harry Potter is engaged in specialized training with Oliver Wood. Snape clearly wishes to interrogate him about his disappearance since last night, questioning where he has been and what he has done. However, Regulus deftly diverts the conversation with a single remark. Indeed, Harry Potter possesses a talent for flying. Much like his insufferable father, I have never been fond of Quidditch. It is too brutal and prone to injuries. Yet it seems no one has been harmed at Hogwarts in many years. I recall that there were fatalities during past matches. With this remark, Regulus Black once again silences Snape, leisurely departing the scene. His statement carries both a note of caution and an implicit threat, leaving it to the listener's interpretation. Nevertheless, through this exchange, Severus Snape's scrutiny of Regulus Black has notably lessened. Each time Regulus returns from an absence, Snape merely hands him the tasks he must undertake, showing little interest in his whereabouts, which leaves Regulus Black somewhat disappointed. The old bat truly is difficult to communicate with. Regulus Black was certainly not a frivolous wanderer, as a scion of a noble family within the wizarding community. The absence of wealth was indeed a lamentable plight. The Black family had not seen a member in over a decade, rendering their existence akin to that of an extinguished lineage. Many of the family's once controlled enterprises have been confiscated by the Ministry of Magic, while others have fallen into the hands of distant relatives. Retrieving these assets was not impossible, yet it demanded considerable time and effort, not to mention the inevitable losses. During this period, Regulus Black frequented the Ministry of Magic with such regularity that it felt as though he were employed there. Meticulously scrutinizing various legal matters and engaging in negotiations with ministry officials, it is worth noting that in the wizarding world, the judicial system often operates with either an alarming swiftness that leaves one bewildered or a glacial pace that incites utter exasperation. Regulus Black, in truth, held little regard for these enterprises, yet the tasks at hand must be addressed, and grievances must be lodged. As someone who had once been a Death Eater, this course of action served to dispel misunderstandings and allowed him to present himself as an ordinary individual. "Hagrid, today is Halloween," Regulus Black called out, seemingly in good spirits as he intercepted Hagrid. "Indeed. Is there an issue?" Hagrid was well aware of Regulus Black's background, and, although he shared a similar history to Severus Snape, he remained cautious, responding with a frown upon being halted. "With such a robust physique, you must possess quite the appetite," Regulus Black remarked, gesturing towards Hagrid's stature. Hagrid suspected that the next words might offend him. Pondering his mixed giant heritage, "For Halloween, I have prepared a gift for you, a cow for barbecuing, which I trust you will find delightful." Without waiting for a response, Regulus Black turned to leave, calling back, "I have reclaimed a portion of the family estate. Rejoice for me. Today is Halloween." The commencement of the school year at Hogwarts was on September 1 ST, aligning with the schedules of most educational institutions across the UK. The holidays mirrored those of typical schools, with the Easter break commencing on December 14th and Christmas on December 25th, resulting in a lengthy holiday of about 2 weeks when combined with weekends. However, Halloween, falling on October 31 ST, was to be spent within the school grounds. Naturally, there were also winter and summer breaks, with the winter holiday being relatively brief, spanning from January 31st to February 28th, exactly 1 month. The summer vacation in England was notoriously extensive, which explained Harry's frequent bouts of frustration. With holidays lasting through June, July, and August, he also had to celebrate his birthday with the Dursleys. Regulus Black's ability to secure a family enterprise by the end of October was undoubtedly attributed to his diligent efforts. Additionally, support from certain noble families played a crucial role, as they refrained from stirring up trouble. His endeavors proved fruitful, and after 2 months of relentless pursuit, he finally acquired a cattle farm located on a small island in the Outer Hebrides. At the extreme northwest of England, it was indeed a pleasant sensation to possess an entire island, and the Muggles employed there seemed indifferent to the change in ownership. Concurrently, Regulus Black joined the Beef Association under the Ministry of Agriculture, where his noble status was warmly welcomed, a point repeatedly emphasized by the Foundation that had previously overseen the estate, the Ministry of Magic, that in the wizarding realm, noble status was not merely a product of historical prestige or magical prowess. Rather, it was a recognition granted by the British monarchy throughout history. For wizards, possessing noble status alleviated many inconveniences, and even during the historical witch hunts, few wizards of noble birth were ever identified. Consider the plight of impoverished European aristocrats, who must rent formal attire to attend gatherings, clinging to their status despite their dire circumstances. Acquiring wealth was relatively effortless for wizards, and once they amassed considerable fortune, the pursuit of noble identity and social recognition became an inevitable aspiration. Thus, if wielding a wand could bestow a noble title, why not take the opportunity? This was evident in the cases of Salazar Slytherin, the Black family, and the Malfoy family. The fervent desire for noble identity among the Slytherin lineage was unmistakable, earning them the reputation of having one foot in the Ministry and the other in Azkaban. To commemorate his acquisition of an estate, Regulus Black agreed to Dumbledore's proposal to donate a cow to the school daily from Easter until Christmas, a gesture that left Hagrid feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of excessive provisions, especially since these would be high-yield dairy cows that if beef was not an immediate concern, the daily supply of fresh milk would likely render it possible to consume milk as freely as water during that period. Naturally, the surplus from Hogwarts' kitchen found its way into Hagrid's belly, all in the name of his well-being. In the Room of Requirement, Regulus Black had crafted an extensive array of metallic components, capable of being assembled into a female humanoid puppet adorned with Baroque-style embellishments, with garments prepared in a Gothic aesthetic, including provocative lingerie and maid attire. Under Regulus Black's mastery of the 7th level of puppet manipulation, these metallic parts would seamlessly combine. Over the months, aside from his visits to the Ministry, much of his time was devoted to fabricating these intricate mechanisms, all in pursuit of enhancing his summoning skills with a steel golem. However, Regulus Black opted against maximizing the potential of this golem's capabilities, choosing not to create a core as pure as that of the lava behemoth or the blood golem. When summoning puppets using black sand and blood, one could adjust their size and utilize these materials as cores, augmenting them with magical energy or various substances to ultimately create colossal golems. In contrast, Regulus Black intended to manufacture his steel golem with meticulous precision, thereby fully leveraging the skills level, focusing on quantity rather than sheer size. Having once been an ordinary gaming enthusiast in his previous life, Regulus Black naturally drew inspiration from characters in League of Legends, as his prior puppets had all been based on that universe. The robotic characters included steampunk robot Blitzcrank, deep-sea Titan Nautilus, and clockwork mage Oriana. Should he have sought to maximize size, both steampunk robot Blitzcrank and deep-sea Titan Nautilus would have been suitable choices. However, if he aimed for quantity, aesthetic appeal, and intricacy, clockwork mage Oriana was the clear choice. Regulus Black conceded that his initial inclination was indeed towards clockwork mage Oriana, subsequently fabricating justifications to convince himself. After all, the other two iron constructs were rather unappealing. As a discerning aristocrat, creating a puppet that lacked elegance would be a grave affront to his identity. In truth, crafting puppets within the wizarding realm was not an arduous task. There existed hundreds of stone golems at the gates of Hogwarts. During the final battle, Professor McGonagall summoned them to block the entrance, though they were easily dispatched. Regulus Black dismissed those crude stone golems, finding them cumbersome and devoid of facial features. What he aspired to create were puppets of exquisite detail, closely resembling human beings, entities that would evoke a sense of familiarity among observers. This was precisely why he chose Clockwork Mage Oriana as his model. Though even that character remained somewhat rudimentary, if he could refine the craftsmanship to a sufficient degree, any character could be rendered so lifelike that, aside from those who knew it was a puppet, the uninformed would mistake it for a real person. A belief in which Regulus Black harbored a peculiar confidence, drawing inspiration from films such as Inception, Ghost in the Shell, Terminator, Transformers, and Chobits. He ultimately settled on his desired character design, Ayanami Rei from Evangelion. Renowned as the Three-No Goddess, she had appeared in the game Rei Ayanami Raising Project. The prospect of training a group of blue-haired Lolas to his liking was irresistible for any lowly enthusiast. Of course, Regulus Black was certainly not a lowly enthusiast. Absolutely not. With azure tresses, crimson eyes, a gaunt physique, and a bosom that belies her slender form, the automaton named Zero opened her eyes, freezing even Regulus Black with her chillingly indifferent demeanor. The Clockwork Halloween automaton, inspired by the apathetic goddess Rei Ayanami, adorned with blue hair and red eyes. Standard features include a red and blue dual-colored spherical auxiliary puppet, capable of resizing, serving functions such as habitation, storage, assistance, repair, mobility, defense, and attack. Yes, it was the inaugural creation crafted on Halloween. The moniker Clockwork Halloween automaton was aptly chosen. Regulus Black envisioned the assembly of 6 additional constructs in various hues. The notion of a rainbow brigade was simply delightful. In the future, a row of Ayanami figures in mesmerizing Gothic-made attire. Gold, silver, black, white, red, yellow, and blue would be a feast for the eyes. Today, being Halloween, attendance at dinner was obligatory. Upon arriving at the Olery to dispatch a letter for ordered materials, Regulus Black leisurely made his way to the first-floor hall. Once all materials were procured, he intended to utilize the leisurely time between Easter and Christmas to create all 7 Clockwork Halloween automatons before the festive season. During this period, many students would return home for the holidays, and only a few would remain, allowing Regulus, as a teaching assistant, to enjoy a lighter workload. As he ascended to the second floor, the sound of a young girl weeping emanated from the adjacent ladies' restroom. At this hour, the sole occupant seeking refuge upstairs could only be the protagonist. Hermione. He had been so preoccupied with crafting the Clockwork Halloween automaton that he nearly overlooked this unfolding scene. Standing outside the restroom, Regulus Black, adhering to the principles of chivalry, deemed it inappropriate to intrude upon the ladies' quarters, even if it were unoccupied. The presence of a young girl made such an act all the more discourteous. Disappearing from sight, Regulus Black gently pushed open the restroom door. Approaching the stall from whence the sobs originated, he rapped softly on the door. "Who is it? Go away!" Hermione's voice, tinged with reluctance, betrayed her desire to conceal her current state. Although many were aware of her solitary retreat into the restroom, they had tacitly allowed her this moment of solitude. Whether out of rejection or indifference was inconsequential. Even Hermione herself recognized the need for quietude, rather than consolation. "Are you done? The restroom cannot be monopolized by you alone." A teasing smile graced Regulus Black's face. Traditional words of comfort might not suffice for a girl like Hermione, particularly given her composed nature. In time, she would regain her equilibrium, but by then, his presence would no longer be relevant. "Why are you a male in the ladies' restroom?" "Because the men's toilets are all clogged. There are many vacant stalls nearby. The stalls beside are also clogged." Hermione nearly screamed, having never encountered such shamelessness. Moreover, the fact that this male stood in the ladies' restroom, attempting to intrude despite the door, made her feel her safety was in jeopardy. "Is there anyone who can rescue me? Don't you plan on coming out now?" "No." I shall be here for quite some time. Why don't you seek another floor's restroom? It would take considerable time to find another restroom, and I fear I won't last that long." Hermione was at a loss for words. It appeared this individual was intent on lingering. "Very well, since it seems you won't be emerging anytime soon. I shall simply stand here and chat with you. I believe standing still poses no issue. But I have a problem. Your presence outside may prolong my stay. Then let us converse, for I assure you that as one relaxes, time will pass swiftly." The silence ensued. Hermione wished fervently to escape this predicament. Perhaps her prolonged weeping had been a misstep. Returning to the hall to relish the Halloween feast and engage in merriment with her classmates, even encountering that insufferable Ron, would be infinitely preferable to being cornered in a restroom stall. Miss Granger resolved to adopt a vow of silence, uttering not a single word. "Since you choose not to speak, allow me to share my thoughts. I am aware of your situation. In Professor Flitwick's charms class, your performance was remarkable, as you were the first to successfully cast the levitation charm. Consequently, it is entirely natural for a less academically inclined peer to regard you as a rival. Those who are not met with hostility are typically the inept. Your academic achievements are the finest among Gryffindor, yet it is a pity you did not find yourself in Ravenclaw, the premier institution for the pursuit of knowledge." Regulus Black, having ceased to hear Hermione's sobs, was evidently aware that the young girl was intently listening to his words. "Have you considered why the Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor? Gryffindor is renowned for its courage, while Ravenclaw is distinguished by its intellect. You are a diligent and ambitious student, and your placement in the Lion's Den stems from your courage in confronting challenges that put simply, you are a hard-working genius, distinct from the innate talents found in Ravenclaw. Of course, there is no superiority or inferiority between the two. Thus, in the face of the hostile gazes, the isolating attitudes, and the misinterpreted words surrounding you, the optimal strategy is to counteract such adversity with your own actions. Your resilience and accomplishments can dissipate the unfavorable situations. Moreover, I firmly believe that a Gryffindor student possesses the requisite bravery to achieve this. Therefore, I implore you, cease your tears." Suddenly, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, issuing a warning to Dumbledore. A troll was lurking in the school's dungeons, instilling a sense of inexplicable terror among the students reminiscent of a tale in which the big bad wolf preys upon children. Panic ensued, and students clamored to escape the hall, under Dumbledore's calming influence. The upperclassmen guided their younger peers back to their respective dormitories. Meanwhile, the professors departed the hall, each with their own objectives and thoughts. Harry Potter and Ron, upon learning that Hermione was alone on the second floor, broke away from the group to inform her of the troll's presence. A troll, a magical creature possessing considerable resistance to magic, classified as a humanoid magical being, with numerous body parts serving as ingredients for potion making. Regulus Black could even repurpose a troll specimen to create the black sand required for his skills. There was no reason to overlook a living, breathing repository of magical potion ingredients. A faint stench wafted through the air, heralded by the sound of heavy footsteps. The troll, characterized by large ears and poor eyesight, was drawn to the conversation within the restroom, having originally been lured by Hermione's cries, now captivated by Regulus Black's voice. Outside in the corridor, Harry and Ron had just arrived, witnessing the troll's entry into the ladies' restroom on the second floor. "What should we do, Ron?" "It's headed for the ladies' restroom that I don't know. Let's go see." The two reckless young lions had not considered notifying the professors first, blindly rushing into the fray. "If you don't show yourself soon, you might miss the Halloween feast." Regulus Black turned just in time to see the troll that had just entered, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The timing was perfect. Hermione, having composed herself and wiped away her tears, finally stepped out, only to find no one present, save for the troll, which stood at the entrance, staring at her with a vacant expression, licking its lips as if anticipating a sumptuous Halloween feast. Tico the savage troll, the tender young girl before it was nothing less than a delectable dish. No need for pleasantries, no need for dates, no need for confessions. With a single swing, it could take her home. What a glorious era this was. Embodying the most primal view of love, the troll launched a fervent pursuit of the young girl. Hermione let out a high-pitched scream, intending to retreat back into the restroom stall to evade the troll's gaze. Yet, she was helplessly snatched and pulled into the innermost recesses of the restroom. Regulus Black whispered reassuringly in her ear, "Do not fear. Remember to utilize the levitation charm you just learned." With him present, Hermione would not find herself in the same dire straits as in the original tale. That would indeed mar his stature as a gentleman with a fondness for young girls. Draw forth your wand and concentrate on the Trolls Club. Regulus Black gently set Hermione down, encouraging her on what to do. Though Hermione could not perceive Regulus Black, who had cast the disillusionment charm, she instinctively trusted his words. Wingardium Leviosa! Seizing the opportune moment, Hermione skillfully aimed at the club raised by the ogre, and with a flick of her wand, the bewildered creature was disarmed. "Hermione, we're here!" Two young lions rushed in, only to find Hermione had successfully incapacitated the ogre's weapon with her magic, leaving them both utterly astounded. An invisible hand assisted Hermione in controlling the floating club, which, as the ogre looked up in confusion, descended precisely upon its face. A S-8 being with a diminutive head, the ogre's magical defenses were alarmingly minimal despite its formidable physique, although the ogre posed a significant threat to children. For adult wizards, it was merely a creature that could be easily vanquished with a swarm of flying birds. Gently nudging Hermione, Regulus Black showed no intention of revealing himself, while Hermione was unaware of the identity of her unseen helper. The absence of this individual suggested a valid reason for remaining concealed. Thus, Hermione prepared to shoulder the entire burden of responsibility. When Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell burst onto the scene, they were greeted by the sight of the fallen ogre and 3 students. "Professor, this is all my fault. I was too curious about the ogre's appearance, and I managed to defeat it." Hermione confidently accepted full accountability. Her boldness provided McGonagall, who was momentarily at a loss for words, with a way out. The presence of an ogre rampaging through the school was undoubtedly a matter of safety for the institution, despite the creature's intended role in a puzzle designed to create a minor obstacle for Harry Potter and Voldemort. However, with the ogre having escaped from the dungeons, the situation was different. It could lead many pureblood families to perceive the school as unsafe, resulting in a flood of complaint letters inundating the headmaster's office. "I must say, you are a remarkably brave young lady, but do refrain from such reckless behavior in the future." McGonagall felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of the school placing the blame entirely on this child. "I believe your bravery merits an additional 10 points for Gryffindor." McGonagall's slight self-interest awarded her house some extra points, though Snape had no objections at that moment. After escorting her Gryffindor students back to their dormitory, McGonagall left Snape and Quirrell to deal with the aftermath, that if Harry Potter remained as impulsive and reckless as before and ultimately emerged victorious, Snape would undoubtedly compile an extensive list detailing how to handle the ogre. But now that Harry was unharmed, he had no further thoughts on the matter. There was still Quirrell to consider. He could handle it. Snape, like a bat vanishing into the night, swept away down the corridor. Quirrell, gazing at the fallen ogre, appeared momentarily dazed. The chaos he had envisioned had not transpired as anticipated, and even the girls' restroom remained unscathed, with the ogre vanquished by a first-year student using a levitation charm. What seemed like an ordinary occurrence exuded an air of peculiarity. Quirrell, shivering uncontrollably, departed the scene. The second floor was now devoid of any presence, leaving them uncertain which professor would address the ogre, which was indeed a most unpleasant sight. "Quick, use the levitation charm. Hum-hum-hey. Wizards must remember, magic is invincible. Who is casting spells? The club is rising. Quick, use the levitation charm. Hum-hum-ha-he. Quick, use the levitation charm. Hum-hum-ha-he. If I had magic, I would scale walls. I could become invisible at will, vanishing without a trace." Hum. With a distinctly unrefined hum, Regulus Black whimsically altered the lyrics as he dispelled the vanishing charm. In the original narrative, Hermione's cries had summoned the ogre released from the dungeons by Quirrell. Harry's reckless daring had nearly cost him his life, and Ron's luck had saved both companions, forming the basis of the later trio. Now, with Regulus Black's intervention, Hermione showcased her scholarly prowess, actively subduing the ogre while the 2 boys remained mere spectators. Deprived of any opportunity for involvement, could the dynamics among the 3 remain unchanged? Hermione, the little heroine, certainly possessed an admirable character. How might they deal with the ogre? Perhaps it could be sent to Hogwarts' kitchen to see what dishes the house elves could conjure. But then again, the ogre's foul stench was a deterrent. Typically, fan interpretations suggest that within Harry Potter's quest, there exists a challenge involving Quirrell's ogre, though such a depiction is absent from the films, and Regulus Black believed it unlikely. The rationale being that if the ogre was indeed a challenge, Quirrell would not need to face Fluffy as the first obstacle as a magical creature. The ogre would require care, leading some fans to speculate about a dedicated passage for its upkeep, allowing Quirrell to bypass earlier challenges altogether. The first challenge involved Fluffy, the three-headed dog, cared for by Hagrid, while the second challenge featured the Devil's Snare. Overseen by Professor Sprout, plans do not necessitate constant attention, and the subsequent trials, flying keys, giant wizard chess pieces, and Snape's potions, were all inanimate. Once set up, they required no management, making the inclusion of an ogre in such a challenge absurd. This indicated that there would be no further involvement of the ogre. After thorough analysis, Regulus Black confidently articulated his conclusion as the ogre began to rise, reclaiming its club and glaring furiously at him. Then let my lava beast of clay and stone gain a hint of vitality. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of black sand surged toward the ogre, pouring frantically into its orifices, visibly transforming the creature from gray to black. But that was not the end. The ogre's form began to morph into that of a lava beast as it fully blackened. Finally, when the lava beast, occupying the entirety of the restroom, stabilized its form, it once again reverted to black sand, absorbed by Regulus Black's skill system. Upon exiting the girls' restroom, the other professors hurriedly arrived after ensuring their students were settled. "Where is the ogre?" Professor Flitwick, wielding his wand and scurrying on his short legs, was the first to reach the scene. "You have arrived late, Professor Flitwick. Surely you did not expect the ogre to be defeated by students. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell have already been here. However, they were too preoccupied with safeguarding the students to address the ogre. I arrived afterward. There is no creature more foul than an ogre, so I incinerated it." Regulus Black maintained his usual air of elegance as he recounted the events to the arriving professors, the stench pervading the air, along with remnants of blackened, ash-like sand on the ground, served as undeniable evidence that the ogre had been reduced to cinders. After exchanging mutual reassurances, the professors returned to their respective offices. Regulus Black, too, returned to his sanctuary, where all requests were met. During the earlier ordeal involving the ogre, a spark of inspiration had struck Regulus Black, leading him to contemplate how to handle Voldemort's Horcruxes. To utilize the Horcruxes effectively, one must address the fragments of soul contained within, a daunting task, considering they belonged to Voldemort, a figure feared by all in the wizarding world. Regulus Black, possessing the innate abilities of his traversed world, drew upon the game system from Diablo II. Among its various items lay a unique quest item, the Soul Stone, designed to seal away the three prime evils. Could Voldemort be compared to these formidable entities? Certainly not. However, the two share striking similarities. Both exist solely as remnants of their former selves. According to the established lore, the Soul Stone comes in three hues: crimson for nightmares, golden for memories, and azure for lingering souls. To create a Soul Stone, or a comparable entity, the magical principles of the contemporary wizarding world must align closely. After careful consideration of various spells employed by wizards and the unique properties of his own system, Regulus Black has successfully devised a method to fabricate the Soul Stone. Firstly, it is essential to have a coherent framework. Any artifact produced within the confines of one system must undergo a reconfiguration. This was a consequence of employing a modifier, a trait that persisted into the afterlife. The fragments of Voldemort's soul, retained in the inventory, offer numerous additional benefits, such as the ability to embed soul fragments into magical creatures or to sacrifice them to summon demonic forces. By relying on these fragments, one can invoke the servitude of Voldemort himself, with a 7 increase in the Soul Stone's capacity upon the fusion of each additional soul. There exists a 77 chance to acquire extra magical artifacts and a 77 chance to obtain additional magical creatures through this process. Upon establishing these parameters, Regulus Black extracted Voldemort's soul fragments from the Ravenclaw diadem and the Slytherin locket, preserving the power of dark magic and the attributes of the Horcruxes, by merging the two soul fragments. He synthesized the red nightmare of the soul stone that Hermione's spirits soared, not due to her triumph over the troll, but rather from witnessing Ron's astonished expression, given that the two boys refrained from offering assistance. Hermione felt no obligation to them, yet she maintained a sense of decorum. "Good night, boys. A great deal has transpired this evening, and I require a restful slumber, as I trust you do as well." In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione bid farewell to the two, leaving amidst the curious gazes of her classmates, without providing any explanation, while the two protagonists found themselves the center of attention. As Ron remarked, he was a social pariah, an annoying presence. So let those who were well-liked by their peers remain in the spotlight. Although the professors had not expressly prohibited discussions about the night's events, Hermione chose to keep the secret to herself, leaving it to others to disclose or not. Within the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter and Ron were encircled by their classmates, all eagerly awaiting the recounting of the day's occurrences, which not every Gryffindor possessed the courage to confront. After all, it was a troll. Even upperclassmen might not have encountered such a magical creature, and its level of danger was considerable. We did nothing. Hermione single-handedly dealt with the troll. Indeed, when we arrived, the troll was already vanquished by Hermione. The troll stood 4 meters tall, its stench surpassing that of refuse. Shortly thereafter, the professors arrived, and as for how the troll was handled, I trust the professors managed it appropriately. The two boys were besieged by enthusiastic classmates, their heads spinning from the barrage of questions. However, as the focal points of the evening, they relished the atmosphere, albeit with a tinge of regret that they had not been the ones to fell the troll. If Hermione could accomplish such a feat, why could they not? The Gryffindor students perceived the Halloween troll incident as a testament to Harry Potter's prowess, as he had indeed vanquished the Dark Lord, rendering the troll insignificant in his eyes. You assert that Hermione was the one who defeated the troll. While I do not deny her contribution, Harry Potter also played a part, did he not? Who can accurately recount the details of that moment? Harry Potter undoubtedly wielded his wand to teach that dim-witted troll a lesson, a fact witnessed by his companion Ron, an assertion that none could refute. Not even Hermione. As Hermione lay in her bed, gazing at the ceiling with a dreamy smile, she pondered who it was that had sought to claim the restroom before her. Initially, she had thought she encountered a lecherous individual. She had wondered why such an ancient wizarding institution like Hogwarts would harbor such unsavory characters. Upon reflection, she realized that the person must have heard her cries and come to offer comfort. Regarding the subsequent arrival of the troll, this individual had aided her, defeating the creature without revealing themselves, effectively shouldering the burden of the incident. Yet, the advantages of this arrangement were decidedly in her favor. Uncertain of who had come to her aid, she speculated that, considering Hogwarts demographics, it must have been either a ghost or an invisible individual, and the voice had sounded quite youthful. Could it be an upperclassman? Or perhaps a young professor? Was he handsome? What could his opinion of her be? Hermione felt her cheeks flush and quickly patted her face to regain her composure. If she did not sleep soon, she would be exhausted for class the next day. With a sweet smile, Hermione drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, the entire school buzzed with gossip, spreading like wildfire to other houses. Hermione had merely been a burden, fleeing from the troll's enormous club, terrified, screaming and weeping. Meanwhile, the valiant Ron and the legendary savior Harry Potter, in a display of courage, faced the towering troll, battling valiantly for countless rounds to rescue the frightened girl, and dealt the creature a significant blow. Harry Potter nearly fell victim to the troll, while Ron skillfully disarmed it with a levitation charm. In essence, the entire affair could be summarized as Ron rescuing the endangered Harry Potter. And everything they did was motivated by a desire to save Hermione, the distressed girl trapped in the girls' restroom. Upon hearing all this, the first thing Hermione did was approach Ron from behind, pulling a hefty tome from her bag to bring it down upon this shameless purveyor of falsehoods. "Aha! This book is from the upperclassmen. It is hardly suitable for a first-year student like you." Just then, Regulus Black happened to pass by, casually taking the book from Hermione's grasp. Flipping through its pages, he noted it was Standard Spells, Level 3 by Miranda Goshawk. There are 4 volumes in the Standard Spells series. indicating that Hermione was perusing a third-year text. Regulus Black glanced through a few pages, observing that Hermione had annotated various phrases, suggesting she had comprehended the material and even taken notes. Perhaps you would be better suited to Ravenclaw. In Gryffindor, you might seem rather out of place. Hermione wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, having already experienced isolation and exclusion within Gryffindor, though she remained uncertain if Hogwarts permitted students to switch houses. Suddenly, Hermione looked up, fixating on Regulus Black, her voice resonating with recognition. Am I attractive? Although Regulus Black had a sense of Hermione's thoughts, he had no intention of affirming them. Apologies, but I am merely a teaching assistant. Not a professor. You may call me Mr. Black. Thank you for your guidance. I shall consider will not harbor excessive hopes, as I am aware of no instances of students transferring houses, at least none that I know of. Nevertheless, I can inquire. Regulus Black's conversation with Hermione was overheard by nearby students, yet his intentions were not genuinely to assist her. Such discussions would only serve to further isolate the young girl. Naturally, if a house transfer were possible, it would benefit both Hermione and himself. As Hermione blushed while conversing with her savior, she remained oblivious to the atmosphere surrounding them. The two engaged in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to the whispers circulating among their peers regarding Hermione's desire to transfer houses. Regulus Black glanced around, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to put the young girl in such a predicament. Ultimately, he shrugged it off. Causing a stir for Dumbledore was certainly worthwhile. Without the brilliant Hermione by their side, the trio would struggle to form, and their schemes would become considerably simpler. It is often said that plans cannot keep pace with changes. However, such failures stem from their inadequacy and foresight. Regulus Black pondered deeply as he approached the professor's seat. The evolution of public opinion required time, particularly after Peeves' incessant chatter had elevated another version of Gryffindor's savior. It remained to be seen how this incident would unfold. Regulus Black's role was merely to initiate. The narrative required the collective contributions of many. Speaking of Peeves, this peculiar ghost of Hogwarts existed in a realm between specter and spirit, possessing the extraordinary ability to manipulate objects far beyond that of other phantoms. Yet, to Regulus Black, he was inconsequential. The Necromancer's summoning skills commanded souls, enhancing the magical resistances of puppets or simply exerting control over a particular spirit. One fateful night, while on his patrol, Regulus Black encountered Peeves attempting to play a prank on the new teaching assistant, only to have the tables turned, leading to Peeves becoming Regulus Black's personal spy. The latest version of the troll incident spread across the four houses thanks to Peeves, who took great delight in mocking the two boys' boastful antics. Shortly after Halloween, the Quidditch Cup of Harry Potter's first semester commenced. Although the weather remained chilly, the students' enthusiasm was enough to fend off the biting cold, especially among the Quidditch players. Today, Gryffindor faced off against Slytherin, and both teams had taken to the field as the commentary began. The Quidditch players soared on their broomsticks, first completing a lap around the pitch before forming a circle in midair. Madame Hooch appeared, carrying her box. She served as both the referee for the Quidditch match and the flying instructor. It was hoped that this would be a fair contest, with all participants adhering to the rules. Madame Hooch kicked the box, and the quaffle soared into the air, soon followed by the Golden Snitch. Remember, capturing the Golden Snitch earns 150 points, and once a seeker grasps it, the match concludes. As the Golden Snitch darted away, Madame Hooch tossed the bludger high into the air, signaling the start of the game. Regulus Black held a rather disdainful view of Quidditch, akin to his earlier remarks made to silent Snape. Quidditch was a barbaric, brutal, and perilous sport, entirely unfitting for noble pursuits. Thus, when Snape invited him, he initially declined. However, under relentless insistence and veiled threats from Snape, Regulus Black acquiesced to accompany him to watch the match, or, rather, to endure the cold wind. Regulus Black understood that Snape's insistence on his presence was primarily to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. It was indeed a burden. Originally, Snape only needed to keep an eye on Quirrell, but now he had to include Regulus, the assistant. The crisp, cool breeze brushed against Regulus Black's face as he scanned the surroundings. Finding many students neglecting warming charms, appearing bundled up like mummies, they seemed oblivious to the fact that the players soaring above them were clad far more lightly. Had they considered the reasons behind this? The students of the four houses displayed varying degrees of attire. Slytherin and Ravenclaw had clearly employed warming charms, with some merely donning a few layers for show. Hufflepuff students were similarly prepared, while Gryffindor students resembled a gaggle of bears, despite their Lionhouse affiliation. At their side was none other than the half-giant Hagrid, creating a veritable den. As the two teams exchanged plays, Regulus Black scoffed inwardly, noting that Gryffindor seemed to be ahead. Then, their captain Wood was struck down by a bludger, a severe blow causing him to lose consciousness. Oh, what an unfortunate boy. Nevertheless, Regulus Black held a certain admiration for this Quidditch captain. I shall check on that lad. One could hardly pass up such an opportunity to use this incident as an excuse to depart. Leaving the professor's seat, Regulus Black did not immediately rush to the injured player. After all, that was Madame Pomfrey's domain, and the reputation of Hogwarts' three formidable witches was no jest. Eye in the sky, Harry Potter experienced the thrill of galloping, as his beloved Nimbus 2000 transformed into a wild steed. Entirely beyond his control, jolting in every direction, reveling in its newfound freedom. The crowd, initially drawn by Wood's exit, soon found their attention captured by Harry's unusual predicament. It was evident that someone was casting curses. Just as many protective spells were being uttered in response, that if one were to find an apt analogy, it would be akin to astronauts attempting to stabilize themselves during a spin. It was not merely the protagonist in the chair, striving for steadiness, but everyone else was too, inadvertently exacerbating the tumult. In truth, even if Quirrell ceased his malevolent incantations, Harry would continue to tumble aided by the goodwill of others. Regulus Black cast a malicious glance at the pitch below. Indeed, the layered protective enchantments rendered the ground akin to granite. May Merlin protect Harry Potter. What on earth is happening? Who can assist Harry Potter? Ron, witnessing his friend in distress, could do little more than fret in vain. Clearly, someone was casting dark spells against Harry. Though Hermione wished to ignore the foolish Ron, she felt compelled to share her findings as a classmate. Handing her binoculars to Ron, she pointed to a certain professor's seat where Snape was intently gazing at the sky, muttering incantations with a look of utmost concern. I see it now. That old bat is cursing Harry Potter. We must take action. Ron looked at Hermione incredulously, as if to say, why are you still here, doing nothing? Hermione longed to draw her wand and cast a spell on Ron, but with Harry in peril above, she had no choice but to tackle the issue herself. Sprinting over, Hermione reached beneath Snape's seat, ready to incinerate the bat-like robes, only to be seized by a pair of arms. Good children ought not to engage in mischief. Releasing the delightful little girl, Regulus Black wagged his finger. Professor Snape is cursing Harry Potter. Hermione had not intended to be discovered. Even her plan to roast the bat was meant to be a quick getaway. Now caught in the act, she had no choice but to voice her observation in hopes that the assistant would assist her. As far as I know, Professor Snape has no reason to harm Harry Potter. Regulus Black remained skeptical of her claim, but I saw Snape casting spells with my own eyes. The little girl Hermione was equally insistent in her disbelief of his judgment. Then let us listen together. Regulus Black waved his wand, casting a spell that produced the opposite effect of deafening silence, invoking keen hearing and sight. The two crouched beneath the professor's seat, where visibility was limited. Even if they could see through, the first sight would be rather unseemly. However, the sound were crystal clear, allowing them to discern who was speaking and what was being said. Indeed, someone was casting dark spells. But it was certainly not Professor Snape, as he was uttering protective charms. Moreover, two others were also casting protective spells, indicating that Hermione had misidentified the target. Who, then, was casting the curses? Hermione could ascertain that she had never heard the voice before and turned to the assistant beside her. Who it is now matters not. Regulus Black withdrew his wand and struck fiercely at the column below, shattering it completely. Instantly, the seats above became unstable, and after a tremor that shook the very ground, everyone was affected. Both Quirrell and Snape found their curses and protective spells abruptly halted. Harry Potter, who had been in a perilous tumble, transitioned into a safer role, only to land on a sturdy protective charm, resulting in a fracture of his left arm. Slytherin captured the golden snitch, concluding the match. This year's Quidditch Cup saw Gryffindor, at the cost of their injured captain and chasers, suffer defeat, with Slytherin emerging victorious. However, it appeared that Professor Snape was far from pleased that it was due to your interference that Harry Potter failed its not as if I cast a curse upon him. Nor was it Professor Snape who did so. You might as well join Slytherin. Faced with the unreasonable outburst of a petulant child, Hermione felt profoundly ostracized, tears threatening to spill as she fought against her emotions. However, perhaps this time, she could seek solace from the assistant professor. He would surely understand her plight. In the hospital wing, several professors were tending to the injured students. Madame Pomfrey administered a large vial of potion to each of the two young lions, her face betraying a joyful and nurturing smile amidst their expressions of pain. Get some rest. By morning, these injuries will heal. After uttering these words, Madame Pomfrey turned her gaze to the other professors, signaling it was time for them to depart. The formidable presence of Hogwarts' three matriarchs even managed to unsettle the venerable Dumbledore, prompting the professors to quickly vacate Madame Pomfrey's domain. Speaking of Hogwarts' three matriarchs, they are none other than Madame Pomfrey of the hospital wing, Madame Pants of the library, and Mrs. Norris, the cat belonging to Argus Filch, the school caretaker. Within the hospital wing, any student daring to defy Madame Pomfrey would undoubtedly experience a harrowing ordeal. As a healer of Hufflepuff descent with a strong ethical compass, she would never resort to actual harm. However, subtle suggestions and potions of variable flavors were more than sufficient to quell any unruly student. Madame Pants, on the other hand, was a different entity altogether. Within the library, she alone held the authority to reprimand any student who dared to make noise, brandishing her feather duster to chase away the few who would challenge her authority. Gryffindor students felt this acutely. Their notions of courage and rebellion were utterly worthless in the face of Madame Pants, perhaps worth no more than the dust that settled upon the tomes. Both bothersome and in need of sweeping away as for Mrs. Norris. During the day, she was merely unremarkable, yet at night, she transformed into a specter, her silent presence compelling countless adventurous students to become unwitting laborers. Any student could be found by Mrs. Norris. Even Harry Potter's invisibility cloak could not shield him from her approach. No one dared to show disrespect towards Mrs. Norris, for her authority did not stem solely from the mute caretaker Filch, but from the entire faculty and headmaster Dumbledore himself. She embodied the very regulations of Hogwarts. As Harry Potter lay quietly recuperating in the hospital wing, Hermione made her way to the 8th floor, knocking on the door of Regulus Black's private chamber. Ordinarily, the room of requirement would not transform into another room once occupied. Thus, when someone resided within, the space for storing items would remain inaccessible. Even when relocating the vanishing cabinet, Regulus Black had to exit his private room before summoning "I need a place to hide something" to store the cabinet within the system and then return to his own quarters. The current occupant of the room of requirement could be discerned by the style of the door, as each new room configuration altered its appearance. Moreover, the room could also be set to determine who could enter, unless the setter had departed Hogwarts or had concealed their private space. However, Regulus Black had not hidden his chamber. Upon opening it, he kept the door exposed. The door resembled a grand mirror, adorned with metallic vine-like decorations at its corners, allowing passers-by to utilize it while also permitting those within to access the outside. However, to enter through the mirror, one had to know the incantation, which was anything but a simple open sesame. Ambanilahong. Hermione clutched a handkerchief, which Regulus Black had casually given her the day the troll appeared, shortly after she exited a stall. Although she could not see him at the time, she had instinctively accepted it, with Hermione's keen intellect. She later became intrigued by the ornate lettering on the handkerchief, and though she did not know the true meaning of Ambanilahong, she felt compelled to experiment with it elsewhere, especially upon confirming that the individual who had come to her aid was indeed Regulus Black, and knowing he resided on the 8th floor behind the mirror door. Hermione recognized the potential of the handkerchief. What Hermione did not realize was that the handkerchief would only function in her possession. Others attempting to use it to wipe the mirror would find it ineffective. After casting the incantation, the mirror shimmered with rippling waves, and with a surge of courage, Hermione stepped inside. The octagonal, nearly circular room was spacious and bright, with a large bed that invited one to roll about on it. Aside from the entrance where the mirror stood, the only other feature was a massive emblem of the Hogwarts crest on the opposite wall. The other 6 walls, partially draped with curtains, concealed numerous books and magical implements. One wall was lined with cabinets filled with potions, and in one corner, various cauldrons were meticulously arranged, some protected by magic and brewing potions of unknown effects. Though pleasantly surprised to gain entry, Hermione felt a deeper sense of disappointment. After all, the person she sought was nowhere to be found, and a peculiar mechanical sound echoed, culminating in a stop behind her, feeling the weight of an unseen gaze. Hermione turned stiffly, facing a puppet clad in a Gothic maid outfit. "Welcome, Miss Granger. How may I assist you?" The puppet, displaying a cold, emotionless demeanor, recited the standard greeting without a hint of warmth. I came to find the assistant professor. If he isn't here, I'll just take my leave." Hermione attempted to sidestep the puppet to escape, only to be halted by its outstretched hand, fingers gleaming like blades that Mr. Black has instructed that if Miss Granger visits. "Please wait a moment." The puppet gestured for Hermione to approach a set of tea tables, indicating she could choose any seat she liked. Only then did Hermione notice that not a single chair or table was alike. Although they were scattered around a central table, there was no sense of chaos, only a relaxed comfort that emanated from their arrangement, selecting a sofa that was just the right height and size. Hermione sank into it, enveloped in a cocoon-like embrace, a wave of security washing over her. Given that Regulus Black had intervened during the troll incident on Halloween, Hermione had not developed camaraderie with the other two, and thus remained oblivious to the events concerning the Philosopher's Stone. She also held no suspicions regarding Snape. However, this did not deter the boys' animosity towards the Slytherin head, especially after their defeat in the Quidditch match, just as football in England had its thugs. Quidditch was not immune to such elements. Ron, a fervent Quidditch enthusiast with 2 brothers as beaters, aspired to become a player himself, and was naturally hostile toward Hermione's leanings towards Snape. "Miss Granger, do you know what lies beyond this world? I am assembled here by my master and have never left this room. Therefore, I would be immensely grateful if you could share some tales from the outside." The voice of Zero diverted Hermione's attention, rousing the drowsy little girl from her slumber. The diligent Hermione immediately switched to her mentorship mode, beginning to confide in Zero about all that she had learned since the beginning of the school year. Like a torrent, Hermione poured forth her knowledge, sharing tales of the differences between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, as well as the astonishing discovery of a 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor on the 3rd floor. Zero proved to be the most attentive listener and the most adept conversational partner, responding with affirmations, inquiries, and challenges to Hermione's key points. This dynamic transformed Hermione into quite the chatterbox, leading her to feel that Zero was her best friend. Their synergy was simply unparalleled. From the moment Hermione entered her private chamber, Regulus Black was already aware of her presence, though he could not return just yet, following the little girl's departure from the Quidditch pitch. He had ventured to a place known as Sleepy Hollow, a time traveler. Regulus Black possessed a broader perspective than the characters within the narrative, refusing to confine himself to a mere circle. Upon arriving in this world characterized by wizardry, he was convinced there existed other tales of wizards, whether in fairy tales, historical myths, or even contemporaneous narratives. Thus, Regulus Black racked his brain, particularly recalling films featuring wizards. The Harry Potter series, though initially a collection of books, gained fame largely due to its cinematic adaptations. Similarly, if a film about wizards bore a backdrop that seemed ambiguous or reminiscent of his own time, it was plausible that it could indeed exist. However, the challenge lay in finding concrete examples to validate this hypothesis. Fortunately, Regulus Black had influential connections that he vividly remembered the Auror who had captured him, especially given that he often frequented the Ministry of Magic thereafter for matters concerning his family's legacy, forging a close rapport with the Auror team leader, Judy Fox. First, he pondered a serious question. Does one require a reason to pursue romantic interests? Regulus Black discovered the perfect justification, one that would also showcase his identity and wealth. Thus, not long after, a figure with champagne blonde, cascading hair, and an alluring physique found herself perched atop Regulus Black. Twisting in delight, prompting him to affirm that having connections indeed made life easier. Among the tales involving wizards and magic, one story unfolded in a remote English town aptly named Sleepy Hollow. It was peculiar for a town to bear such an ominous name, reflecting the bizarre mindset often found in Western horror narratives. Yet, once the reality of the situation was substituted in, Regulus Black understood the reasoning behind it. The entire town exuded a gothic aura of darkness, despair, absurdity, and deathly magic, amplifying these attributes to their zenith. It could be said that the townsfolk lived in a hellish existence. However, humanity is a remarkably resilient species, capable of surviving in even the most adverse conditions as long as they can procure the necessities of life. Sleepy Hollow was steeped in folklore surrounding the Headless Horseman. Legend had it that he was a bloodthirsty mercenary from the Black Forest, whose head had been severed by his foes. His restless spirit roamed Sleepy Hollow, and on moonless, stormy nights he would ride forth, wielding a great sword to claim the heads of unsuspecting travelers. Regulus Black once again distanced himself from Hogwarts, and with the aid of his connections within the Ministry of Magic, he accessed the Flynn network, arriving at Sleepy Hollow in the swiftest manner possible. Upon reaching the town's church, Regulus Black stepped into the fireplace amidst a plume of smoke. "Good morning, Father. Might I trouble you for a favor?" he inquired as he used scourgified to dust off the remnants of ash from his attire, addressing the astonished priest. How did you come here? Who are you?" Although the priest was neither a wizard nor a member of the church's witch-hunting sect, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding wizards. That moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. It was no exaggeration to say that the manifestation of legend stirred something profound in most. "Obliviate!" Regulus Black waved his wand, erasing the priest's recent memories. The priest felt a haze cloud his mind, as if he had just forgotten something significant, yet he quickly reminded himself to focus on his visitor. "Good morning, Father. Might I trouble you for a favor?" Regulus Black greeted him once more, observing the priest's demeanor, which indicated that the magic had been effective. The magic flowing through this town could endow some sensitive individuals with abilities akin to those of wizards, meaning that gifted muggles might acquire wizardly powers here, at least in this peculiar locale. This phenomenon represented a form of unconventional wizardry. While these individuals might not have the potential to become full-fledged wizards, being born in this place, coupled with their constitution being closer to that of a wizard than the average muggle, meant that once certain magical rituals were imparted to them, they could become specialized practitioners of magic. Here in Sleepy Hollow, it was likely that the lore of the Headless Horseman encompassed the crafting of such magic. Due to his personal interests, Regulus Black was particularly attentive to this type of dark magic, for it was only through such arts that he could attain perfection, rather than being easily extinguished like a common specter. "Good day, sir. What brings you here?" The priest, taken aback by Regulus's noble bearing, adopted a tone of utmost courtesy. "I wish to locate the town sheriff and the mayor. Could you kindly inform me where I might find them?" To understand a place, it is best to gather insights from its highest-ranking officials, as they possess the most comprehensive knowledge and the most esteemed positions. Unlike the local thugs, who might be equally well-informed yet lack the decorum befitting Regulus Black's stature, it was far preferable to engage with local authorities. Naturally, the priest was among the highest-ranking individuals in the area. With the priest accompanying him, they traversed the modestly sized town, which nonetheless encompassed the entire valley in terms of administrative divisions. The periphery was lined with marshy wetlands and desolate woods, appearing lifeless and sparse in terms of residents, as the only arable land was exceedingly limited in a capitalist society. Even such barren land could still harbor the presence of wealth. And the town's mayor was one such affluent individual. Upon locating the mayor and the sheriff, the priest, Regulus Black, and their small entourage arrived at the mayor's residence. Like men of stature, the four began to share drinks, creating a congenial atmosphere. It was important to note that while these three held authority in the area, residing in such a dismal locale was far from comfortable. Had it not been for their reluctance to relinquish the little power and wealth they possessed, they would have long sought a means of escape. As the four engaged in spirited conversation, they played bridge late into the night, with Regulus Black ultimately staying at the mayor's home. The morning streets still bore a hint of dampness, the cool stones beneath his feet sending a refreshing jolt through him, banishing any lingering drowsiness from his mind. The soft morning sunlight bathed the streets in a gentle glow, neither harsh nor blinding, casting a captivating scene reminiscent of an oil painting. What a splendid morning it was! The trio of the highest leaders in the small town, who had spent the entire night engaged in a game of bridge, now sat in a daze, lined up in AROWTO, the outside observer. Whether they were passing residents or the mayor's family, it seemed as though these four had played through the night without pause. However, the truth was that Regulus Black had cast a curse on the mayor's household right from the start. A soul extraction spell allowed him to manipulate these muggles at will, and coupled with the legitimacy charm, there was nothing Regulus Black was unaware of. Even the seemingly trivial matters had been laid bare. Fortunately, after a night of analysis, Regulus Black discovered that the town still harbored the legacy of the Headless Horseman. Near the cemetery in the Vale of Heads resided a woman who worked as a cook in the mayor's household. She had a pair of 10-year-old daughters, Kalina Cook and Katerina Cook, each possessing strikingly distinct eyes, one silver gray and the other a delicate lilac. No one dared to wander near the cemetery, for its aura was too unsettling for ordinary folk. Yet, these two golden-haired little girls energetically frequented that area, resulting in their lack of friends. Traversing through the entire town, Regulus Black finally arrived at the depths of the valley, close to the cemetery. "Show me the way," he thought, as the spell he invoked would provide a certain direction towards the individuals and objects he sought. As the tip of his wand emitted a bright glow, he walked a little further until he finally laid eyes on the two uniquely eyed little girls. "Who are you?" one of them asked, her expression a blend of innocence and curiosity, while the other tightened her grip on a hatchet, displaying a hint of vigilance. The sisters bore identical appearances. The only distinguishing feature was their differently colored eyes. Observing their contrasting reactions, Regulus Black felt a surge of amusement. There was always one twin who appeared more mature than the other. "I am Duke Black, newly arrived here, and the entire Vale of Heads is now my domain." "Which of you, Miss Cook, is Kalina, and who is Katerina?" Although Regulus Black's demeanor exuded an air of coldness, the prevailing indifference in the Vale made his amiability all the more significant. "I am Katerina, and this is my sister Kalina." The innocent girl indicated her silver-eyed sister, who remained apprehensive, still gripping the hatchet. I have another identity. I am a powerful wizard." Regulus Black deliberately revealed his identity, eliciting surprise from the two girls, which soon transformed into an uncontainable joy. Clearly, this was the right approach. In a bid to further gain their trust, Regulus Black drew his wand and lightly tapped it against their garments. "Clean and renewed," he declared, instantly transforming their soiled, tattered dresses into pristine, neat attire. As magic truly exists. The Cook sisters had never genuinely experienced the effects of magic, and today they were utterly enchanted. "Actually, we can perform magic too," Katerina shyly confessed, brandishing the hatchet as she revealed her greatest secret. Realizing the impolite nature of her admission, Kalina sheepishly discarded the hatchet and proudly asserted that her words were true. "Since my arrival here, I have only heard tales of your unique eye colors. I never imagined you would indeed be extraordinary witches." Regulus Black refrained from directly inquiring about their magical abilities, opting instead to continue praising them. "In fact, we can summon the Headless Horseman," Katerina added timidly, her earlier confidence waning. Observing her uncertainty, Regulus Black scrutinized the differing attitudes of the sisters. "The truth is, we need a freshly deceased body, which is why we have yet to attempt it. We are unsure if we can even succeed." Katerina shyly clarified for her assertive sister Kalina that "Aren't you afraid of the Headless Horseman?" How intriguing! Regulus Black's curiosity was piqued. How had these little girls inherited such magical legacies? Noting their physical forms, he surmised that although they were reasonably fit, they lacked innate magical power. This implied that their magic stemmed from the Vale itself, marking them as wild witches unable to leave the area. It was unclear who had left behind the legacy of the Headless Horseman, allowing children born here to absorb magical energy and learn the rituals for summoning the Headless Horseman. But we are not afraid. From a moment we began to remember, we knew we were different from other children. Memories of the Headless Horseman have always been with us. It is impossible to forget. Then, would you dare to kill? Regulus Black probed further, seeking to discern whether this legacy influenced their moral compass. Never tried, don't know. Never considered it, don't know. So it's not that you lack courage, but rather you have simply never attempted it. If you did wish to try, then the legends of the Veil would surely be reignited. Follow me, then. I need to speak with your mother. Regulus Black had yet to formulate a plan for this predicament. Although he had sought out witches beyond the traditional wizarding world, his discoveries were somewhat disappointing. It wasn't that the girls lacked talent, but rather that such talent bore significant limitations, offering little assistance to him. Unless he could drastically alter this talent, in a fantasy setting, how might a wizard persuade two little girls to accompany him without coercion? Surely, he would not say, "Come, let Uncle show you a treasure." That would be utterly implausible. He must eliminate any discordant elements. During the feudal system's heyday, the kind of fantastical medieval setting we often envision, a significant portion of the land cultivation was entrusted to serfs. Though not slaves, most of their personal rights were bound to their lords, who could buy or gift them at will. An inappropriate analogy might liken it to the familial dynamics often depicted in domestic dramas, where one could dictate whom to marry or declare life and death. The daughters of serfs and tenant farmers could be directly offered to wizards, and neither party would likely oppose such arrangements. Free farmers would be unlikely to resist their lord's will, especially when faced with a wizard. Moreover, the notion of a poor girl ascending to greatness through beauty, a common aspiration across cultures and ages, was not a sentiment confined solely to female-centric narratives. With a flick of his wand, Regulus Black neatly bundled the firewood carried by the two little girls, allowing it to float behind him. During this process, the simple spells he employed sparked a glimmer of yearning in the girls' eyes. Upon reaching a house not far from the cemetery, the little girls set the floating wood aside and cheerfully opened the door for their guest. "Katerina, Kalina, have you returned?" The woman, busy in the kitchen preparing semi-finished ingredients, had been informed that an important guest had arrived at the mayor's residence, prompting her to elevate the quality of the meals for the coming days. Mom! Mom! Katerina and Kalina rushed into their mother's embrace, their joy palpable. "Good morning, Mrs. Cook. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duke Black, and I happened upon your daughters upon my arrival." Regulus Black exhibited impeccable noble etiquette and demeanor, yet garnered even more hostility from the woman. "We live at the far end of the town. How is it that you chanced upon my daughters?" The girl's mother drew them protectively behind her, adopting a stance akin to a hen shielding her chicks. "I must continue to the mayor's residence. The sheriff and the priest are waiting for me there, so I shan't intrude further. Farewell." Given the young lady's antagonistic demeanor, Regulus Black chose to withdraw without further explanation. As he observed the mother ushering him away, the two little girls appeared bewildered. After all, he was a wizard, a genuine wizard. "Mom, that Duke Black is a wizard, just like us." Catherine grasped Mrs. Cook's apron and anxiously exclaimed, "He must be a fraud. There are no such things as wizards in this world. From now on, do not engage with him again, understand?" Mrs. Cook spoke to her two daughters in a tone that was almost menacing, thoroughly terrifying them. "Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sheriff, and Reverend." Upon returning to the mayoress' residence, the three gentlemen were partaking in their morning tea. The all-night bridge game had indeed drained their energy, leaving them somewhat listless. "Good morning, Your Grace, Duke Black, that we beg your pardon for our rudeness. Staying up all night playing bridge has proven rather exhausting." Regulus Black was acutely aware of their condition. Those he had subjected to his soul siphon and memory extraction spells for an entire night could hardly be expected to be in high spirits. They were not like him, a corpse animated by dark magic, with maximum endurance, strength, vitality, and magical ability. There is no need for apologies. I am the youngest among us, and it was my oversight not to consider your well-being. Rest assured, I shall refrain from all-night engagements in the future. In truth, I am quite pleased to play bridge with your grace." After downing a hearty cup of coffee, the mayor, feeling somewhat revitalized, hastily asserted, "For your grace's enjoyment, this minor fatigue is nothing at all." "Indeed, indeed." The sheriff and the reverend nodded in agreement. In Regulus Black's eyes, the effects of the memory manipulation were remarkable. Earlier, we mentioned the pair of young girls, Catherine Cook and Corinna Cook. I have just visited them, and I find them quite appealing. Upon hearing this, the three leaders of the town exchange suggestive smiles. Many matters need not be addressed personally. Once Regulus Black revealed to the townsfolk that he was Duke Black and that the Headless Valley had become his domain, it was only natural that those he desired, such as the two little girls, would be presented to him by eager townspeople. If it is convenient, I would like to ride around the nearby area. After all, familiarizing myself with my territory is quite necessary. Regulus Black's request to borrow a horse for a leisurely exploration was met with no objections. The mayor graciously lent his finest steed to the Duke for his use. Mounted upon the horse, Regulus Black began to wander aimlessly, while the mayor immediately took the sheriff and the reverend to persuade the cook. Believing that if the Duke favored her, even as a mere maid, it would be a monumental opportunity. Should they succeed in this endeavor, it would certainly leave a favorable impression. Regulus Black silently observed his panoramic map system, which rendered the entire Headless Valley increasingly vivid with his every movement. The entire valley, apart from a single road connecting it to the outside world, was unsuitable for road construction, being characterized by sheer cliffs, treacherous rivers, and chaotic rocky outcrops, or vast expanses of peculiar forests. The flora of the valley continued to thrive, albeit with an air of decay. The pale, withered branches bore no leaves, and various growths resembling nodules emerged, some even oozing pus and emitting a nauseating odor. Thus, certain cultivable plots appeared particularly precious, being among the few areas untouched by magical corruption. After surveying the entirety of the valley's environment, Regulus Black arrived before a tree that was an ancient juniper, still growing despite having fallen. Even in daylight, its branches radiated a ghastly pallor, transforming into a color reminiscent of bleached bones under moonlight. The trunk was fissured, revealing a dark red wood within. He had come here because it was the very origin of the Headless Valley. The cracks in the trunk were, in fact, fissures connecting to the underworld, from which infernal magic seeped into the valley. However, the quantity of magic was so minimal that it had gone unnoticed by the wizarding community, or perhaps it had been noticed but disregarded. The surrounding trees were simultaneously affected and distorted. Within 100 meters of this tree, the trees facing the center bore grotesque, ghastly patterns, as if twisted faces were silently screaming in torment. What a veritable treasure trove of geomancy! So many magical plants and alchemical materials, yet they have remained undeveloped. What a waste! Regulus Black inhaled deeply. For one whose essence was that of a corpse, to describe this magic as a tonic would be an understatement. However, he could not allow this underworld fissure to expand unchecked. It was essential to both utilize and restrict its proliferation. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves echoed. In the dim sky, a headless knight clad in black armor appeared, evidently approaching Regulus Black. In mere moments, the knight covered the distance, brandishing an axe and a sword, charging towards Regulus Black with lethal intent. "Freeze!" Regulus Black commanded, casting a leglock curse on the horse. The sudden stop caused the headless knight to fly over the horse's head, crashing heavily to the ground. Were an ordinary person to fall in such a manner, they would surely break several bones. Yet, true to its nature as an undead being, the headless knight stood up as if nothing had happened and turned to continue its assault. Petrify! Regulus Black invoked a petrification spell, momentarily halting the knight's movements. However, the headless knight, a seasoned killing machine, deftly released the axe and sword just before the spell could take effect. Obstacles abound. Stepping back, the magic caused the weapons to collide with an invisible barrier, clattering to the ground. It appears I have touched upon the essence of this situation. I must have crossed a certain threshold. Observing the fallen headless knight, Regulus Black pondered many questions. Aside from the two little girls, it seemed there were other inheritors within the Headless Valley. Upon reflection, it made sense. As a predetermined inheritance, anyone who met the established criteria should be eligible to receive it. Ensuring the designer's original intent was not squandered, it seemed that ordinary women born in this area, once sufficiently exposed to magical influence, could receive this sole inheritance. What a convenient inheritance indeed. Let me test it further and dance with my minions. With a wave of his hand, Regulus Black summoned 7 skeletal soldiers from his repertoire of skills. the dual-axe skeleton, the staff skeleton, the chain skeleton, the side skeleton, the spear skeleton, the long staff skeleton, and the claw skeleton. These are the 7 skeletal soldiers representing various classes: barbarian, paladin, druid, necromancer, Amazon, mage, and assassin. As the Headless Knight was beset by these class-specific skeletal warriors, the scene became quite awkward, for any single skeleton could engage the knight in a vibrant battle. As long as the skeletons exercised caution not to be shattered, they could persist indefinitely. Given that both parties were undead, neither could be killed. To eliminate the opponent, one would have to locate and extinguish the source. If the adversary consisted solely of this one Headless Knight, then they would have no choice but to await Regulus Black as counterattack. Mounting the borrowed horse, Regulus Black began his return to the mayor's abode, while the Headless Knight desperately attempted to break free from the encirclement, only to be firmly detained by the skeletal soldiers. As Regulus Black departed, the two sides continued their struggle, entangled in a chaotic melee. The mayor remarked, "Mrs. Cook, your daughter's being favored by the Duke is indeed a stroke of luck." The sheriff added, Yes, such an opportunity is rare, and many would seek it in vain. Why do you not consider it more carefully?" The Reverend chimed in, "Duke Black is clearly a good man. Mrs. Cook, you must believe this is divine will. Get out. I will not allow my daughters to leave with anyone." Mrs. Cook, after enduring a prolonged period of persuasion, finally erupted. Since encountering Regulus Black, she had been besieged at home by the town as 3 leaders. Though she initially managed to lock them out, they had spent over an hour on the other side of the door, showing no signs of relinquishing their efforts. It seemed that Duke Black's brainwashing was indeed effective. After more than an hour of relentless persuasion, the 3 were parched and exhausted. Yet their task remained unfulfilled, leaving them feeling worn both physically and mentally. This woman was far too stubborn, too rigid, and utterly unreasonable. Why did Duke Black choose her daughters? Why not my own? Oh wait, I don't have any daughters. This complicates matters, Mom. Why can't we follow Duke Black? As the elder sister, Kyrena Cook naturally harbored the intention to protect her younger sibling and safeguard her family. She understood, even at the tender age of 10, that following a noble patron would grant her the corresponding protection. However, her mother's unwavering opposition left her perplexed. Compared to her innocent sister, these matters were ones she needed to inquire about. Mother seemed to be missing father. Each time she felt sorrow, she would embrace the skull of her deceased husband. Katrin Cook reached out to touch the skull cradled in Mrs. Cook's arms, the only remnant left by their father, who had perished shortly after the sister's birth due to an unfortunate accident. After encountering several hardships at home, it was only through her prayers with the skull that their mother managed to help the family weather the storms. It was also because of this skull that the sisters inadvertently awakened the soul heritage of the Headless Horseman. "Mrs. Cook, I believe we have matters that require private discussion," came the calm voice of Regulus Black from outside the door, sending Mrs. Cook into a state of panic. Meanwhile, elsewhere, skeletal warriors were relentlessly dismembering the Headless Horseman, continuously segmenting and shredding him, regardless of his attempts to heal. Upon first laying eyes on the Headless Horseman, Regulus Black had already begun to harbor suspicions about the little girl's mother. After all, the legacy of a wizard is a continuation of bloodline, a deeply ingrained belief. Although he viewed her as an unorthodox sorceress, it was most plausible that the parents had passed their gifts to their offspring. Casting a glance at the surroundings, Regulus noted that aside from the 3 town leaders he had come to persuade, this remote house had no passers-by. Alohomora. Long before he had subtly influenced the thoughts of the 3 town leaders to ignore magical occurrences, it had been implied that they would automatically overlook any magic they witnessed. The only side effect being that the muggle-repelling charm would no longer affect them. The door swung open to reveal a pitiable woman with her 2 daughters, while a figure clad in black entered. A most misconstrued scene of introduction. "Mrs. Cook, clearly you thought I would not seek you out again." Regulus Black observed the terror etched across her face and was thoroughly convinced that it was indeed Mrs. Cook who commanded the Headless Horseman. No one could evade the onslaught of the Headless Horseman. Mrs. Cook trembled as she spoke, her words essentially admitting her control over the Headless Horseman's attacks on Duke Black. "Evidently, you have forgotten that I am a true wizard. While you possess your Headless Horseman, I too have my own puppets." Regulus Black stepped closer, taking in her still alluring visage, momentarily abandoning his intention to pursue the matter further, that if you lack other means, it appears you will be unable to thwart me. However, it is evident that you harbor some misconceptions about my intentions. I do not seek to take your children from you, but rather, under my tutelage as a legitimate sorcerer, they will undoubtedly flourish. Precisely because you are a true wizard, I cannot permit you to take them. They are not as gifted as you presume. Mrs. Cook began to belittle her daughters, prompting indignant expressions from the little girls behind her. Oh, are you suggesting that they will lose their inherited powers once they leave the Headless Valley, or that they possess no magic to begin with? The two queries posed by Regulus Black struck at the very heart of Mrs. Cook's fears that, if this Duke Black was indeed a genuine wizard, would he not take out his ire on her children upon discovering such concerns, rather than risk their lives in the future due to his resentment? It would be wiser to refuse from the onset, whether through a direct denial or by eliminating Duke Black. Both would suffice to resolve the matter. How she wished that Duke Black were merely a charlatan. Then the Headless Horseman would surely succeed. Yes, if you ascertain that they lack the talents you envision, I implore you, do not take them away from me. As Mrs. Cook spoke, she sank to the ground in tears. I shall not take them, Regulus Black replied, but in name, they must belong to me. Since this is my territory, I shall construct a manor for long-term residents. They may reside there, overseeing the estate on my behalf. Regulus Black assisted Mrs. Cook to her feet, waving his wand to cast her different apuro, restoring her attire. Gently lifting her chin, he scrutinized her features. In her youth, Mrs. Cook had been quite the beauty, yet years of toil in her 30s had diminished her allure significantly. There exists a potion that can restore one's youth, albeit at a steep price. If you are concerned for your daughters, why not work for me together? Regulus Black's proposition caused Mrs. Cook's cheeks to flush. Duke Black had not only taken an interest in her daughters, but also in her. How exhilarating! Had he not mentioned the youth-restoring potion, she would have simply regarded it as servitude. But why invoke such a potion? The notion of rejuvenation inevitably stirred her imagination. I require the construction of a manor here. You need not concern yourselves with the specific designs or constructions. In a few days, I shall return. All you need to prepare are blank land deeds. Regulus Black was aware that Mrs. Cook had misinterpreted his words, but there was no need for clarification as he turned to leave her abode. He then instructed the 3 town leaders awaiting outside regarding subsequent matters. After all, it was nearing midday, and there were classes at Hogwarts in the afternoon. Farewell, gentlemen, and Mrs. Cook. With that, Regulus Black bid adieu to those present and vanished from the Headless Valley using apparition. Mother, I told you Duke Black is a real wizard. He wouldn't deceive us. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the dark figure, the 2 little girls began to flaunt their insights. The 3 town leaders appeared to be entirely oblivious to the scene, seemingly unaware of the skull cradled in Mrs. Cook's arms. Mrs. Cook, Duke Black has departed. Thus, beginning tomorrow, the menu shall revert to its original state. As for today, as prepared dishes, we shall adhere to the menu in celebration of Duke Black's impending residency in the Headless Valley. After all, he was none other than the illustrious Duke Black. To be neighbors with such a figure was indeed a matter of great honor. Mrs. Cook, astonished, failed to discern any abnormalities in the 3 town leaders, and the skull she held was likewise overlooked. Cradling the skull, Mrs. Cook sought to commune with her Headless Horseman, while the skeletal warriors had vanished along with Duke Black at that moment. The Headless Horseman stood forlornly in place. Return, go back to your hell, my beloved. Mrs. Cook felt that she would not need to summon the Headless Horseman again. Duke Black, a genuine wizard, could serve as protection for both herself and her daughters, requiring perhaps only her physical presence in return. Regulus Black arrived back at Hogwarts before noon. Upon entering his exclusive request room, he was met with the sight of a small figure soundly asleep. Hermione had never anticipated that one day she would confide in a magical puppet, speaking uninterrupted throughout the night, leading to a disarray of her sleep cycle. As the finest listener and the best puppet maid, Zero had not reminded Hermione of the time. Instead, she had continually guided the conversation, offering an array of delectable snacks and coffee, which kept Hermione animated and chatty. Yet, as a child, fatigue would inevitably set in. Despite her protests of not wanting to sleep, exhaustion would eventually claim her. Without anyone to alert her, Hermione slumbered deeply, while Zero merely kept watch, resulting in Hermione being late. Oh my heavens! I'm late. I've missed the entirety of the morning's lessons. Upon waking, Hermione felt on the brink of a breakdown. For a top student, such behavior was unforgivable. Missing class was simply unimaginable, especially for a diligent scholar like Hermione. Calm down. Calm down. Regulus Black sipped his coffee slowly, observing Hermione as she began to tug at her hair in distress. How can you expect me to calm down? I overindulged in coffee yesterday and ended up chatting with your puppet until dawn. I had intended to return, but then I fell asleep. Who would believe such a tale if I told it to the professors? The petite girl rarely raised her voice, almost ready to accuse Regulus Black of orchestrating this entire affair. Naturally, if Regulus Black were willing to shoulder the blame, the girl would be free from any repercussions. Allow me to ponder. If you agree to heed my words from this moment forth, I shall assist you in resolving this dilemma. After careful consideration, Regulus Black had discerned the most prudent course of action. What conditions do you require me to fulfill? Hermione, her face streaked with tears, choked back sobs as she regarded the assistant professor as her last glimmer of hope. You must not leave this room before my return. If you can manage that, then all will be well. Regulus Black comforted Hermione before rising to depart. It was time for the petite girl to be transferred. He approached the professor's table, quietly savoring his lunch. This time, he did not sit beside Snape, but rather next to Professor Flitwick, an action that drew Snape's attention, indicating that Regulus Black had matters to discuss with Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, there is a matter on which I seek your counsel. After finishing his meal with grace and wiping his mouth elegantly, Regulus Black began to engage in conversation with Flitwick over a glass of wine. What is it that you wish to discuss, Black? Professor Flitwick, having finished his own meal, raised his glass and responded with a smile. When summoned by Dumbledore to teach the charms class, Professor Flitwick had initially declined due to his stature and heritage. However, once he assumed the role of professor, he found great joy in it. Thus, he placed considerable value on the well-being of his students. It must be said that all the heads of the four houses deeply care for their students, albeit in unique ways, as exemplified by Professor Snape's distinctive expression of affection. There exists a particularly studious student whose thirst for knowledge is rare among those I have encountered. Presently, she is already engaging with material beyond her years, and in the future, she will undoubtedly choose to pursue all subjects that I believe she is far better suited to Ravenclaw. Although he did not mention her name directly, Flitwick was fully aware of whom Regulus Black referred to. Among all the first-year students at Hogwarts, only Hermione Granger from Gryffindor fit this description, and she had the most compelling reason to transfer. Gryffindor was hardly an ideal environment for scholarly pursuits. And the diligent Hermione indeed belonged to Ravenclaw, I am not entirely certain. It seems there has been no precedent for such a transfer at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, I personally welcome studious students to join. Professor Flitwick did not outright reject the idea, but instead chuckled lightly. Due to the constraints of the movie's narrative, Hogwarts had no clear guidelines regarding inter-house transfers. Then I shall take that as your agreement. I will speak to Dumbledore on the matter. Regulus Black raised his glass in gratitude for Professor Flitwick's understanding. While in the hall, Hermione was making her way towards the Gryffindor table, lifting her cup in a distant salute to Regulus Black. Her smile enchanting. Regulus Black reiterated the same sentiments to Dumbledore, and after much deliberation, the old man finally nodded in acquiescence. Ravenclaw is a remarkable house. Known for its unity among its members, IT may not be the most prominent, overshadowed by the bold presence of Gryffindor. Nor is it the most inconspicuous, as Hufflepuff often languishes at the bottom. At IT is also not the purest, given that Slytherin boasts the highest proportion of pure-blood aristocrats. Rather, it simply achieves the best overall academic performance, not through a select few high achievers, but through the collective accomplishments of all its members. This is what defines Ravenclaw as an institution that measures everything by knowledge. Once Hermione's transfer was confirmed, Regulus Black retrieved an item from Professor Flitwick. A time-turner, A.S. Hermione, ever eager to learn, chose to undertake all elective subjects, some of which had conflicting schedules. She became the only Gryffindor student to possess this magical item. Given the uniqueness of this artifact, should it fall into the hands of Gryffindor students, they might hasten the world's destruction before Voldemort could take action. Yet Hermione was the sole Gryffindor to possess it. In the future, this item would also be acquired by Harry Potter's offspring, who, after much tumult through the sands of time, would ultimately become too frightened to utilize it again as a butterfly effect. A careless use could alter the very fabric of reality, resulting in the disappearance of certain individuals who ought to exist. Only in the hands of Ravenclaw could the Time Turner function as intended, serving as a tool to enhance the learning experience of the young Eagles. Regarding the usage of this magical artifact, I believe you should heed Professor Flitwick's and your classmates' advice upon joining Ravenclaw. Regulus Black placed the Time Turner around Hermione's neck. The golden chain was sufficiently long to encircle both of them. Two metal rings enclosed a circular metal plate, which housed a diminutive hourglass. Turning the innermost layer signified the passage of 1 hour, while a complete rotation of the outer ring denoted a day. The golden chain now entwining Regulus Black and Hermione brought their faces almost cheek to cheek, causing the petite girl to flush a deep crimson. Turning the outer ring once represented 12 hours, and suddenly the surroundings began to shift dramatically. Let me tell you, Ron is such a jerk. I merely tried to kindly inform him on how to properly pronounce the levitation charm, and he had the audacity to criticize me in that tone. Boo-hoo. Once Regulus Black and Hermione came to a standstill, they found themselves in the room of requirement 12 hours earlier. The previous Hermione was there, lamenting to zero, once again engulfed in despair, which rendered the present Hermione exceedingly awkward. Had it not been for Mr. Black's consolation and his rescue from the troll, I shudder to think of what misfortune might have befallen me. Upon hearing this, Hermione eagerly tugged at Regulus Black, urging him to vacate the room, for even if she were to express her feelings for him, she did not wish for the original subject to overhear. Like how the assistant professor is the best, how he is so handsome, and a multitude of other praises, too numerous to count. Yes, long as their eyes did not meet directly, would those memories not be retained? Just as they exited the room of requirement, Hermione realized that her recent encounter with the assistant professor had not appeared in her previous memories, yet it felt oddly familiar, as if she recalled the presence of someone in the room. Indeed, as long as direct eye contact is avoided, it is permissible to use it even while lying in BT that moment. Regulus Black was accompanying Hermione as they strolled back to the Gryffindor dormitory. Although one could directly access the common rooms of all houses from one's own private chamber, given that another Hermione was currently present, he opted to walk the other Hermione back. For instance, if class starts at 7, and you awaken to find it is already 8 o'clock, yet you have not had enough rest, you would have two choices. Wiggling his fingers, Regulus Black continued. One option is to estimate how many more hours of sleep you require, and then adjust time accordingly, resulting in two versions of you. One who just woke up, feeling groggy while adjusting the time, and the other who returned to sleep for several hours, waking up refreshed and on time. While the version of you who did not oversleep remains peacefully slumbering. The other choice is to continue sleeping without estimating the time until you feel rested, then adjust the time to arrive at the designated waking hour, thereby bypassing the need for estimation. Even if they walked slowly, they would eventually reach their destination, and the two arrived at the portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor. How can I express my gratitude to you? Hermione, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. It was important to note that the matter of her transfer would have been utterly impossible without Regulus Black's intervention. Perhaps you could consider marrying me when you grow up, Regulus Black said half-jokingly, for who could predict what the future held? After all, he had planted a seed in the petite girl's heart. I shall think about it, Hermione replied softly, her cheeks aflame. How many times had she blushed today? She could not say for certain. Remember, do not engage with Professor Flitwick or Ravenclaw prior to lunch. And during lunch, be sure to raise your glass to me. Yes, sir, I shall remember that, for until noon, none of this has yet transpired. Hermione earnestly assured that if she were to engage in any inappropriate activities before lunch, then history would inevitably be altered. As everything was proceeding smoothly thus far, she was naturally inclined to comply obediently. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, and the early rising Gryffindor students were taken aback to find that someone was already outside. Harry Potter, Harry Potter. Ron rushed into the hall in a flurry, disregarding his classmates who were quietly enjoying their breakfast, and hurried over. What's the matter? Why the urgency? Harry Potter was not fond of such attention. In fact, he disliked fame, and Ron's loud antics only served to embarrass him. Haha, I made an astonishing discovery. You saw Professor Snape was injured, right? Ron gestured for Harry to look in Snape's direction that I did see. He walks like a cripple. Harry, for reasons unknown, felt a strange sense of joy upon witnessing Snape's injury. Mind your words, Harry. After all, he is your professor too. Hermione interjected, pointing out the boy's indiscretion rather untimely. Oh, come on. Some even call him Old Bat. Many people dislike him. What I mean to say is, Snape has a smell of drool about him, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Harry looked at Ron oddly after hearing this. Drool? How on earth did you smell that? Did you lean over Professor Snape? That's disgusting, Hermione said, her face contorted in distaste, as if Ron had committed some unspeakable act. Why are you all staring at me? It's the smell of Cerberus drool. We've encountered it before. You should remember, Ron asserted, to which both Hermione and Harry nodded in understanding that it was indeed the three of them who had inadvertently stumbled into that room to evade the Lady of the Lake. Hermione reminisced fondly about their friendship back then, but the immature little girl, after observing the expressions on the two boys' faces, concluded that they would not care about the loss of that camaraderie. She had initially intended to remind them, but decided against it upon reflection. The magnificent creature, the three-headed dog, was referred to as Fluffy by Hagrid, the half-giant, a fact that even Regulus Black would find worthy of critique. Even if one possessed the strength to raise a tiger as a cat, one ought not to simply refer to a tiger as a kitty. The two boys continued to ponder what such a ferocious magical creature would guard, something of great value to Dumbledore. Something that could potentially be stolen, something Hagrid had taken from Dumbledore's vault. Meanwhile, Hermione had already made up her mind to transfer to Ravenclaw, or rather, she had already transitioned to Ravenclaw. Thus, she deemed it prudent to avoid any matters that could alter history, aside from interactions with Professor Flitwick and Ravenclaw, and consequently resolved not to involve herself in the affairs of the two boys. The crux of the matter was that Hermione's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Mr. Regulus Black, who had been quite concerned about her transfer. Furthermore, what if that seemingly joking remark became a reality? Such thoughts consumed her. Feeling a little infatuated, Hermione hastily patted her face to awaken herself, simultaneously concealing her blush. The ability to manipulate souls could enhance the various magical resistance attributes of puppets or simply exert control over a specific soul. Although no direct harm was inflicted upon Hermione, a weakened and simplified spell had already been cast upon the time-turner given to the little girl. This soul manipulation effect would subtly and persistently increase affection. And if the individual did not harbor any ill feelings towards the spellcaster, the affection would endure indefinitely. Hermione was a person of strong opinions, if she wished to deviate from the original plot. Such minor tactics were essential. Otherwise, who could predict when the plot would necessitate that a certain character act foolishly in pursuit of events that ought to transpire? Months slipped by after the start of the school year, and the atmosphere in Potions class remained rife with tension and despair. Professor Snape scanned the classroom with a detached gaze, relishing the expressions of sheer misery on the students' faces. Originally, Gryffindor had a top student striving to assert his presence. But now it was left with a series of unfortunate events and indescribable calamities, standing in stark contrast to the half of the classroom occupied by Slytherin. Since joining Ravenclaw, Hermione finally grasped the correct way to utilize the time-turner and understood Ravenclaw's philosophy of handling matters, quietly acquiring knowledge to enrich one's self. One could disregard Slytherin's aristocratic ideals, encourage Gryffindor to partake in perilous experiments, and direct the well-meaning Hufflepuffs to assist in resolving various issues. We are Ravenclaw, born solely for the pursuit of knowledge. Forever immersed in the ocean of wisdom that in keeping with Ravenclaw traditions, Hermione also gained an older sister figure. After her arrival, Zhang Xiao became her elder sister. That very night, Hermione was unexpectedly visited by Zhang Xiao, who, clad in her pajamas and clutching a pillow, climbed into bed with her. The entirely different lifestyle allowed Hermione to break free from the reckless antics of Gryffindor. However, as a former brave member of Gryffindor, Hermione felt that the little eagles of Ravenclaw were rather timid, especially after the potions class. They all seemed like drenched chicks, with only Hermione surviving the onslaught of Professor Snape's sharp tongue. In the absence of comparison, there was no harm. Hermione, by bravely facing Snape, had become a heroic figure in Ravenclaw. While leisurely enjoying Ravenclaw's afternoon tea, Hermione found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Regulus Black. The learning environment, personal confidence, and friends closer than family. She had gained all of these after her transfer. Reflecting on what might have transpired had she initially declined, Hermione felt a twinge of fear. Perhaps she would have continuously followed the boys into their adventures. While that may be commendable, reckless behavior is simply reckless, and success is merely a matter of surviving. With Christmas fast approaching, Regulus Black finds himself exceedingly busy. Once he fulfills his teaching obligations at school, he promptly vanishes from Hogwarts, for there is another estate that requires his attention. Armed with a wizard's spells and the inherent storage capacity of his system, Regulus Black effortlessly transports construction materials to the Hollow. The land adjacent to the chasm leading to Hell has been delineated into a vast area, destined to become the private estate of the Duke of Black. To erect this estate, Regulus Black has labored tirelessly for nearly a month. He engaged a design firm, employing both gold and enchantments to procure the finest architectural plans for the manor, a harmonious blend of Gothic and Baroque styles. The manor boasts 5 stories above ground and 2 below. Viewed from the sky, the structure resembles a colossal Baroque-style cross, while from any side, it reveals Gothic exterior walls. The interiors, albeit more practical, are adorned with various sculptures and landscapes that embody the essence of the Hollow: darkness, despair, absurdity, and death. Draped in a black cloak, one might feel as though they have stepped into a Gothic cathedral. Currently, the entire estate is managed solely by Mrs. Cook and her 2 daughters, the Mrs. Cook, who serve as the housekeeper and maids, with the latter, Karina Cook and Catherine Cook, also being apprentices to Regulus Black. Given the vastness of the estate, Regulus was compelled to devise new methods to enable Mrs. Cook to manage it more efficiently. He left behind 2 tomes, akin to crucial items in the game Diablo II, the Book of Identification and the Book of Town Portal. However, the volumes left by Regulus Black comprise one titled Master's Blessing, the contract book, and another detailing the housekeeper's daily affairs. The Master's Blessing includes Regulus Black's personal information, extolling his virtues, while also documenting the personnel within the estate. Mrs. Cook as the housekeeper and Karina and Catherine Cook as maids. Should any new members join in the future, they will be automatically recorded in this tome, as it is bound to the estate. The second volume, The Housekeeper's Daily, serves to assist Mrs. Cook in managing the estate, detailing every aspect of the manor, the various materials, expenditures, daily tasks, and more. It even includes some simple spells, such as Lumos, Scourgify, Aguamini, Weatherproof, and Conflagrate. Although Regulus Black's innate system only possesses select functionalities from Diablo II, he is well acquainted with the original settings. When he instinctively crafted his first protective talisman, he combined the panoramic map system with Slytherin's locket, thereby appropriating elements of the real environment, the Black Lake, to successfully create the Soul Potion's Black Lake Temple. This endeavor also incorporates the altars concept from the game. Otherwise, the talisman suffix would not be referred to as a temple. Speaking of altars, one must mention the small stations found within the game. Due to the expansive game map, each distinct large area contains a small station, functioning similarly to a portal, providing a swift connection to the camp. Once a newly discovered small station is activated, it is recorded in the small station list, marked by a distinctive relief emblem. After the main structure of the estate is completed, Regulus Black chose not to alter the surrounding courtyard's layout. The trees, seemingly possessed by malevolent spirits, are invaluable for potions and alchemical materials. Essentially, they represent wealth. Nevertheless, Regulus did relocate a uniquely shaped tree, which splits in the middle and then grows together at the top, resembling an oval archway. This tree, entirely desiccated and devoid of leaves, was moved to the cross courtyard on the second underground level, where he arranged the necessary spells and magic circles. Regulus Black ignited this small station, and flames spontaneously erupted in the 4 braziers surrounding the tree, simultaneously illuminating Regulus Black's system, which inexplicably displayed a previously non-existent small station list. The Baroque-style cross-relief icon was marked with the inscription Hollow, and, lacking a second small station, it remains inoperative for now. Initially, Regulus Black harbored significant doubts about achieving feats beyond his innate system. Yet this instance proved successful, potentially paving the way for the creation of all components of the entire game system. The successful manifestation of a small station was largely facilitated by an item indirectly responsible for Dumbledore's demise, the Vanishing Cabinet. Without having studied this cabinet, Regulus Black would have been unable to conjure the small station. After completing these tasks, Regulus Black once again utilized apparition to depart from the Hollow, subsequently returning to the wizarding village of Hogsmeade via the Ministry of Magic's fireplace. And then traveling back to Hogwarts through the Shrieking Shack. It was time to establish a small station at Hogwarts, allowing it to be recorded in the small station list. The process of this back-and-forth travel was exceedingly cumbersome. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Regulus Black resumed his routine existence, diligently fulfilling his promising role as a teaching assistant. He frequently encountered Hermione, who would dash past him, her cheeks flushed, an utterly charming sight. Similarly, a second-year student of Chinese descent, Zhang Xiao, would also scamper away, blushing inexplicably. Regulus Black soon noticed that several Ravenclaw girls would surreptitiously glance at him, only to flee, red-faced, when caught. Had his affinity for younger girls been discovered? Regulus Black internally lamented. Harry Potter and his companion Ron, despite the absence of Hermione's support, gradually unraveled the truth regarding the Chamber of Secrets through a series of fortunate coincidences. Recently, they could no longer resist questioning Hagrid about the 3-headed dog. They gleaned little more than a name, not that of the dog, but rather that of the creator of the Sorcerer's Stone, Nicholas Flamel. Subsequently, the two boys found themselves perplexed by the identity of Nicholas Flamel. To their astonishment, while consuming chocolate frogs, they encountered a game card featuring Dumbledore himself, who recounted a tale of his friendship with Nicholas Flamel and the origins of the Sorcerer's Stone. This was utterly unfair. Regulus Black held a deep disdain for such blatant favoritism towards the so-called savior that on yet another night, as Regulus Black patrolled the deserted halls of Hogwarts, he turned a corner and was suddenly confronted by Peeves the Poltergeist. "My master, at your command, I have discovered that Quirrell has left Hogwarts." Heading toward the Forbidden Forest, Peeves said, his demeanor one of utmost deference, as he produced the Marauder's map from his ethereal form, which displayed Quirrell's name, along with footprints advancing toward the Forbidden Forest. "Well done, Peeves. This marks Quirrell's first venture into the Forbidden Forest since the term commenced, does it not?" Disregarding Peeves' response, Regulus cast a glance at the Marauder's map before departing Hogwarts in the same direction, though he did not forget to cast Disillusionment Charm to evade any prying eyes. The reason for entrusting the Marauder's map to Peeves was that he could be considered the most idle ghost within the entire confines of Hogwarts. In the films, when Harry Potter first confronted Voldemort, it was during the latter's consumption of unicorn blood. However, it had previously been established by Hagrid that he had slain a unicorn, so did he not drink blood then? Or was it necessary to consume a significant quantity? If one were to intercept Voldemort's prey, there would be no inherent issue from a causal perspective. Thus, Regulus Black initially subdued Peeves and subsequently entrusted the Marauder's map to him, instructing him to monitor Quirrell's movements and report back when he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The thought of snatching food from Voldemort's very jaws was exhilarating. Was there any more thrilling way to court danger? The Forbidden Forest, tranquil by night, was infinitely more perilous than by day, as various nocturnal creatures began to stir, engaging in their hunts, feasts, and frolics. Regulus Black deftly maneuvered around 2 foxes entangled in a playful scuffle. On the Marauder's map, Quirrell was still 100 meters ahead, aimlessly drifting. Suddenly, a neigh echoed through the air, clearly indicating that some equine magical creature had been harmed. Hogwarts is home to only 3 types of equine creatures: centaurs, unicorns, and thestrals. It seemed he could hear the protests of the centaurs. In summary, the sound must undoubtedly have emanated from a unicorn, for the blood of the other 2 creatures was of no use to Voldemort. Regulus Black hastened to catch up, The footprints of Quirrell were still moving on the Marauder's map, indicating that Voldemort had yet to capture his prey. Petrificus totalis, stupefy. The shadow, dark as a specter, finally struck its quarry after 2 consecutive spells. Drifting past like a wisp of black mist, seemingly poised to pounce and feast upon its fresh kill, by the time Regulus Black arrived, he witnessed that shadow overpowering the unicorn. The unicorn emitted a mournful cry. Clearly suffering from a mortal wound, Expelliarmus, Regulus Black approached with determination. Wielding an unfamiliar wand that had come into his possession, he swiftly unleashed the system's innate curse skills, fear inducement and confounding whispers. Both silently released and striking true against the dark figure. Fear inducement causes the target to experience vivid and terrifying hallucinations, compelling them to flee. Confounding whispers enables the enemy to hear countless maddening whispers, leading them to attack any nearby target. When it comes to casting spells against a dark sorcerer like Voldemort, it is likely that only Regulus Black could accomplish such a feat. It is well known that the Dark Lord, to prevent others from using his name for curses, not only rearranged his true name to walk the world as Voldemort, but also ordered the deaths of anyone who dared to utter Voldemort. This atmosphere of dread has led to a widespread reluctance to speak his name directly, with most opting for the moniker the Dark Lord instead. That Regulus's curse, however, required no name. It merely necessitated a line of sight. Due to the nature of the skill, the duration of the curse was limited. 7th-level skills had effect times of only 14 and 22 seconds. After a frenzied bout of running, the shadowy figure soon regained its composure. Nevertheless, Regulus Black had already secured the recently deceased unicorn into his storage space. Although the shadowy figure appeared unarmed, Regulus still sensed immense danger. After all, casting spells without a wand was not an insurmountable task for a wizard. The distinction between wielding a wand and not merely lay in the amplification of effects. Much like the difference between a bullet from a handgun and a rocket, while the potency may vary greatly, both are lethal. Naturally, the dark figure was displeased at having its prey stolen, and with both parties on high alert, they found themselves at an impasse. Regulus Black, I thought you had perished, yet here you are, a coward who has hidden for over a decade. A voice, as cold as a serpent's tongue, slithered from the shadowy figure. I did not expect you to die so incompletely. Have you been biding your time for resurrection all these years? Regulus Black brandished his wand, casting Summon Undead, calling forth all 7 skeletal mages contained within the skill. Amazon, Assassin, Necromancer, Barbarian, Mage, Druid, and Paladin stood in a row. Each class's skills in the game encompassed both physical and magical attacks. And in Regulus Black's system, Summon Skeleton conjured pure physical attackers, while Summon Undead summoned skeletal mages capable of purely magical assaults. With both sides having exchanged pleasantries, it was now time to strike. Repel him. Regulus Black did not harbor hopes of annihilating his adversary outright. Rather, he commanded a retreat. Amazon, Repel, Assassin, Mind Hammer, Necromancer, Amplify, Damage. Barbarian, War Cry, Mage, Telekinetic Pulse, Druid, Magma Boulder, Paladin, Blessed Hammer. Following this barrage of attacks, the shadowy figure vanished entirely. Regulus Black thought for a moment that Voldemort had been vanquished. It must be said, the innate skills of the Necromancer, when wielded by a creative mind, could yield remarkable results. Furthermore, this display of power would surely infuriate Voldemort, yet he would have to tread carefully. Consulting the Marauder's map, Regulus noted that Quirrell had stopped 300 meters away. In the nocturnal environment of the Forbidden Forest, it would be impossible to discern his hidden presence, whether through the summoning of skeletal mages or the magic they employed. These were techniques Voldemort had never encountered before. Faced with such a lack of intelligence on both sides, retreat became his only viable option, especially considering that Quirrell, host of Voldemort, had not emerged unscathed. The previous assault had primarily utilized mind and curse magic, with only the druid's magma boulder leaving a trail of scorching marks and a shattered stone, which was now slowly cooling and extinguishing. Regulus Black pretended to wave his wand, recalling the skeletal mages to the system. Given the ruckus in the Forbidden Forest, it was nearly impossible to avoid detection. Regulus could already hear Hagrid's voice approaching. As the keeper of keys and grounds, he would undoubtedly be drawn to the commotion of flames and the roars of barbarians. "Oh, Mr. Black, what brings you here?" Hagrid inquired, striding over with a large lantern. Completely disregarding the surrounding thorns as he forged a new path akin to a bulldozer. "Hagrid, you must be aware of the unicorn population in the Forbidden Forest. Just moments ago, a unicorn was slain by someone here. I attempted to intervene, but the assailant fled with their prey. Indeed, it must be someone who has hunted the unicorn. Regulus Black simply failed to intercept them. The unicorn's remains could still be of use, and I wouldn't dream of relinquishing them." "What? Someone actually attacked a unicorn? Why would they do such a thing?" Hagrid's astonishment was palpable, and his heart ached. He cherished all creatures within the Forbidden Forest, especially the sacred unicorns. I suspect they sought the unicorn's blood. Given your affinity for magical creatures, you should find this situation rather unsurprising, Regulus Black remarked, gesturing to the scene and the positions of both parties. "I must report to Dumbledore. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands." Leaving the half-giant mourning the unicorn that would never receive a proper burial, Regulus Black made his way towards the school. On the Marauder's map, Quirrell had drawn closer during their conversation, subsequently trailing Regulus Black back to the castle, Canary Creams. Regulus Black arrived outside the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, where the gargoyle, upon confirming the day's password, allowed the spiral staircase to appear. Dumbledore awaited him, clad in a blue nightgown embroidered with moons and stars. "Would you care for some fruit-infused tea, Regulus?" "No. If you happen to have any fire whiskey, I would gladly accept a glass." Any person with even a modicum of common sense would avoid consuming any food in Dumbledore's office. The old man was notorious for lacing his offerings with potions, a fact well known to all who would wish to ingest truth serum disguised as honey. However, today, Regulus Black needed to earn Dumbledore's trust, so he prepared to comply with the request for truth serum. Dumbledore paused, then sheepishly replied, "As headmaster, I never drink alcohol, so I must apologize for your request." Regulus Black raised an eyebrow, persisting in his demand, "If there is no alcohol, then please provide me with the finest coffee available. It must be rich and aromatic, with cream that is velvety smooth." It was evident that this was a strong indication of his intent to have Dumbledore administer a potion. "Perhaps you could first recount to me your encounters in the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore, puzzled by Regulus Black's demeanor, wondered what had come over the boy. He usually never even sipped water during visits. "I believe other professors will arrive shortly, so I shall refrain from repeating myself. I will share everything once they are all present." Regulus Black was resolute, clearly indicating that he would not speak until he had his coffee. Thus, when all four house heads gathered, they beheld Dumbledore, beaming as he poured coffee for Regulus Black. Could Dumbledore's tea and snacks be shared as well? The other heads dismissed such thoughts. But Severus Snape, long accustomed to providing truth serum, felt as though a herd of centaurs was galloping through his mind. With elegance, Regulus Black drained an entire cup of exquisite coffee as if it were mere water before setting the cup down and rising. "Esteemed colleagues, I must announce something of utmost importance this evening. Voldemort has returned." Several listeners were left astounded. The pause following this proclamation was remarkably effective. Reflecting on the rumors of Voldemort's return, the reality was undeniable, and yet high-ranking officials like Minister Fudge were reluctant to confront the truth. This evening, during my watch, as midnight approached, I noticed a figure moving toward the Forbidden Forest, so I decided to follow. To my dismay, I discovered that it was not a student out for a nighttime stroll, but rather an eerie silhouette, whose target was none other than the unicorns within the forest. By the time I arrived, the unicorn had already been slain, and I engaged the figure with powerful magic. But it appeared to sustain no damage, ultimately retreating with its prey intact. "Mr. Black, how are you certain it was Voldemort?" Professor Flitwick, having to climb onto a chair, directed an inquiry toward Regulus Black. "If you were aware of my background, Professor Flitwick, you would not be surprised. I was once a Death Eater." This statement left Flitwick speechless. Although he had always regarded the Blacks favorably and had been concerned for the students, he had nearly overlooked Regulus's past as a Death Eater. Among the assembled professors, only Snape could truly relate, as his experiences were the most akin to Regulus's. "How can you be so sure?" Snape's left hand instinctively pressed against his right arm, where the dark mark, branded by Voldemort, laid out if Voldemort had indeed returned, he could summon himself through this mark, calling upon any of his Death Eaters. You and I have both conversed with him intimately, as a core member of the Death Eaters. I would not mistake the serpent-like chill, the icy, slick sensation that Voldemort exudes. Regulus Black's words evoked a similar chill among the professors present that I hope this information remains confined to us few. Dumbledore declared, his expression unusually grave, as nothing had yet been conclusively determined. Such news was ill-suited for widespread dissemination. Professors Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall, and Snape all nodded in acknowledgement. Then Regulus, would you mind sharing your impressions of that moment with us? Old McGonagall resumed her previously nonchalant demeanor, leisurely sipping her tea. Of course, I do not mind, though recounting it verbally may fail to convey the scene accurately. I shall require your pensive, headmaster, without needing Dumbledore's affirmation. Regulus Black drew his wand, touching it to his temple, extracting a silvery memory. With a flick of his wand, the memory fell into the pensieve, which then floated to the center of the room. The professors present waved their wands, allowing their consciousness to enter the pensieve. Regulus Black was patrolling Hogwarts when Peeves suddenly appeared around the corner, exclaiming, "A student has run into the Forbidden Forest. Go catch him, hang him up, and beat him." Laughter echoed as the scene shifted to a dark figure advancing toward the Forbidden Forest, distinctly unlike any professor. Regulus Black swiftly departed Hogwarts, pursuing the shadow into the forest. The Forbidden Forest was perilous at night, yet for the professors, it remained a familiar territory to traverse. In the distance, a unicorn's mournful cry pierced the night. Regulus Black hastened to the scene, only to find the dark figure greedily draining the unicorn's blood, employing magic to erase every trace, even consuming the blood that dripped from its body. "Who are you? Release the unicorn. Petrificus totalis." Regulus Black brandished his wand and launched an attack. The shadowy figure casually waved its hand, deflecting the spell with its dark cloak. "Who did you think I was?" "Regulus Black. I presumed you were dead. I never imagined you would hide for over a decade." A voice, as cold as a serpent's tongue, traced along the neck to the earlobe, emanated from the dark figure. A wave of black mist emanated from the figure, causing its form to swell ominously. "Let all who betray me perish." A torrent of darkness surged forth, aimed directly at Regulus Black. "Repel. Mind Hammer. Increased damage. Howl. Mind Transmission. Magma Golem. Blessing Hammer." Regulus Black wielded his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells, each one pushing the dark figure back. Ultimately, realizing the figure was still somewhat corporeal during the mind transmission, he struck hard with the Magma Golem, severely wounding it, and with the divine power of the Blessing Hammer, he shattered the massive dark form. Yet, even this was insufficient to vanquish the figure. Like smoke, it enveloped the fallen unicorn's carcass and fled the scene. Behind Regulus Black, Hagrid's voice resonated that I cannot find the words. Indeed, as Mr. Black stated, the essence of that figure is exceedingly difficult to articulate. Professor McGonagall, somewhat flustered, pondered whether the wizarding world, having enjoyed over a decade of peace, was on the brink of darkness once more. "Regulus, I noticed you employed several spells I have never encountered before." Professor Flitwick redirected his focus, not questioning Regulus Black, but rather expressing an academic curiosity. The formation of any new spell necessitates countless experiments and applications, and in the memory just witnessed, Regulus Black had utilized 7 distinctly different spells with remarkable proficiency. Truly a genius. Even if you call me a genius, it will not please me. Professor Flitwick, I am no longer a student. Regulus Black seemed to anticipate Flitwick's thoughts, humbly deflecting the praise. What should we do next? Dumbledore, Professor Sprout, having viewed the memory, was visibly shaken and inquired anxiously, "Do not fret, Sprout. Calm your emotions and ensure your respective houses are prepared. The situation will be clarified." Dumbledore remained composed, and the tension among the professors eased as they were reassured by his demeanor. "I shall investigate the scene." Snape, skeptical of Regulus Black's memory, after all, memories can be fabricated, felt it prudent to verify the facts himself, making a point of informing Dumbledore to keep the matter discreet. "Be cautious. I cannot ascertain whether that individual remains in the Forbidden Forest. Regulus Black called after Snape's departing figure. Snape paused momentarily before continuing on his way. Dumbledore assured the professors to return to their duties, as each had direct responsibility for their students. Regulus, are you certain that Shadow was Voldemort? Dumbledore finally displayed weariness, his eyelids drooping as he queried, for age had taken its toll on him. However, Regulus Black discerned that aside from Snape, who still harbored doubts, even old McGonagall was not entirely convinced. I have withheld certain details. Based on my observations, Voldemort is currently in a weakened state. While his power remains, he is reliant on another's body to survive. Oh, is that your assessment? Dumbledore finally appeared somewhat energized, straightening up and awaiting Regulus Black's further comments. That individual is Professor Quirrell. Perhaps you might command him to remove his turban. Dumbledore fixed a deep gaze upon Regulus Black, narrowing his eyes after a prolonged silence. I am aware of this matter. Please do not speak of it to anyone else. Good night, Headmaster. Regulus Black did not elaborate further and departed the headmaster's office. In a few hours, dawn would break, and Regulus Black still needed to deal with the carcass of the unicorn. Snape meticulously examined the scene, confirming it aligned perfectly with the memory he had witnessed, thereby validating that Regulus Black had not lied. Subsequently, Dumbledore summoned Snape once more, and the two engaged in a lengthy private discussion. Peeves, eager to eavesdrop on the headmaster, found himself thwarted, as the office was one of the few areas in Hogwarts forbidden to him. Regulus Black, however, was quick to spread a new rumor through Peeves. Hagrid has devoured a unicorn. Not a crumb was left behind after the feast. This prompted Dumbledore to personally intervene and clarify matters with certain creatures from the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, Regulus Black's recollections became pivotal evidence, leading to the inevitable circulation of the rumor that the Dark Spectre was none other than Voldemort himself, albeit confined to whispers among the magical beings of the forest. Hagrid bore such slander, and while he could elucidate the situation, it was undeniably frustrating for anyone to be subjected to such treatment. The thought of bullying a half-giant certainly did not bring joy to Regulus Black. However, when Hagrid sought solace in a drink at Hogsmeade, Regulus felt justified in his actions. That evening, after indulging in butterbeer throughout the day, Hagrid returned to Hogwarts in high spirits, having won a dragon egg in a game of chance. It seemed Hagrid had inadvertently revealed information regarding the three-headed hellhound. Regulus Black was convinced upon receiving Peeves' report, though by this time, Quirrell was already aware and likely preparing to confront the challenges ahead. With Christmas approaching, Harry Potter received the invisibility cloak on the very day of the holiday. Perhaps it was time for Regulus to intervene, and by the Savior sometime one day, as lunch commenced, Peeves suddenly emerged from an unknown nook, sending a cream cake tumbling across the professor's table, resulting in half of them becoming victims of the confectionery assault. This is not my doing. My body is being controlled. Someone help me. Save me, he cried, while simultaneously placing cake hats upon several less prominent professors, sparing only the headmaster and the four house heads. Naturally, Regulus Black waved his wand to dispel the cake. The deceased unicorn was placed in Regulus Black's quarters, where the peculiarities of the room of requirement ensured it would remain undetected. After all, he had already informed the professors that the unicorn's body had been taken by the Dark Lord. Regulus had long coveted a unicorn. All four of his wands were crafted from unicorn hair, underscoring his affinity and connection with these majestic creatures. However, he would never stoop to the foolishness of slaying one outright. As a symbol of purity, a unicorn carries a curse upon its death. The perpetrator of such an act would be afflicted by an unknown curse, notoriously difficult to identify and even harder to lift. Yet, as a necromancer, Regulus Black had his means. The ability to summon creatures and resurrect them was no mere trinket. However, reviving a unicorn required prior modifications to ensure it wouldn't lash out violently upon returning to life. There was no need for elaborate magical circles. Merely enhancing certain attributes would suffice. Through relentless experimentation, he would eventually discover the most suitable attributes. Moreover, treating a unicorn merely as a mount would be a gross misapplication of its nature. The unicorn's greatest strength lay in its purity and susceptibility to corruption, which explains its preference for companionship with maidens. Adult human hearts, filled with myriad desires, stand in stark contrast to the innocent essence of a young girl. who embodies both innate wisdom and unblemished spirit. Should a unicorn fall prey to desire, it risks transforming into a nightmarish specter, a being that devours longing. However, Regulus Black had already devised a plan. A mere steed was inconsequential. After considering his overall situation, he resolved to categorize the unicorn using the system altar method, akin to the soul potion talismans in the Black Lake Shrine, by utilizing the unicorn's remains as a base and incorporating the altar's attributes. Regulus Black completed the process when he embedded the red nightmare gem into the unicorn's forehead, ultimately yielding a most satisfactory artifact. In simple terms, the formula was magical artifact altar shrine, a minor talisman. The Red Nightmare Witch's Convent retained numerous advantages within the inventory: 777 mental defense, 777 poison resistance, 77 electrical resistance, 77 ice resistance, 77 fire resistance, and a 77 chance of the Nightmare Clan manifesting additional magical artifacts. The deceased unicorn transformed into a spectral nightmare, setting the stage for the emergence of nightmare entities, including nightmare maidens, nightmare nuns, and nightmare bishops. This would grant him the professional lineage of puppet dancer, cunning sorcerer, and ghostly priest, corresponding to the three schools of necromancy. The pure black nightmare, exuding a shroud of darkness, stood before him, yet could easily be overlooked. The horn, now adorned with the red nightmare gem, radiated an ethereal glow, its eyes aflame with infernal fire, casting a cold and merciless gaze. Wherever its hooves tread, traces of scorched earth remained. However, all of this could only be perceived through the lens of magical sight. Ordinary wizards would see but a unicorn, while muggles would perceive nothing more than a white horse. Regulus Black had his own intentions for the unicorn's designation. After all, was there not still the Cuck family in the Deathly Hallows? Even they, lacking any real power, could bolster his skills significantly if he succeeded in harnessing them. Once the unicorn had been appropriately modified, dawn broke, and due to his nocturnal patrol, there were no classes that morning. Regulus Black preferred to avoid attracting attention, opting to forego breakfast and catch up on sleep instead. Peeves, Regulus Black reset the door to his chamber and summoned the poltergeist within, controlled by the soul-binding skill. Peeves could be summoned from any corner of Hogwarts to fulfill tasks. Just as he contemplated slipping a banana peel into a student's clothing, he felt an inexplicable summons and, recognizing his new master's command, hurriedly traversed through walls to reach the 8th floor. Although somewhat hesitant, he eventually entered the room. Peeves, I have a task for you. But first, let me ask, have you spread word of last night's incident? Regulus Black regarded the mischievous spirit with a cold gaze. None in Hogwarts could be more irksome than he. Of course not. Peeves is the most obedient servant, he exclaimed, exaggerating his gestures and expressions like a clown, striving to convey his loyalty. Then I shall reveal a secret to you. Hagrid consumed a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. This so-called secret was, of course, intended for Peeves to disseminate as a rumor. As a poltergeist, such tales would serve to obfuscate the truth, for indeed, a unicorn had gone missing, and Hagrid would never divulge Voldemort's involvement. However, this rumor could easily be debunked, which posed a significant problem. Hagrid's explanations would be futile, regardless of how he chose to respond. It was almost unbelievable, yet Regulus found the unfolding events rather amusing. Peeves could already foresee the chaos that would ensue once he spread this rumor. Hogwarts would certainly buzz with excitement, while the unfortunate Hagrid would find himself the center of unwanted attention. Peeves relished the prospect of misfortune befalling others. Upon accepting the task, Peeves excitedly departed the room of requirement, embarking on a mischievous spree throughout the school. Hagrid had quite the appetite, capable of consuming an entire unicorn. With one missing from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid procured a large cauldron, for the giant was particularly fond of the creatures of the forest and relished preparing dishes from them. These nonsensical tales, spun from Peeves' imagination, spread throughout Hogwarts, much to Hagrid's chagrin. Even young Harry approached him to verify the rumor, leaving Hagrid to privately lament his misfortune to make matters worse. The lower years of Slytherin, led by the illustrious Malfoy, came to collectively congratulate Hagrid on his impressive appetite. The little snakes of Slytherin aggressively cornered Hagrid, beaming smiles as they offered their well wishes. Hagrid longed to strike these rascals. Such bullying was intolerable, especially when they failed to notice his distress. Eventually, Professor Snape appeared from the distance, having observed the spectacle, and intervened on Hagrid's behalf. "Hagrid, I think it might be best for you to take a break for a few days." During a chance encounter, Quirrell stammered this suggestion to Hagrid: "A break? I have never taken a day off." It is evident that the simple-hearted Hagrid has not experienced a day of respite, and one wonders how much overtime pay Dumbledore has granted him for his tireless efforts. This predicament has also caused considerable distress for Quirrell, as his initial plan was to lure Hagrid out of Dumbledore's sight, thereby allowing him to disguise himself. After all, Hagrid would surely not recognize him, and extract the information he desired, particularly concerning the three-headed hellhound that drools incessantly at the entrance. What I mean to say is, look at how deeply the students misunderstand you. If you could manage to stay away for a few days, perhaps they would settle down, and in time, everyone would forget about this incident. Quirrell, unusually fluent and articulate, expressed his thoughts clearly, fearing only that Hagrid, in his simplicity, might fail to grasp the message that, "Oh, all right, perhaps I ought to take a few days off. Maybe when I return, everything will be fine." Hagrid, somewhat lacking in confidence, concurred with Quirrell's suggestion, for he truly had no better strategy to confront the sudden emergence of rumors, since he was not a man of many words. It seemed wiser to simply avoid the situation that he promptly made his way to the headmaster's office to request a leave of absence from Dumbledore, while also relaying Quirrell's advice. Upon learning that this suggestion originated from Quirrell, Dumbledore pondered for a moment before consenting to Hagrid's request for leave, allowing him to take as many days as he wished. He also remarked that the butterbeer in Hogsmeade was quite delightful, suggesting that Hagrid could indulge in it during his time away. Many professors participated in bidding farewell to Hagrid, which made him feel as though this departure might be permanent. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, caused quite a ruckus at lunch, only to receive a lesson from Dumbledore himself. The headmaster, employing some spell or possibly his authority, managed to expel Peeves from Hogwarts. However, after several nights of Peeves persistently banging on the towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, demanding entry, the students of both houses unanimously agreed to allow him back inside. Yet the crux of the matter did not lie in Peeves' banishment or his nocturnal disturbances of the students' slumber. On that fateful day, as cake soared through the air, a hefty dollop of cream plummeted onto Quirrell's head, transforming him, already adorned with a headscarf, into a rather comical sight, resembling a walking cake, despite the ridiculous and disheveled appearance. Quirrell adamantly refused assistance, even rejecting the offer to clean himself up as he awkwardly cradled the headscarf and scurried away. However, before he could exit the hall, Peeves seized him once more, causing the headscarf to unravel and trail behind him, while he stubbornly clutched the remaining portion atop his head. Consequently, Quirrell became a source of great amusement following Hagrid's departure, eliciting laughter from the entirety of Hogwarts. This incident piqued the curiosity of several inquisitive students, leading them to probe into Professor Quirrell's headscarf, which only served to exacerbate his recent troubles, compelling him to separate from the students immediately after class. Regulus Black firmly believed that Quirrell's exploration of the third-floor chamber would be delayed for quite some time. In the library, Regulus had observed Hagrid multiple times engrossed in various tomes concerning dragons and their care. Perhaps this was the first time Hagrid was genuinely committed to his studies since relinquishing his student identity. After Peeves was reinstated shortly thereafter, Regulus commanded the poltergeist to keep a watchful eye on Hagrid, particularly when Harry Potter sought to engage with him, insisting on being informed of their conversation. Taking advantage of Hagrid's absence, Regulus ventured into his small hut, where he indeed discovered a Hungarian horntail dragon egg concealed within. However, it quickly became apparent that the egg was left to languish in a cauldron, subjected to the relentless heat of the fireplace. As the time drew near, Regulus made his way to the Ministry of Magic, seeking to arrange a meeting with his family member incarcerated in Azkaban, primarily to visit his brother, Sirius Black, who had been ensnared by desire, as well as to catch a glimpse of his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange, the madwoman infatuated with Voldemort. Regulus had previously submitted numerous requests for visitation since Dumbledore had intervened on his behalf. Yet his earlier appeals had lacked the fervor that now characterized his demands. This, he believed, was the correct approach to achieve one's objectives whenever necessary. Now, Regulus directly approached Minister Fudge, insisting on his request. "Minister Fudge, I have applied many times, yet I must express my despair at the inefficiency of the ministry. They merely shift responsibilities upward. Thus, I find myself compelled to seek your approval. I implore you to understand my yearning for familial connection." Regulus implied that various departments were evading accountability, and, as the Minister of Magic, Fudge ought to be free of such constraints. Do you not have family? Such cold-heartedness will only chill the hearts of your own kin. Seeing Fudge hesitate, Regulus unflinchingly urged him on, even threatening to publicize his plight. "Very well. I shall grant your visitation request, but it must be accompanied by an order." Fudge would have preferred to imprison Regulus in Azkaban rather than permit him to visit family. However, considering Dumbledore's assurances and Regulus's recent conduct as a pure-blooded aristocrat endeavoring to restore his family's honor, Fudge deemed it acceptable for Regulus to visit his relatives. Adhering to the law was unlikely. Yet Regulus's actions, whether defending his brother immediately after emerging from captivity or striving to reclaim his family's legacy, had garnered recognition from numerous pure-blood families. Thus, if Regulus Black merely sought to visit family members, then so be it. Minister Fudge signed the authorization and hastily urged Regulus to take his leave. With the minister's approval in hand, Regulus proceeded to the Auror Command, where Judy Fox, the team leader, would accompany him to Azkaban. Surely, Minister Fudge would not find fault in this arrangement. As her golden nails grazed Regulus's face, Judy Fox delighted in the fact that this cold, distant man had come to seek her out once more. "Judy, I come bearing official business. Here is the minister's authorization." Regulus endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor as he handed over the document. "Perhaps we can find some excitement while in Azkaban." Judy, having not even glanced at the contents of the document, merely contemplated the prospect of a pleasant diversion. "As long as our actions do not attract Dementors, I would be glad to accompany you." Regulus playfully twirled a strand of her champagne-colored hair around his finger. Dementors feed on human joy. Should they engage in a passionate encounter before them, it would likely draw every Dementor in Azkaban, creating a catastrophe for those involved. You are right. I merely miss you terribly." Judy tightened her embrace around Regulus's waist before stepping back to adopt a formal demeanor, signing the document and processing the subsequent formalities with remarkable ease, having grown adept at assisting Regulus in various capacities. Azkaban, a prison established by the Ministry of Magic on a desolate island in the frigid waters of the North Sea, is a wizarding penitentiary that is isolated and guarded by terrifying creatures known as Dementors, which sustain themselves by consuming the souls of others. Inmates at Azkaban often succumb to madness within mere weeks, screaming in their sleep, uttering a myriad of incoherent thoughts, starving themselves, and descending into insanity. Having lost the will to live, countless unfortunate souls have met a tragic end in this dreadful prison, far removed from the world. Even those who manage to escape find their spirits, health, and youth have been drained by this horrifying place. The guards of Azkaban, the fearsome Dementors, are capable of siphoning away all hope and joy from the prisoners, who endure relentless torment, with no one ever escaping, for the sea encircles the prison. Many Death Eaters are confined there. Subjected to the stringent surveillance of the Dementors, within the magical realm, numerous individuals harbor a profound fear of Azkaban, including Harry's friend, Hagrid. However, Sirius Black managed to escape from there. He is Harry's godfather, Bartemius Crouch. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had sent numerous individuals to Azkaban without trial during the later stages of the battle against dark forces, and Sirius was one of them. Despite his innocence, Azkaban is indeed a fascinating fortress. Were it not the property of the Ministry of Magic, one might fantasize about claiming it as one's own. When Regulus Black was brought over by Judy Fox with a specialized key, he uttered a phrase that nearly caused his female companion to faint. Observing her tremulous state, Regulus Black continued his soliloquy with indifference. "Do you not find that the ambience here complements my essence perfectly? Coldness, death, despair. These elements resonate with me and evoke a sense of home. Regulus Black appeared on the verge of opening his arms wide, almost unable to restrain himself from bursting into song. Azkaban. This place must be inscribed on the list of notable locations. After traversing the lengthy corridors of the castle, Regulus Black finally laid eyes upon his brother in a small cell. Why, foolish brother? I've come to see you. I wager you did not anticipate this. The dimness, isolation, and despair enveloping Azkaban were palpable. For the few Aurors stationed here, this assignment was merely a short-term task, typically lasting no longer than a month. Those who had been here would rather face danger on the front lines than return to this place. Yet the orders to rotate shifts were inescapable. A loud exclamation, uncertain if it stemmed from anger or joy, as Sirius Black lunged toward the small window of his cell door. Prolonged imprisonment had clouded his mind, and his distorted expression repeatedly scrutinized Regulus Black, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. You cannot be Regulus. You cannot possibly be this youthful. What does the Ministry of Magic seek by sending someone who resembles my brother in his youth? To Sirius Black, it seemed this was a conspiracy by the Ministry, intending to use a look-alike to extract something from him. What value do you possess? Your life. You have languished in Azkaban for 11 years. Your family, the lineage has been shattered. 5 years ago, Mrs. Black, your mother, passed away. The family fortune, since you became a captured Death Eater, many of the family's assets have been confiscated. The family honor, you have never considered the feelings of your kin. In contrast, those friends of yours are your true family. Your friends. As a secret keeper, how could you relinquish that responsibility, allowing a foul rat to slip through? And both parties are your friends. Regulus Black eloquently articulated Sirius's transgressions, ruthlessly exposing his wounds. This provoked Sirius in his cell to frantically pound on the cell door, his cries resonating with anguish and regret. Had I the chance to enter this cell, I would teach you a lesson, shatter your legs, pry out your teeth, and subject you to every ancient form of torment. Regulus Black, filled with indignation, perceived his brother, who had willingly imprisoned himself in Azkaban due to guilt, as nothing more than a foolish dog, akin to his animagus form. And what of your relationship with Dumbledore? Why do you not leverage it? What of your identity in the Order of the Phoenix? Why do you not proclaim it? Foolishness, how do you know? After releasing his pent-up frustrations, Sirius finally sank into a dejected calm. What do you mean? Is it your identity in the Order of the Phoenix? Your role as a secret keeper? Your animagus form? The animagus form of your friends? Though Regulus Black had cast a silencing charm, he spoke softly. I said it was merely a guess. Do you believe me? Regulus Black regarded his brother with a mocking smile. Is it necessary to unveil the truth? What does it matter? Drawing his wand, Regulus Black pointed it at Sirius. This is grandfather's wand. I did not expect you would use it to kill me. Is this the family's execution of me? Sirius recognized the wand Regulus Black frequently wielded, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Execute you? Would I need to involve myself in that? Clean slate. Even before Regulus Black drew his wand, Aurors in the distance had readied themselves, but Judy Fox intervened that moment. Regulus Black's magic swept across the entire cell, cleansing it along with Sirius. Even if you wish to die, please do so with some semblance of cleanliness. Being filthy would tarnish the Black family's reputation. Regulus Black cast a disdainful glance at Sirius, simultaneously unleashing a silent curse within the cell, retracting his wand. Mind your demeanor. You must always remember you are a member of a pure-blood family. I shall send you the daily profit from the past years to remedy your years of isolation. That is a substantial amount for you to peruse. Remain at ease until I manage to extricate you. Upon leaving Sirius's cell, Regulus Black entrusted the Auror on duty to deliver the newspapers to Sirius. That I believe that once Sirius peruses these 11 years' worth of newspapers, he will realize that the Order of the Phoenix has forgotten him, that Dumbledore never attempted to rescue him, and even if he does not think of it himself, I shall remind him, what a foolish big black dog. What was the commotion about? Yet, you seem quite considerate toward Sirius. Judy Fox accompanied Regulus Black toward another cell, curious about his attitude towards his brother. Though he appeared to mock him, his request to deliver newspapers to Sirius clearly indicated a lingering concern. Just a fool. Were it not for our familial ties, I would not care if he perished. I've already seen the foolish dog. It is time to meet another. The disheveled Bellatrix Lestrange became exceedingly excited upon the appearance of someone at the cell door. She exhibited a demeanor akin to a deranged individual observing a doctor, grinning vacuously at Regulus Black, allowing him to stroke her face through the bars, perhaps for which long drained of joy by dementors. This was a rare warmth, oblivious to the few hairs that had been pulled from her head. "Take me away from here, no matter who you are. Take me away from here. I would do anything for you." Bellatrix Lestrange, akin to a slave long subjected to confinement and training, yearned solely to escape her current environment, and in pursuit of this desire, her morality and sense of shame had plummeted without bounds. It is no wonder that after Voldemort rescued several of his Death Eaters, Bellatrix Lestrange behaved like a love-struck fool, revering Voldemort with admiration and affection while completely disregarding her husband. The Black family faces extinction due to their missteps. We cannot afford to err again, so can you make one last contribution to the Black family? Regulus Black pondered that rather than allowing his sister to continue as the villain, it would be better to end this malevolence now. As one who traversed realms, returning to the source, Regulus Black bore not merely a golden-fingered system, but also the transformative ideas that arose from repeated journeys, akin to crafting those small protective charms, where new thoughts birthed new spells and magical artifacts. Drawing from his understanding of curses, Regulus Black conceived a novel curse, inspired by internet slang. Whoever stares shall conceive. This curse was named the Conception Curse. You shall not witness the birth of your child. Regulus Black lightly tapped Bellatrix Lestrange's abdomen through the food slot of the cell door, uttering a particularly malevolent curse, inscribing a small magical circle centered around her navel. Over time, this circle would gradually expand and dissipate, marking the day of the child's birth. What will happen as I make this final contribution to the family? Sensing a surge of potent magic coursing through her, Bellatrix Lestrange felt a flicker of panic as she yearned for answers. An union of male and female is necessary. As a woman, you can bear a child on your own, though the child will only be female, and you shall inevitably perish during childbirth. Regulus Black succinctly elucidated the effects of the curse. Imprisoned for over a decade, Bellatrix Lestrange harbored no fear of death. However, the thought of never witnessing the birth of her child made the curse truly nefarious. It turned out that my brother had become such a formidable wizard. Surely, the Black family will be revitalized under your stewardship. Bellatrix Lestrange extended her hand through the cell bars, tenderly caressing Regulus Black's face. Heartless, she spared not even her kin, yet possessed the extraordinary talent to wield such a new curse. Hats off to you, head of the family. Bellatrix Lestrange felt immense satisfaction for her brother. His assertive demeanor and mastery of dark magic undoubtedly affirmed that Regulus Black was a worthy contemporary head of the family. From the depths of her soul, Bellatrix Lestrange revered such power. She had always idolized the strong, even from a young age, although her husband hailed from the same esteemed lineage of ancient purebloods, and their family took pride in dark magic. His inadequate prowess rendered their union unfruitful, leaving them childless. It is said that without toil, there can be no harvest. Yet, the mere thought that her husband was inferior to her incited an instinctive rejection within Bellatrix Lestrange. She resolved that her future offspring must surpass her, even outshine their father. This was also the reason she wholeheartedly followed Voldemort after he rescued her, committing countless misdeeds. But now, that was no longer necessary. Regulus Black's malevolent curse severed this cycle of wickedness, yielding favorable results through nefarious means. I shall visit you monthly, and when the child is born, I will bring her back to the Black family. You shall have ample time to name her. Regulus Black's intention was merely to comfort her, yet the impact of his words proved remarkably effective, for Bellatrix Lestrange began to genuinely contemplate names for the child, picking up shards of stone to inscribe on the wall. The dazed sister, having shifted her focus, completely disregarded her brother's presence. Observing this, Regulus Black realized it was time for him to depart, though he still had matters to attend to. A thorough cleansing. Today, he had successfully met 2 members of the Black family. The affairs of the other Death Eaters were of no concern to him, and the Ministry of Magic would not permit him to make contact with them at will. Thus, Regulus Black refrained from seeking unnecessary trouble. However, Regulus Black had his own ulterior motives for coming to Azkaban, Aside from the beleaguered Aurors, the infamous Dementors were the only other inhabitants. Would you mind accompanying me for a stroll? It is my first visit to such a unique place as Azkaban. How about showing me around? Regulus Black inquired of his companion, Judy Fox. His question was twofold, a sign of respect and a recognition of her Auror status. For Fudge had mandated that an Auror accompany him on this journey, that if Regulus Black strayed from the Auror's sight, it would undoubtedly be a violation of protocol. Even though Judy Fox shared a profound bond with him, her presence ensured that he remained aware of Azkaban's prohibitions as a soulmate. Judy Fox would not disrupt her partner's enjoyment. She merely signaled to the other Aurors that her presence sufficed, then led Regulus Black on a leisurely promenade through Azkaban. Before long, they ascended to the pinnacle of Azkaban, where the surrounding scenery was utterly dismal. The sky perpetually brooded with gloom, shrouded in countless Dementors. The sea roared with relentless winds and tumultuous waves, concealing treacherous reefs beneath its surface. Geomantically speaking, this was indeed a place of malevolent energies, fraught with hostility from all directions. Here it is. Regulus Black withdrew his wand and pointed at the ground. Etching a symbol of a small station with a cross and circle into the earth, a new emblem featuring a Dementor was added to the station list, inscribed below with the name Azkaban. Judy Fox paid no heed to her partner's actions. She had long since set aside her Auror identity, finding happiness merely in his company. After completing his task, Regulus Black showed no inclination to leave. He wrapped an arm around Judy Fox's waist and kissed her deeply, as if this desolate place were a secret rendezvous for the two of them. The joy radiating from such a union was immense, akin to a sumptuous feast for the Dementors. In an instant, the sky was overrun with Dementors, heedless of the Ministry's agreements. They surged forth like famished spirits from the depths of hell, merely seeking a satisfying meal. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the Dementors experienced the sensation of being crammed on a bustling commuter train. However, the two at the center remained unaffected. This dark energy flickered around them. The colliding Dementors vanished without a trace. The frontmost Dementors, witnessing this, sought to flee but were propelled forward by those behind them, like waves crashing upon the shore. That moment, within Regulus Black's belt, the small talisman of the soul potion within the Black Lake Temple glimmered, each flash of darkness signifying the arrival of a batch of Dementors. When the horde of Dementors finally sensed something amiss, it was already too late. After a collective gasp, they fled from the tower top in terror. How am I to explain this to the Ministry? The chill emanating from the Dementors jolted Judy Fox back to reality. But before she could panic, she noticed a multitude of Dementors disappearing. Everyone that had attacked them vanishing into thin air. Judy Fox believed that had the Dementors been any more foolish, today could have marked the complete eradication of their species from reality. From the annals of wizarding history, this was all the doing of her partner, hence her inquiry. Ordinarily, she would not pose such a question. Just speak the truth, and for everything else, simply claim ignorance. Regulus Black affectionately took Judy Fox's arm as they departed the tower top, softly reassuring her along the way. What will the Ministry do? Naturally, they would investigate Regulus Black, for the disappearance of such a significant number of Dementors was no trivial matter. The Ministry had always regarded Dementors as their private property. The loss of any one of these invaluable guards and weapons constituted a considerable blow, as they had never contemplated that these creatures might spiral out of control. However, those were concerns for another time. When the moment arrived, Regulus Black would merely assert that it was a defensive curse aimed specifically at Dementors, and he had not instigated any conflict with these formidable beings. Meanwhile, he could discreetly inform the pure blood families that this was an act of vengeance against the Dementors. And although he could not liberate the imprisoned, what harm was there in retaliating against the Dementors that had long feasted on the joy of the captives? Was there truly any wrongdoing? If there are any mistakes, it is certainly the fault of the Ministry of Magic, as they cannot seem to control the Dementors. Having disclosed these thoughts to Judy Fox, Regulus Black firmly believes that his soul companion will assist him in garnering support from more pure-blood families, which appears to be a feasible endeavor. Upon taking stock of the Dementors, he found their numbers to be nearly 3 times that of the Inferi, and at that moment, the Dementors were also acclimatizing to their new environment. The soul potion at the Black Lake Temple and the Slytherin ornament box offer numerous additional benefits when left in the inventory. Infregards, 791777. Dementors, 19791979. Potion skill, 7. Potion brewing time, -7. Potion success rate, 7. Each time the soul potion is exhausted, it can restore 77 points of soul damage. There's a 7 chance of acquiring additional gold and a 7 chance of obtaining extra magical items upon exhausting the soul potion. Observing the automatically added attributes, Regulus Black realized that his crafted charm still had room for improvement. In the future, he could experiment with adding attributes one by one to discern patterns, though this matter could not be rushed. However, as he contemplated his forthcoming tasks, Regulus Black was intent on capturing a boggart, a magical creature that manifests by absorbing fear. Notably, boggarts and dementors are opposing magical entities. The former feeds on fear, while the latter feeds on joy. Boggarts are inherently weak, often described as nearly invisible, yet they can gain power through the fear they evoke, meaning the more terrified their target, the stronger the boggart becomes. This may seem like an insurmountable foe, but with a simple ridiculous, a boggart can be transformed into a comical spectacle. Boggarts have become the ideal assistants for wizards to practice their courage. Nearly every student of magical creatures has attempted to capture one for amusement. Yet for several months, Regulus Black had not succeeded in capturing a single one at Hogwarts. How had Lupin managed to capture one years later? In a room of requirement, a cauldron of polyjuice potion had been brewing for over half a month, allowing one to assume another's appearance. During his day trip to Azkaban, Regulus Black successfully acquired a strand of Bellatrix Lestrange's hair. He was now prepared to visit Gringotts' wizarding bank, having already instructed Creature to retrieve the vault key, a task that had consumed considerable time. When submitting the key, Creature had nearly harmed himself in the process. "Creature, cease your foolish actions," Regulus Black commanded from the old house at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature believed that spending over 3 months to locate the key was a grave dereliction of duty, potentially delaying his master's affairs. Thus he felt the need to punish himself severely. Consequently, Regulus Black had to forcefully order him to halt his self-punishment. "Master, Creature is useless. Lestrange's home has protective enchantments." It took Creature numerous attempts to find a way in. Creature adopted a submissive posture, quietly recounting the ordeal of locating the key. "Creature, I need you to find a small object, a boggart. Can you manage to procure it before Christmas? I hope you won't hesitate to act simply because the boggart takes on my appearance." Regulus Black was well aware of the behavioral patterns of house elves. If they were not given tasks, their minds would wander, fearing abandonment by their masters. Thus, they often resorted to self-punishment, believing that their master would show leniency if they were to faint from distress. Fully cognizant that Creature's current fear was directed at him. "Yes, master, I shall seek it out at once." Boggarts love to hide in cupboards or beneath beds, emerging to frighten children. Creature was pleased to have tasks to perform, as it assured him of his master's continued care, at least for the time being. With less than a week until Christmas, Regulus had faith in Creature's ability to locate the boggart. House elves are inherently submissive magical beings, and Regulus Black believed they were undoubtedly the creation of some wizard, implying that this vast race of servants was conjured by a wizard intent on creating subservience. In the entire wizarding world of Harry Potter, wizards typically do not cook for themselves. For them, the flora and fauna of nature serve as abundant potion ingredients. Although the culinary materials may seem insignificant for potion making, wizards can conjure unexpected results from their cauldrons. If one were to undertake serious experimentation, the birth of house elves like Creature would not be surprising. Once house elves became commonplace, wizards' culinary skills regressed to a primitive level. Only a few wizarding families, such as the Weasleys who lack house elves, still engage in cooking, demonstrating that humans often need to be compelled to showcase their worth. Having brought the brewed polyjuice potion back from Hogwarts, Regulus Black readied himself for transformation. Today, Gringotts' wizarding bank welcomed a distinguished witch, the Gothic-clad Bellatrix Lestrange, who arrived with the key to her private vault, subsequently draining it of all its contents without leaving a single coin behind. Witnesses to the event later informed the arriving Aurors that the witch in question was indeed Bellatrix Lestrange, as all vaults were protected by goblin-crafted anti-theft enchantments. Any would-be thief touching the treasures would trigger the enchantments. causing the items to split indefinitely, effectively concealing the true valuables. The Aurors confirmed that Bellatrix Lestrange remained imprisoned in Azkaban, having employed magical means to ascertain her identity without a doubt. However, during this investigation, it was discovered that Bellatrix Lestrange was pregnant, and inquiries were underway to determine the identity of the child's father, with male Aurors undergoing rigorous scrutiny. Regulus Black contended that as long as he did not directly touch the items and instead collected them within his charm, the anti-theft enchantments would lose their efficacy once he stepped outside Gringotts' confines, allowing him to access all treasures. The Daily Prophet reported a significant theft at Gringotts, with the bank deflecting responsibility. Another article revealed incidents of collusion at Azkaban, implicating an Auror in the pregnancy of the imprisoned witch. With 2 consecutive days of front-page headlines, the Daily Prophet quickly sold out, a rarity for such news in the wizarding community, prompting the Ministry of Magic to deliberate on the human rights implications of a pregnant prisoner. Mrs. Malfoy visited her sister and subsequently demanded medical parole, only to be summarily rejected by the Ministry of Magic. Fudge was overwhelmed with headaches from the chaotic events disrupting the Ministry's order. Inquiries regarding the Dementors led Regulus Black to reluctantly accept the provided explanations, deeming the incident an accident where the Dementors encountered the protective enchantments, which had since been entirely dispelled. However, Regulus Black refused to divulge the specific incantations, as they would remain a permanent secret of the Black family. The existence of a protective spell against Dementors was not widely known, unlike the commonly acknowledged Patronus charm. This revelation further elevated the esteem of the Black family among other pureblood families. Regulus Black understood that revealing too much could lead him down the same path as Voldemort, a fate he wished to avoid. Such notoriety was better suited for the Dark Lord poised for resurrection. Regulus Black has already acquired several Horcruxes, including the Diadem of Ravenclaw, the Locket of Slytherin, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, and the Cup of Hufflepuff. The only remaining pieces are Tom Riddle's diary and Voldemort's beloved pet, Nagini. Furthermore, Regulus has devised an effective method for handling these Horcruxes, extracting the soul fragments within them to merge into a small talisman containing Voldemort's soul fragment gem, while retaining the inherent magical powers and curses of the original Horcruxes for the user's benefit. The soul fragments from the diadem and locket have already been fused into a red nightmare soul gem, which has been embedded within a nightmare. Now that he has obtained the cup, combined with Gaunt's ring, he has created a golden memory soul gem. Regulus Black is also preparing to find a suitable place to utilize it, for treasures are valued not by their names, but by their functions. Thus, Regulus patiently awaited the approach of Christmas. Amidst the joyful laughter within Hogwarts, students frolicked in the snow, engaging in various games, displaying no fear of the cold. Hagrid, after acquiring a dragon egg, devoted himself to the hatching process and the future study of raising dragons. The rumors circulating about Hagrid having devoured a unicorn have since cooled, much to the dismay of Peeves. Hermione has adapted well to life in Ravenclaw, and after her experiences with the Time Turner, she felt a growing disconnect with students from the other 3 houses. This sense of unity among Ravenclaw students is partly due to this very reason. With Christmas just around the corner, Hermione, pulling her suitcase through the hall, happened upon Professor Flitwick, her house's head, decorating the Christmas tree, while Ron and Harry Potter engaged in a game of wizard's chess, their pieces behaving quite barbarically, insisting on smashing any captured pieces. Such barbarism. Hermione found this game utterly distasteful at wizard chess. If you're displeased, don't play. Ron harbored no fondness for Hermione, who he viewed as a traitor. For even though she had chosen Ravenclaw over Slytherin, to him, it was still an act of betrayal, and Gryffindor needed to distance itself from her. I assume you found the information on Nicholas Flamel by now. I apologize for the inconvenience, but we've searched countless times and still found nothing that I doubt you ventured into the restricted section. Merry Christmas. Utilizing Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hermione set a trap for the 2 boys before discreetly departing the scene. The restricted section, a domain accessible only to professors, housed innumerable extraordinary magical tomes. The 2 boys had indeed contemplated entering, having deemed Flamel a figure shrouded in mystery, convinced that answers could only be found within the restricted section. Yet they had simply never found the opportunity. Their numerous library visits were not out of genuine scholarly intent, but rather in search of a way to access the restricted section. And lacking the means, they resorted to exploring other areas. Now, with Hermione, the academic prodigy, suggesting they should seek the restricted section, their confidence was bolstered out on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione found herself sharing a compartment with Regulus Black. Accompanied by Zhang Xiao and two other Ravenclaw girls, Marietta Edgecombe and Penelope Clearwater. Initially, Regulus had no need to take the train back to his family home. However, upon encountering Hermione outside the headmaster's office, they struck up a conversation. Hermione expressed her gratitude for Regulus facilitating her transfer to Ravenclaw. As having gained time and perspective, she realized her purpose at Hogwarts was to study, not to embark on perilous adventures. Remaining in Gryffindor would only lead to being dragged down by Harry Potter or feeling isolated by the entire Lion House. As the elder Ravenclaw girls often remarked, the majority of Gryffindors were brainless lions driven solely by courage. The Ravenclaw girls had certainly stirred the pot in any case. Gryffindor was synonymous with peril, Slytherin with blame, while Ravenclaw merely needed to observe with grace, maintaining cordial relations with Hufflepuff, where they could indulge in free food and drink. Speaking of which, it was surprising that Hufflepuff even had a private kitchen. Though not every Hufflepuff was a skilled cook, their culinary talents often rivaled those of House Elf, Mr. Black. I've already warned Harry Potter and his entourage. Though I suspect entering the restricted section is not as easy as it seems. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from nervousness or shyness was unclear. Heeding Regulus Black's advice, she had suggested to those two boys that they seek information in the restricted section. A notion she would have never entertained before, but how could she refuse a request from Regulus Black? Despite the mild enchantment placed upon the time turner, which even a professor would likely overlook unless they chose to investigate deeply, the effects of prolonged would accumulate. Hermione was now deeply ensnared in the throes of infatuation. Had she been older, she might have boldly pursued a relationship with the teaching assistant. It must be said that children in the West mature far too quickly. However, Regulus Black was unaware that the enchantment on the time turner, though warned by Hermione, had also ensnared the other girls in Ravenclaw who were inclined to casual encounters. Hermione's elder sister, Zhang Xiao, along with her close friend Marietta Edgecombe, and Marietta's elder sister, Penelope Clearwater, were all caught in this web of burgeoning relationships, spreading like a virus. Marietta Edgecombe, a close friend of Qiu Zhang, was the daughter of Mrs. Edgecombe from the Department of Magical Transportation's Flynn Network Authority. With her head of reddish-golden curls, she would later be coerced by Zhang Qiu to attend DA meetings, even signing the roster, only to ultimately report to Umbridge, leading to her bearing the indelible mark of a traitor upon her face. Yet, all of this had yet to transpire, thus could not serve as a basis for judging her character. Penelope Clearwater, the head girl of Ravenclaw, was wise and intelligent, with striking beauty and long, brown curls. This character did not appear in the film adaptation, yet upon meeting her, Regulus Black found her undeniably enchanting. All these thoughts transpired in the blink of an eye. The restricted section was indeed difficult to access, and many of the magical tomes contained within were unsuitable for students like them. In truth, it did not hold the information they sought. Regulus Black smiled slightly, resembling a clever fox who had just stumbled upon a fortunate find, realizing that the message relayed by Hermione was in itself a trap. However, I too have searched the library and have yet to find Nicholas Flamel's name. If even the restricted section holds nothing, where else can we look? Hermione stared blankly, baffled that a name known even to Hagrid, of all people, had eluded her, a student of such remarkable aptitude. Nicholas Flamel, the master of alchemy, was renowned for his greatest achievement, the Philosopher's Stone, and remarkably, he was still alive, over 600 years old. Regulus Black broke a chocolate frog into pieces to share with the girls, retrieving a card from its packaging. Dumbledore, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, is a friend of the alchemist Nicholas Flamel and has developed 20 uses for dragon's blood. The card merely mentioned Flamel's name. Yet for Hermione, that was more than sufficient. The fact that Dumbledore was friends with Nicholas Flamel indicated that what Dumbledore had safeguarded within the Chamber of Secrets must indeed be the Philosopher's Stone. As Hermione's realization ignited her enthusiasm, she was about to leap up and proclaim her discovery when Regulus Black gently pressed her back in her seat. Calm down, Hermione, I understand your excitement, but one must not view issues from a singular perspective. If you are as clever as you claim, then predict the implications of this revelation. Regulus Black's words struck Hermione with the clarity of enlightenment, dousing her fervor. If Harry and Ron were to learn this information, they would likely deduce what the treasure was, and suspecting that Snape intended to steal it, they would rush to claim it first. Hermione's voice rose sharply. She was stunned by her own reasoning. This situation was utterly ludicrous. Did the Gryffindor Lions not understand that whatever the treasure was, it would be far safer in Dumbledore's hands than in those of two students? Furthermore, she realized that had she not left Gryffindor, she might have impulsively rushed to assist. What a foolish mistake this is. Now, from the perspective of an observer, Hermione finds it exceedingly difficult to remain composed. It seems that you have grasped a fair amount of the situation. However, it would be prudent to examine the issue from an alternative viewpoint, perhaps through the lens of Dumbledore. Regulus Black continues to inspire Hermione, who is not only exceptionally intelligent, but also strikingly beautiful. It would be a disservice to allow her to become merely a tool for Dumbledore as depicted in the original narrative. Nurturing her into a calm and composed peripheral observer would be far more fitting for her. From Dumbledore's standpoint, regardless of the nature of the treasure, Harry and Ron's earlier explorations should have been well known to him as the headmaster, especially since Hagrid would have undoubtedly reported his slip-ups. Thus, Dumbledore's current silence is quite telling at this moment. Hermione transforms into a bespectacled young detective, realizing that there is but one truth. Either Dumbledore intends for Harry Potter to acquire the treasure, or he possesses an unwavering confidence in its security. Yet, this reasoning remains perplexing. If others, such as Professor Snape, were to covet the treasure, despite my knowledge that he is not the culprit, could it not be stolen? What happened to the notion that there is only one truth? Why has she deduced two possibilities? Hermione begins to feel overwhelmed. Perhaps consider this. What if Harry Potter were to thwart the theft of the treasure? The design of this treasure hunt was ultimately intended to hone Harry's skills and bolster his reputation. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Harry Potter will inevitably undertake the challenge, and Voldemort, who desires the Philosopher's Stone, will likewise pursue it. When these two forces collide, Dumbledore's only reliance lies in the fact that Voldemort cannot kill Harry Potter the first time. Thus, he cannot succeed the second time. This is a perilous gamble with Harry's life. Hermione is infuriated. With her mind racing, she resembles a frenzied cat, wishing to leap on a Dumbledore's aged visage and deliver a few well-deserved kicks. So, will you assist them? At this juncture, on the Hogwarts Express, Regulus Black and Hermione reached an agreement. During Harry Potter's trials ahead, they would lend their support, motivated solely by their past camaraderie as classmates. The other three young eagles accompanying Hermione in the carriage were utterly bewildered. They had caught snippets of the subtle exchanges between the teaching assistant and Hermione, while they suspected some underlying meanings. Much remained unclear. This was torment for the truth-seeking Ravenclaws, who found such secrecy intolerable and resolved to seize an opportunity to interrogate Hermione. Marietta Edgecombe and Penelope Clearwater exchanged knowing glances, as if they had reached a silent accord. They found that the teaching assistant became increasingly appealing the more they observed him, compounded by their previous interactions in Hermione's room. Influenced by Regulus Black's charm, the two girls had developed a strong affection for him. Yet they were acutely aware of the competition they faced. What to do? Publicly vying for his attention was certainly not Ravenclaw's preferred strategy. Thus, they opted for private correspondence to ensure fair competition. That moment of eye contact solidified their understanding of each other's intentions, and they tacitly accepted this arrangement. Regulus Black, unaware of the girl's scheming, could nonetheless surmise some of their thoughts, particularly as he caught Zhang Xiao gazing at him with longing. Should he remain oblivious to such signs, he would be deserving of his solitary status. Although Regulus currently had a girlfriend who was an Auror, their relationship was still unofficial, even if they were married. Maintaining a long-term affair was not uncommon among many aristocrats. Regardless of their backgrounds, be it Regulus Black from a family steeped in dark magic or an ordinary muggle, the attitude towards girlfriends remained one of abundance. Reflecting on his previous life, where he died as a perpetual bachelor, filled him with a sense of melancholy. During the several hours of travel, Regulus Black engaged in delightful conversation with the four girls. However, even the longest journeys must eventually reach their destination. As noon approached, the Hogwarts Express arrived at King's Cross Station. Ladies, the train has arrived. Please gather your belongings and return home to celebrate, should any scholarly thoughts arise. Feel free to reach out to me. If I am not in a state of slumber, I shall respond promptly. Regulus Black disembarked first, mindful of his identity. Should the families of the four girls catch sight of him, they might discern something unusual in their demeanor. Once Regulus stepped off, the four girls finally settled down, the carriage infused with the essence of spring. Prolonged close contact was difficult to resist. It was no wonder that Mr. Black often maintained a stoic expression. His warmth was utterly captivating. Marietta Edgecombe touched her flushed face, recalling how she had inadvertently signaled her interest to the teaching assistant, only for him to deftly evade the subject. Indeed, it was nearly impossible to withstand such a lure, which seemed to deepen with every shadow. Penelope Clearwater, the most mature among them, had initially suspected Regulus Black of employing some sort of charm. Yet even now, after his departure, the pull he exerted over her remained undeniable. She was, without a doubt, in love. Mr. Black had expressed admiration for Eastern culture and claimed he could write a few Chinese characters, stating that he particularly appreciated the delicacy of Eastern women. Regulus Black's recent compliments and affinity for Eastern culture had already sown a seed in Zhang Qiu's heart. The young girl began contemplating whether she should reassess her identity from a British perspective and consider changes that might make her more appealing to him. Hermione, understanding her three companion states of mind, recognized her own entanglement and chose not to disrupt their reveries. She quickly organized her belongings and prepared to disembark, intent on writing a letter to Mr. Black upon her return home. Wait, don't run off. Hermione's words jolted the others back to reality, and the quartet departed the train, laughter echoing in their wake. The moment Regulus Black stepped off the train, he disapparated back to the ancestral home at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creature, I hope you have not disappointed me. Time is of the essence. Regulus Black hung up his coat, casting a cold gaze at the eager creature who appeared before him. Esteemed master, Creature has diligently followed your orders and searched for boggets, but has only managed to locate a scant few. Creature bowed his head, a picture ashamed though. Just a few. It appears you have done well. Lead me to them. Regulus Black was pleasantly surprised that Creature had managed to capture several. It was no wonder he had not specified a quantity. On the dining table of the first floor lay 13 boxes of various sizes, each vibrating intermittently and accompanied by piercing, tearing sounds as if a cat were trapped within. Regulus Black drew his wand, and with a flick, the magical feedback confirmed the presence of 13 boggets. This significantly exceeded Regulus Black's requirements. Yet, as a rare creature, their maintenance posed no detriment. He retrieved one of the music box containers, placing it into his storage space, where he subsequently extracted the bogget, alongside a Dementor from the Black Lake Temple. The belt of the Heraldum inherently possessed the properties of the Heraldum box, further augmented by its modifying attributes. Avert any unforeseen accidents. Such alchemical processes were best conducted within the confines of the storage space. The black corpse-like Dementor fused with the entirely transparent bogget, culminating in a surreal, dreamlike gray substance. At this juncture, Regulus Black incorporated a soul stone embedded with golden memories into the mixture. Manufacturing alchemical items within the storage space offered a distinct advantage. The embedded gemstones could be removed whenever they were no longer needed. Now all was in readiness, merely awaiting the right moment for Hagrid to hatch the dragon egg. Regulus Black had undertaken these endeavors. From luring Dementors in Azkaban to instructing Creature to capture boggets, and embedding Voldemort's soul fragment within the amalgam of magical creatures. Yet, these were merely preliminary tasks. The true objective remained the dragon egg. And not just any egg, but Hagrid's dragon, EGG. Further explanation was necessary. It is solely because it serves as a pivotal prop in the film, embodying a fragment of the world's fate. This is akin to the necessity for time travelers to gather renowned women for their harem, inevitably seeking out those of notable names rather than pursuing other beauties of that realm, as such endeavors would hold no significance. There are numerous dragon eggs, and Regulus Black has long since inquired about them, although trading dragon eggs contravenes the laws of the Ministry of Magic. In the context of the wizarding world's essential magical material known as dragons, a slight transgression is hardly an issue. However, as a member of the Time Travelers, Regulus Black is resolute in acquiring that particular dragon egg, and it must be obtained before it hatches, or else all previous efforts would be rendered futile. Creature, I must return to Hogwarts. You will manage the household in my absence, and there is another task I wish to assign you. Upon returning home, Regulus Black sat for a moment, seamlessly merging the Dementor and Boggart, embedding the Soul Stone, before preparing to return to school, where numerous matters required his personal attention, and Harry Potter must receive his father's legacy. The invisibility cloak, one of the possessions of the ancient Peveril family, belongs to one of the three brothers. According to legends and the tales of Beetle the Bard, he is the youngest of the three brothers and the original possessor of one of Death's artifacts. He was the wisest and kindest among them, having lived joyfully after receiving the cloak from Death, who could not find him until he grew old, and, having removed the cloak, passed it on to his son before happily meeting Death. The cloak has been passed down through the descendants of Ignotus, and, according to Harry's deductions, he himself is a descendant of Ignotus in Godric's Hollow. Harry encountered Ignotus's gravestone, affirming his hypothesis. Both Voldemort and Harry Potter share the bloodline of the ancient Peveril family. A truly ironic twist of fate. Dear Miss Marietta Eckmore, greetings. It was a pleasure conversing with you on the train today that I learned that your mother is Madame Eckmore, an esteemed figure of the Magical Transport Department's Flynn Network Authority, which surely elicits envy from many of our peers. I wonder if I might have the fortune of your introduction to your family, as I believe it would greatly enhance my connections within the Ministry of Magic. Yet, upon reflection, this thought seems to exploit our budding friendship, casting it in a light of ulterior motives, which is not the sentiment I wish to convey. Thus, I shall set aside the notion of introductions for now. Having penned the preceding lines, I feel somewhat uneasy, but my intention remains rooted in a desire for genuine friendship, hence I shall not revise it. However, I would like to extend an invitation for you and your family to visit the Black family's ancestral home. My house elf is quite adept at preparing delectable steaks. Lastly, I wish you a joyous Christmas. As a token of our friendship, I shall be sending you a gift alongside this letter. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. At this moment, Regulus Black's snowy owl was indulging in sausages from a plate, having already delivered the letter and gift, yet the recipient had not opened the window for the owl to depart. Suggesting a reply was anticipated. The gift Regulus Black bestowed upon Marietta Eckmore was a lipstick renowned in the Muggle world as a luxury item. If Marietta Eckmore's family has had even a slight interest in the Muggle realm, she would undoubtedly accept it and appreciate its value. Upon receiving the lipstick, Marietta Eckmore was indeed elated for quite some time, given her family stature and her familiarity with certain Muggle products. Eager to try it, she rushed to the mirror, contemplating complimentary makeup, hairstyle, jewelry, and attire. The lipstick's color was indeed exquisite, harmonizing beautifully with her auburn gold locks. I must respond to Mr. Black. Licking her rosy gold lips, Marietta Eckmore donned her light sleepwear and leaned over the table to begin her reply. Dear Miss Penelope Clearwater, greetings. It was delightful to converse with you on the train today. Your intelligence and beauty shine brightly. From your surname, I discern that you do not hail from a pure-blood wizarding family. And your speech subtly betrays a hint of insecurity. This pains me greatly, as a remarkable student like you should not feel diminished by your lineage. Such notions are relics of an outdated mindset, and I wish for you to disregard them. When you ultimately unite with another wizard, your offspring may indeed be considered pure blood. You see, the concept of pure blood is rather simplistic and can be achieved through the passage of time. Compared to the depths of knowledge, this is trivial, and it is the vast ocean of knowledge that the eagles of Ravenclaw soar through. Should you encounter any academic difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I would be more than willing to share my modest knowledge to illuminate your path. Allow me to share a little secret. Ravenclaw is the most united of the Hogwarts houses, and it wields considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. Do not belittle yourself. As you emerge from Ravenclaw, you shall find the world before you expansive, and your past worries will merely be a fleeting scene along the way, worthy of but a passing glance. When you are ready to welcome guests into your home, I hope to be the first to pay you a visit. Wishing you a gift fitting for a young lady this Christmas. I hope you will cherish it. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. Regulus Black's gift to Penelope Clearwater was also a lipstick, perfectly complementing her brown curls, a rich chestnut shade, upon examining the brand on the packaging. Penelope Clearwater was momentarily taken aback by the price of such a luxury item. Observing the snowy owl, having finished its plate of bacon but lingering nearby, Penelope Clearwater hastily retrieved paper and quill to compose her response. After sending 2 letters in quick succession, Regulus Black's snowy owl, Rena, was feeling rather fatigued and full. Each household had offered fine food and drink, and to refuse would be impolite, especially when the offerings were delightful. Her consumption for the day had exceeded reasonable limits. Nonetheless, as Regulus Black approached with another letter in hand, Rena emitted a disgruntled hoot that, "I'm exhausted. I'm stuffed. No, wait. I can't fly." Regulus Black gently stroked his messenger, soothing its agitation. "Rena, this letter is for Zhang Qiu. I appreciate your efforts for one last flight, but there is no need for a reply, so resist the temptation to indulge." After rolling around in exasperation on the table, Rena was relieved by her master's gentle massage, allowing her to rise and emit a joyful hoot, grasping the letter and soaring into the twilight. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiu joyously celebrated Christmas with her family, a considerable number of gifts filling her room, the majority from her Ravenclaw classmates. After enjoying a splendid Christmas dinner, she sat on her bed, eagerly unwrapping her presents. A tapping sound at the window caught her attention. Outside perched a snowy owl. Zhang Qiu took the letter, and with a whoosh, the owl flew away. This is a letter written in Chinese, and to my surprise, it is sent by Regulus Black, with even the name rendered in phonetic Chinese. "Dear Miss Zhang Qiu, I hope this letter finds you well. Our delightful conversation on the train today has prompted me to extend my warmest Christmas wishes to you and your family. I have always held a deep fascination for Eastern culture, which has inspired me to self-study Chinese. Should there be any errors in my writing, please do not hesitate to point them out. If possible, I would love to experience the atmosphere of the Spring Festival in Eastern countries, ideally accompanied by a lovely acquaintance to guide me, allowing for a more profound understanding of local culture and history. The adage, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me, and reading 10,000 books is not as beneficial as traveling 10,000 miles, are 2 esteemed sayings that I deeply admire. It would be a great fortune in life to have a confidant on the journey of knowledge. Should you require any assistance at school, feel free to seek me out. Though I am not a professor, I am at least a teaching assistant. Additionally, I am aware that you are Hermione's sister, and that the bonds formed among Ravenclaw students transcend time. Thank you for your care for Hermione. The different cultural atmospheres between our 2 houses will undoubtedly influence her. So please guide your sister towards the vast ocean of knowledge. Courage is not merely the roar of a lion atop a grassy hill. It can also be the wings of an eagle battling the storm. Yours sincerely, Regulus Black. Zhang Qiu read the letter several times, her sensitive nature perceiving the subtle implications woven within the lines. Blushing, she returned the letter to its envelope, only to discover something additional inside. After giving it a shake, a modest silver ring fell out, and the envelope transformed into a mouth, beginning to speak. "I present to you a magical artifact of my own creation. This ring is named Eye. It offers a slight defensive capability, enhances your magical accuracy, and possesses a faint luminescence that is of little practical use. So I deemed it a fitting Christmas gift for you." EI is a rune stone from the game Diablo. When embedded in various parts of armor, it yields different effects, specifically 50 accuracy, 1 illumination range, 15 defense, and 1 brightness. Regulus Black's crafted ring encompasses all these attributes. While seemingly inconsequential in the game, it is a valuable item in the wizarding world. After all, in a numerical game, if translated into reality, those values would be quite exaggerated, considering that in the later stages of Diablo, attributes could easily reach hundreds of thousands. Love? Zhang Qiu felt a flutter of nerves. Yet her body instinctively adorned the ring upon her finger. Regulus Black dispatched these 3 letters, observing that they were influenced by his enchantment, thus casting a wider net for a young maiden with budding feelings. Mere verbal hints are sufficient to sow deep affections, especially since Regulus Black had subtly infused the letter and gift with a faint charm. Fear illusion induces terrifying hallucinations in the target, compelling them to flee. Designated mockery selects a target to become the object of everyone's attacks. These two curses are derived from the Necromancer's curse skills in Diablo. After thorough research, Regulus Black developed opposing counter-curses. Thus, fear illusion became beautiful fantasy, and designated mockery transformed into love at first sight. The meanings of these counter-curses are quite evident from their titles. Beautiful fantasy was applied to the letter, while love at first sight was attached to the gift. Regulus Black was unconcerned that these charms would be discovered. Much like innate system skills that require no incantation or wand, these magical abilities are similarly difficult to detect. Fundamentally, the magical systems of these innate skills and those employed by wizards are entirely distinct, akin to the vast difference between wizardry and house elf magic, despite their capacity to produce similar effects. On Christmas Day, few students remained at school, leading to a festive atmosphere regardless of year or house, with students indulging in games and leisure from morning till night. Regulus Black rolled his eyes as he passed a plump boy napping in the common room. This morning, he had accompanied Hermione and others on the train departure, retrieving the boggart from Creature at the Old Manor, and aside from assisting Professor Flitwick with decorating for Christmas, he had been preparing potion ingredients with Professor Snape for the students' upcoming needs. During this time, he had managed to write 3 letters, which Lena delivered to the 3 girls, and he remained occupied until dinner. Today is Christmas. Everyone, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Dumbledore was resplendent in his attire, his robes embroidered with runes and celestial motifs. Resembling a Christmas tree, Lena flew in through the window, landing directly on the backrest of Regulus Black's seat. You've worked hard. Regulus Black offered his wine cup to Lena, who peered curiously into the glass, sampled a sip, then another, before erupting into a series of comical sounds, her pupils dilating and constricting wildly. Regulus, I'm not certain if Owl should be drinking, Professor Flitwick kindly interjected, clearly noting that Lena's inebriated antics had attracted considerable attention. It seemed Lena was indeed tipsy. Originally, he had merely intended to help her relax. My apologies, everyone. I must take my leave. Regulus Black scooped up the flapping, drunken Lena, bidding farewell to the professors present. There could be no better excuse for an exit. If it were my Hazel, I would never let her drink. Harry Potter observed the scene below, astonished that the assistant professor was giving his owl alcohol. What a pity. I was just about to suggest letting Hazel try some. Ron sighed dramatically, half in jest, as if lamenting a missed spectacle. Immediately, he and Harry began to tussle, soon escalating into chaos among the Gryffindors, with cake and cream flying across the table and threatening to spread to the other 3 houses. In all honesty, Dumbledore felt a twinge of regret for his earlier remarks, as all students involved in the fray were penalized 5 points from their house, a verdict announced by Snape. However, this had no bearing on Regulus Black, who had numerous matters awaiting attention in the Room of Requirement. Since his resurrection, events had unfolded in rapid succession, and Regulus Black felt somewhat fatigued. Yet, as someone from another world, missing every opportunity presented in the narrative would be an irremediable regret. The Black family needed revitalization. Sirius must be rescued. Voldemort's Horcruxes required collection. The Deathly Hallows should ideally be gathered, along with various magical artifacts encountered throughout the story, such as the Dragon Egg in Hagrid's possession. Should these treasures elude him, it would be a source of great anguish for a dedicated homebody. 4 Horcruxes were already in hand. Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, the 3 of the 4 Hogwarts treasures secured. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, a black gemstone ring, serves as a combination of Horcrux and artifact, with the black stone being the resurrection stone. Regulus Black did not remove the gemstone, but chose to preserve it as is. Utilizing these 4 Horcruxes, he separated Voldemort's soul fragments into the gemstone, the Red Nightmare, and the Golden Memory. By employing 2 soul fragments, they could merge into a single gemstone. In Regulus Black's design, there exists a provision. 7 increases the capacity of the soul stone with each additional merged soul. The excess can be detached for other uses. Thus, during his outings, Regulus Black always paid heed to passers-by, particularly those on the fringes of society, beggars, rogues, addicts, who could be easily identified with a simple discernment charm. Consequently, he felt no moral qualms about using their souls to augment the soul stone's capacity. Often, it was not necessary to brandish a wand and bellow the killing curse. The malevolent are indeed present, yet it is imperative that the Ministry of Magic remains unaware of such matters. In a world populated by 6 billion souls, the number who perish daily from car accidents and ailments is unfathomable. The demise of a few marginalized individuals on the fringes of society will hardly attract attention. It is necessary to elucidate the distinction regarding the proliferation of Voldemort's soul fragments and the original components. The proliferated section of the Red Nightmare Soul Gem is not blood red, but rather a delicate pink. Conversely, the proliferated portion of the Golden Memory Soul Gem is not a deep gold but a vibrant yellow. Thus, when these two soul gems possess sufficient proliferated segments, the Red Nightmare was embedded into the horn of the Nightmare Unicorn by Regulus Black, while the Golden Memory was set within the amalgamation of a Boggart and a Dementor for future use. Integrating other souls into the soul gems can lead to their proliferation, and satisfying the requirement for 7 portions may very well enable Voldemort's resurrection. In terms of totality, each additional soul increases the gem's proliferation by 7%, allowing for a maximum of 10 souls to be added, culminating in a total of 98, wherein Voldemort's own 2 soul fragments equate to 4 portions. Reflecting on this, it is indeed a feat that Voldemort succeeded in his resurrection. After the murder of Harry Potter's parents, he must have been left with merely 2 fragments of his soul wandering, while the remaining 7 have been transformed into Horcruxes. Aside from the aforementioned 4 Horcruxes, other artifacts include Tom Riddle's diary, Voldemort's beloved Nagini, and Harry Potter himself. The diary could be directly requested from his cousin Narcissa Malfoy, or, alternatively, could be delivered to Ginny during the events of the second installment, Chamber of Secrets, by the Malfoys themselves. However, should he directly demand it, one can only speculate what unreasonable conditions Mr. Malfoy might impose. Patience is indeed prudent. Countless time travelers have demonstrated that the inertia of a plot is a formidable force. Without identifying the pivotal points, one cannot alter the trajectory of the narrative, for the course of the story is synonymous with the historical direction within this cinematic universe. Tomorrow, Harry Potter shall receive his Christmas gifts. From that moment forth, the Potter family's invisibility cloak will slip from Dumbledore's grasp. Regulus Black, lacking any semblance of decorum, flopped onto his bed, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of treasures he desires. What is one to do when they yearn for them all? For now, it is best to convert the 4 Horcruxes he has acquired into small talismans or equipment, as they have remained dormant for quite some time. After meticulous calculations and arrangements, Regulus Black finally established a plan for the utilization of the Horcruxes and relics. Helmet. Ravenclaw's Diadem Horcrux required level. 7 Noble Bloodline, 7 Charisma, Enhancement, 7 Arithmetic Divination Effect, 3-piece set. 7 Phenomenon Divination Effect, 5-piece set. 7 Monster Resurrection Effect, 7-piece set. 77 additional gold from monsters, 77 enhanced chance of acquiring magical equipment, additional time turner, additional library contract. Necklace, Slytherin's Locket Horcrux required level. 7 Noble Bloodline, 7 Charisma, Enhancement, 7 Dark Magic Effect, 3-piece set. 7 Spell Effect, 5-piece set. 7 Monster Resurrection Effect, 7-piece set. 77 additional gold from monsters, 77 enhanced chance of acquiring magical equipment, additional serpent mastery and dragonblood lineage, additional forbidden forest contract and racial pact ring. Hufflepuff's Cup Horcrux required level. 7 Noble Bloodline, 7 Charisma, Enhancement, 7 Herbology Effect, 3-piece set. 7 Potion Effect, 5-piece set. 7 Monster Resurrection Effect, 7-piece set. 77 additional gold from monsters, 77 enhanced chance of acquiring magical equipment, additional privilege for private kitchen and wine cellar, additional house elf contract ring. Marvolo Gaunt's Ring Horcrux Relic Black Gem Ring required level. 7 Noble Bloodline, 7 Charisma, Enhancement, 7 Transfiguration Spell Effect, 3-piece set. 7 Alchemical Spell Effect, 5-piece set. 7 Monster Resurrection Effect, 7-piece set. 77 additional gold from monsters, 77 enhanced chance of acquiring magical equipment, additional familiar affection, additional polyjuice potion transformation through Regulus Black's calculations. The 4 Horcruxes were finalized as equipment, their attributes precisely reaching the limits of these magical items, and upon fulfilling multiple set requirements, they can bestow additional new attributes, reflecting the fragmentation of Voldemort's soul. Presently, Regulus Black's character interface no longer displays merely a single belt, but has been enhanced with 3 pieces of jewelry and a diadem. These items occupy the character interface without utilizing storage space. In his storage, only a few talismans remain, the majority being miscellaneous items. The soul potion from the Black Lake Temple was crafted shortly after his arrival in this world. To this day, Regulus Black has maintained the habit of consuming the soul potion daily. However, this practice has recently been interrupted due to the influx of Dementors. The soul fragments from Voldemort have thus far yielded the Red Nightmare and Golden Memory soul gems. Currently, the soul gems in storage consist of 10 portions of proliferated souls. Their colors somewhat muted, but in ample quantity. These proliferated gems cannot be further increased through soul fusion, although the original stones, though embedded, can be removed at any time. The Red Nightmare Witch's Convent is a place Regulus Black has often wished to refer to as Rainbow Dash. In terms of attributes, it serves both as a talisman and a true nightmare. Regulus Black has yet to find the time to take her to the Deathly Hallows to transform the Cook family into nightmare beings, thereby assuming the 3-class profession of the Nightmare Clan. Regarding the 3 career paths, the Skeletal Warriors and Skeletal Mages crafted by Regulus Black are cataloged within his skill repertoire. The Claystone Golem of the Lava Beast, the Blood Demon of the Demon Zack, and the Clockwork Halloween Iron Golem are 3 skills that have long been successfully developed, with their icons in the skill table replaced by intricate reliefs of the 3. Now, only the 4 puppet skills of the Elemental Puppeteer remain to complete the set. The newly introduced small stationless system has already included Headless Valley, Azkaban, and Hogwarts as 3 designated locations. The Baroque-style cross, the image of the Dementor, and the Hogwarts crest have all been recorded in the system as relief patterns. The Hogwarts station is established within the Room of Requirement, specifically on the wall directly opposite the entrance. Adorned with a grand Hogwarts crest, Regulus Black quietly examines his built-in system while diligently assembling a new Iron Golem. Starting from 0, he has now constructed 3. The first and second have been assigned to perform daily maid duties in Headless Valley. Relying solely on the Cook family to manage the entire estate proves somewhat daunting. Initially, he intended for 0 to manufacture subsequent iron golems, but he discovered that lifeless golems produced likewise lack vitality. Despite all components being intact and operational, they resembled unresponsive vegetative states. Consequently, Regulus Black had to dismantle the first for a thorough inspection while simultaneously constructing the second. Ultimately, he ended up with 2 iron golems sharing the same twin-like personalities. Upon analysis, Regulus Black must concede that this is akin to human reproduction. Even if a body is meticulously constructed from cells, it merely results in a finely crafted abomination, whereas only children born through natural means represent the continuation of life. The iron golems created by Regulus Black follow this principle. Those crafted by his own hands inherently possess a trace of his magical essence, which indeed breathes life into the iron golems. Furthermore, his mental state and thoughts at the time inevitably seep into the creations, resulting in each iron golem exhibiting distinct personality traits. Thus, it is inevitable that the third being constructed will possess a different character. 0 observes quietly from the side, occasionally handing Regulus Black a component. The mastery of my master far exceeds my own. Reflecting on how I was once created by his hands fills me with genuine happiness. Once Regulus Black affixes the final component, 0 clasps her hands together and begins to praise him. Your character design is fundamentally based on the concept of being 3-dimensional, thus your attempts at cuteness come across as rather incongruous. Regulus Black presses down on 0's hands. A cold, cute 3-dimensional character would inevitably leave a negative impression. However, when I initially crafted you, I envisioned a primary, made attribute complemented by a performing persona. Regulus Black gently pats 0's head. Her blue short hair suits her perfectly to differentiate these iron golems. He adjusts their hairstyles at 0's hair is styled with a high back and lower front, with the sides hanging down to chin level. While the back is entirely short, The hair of the first and second golems is altered from Zero's design. The first has longer hair on the left side reaching the shoulder, while the right is cropped above the ear. And the second is the opposite. The third golem features two small braids on each side cascading to the chest, with longer hair at the back reaching the waist, tied mid-length. Should the third don a traditional Japanese shrine maiden outfit, she would embody the quintessential shrine maiden hairstyle, imagining a blue-haired three-dimensional which brings forth delightful imagery. Thus, Regulus Black joyfully decides to personally craft the shrine maiden's costume. Harry Potter, there's a gift for you. At dawn, Ron loudly awakens Harry Potter, as several gift boxes are piled in their dormitory. For a child who has long resided in a stairwell cupboard, witnessing his cousin receive numerous gifts each year, often expressing dissatisfaction with the quantity and quality, Harry Potter has never received gifts himself, except for a birthday cake brought by Hagrid before school began. Now, on his first Christmas at school, to receive gifts is an unexpected delight. Although Harry has inherited the Potter family fortune, receiving holiday gifts from others remains a novel experience. Which of these boxes is mine? They should all be yours. I've already unwrapped my gifts. Among Harry Potter's Christmas presents is naturally the invisibility cloak, delivered by Dumbledore. Upon reading the accompanying note, Harry discerns from the tone that it is indeed a gift from the headmaster. One must admit, the headmaster is quite generous. The invisibility cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows, and yet he simply gives it away. However, one might also argue that the headmaster is rather stingy. This is a legacy of the Potter family and not truly a personal gift from him. When not worn, the invisibility cloak resembles a black shawl with subtle silver patterns, enveloping the entire figure, rendering the wearer invisible from the outside, while allowing them to see through it from within. Currently, Harry Potter is stuck on the name Nicholas Flamel in his quest to navigate the game concerning the Philosopher's Stone. And Dumbledore conveniently sending the invisibility cloak seems to urge him to progress swiftly through the game. The other gift, of course, is from Regulus Black, though it isn't signed. Wow, this gift is absolutely marvelous. Harry, quickly see what the other gift is. Ron, awestruck by the invisibility cloak, feels envy as Harry receives such a magnificent gift while he only gets a knitted sweater. Nevertheless, he buries his jealousy deep down, outwardly expressing joy for Harry. After all, they are friends. Harry Potter sets down the invisibility cloak and opens another gift box. Inside is a simple wooden box revealing the mechanism of a music box. As Harry wins one side a few turns, the familiar melody of Silent Night plays. Music is one of the earliest forms of art developed by humanity, and since dancing and painting are unsuitable for gift boxes, a handmade music box serves as a heartfelt token of sentiment. Here, a little secret. A certain animal falls asleep upon hearing music. The card inside the box contains a cryptic message. But Harry comprehends that this music box is a handmade gift, thus truly sincere for a Christmas present. What animal falls asleep upon hearing music? Ron takes the card, puzzled by the final question. Does this gift come from some professor? Harry Potter does not dwell on this question, but instead plans to explore the restricted section that very night, now armed with the invisibility cloak. It would be remiss not to investigate that mysterious area. The night air in Hogwarts feels particularly desolate as Harry Potter walks through the empty corridors, carrying a single lamp. Puff! Regulus Black, concealed in the shadows, nearly bursts into laughter at the sight. In the deserted, dark hallway, a solitary lamp floats along, making it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Harry Potter's ability to navigate such perilous encounters unscathed is utterly remarkable. For a mischievous child like him, perhaps an early demise would be a blessing. Upon reaching the library, Harry successfully enters the restricted section, a forbidden territory for students, a place previously only glimpsed in secrecy. Yet tonight it lies open like a sleeping beauty, inviting the daring. However, Regulus Black would not believe that any beauty would slumber so deeply. If he were to encounter such a sleeping beauty, he would draw his wand and cast Stupefy to prevent any ensuing complications upon waking. Are the library doors left unlocked? Is the entrance to the restricted section not secured? Hyacinth T. Madam Pants supposed to reside in the library? It is often said that Harry Potter is the protagonist, yet the myriad of moments ripe for satire throughout the narrative are truly countless. The illumination within the forbidden section has grown dim, and Harry Potter wanders aimlessly in search of his desires, grappling with an overwhelming amount of research. Could it be that Dumbledore intends for Harry to uncover what he seeks by the end of the term? Discarding his invisibility cloak and lantern, Harry begins his quest for books that begin with Nicholas. Entirely oblivious to the fact that concealed beneath the cloak lies a comprehensive tome detailing alchemy and its history, precisely the answers he seeks. Alas, this vital information goes unnoticed by Harry. The invisibility cloak, an heirloom of Harry's ancestor Ignotus Peverell, is one of the Deathly Hallows, a cloak that grants true invisibility. Unlike mere cloaks enhanced by disillusionment charms or crafted from the hair of invisibility creatures, whose effects wear off over time, Harry's cloak renders the wearer genuinely invisible, permanently, and impervious to any spell. Originally, Harry intended to preserve this artifact for future generations. However, it has now fallen into the hands of Regulus Black, who merely places his hand upon it, causing this deathly hallow to be absorbed into a storage space. While a lesser cloak, crafted from invisibility creature hair and imbued with powerful charms, is returned to its original location. As Harry Potter diligently searches through books, he inadvertently uncovers a tome on the ceiling of supernatural creatures. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream reverberates through the library, drawing not the attention of Madame Pants, but rather that of Filch. "Who goes there? I see you!" Filch bellows, advancing cautiously, aware that he is merely a powerless bystander, vulnerable should he encounter the wrath of wayward students wielding magic against him. Yet, with his fierce demeanor and the backing of the school, Filch often manages to apprehend those who roam the halls at night. In a panic, Harry hastily dons his invisibility cloak and clutches his lantern, preparing to flee. Good heavens! This troublesome child refuses to relinquish his lantern. Regulus Black, feeling a pang of exasperation, decides to lend a hand to the young savior. With a silent, wandless spell, he utters Wadawasi, shattering the lantern in Harry's grasp. Startled, Harry discards the remnants and, shrouded in his cloak, moves stealthily out of the forbidden section. He must have bumped into a table moments ago. Thankfully, the lantern's destruction spared him from being caught by Filch. Harry cautiously observes Filch pass by, sidestepping obstacles as he makes his way out of the library. However, as he exits, he finds himself under the scrutinizing gaze of Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion. The flaw of the invisibility cloak is its inability to mask sound and scent. While these issues can be remedied by adult wizards with a couple of spells, they pose a significant challenge for Harry. He whirls around and hastily turns down 2 corridors, just in time to witness Professor Snape threatening Quirrell. In the midst of their exchange, a slight noise alerts Snape to a presence nearby, prompting him to make a grasping motion towards Harry's direction, though he captures nothing. How peculiar. I distinctly sense someone behind me. Snape muses before redirecting his attention back to Quirrell. It is undeniable that Voldemort possesses a remarkable talent for concealment. Even Snape, a former Death Eater, fails to detect the anomaly while so close to Quirrell. "Professors, I found this in the forbidden section. Someone has trespassed," Filch complains, holding the shattered lantern aloft, lamenting the troublesome students of Hogwarts. While capturing them brings him joy, the effort expended is exhausting, and the inability to apprehend them is disheartening. With that, Snape and Quirrell prepare to pursue the nocturnal intruder, once the 3 have departed. The door at the end of the corridor swings open and then closes on its own. Harry, sensing no hope of returning to the dormitory, decides it is best to find a place to hide. Glancing back at the invisibility cloak carelessly discarded on the floor, Regulus Black feels the last remnants of guilt vanish. It is only fitting that Harry Potter's cloak has now come into his possession. Harry enters an empty room, the sole occupant being a colossal mirror, the Mirror of Ariste. This mirror reveals neither the past nor the future. It does not impart knowledge or truth. Instead, it displays the deepest desires of the heart, offering viewers solace and satisfaction. Yet, those lacking self-control may become ensnared, wasting precious time and even descending into madness. Screaming sugar rat, Regulus Black finds himself once more in Dumbledore's office, utterly disinterested in Harry taking Ron to view the Mirror of Erist, especially since Snape and Quirrell are on duty this evening, destined to remain entwined. Regulus, can't you consider that an old man requires sufficient rest? Dumbledore, clad in loose-fitting wizarding pajamas, emerges from his chamber, stifling yawn. Of course, I should be mindful of your health, but had you not sent such peculiar gifts? Regulus Black casually picks up a chocolate frog, breaking off a leg to savor, since his last visit to Dumbledore's for enhanced snacks. Regulus has discovered his remarkable resistance to certain potions. This is due to his system attributes categorizing some potions as toxic, and with his unique properties, enhanced by various charms, he enjoys formidable resistance to poisons, such as the 777 poison defense from the Red Nightmare, Witch Academy. At present, Regulus Black can consume potions with the ease of drinking water, including Veritaserum. Dumbledore is well aware of what Regulus refers to. However, the invisibility cloak is a relic of the Potter family, and it is only just that it be returned, especially since Harry must face challenges to bolster his courage and resources that I never anticipated that you would reach the point of seeing through the invisibility cloak, an artifact even Death himself cannot perceive. Dumbledore's expression is somewhat exaggerated, clearly attempting to divert the topic. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster. If you had instructed Harry Potter on the necessary precautions, perhaps I wouldn't have seen the lantern in his hand, nor heard his footsteps, and Mrs. Norris wouldn't have caught wind of his presence. Regulus Black articulates these concerns, which any user of the invisibility cloak would understand. Some individuals merely wish to remain unnoticed and thus ignore the issue entirely, even if others are aware of a cloaked figure passing by. What of it? For those who require stealth, silencing sound and scent is paramount, and certain actions must be concealed with illusions, such as doors that open and close automatically. All these errors were committed by Harry during his initial use of the invisibility cloak. Particularly, he does not treat the cloak with the reverence it deserves, carelessly discarding it. After all, it is one of the Deathly Hallows. But now, this cloak lies in the possession of Regulus Black, who intends to make good use of it. Returning is a notion best left unconsidered, and Regulus has provided a suitable replacement for Harry to utilize until it is no longer needed. It is noteworthy that cloaks made from the hair of invisibility creatures do not come cheaply to Daw. So there are these issues as well. Dumbledore finds himself somewhat vexed. Why can't Regulus simply feign ignorance? Regulus, if you could remind this child of his responsibilities, I would gladly stun him and employ the Obliviate charm to engrave the relevant spells into his memory. It's settled then. Regulus Black dusts off the chocolate residue from his hands and rises to depart. Regulus, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? I mean in your teaching methods. Dumbledore adopts a serious demeanor, entrusting Regulus Black with the education of Harry Potter. You cannot be serious. I am merely a teaching assistant. I believe this responsibility is better suited to a professor or, ideally, one of the heads of houses. Surely any of the four house heads would be far more capable than I. The meaning of Regulus Black is quite evident. It refers to Professor Snape, the potions master, head of Slytherin House, and the admirer of Harry Potter's mother. Who could possibly care more for Harry Potter's safety than Snape himself? Dumbledore, on the other hand, is experiencing a bout of frustration. It seems the elderly gentleman should truly not be disturbed from his slumber at night, as this has caused him considerable vexation on several occasions. However, as you are aware, the heads of the four houses are exceedingly busy, and it is unlikely they could spare time to provide that child with special tutoring. Dumbledore appears to be intent on relying on Regulus Black, continuing to persuade him. Then allow me to recommend another professor, Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I believe no one is more suitable than he. Upon finishing his statement, Regulus Black promptly turned to leave, affording Dumbledore no opportunity for further conversation. The dawn is fast approaching. Perhaps you ought to indulge in a brief nap. Whether Dumbledore took a moment to rest remains uncertain. But Regulus Black certainly retired for the night. The Mirror of Erist. Here appears a prop from the film, one that has not been seen since the first installment. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that after the conclusion of the first film, acquiring this object posed no challenge at all. It is arguably one of the easiest items to collect from that chapter. Reclining on the grand bed, Regulus Black reached out into the void, as if he had already grasped the Mirror of Erist itself. The following day unfolded like any other. Christmas had just passed, and students who had returned home for the holidays were back at Hogwarts. Unsurprisingly, Regulus Black received Christmas gifts from 4 young ladies. Although a day late, it was evident that the gifts had been thoughtfully chosen. Hermione gifted him a dental care set, complete with a toothbrush, toothpaste, dental floss, and mouthwash, an obvious reflection of her upbringing as the daughter of a doctor. She truly is a girl who seizes any opportunity to promote her family's profession. The accompanying card expressed her concern for Black as a teaching assistant, extending heartfelt thanks for his ongoing support. Zhang Qiu presented a set of Chinese chess, along with a letter elegantly detailing the game's origins in beautiful script. This is a chess variant from an Eastern country, distinct from both European chess and wizard's chess. The specific rules were included within. Marietta Edgecombe gifted a captivating fruit. This rare magical plant is said to produce peculiar effects when consumed. Its appearance, a crimson heart-shaped fruit, evokes the notion of being love's captive. It is known that the effects of a single fruit rival those of a potent love potion, making this fruit exceedingly valuable. Notably, the card accompanying it bore no writing, only a lipstick kiss print. The simplicity of a young girl's affections brought great joy to Regulus Black, marking progress in their relationship. Penelope Clearwater bestowed upon him a large crystal vial for potion storage. This tear-shaped vial, resting upon a wooden base, possesses a capacity of 1 liter, while its slender neck requires special methods for filling with potions. Typically, such vials are used in specific contexts, either by fully submerging them in a liquid and allowing gas to gradually fill the vial, or by sealing the opening to let the liquid flow in slowly. The latter being more suitable for oils. Regardless of the contents, the primary purpose is to prevent exposure to air, as the materials are often dispensed in drops. Thus, this design is indeed quite functional. How fortuitous! Regulus Black grasped the captivating fruit, casting a levitation charm to suspend it in the air. With a gentle tap of his wand's tip, he pierced the apex of the heart-shaped fruit, allowing a slender stream of ruby-red juice to flow downwards. The crystal vial awaited below, ready to capture every precious drop. What should he do with his potion now? Should it be used for potion crafting, or fashioned into a small talisman? Regulus Black pondered the optimal outcome, as it had become second nature to him. Failing to maximize the effect would be a disservice to his title as a member of the Squirrel Party. Ultimately, Regulus Black refrained from concocting a small talisman from the juice of the captivating fruit. After all, while it is a rare magical plant, it does not possess the unique qualities of a magical artifact. Although a talisman crafted from it might exhibit extreme properties, the process is akin to Voldemort's search for suitable Horcrux materials. Not all items are appropriate for the creation of magical artifacts. While any object can be used, such as the mundane key that the Ministry of Magic carelessly conjured, for individuals like Regulus Black and Voldemort, utilizing trash to create magical artifacts would be wholly tasteless. Each magical item embodies the creator's dedication. Who would wish for their hard work to be deemed worthless? Another uneventful day passed, but as the day's classes drew to a close, a request from Dumbledore stirred the faculty at Hogwarts. Following dinner, as students returned to their dormitories under the guidance of their prefects, the heads of the 4 houses, along with Quirrell and Regulus Black, were retained by Dumbledore. Dumbledore, I do not believe you have the appetite for any more food. If there is something to discuss, please do so quickly, Snape remarked with evident disdain. While he might have shown deference in the presence of students, now that they had departed, such courtesy was unnecessary. All present knew the nature of the interactions between the 2 men. Following Lily's death, Snape held Dumbledore partially responsible. Regulus had recommended Quirrell to provide special tutoring for Harry Potter, intending to teach the young boy a few spells. Dumbledore's words swiftly cast Regulus Black into the spotlight, as if encircling him with a mocking aura. Snape immediately turned, glaring fiercely at Regulus Black, as though he were prepared to pounce upon him should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Since you are lacking in compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Regulus Black maintained his composure, elegantly ignoring Snape's intense gaze as he dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. It was you, headmaster, who stated that the heads of the 4 houses are fully occupied, which is why I am here to take on this special tutoring position. However, I reiterate that I am not yet a professor. merely an assistant, and thus recommended the most suitable candidate. Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am confident he can teach Harry Potter a few spells without issue. As he spoke, he patted Quirrell on the shoulder, causing the already timid and nervous man to tremble and then awkwardly smile. Snape, already displeased with the presence of Regulus Black and Quirrell, nearly erupted in protest upon hearing that Quirrell would be providing private lessons to Harry Potter. In Snape's mind, Quirrell was far too dangerous. Although he could not pinpoint the source of this unease, the idea of leaving Quirrell alone with Harry Potter for special tutoring was utterly unacceptable. I pose this, while I cannot fathom why Potter requires individualized instruction. Dumbledore, do you not think you are indulging him excessively? Snape could not openly voice his concerns regarding Quirrell, and instead redirected the blame onto Dumbledore. Moreover, even if the intention was merely to teach Potter a few spells, a senior student would suffice. Snape rose from the table, his evident rage nearly transforming into tendrils of darkness. The heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff shivered in their seats. This matter was of no concern to them. Even Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, hesitated to interject, though she resolved to inquire with Dumbledore later about the rationale behind providing Harry Potter with individualized tutoring and the designation of a specific professor for this task. Professor Snape, please trust my judgment. Professor Quirrell is the optimal choice. Regulus Black longed to witness the encounter between Voldemort and Harry Potter, yet he would need to devise a suitable explanation for Quirrell's control by Voldemort afterward. Snape glared at Regulus Black, yet could not shake the sense of anticipation that enveloped him. Thus, it was decided, Professor Quirrell would conduct private tutoring sessions for Harry Potter, with Regulus Black required to be present as a companion. Dumbledore, however, was still unwilling to let Regulus Black off the hook, as he was indeed the one who instigated the matter. Dumbledore, I am merely a teaching assistant. In the future, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to become a professor, so it is only reasonable to accumulate some teaching experience. Ultimately, the blame was deftly shifted back onto Regulus Black, which put Dumbledore in an exceptionally good mood, his aged face breaking into a cheerful smile. Snape found it difficult to voice any objections. Although he harbored a disdain for Regulus Black, the perceived danger posed by Quirrell was far more concerning. Now that Harry Potter had been entrusted to Quirrell for individual tutoring, there was inherent risk, yet the presence of our teaching assistant seemed to restore a peculiar sense of balance to the situation. Moreover, as long as Snape had the time, he could always check in, confident that Professor Quirrell would not object to having an additional onlooker. Having confirmed his thoughts, Professor Snape let out a cold huff towards the two before turning to leave. The other three heads of houses followed Dumbledore out of the hall, leaving Quirrell and Regulus Black behind. My apologies, Professor Quirrell. It was initially my responsibility that has now ensnared you, and yet I find myself unable to shed this burden. Regulus Black raised a hand to halt Quirrell's departure. Opportunities to toy with Voldemort at close range were rare, especially since the conversation was far from over. Very well. I require a copy of your lesson schedule, so that I may bring Harry Potter to you during times that are convenient for both of you. In truth, any teacher, be they a professor at Hogwarts or in the Muggle world, is not a particularly free individual. They must conduct classes, grade assignments, and the available spare time is scant as a person. One also requires time to rest. Thus, even providing Harry Potter with individualized attention necessitates careful scheduling. Otherwise, chaos is inevitable. Very well. However, I need to know the content of your lessons, as Dumbledore seemed to have neglected to mention it. At that moment, the vast hall contained only Regulus Black and Quirrell. Despite the well-lit environment, an abnormal chill pervaded the space. Experienced differently by the two, while Quirrell's feelings remained unknown, Regulus Black was undoubtedly affected by being alone with Quirrell, as it felt akin to being in the presence of Voldemort himself. Nevertheless, until the truth is revealed, it must remain concealed beneath the surface, just as it was for Regulus Black, Quirrell, and Voldemort alike. Silencing and scent-eliminating charms, night vision spells, and illusions to make others overlook changes were all at his disposal. Remaining any longer might lead him to uncontrollably draw his wand. With a darkened expression, Regulus Black patted Quirrell on the shoulder before departing the hall. Master, what should I do? Should I seize this opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter? Quirrell's face contorted as he uttered words unbefitting a professor, his expression betraying a mixture of anguish and repression. Harry Potter must perish by my hand. You need only focus on your own tasks. A swirling mist of gray-black emanated from Quirrell's headscarf, twisting his features further as if his vitality was being siphoned away. After the last unicorn was snatched by that black boy, I have grown increasingly feeble. You should contemplate how to capture another unicorn soon. The dark mist coalesced into a skull-like visage, which gradually morphed into a blurred human face. As for Harry Potter, how could I possibly let slip the chance to teach him directly? Suddenly, all the lights extinguished, leaving Quirrell to navigate the darkness as the black mist seemed to merge with the surroundings. In the room housing the mirror of Ariste, Harry Potter sat quietly before the mirror once more. In the reflection of the mirror, his parents smiled back at him, their presence a comforting balm despite the inability to communicate or physically touch, for Harry, having not seen his parents for over a decade. Each glimpse was a treasure. Ron had once remarked on seeing himself as head boy, captain of the Quidditch team, and winning the Quidditch Cup. From that moment, Harry understood that the mirror revealed one's innermost desires, reflecting what one yearned to see. For deceased loved ones would never materialize beside him, but could only be glimpsed within the mirror's depths. That you've returned here again, Harry. After Dumbledore shifted the blame onto Regulus Black and Quirrell, he personally sought out Harry Potter that very evening. Like many others before you, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Ariste. I trust you are already aware of its purpose. Allow me to offer you a hint. Only the happiest individuals can see their truest selves in the mirror. Dumbledore launched into a lecture and explanation, while Harry had already unraveled some of its mysteries. Desire. The Mirror of Ariste reveals the deepest longings of the heart, and it is precisely because Harry had never met his family that he could see them within the mirror. This mirror does not provide us with knowledge or truth. Rather, individuals may squander their time before it, even descending into madness. Harry listened to these words with a hint of skepticism, yet he knew Dumbledore would say what he least wanted to hear. Tomorrow, I shall be moving the mirror to another location. Please do not seek it out again, Harry. One cannot live in a dream. That Harry's eyes reflected a flicker of protest, yet he also understood that Dumbledore meant him no harm. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to allow Dumbledore to handle the Mirror of Ariste, for after all, he had not yet succumbed to madness. Had he? Meanwhile, Regulus Black was taking a rare moment of leisure in his room. Engrossed in Snow White from the Brothers Grimm, the prince, akin to a savior, the beautiful and naive princess unaware of the world's malice, and the wicked stepmother, a witch to boot. Indeed, there are still 7 dwarfs. And such narrative elements frequently appear in various other fairy tales. What currently captivates Regulus Black about this story is the portrayal of the magic mirror that, in fairy tales, many magic mirrors serve the role of a seer. When a sorceress queries the mirror, she receives prompt feedback that it is only in fairy tales that the witch queen poses the foolish question of who is more beautiful. Besides the Brothers Grimm's Snow White, numerous other versions of the tale exist. Nevertheless, despite this, the fairy tale remains widely disseminated, and girls everywhere aspire to be like Snow White. If one were to identify the most memorable magic mirror, it would undoubtedly be the round copper mirror from Snow White and the Huntsman. This mirror can predict answers, transform into a human form for direct communication, and even preserve the owner's soul for the sake of prolonging life. By merely conducting an alchemical remastering based on the Eris mirror, one could save a considerable amount of materials and processes. Regulus Black has a tome by Master Nicholas Flamel detailing the intricacies of alchemy at hand. Strictly speaking, the alchemy within the wizarding world merely involves creating a superior base item. Only by adding suitable matching magic can the original designer's intent truly be realized. For instance, the Steel Golem series crafted by Regulus Black. Indeed, Model 0 to 7 are already in operation. Features numerous distinct details, resulting in subtle differences among the golems. Even the pair known as 1 and 2, which could be considered twins, exhibit slight variances. Let alone the others numbered 3 through 7. These creations are still manufactured under the standardized production line methods implemented by Regulus Black. If one were to create just one such item, the differences would remain imperceptible. Winter gives way to spring. Hogwarts is on the verge of its final examinations. though a few months remain. During several cold winter nights, Regulus Black would unexpectedly rouse Harry Potter from his slumber and take him to Quirrell's office to learn 3 specific spells. Given that the effects of his spells had been predetermined, Professor Quirrell's incantations underwent slight modifications. Freshen up to eliminate personal odors, Silencio to render oneself silent, and Confundo to imbue objects with a confounding effect, obscuring the perceptions of those involved. Each spell differs somewhat from the original, yet all are better suited for Harry Potter's personal use. Throughout this learning process, Harry Potter has proven quite diligent, clearly reluctant to be dragged from his warm bed. Quirrell has shown commendable dedication in teaching, especially since Snape occasionally drops by, leaving with a disdainful huff. Thus, through the combined efforts of Harry Potter and Quirrell, these 3 modified spells were swiftly mastered. However, it remains uncertain whether their proficiency will surpass Harry Potter's signature disarming spell, Expelliarmus. Lacking a strategic mind like Hermione's, Harry Potter's current circle consists entirely of boys: the loyal Ron, the dim-witted Neville, and the explosive Seamus, all of whom share the same dormitory. Consequently, amidst various unexpected explosions, forgetfulness, and fervent adulation, it can be said that Harry Potter's intellect has seen little advancement. Yet, during this period of studying under Quirrell, he has made his most rapid progress in spellcasting point one day. While in the library, Regulus Black was approached by Hermione. "Mr. Black, look, I found the information you mentioned," Hermione exclaimed, struggling to open a hefty tome and pointing at a particular page. Regulus Black smiled faintly, recognizing that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The passage of time from winter to spring in the film is signified by Harry Potter releasing Hedwig, followed by Hermione's sudden appearance in the library with a large book, coinciding with the impending hatching of Hagrid's dragon egg. Unsure of how to pinpoint this moment, Regulus Black devised a roundabout strategy. While conversing with Hermione and her 3 female companions on the train, he urged her to keep the information about Nicholas Flamel confidential unless she could find a more detailed written account, at which point she could present it as evidence to Harry Potter and the others. Regulus Black explained that the boys in Harry Potter's circle, lacking in intellect, would not heed her unless she provided solid, tangible proof. Relying solely on Regulus Black's verbal account, relayed by Hermione, would not suffice to convince them. Consequently, during this time, Hermione delved into numerous tomes, and Regulus Black felt no concern that her diligence might lead her to relevant material prematurely. Due to the trajectory of history, Hermione would inevitably discover the pertinent information on the day the dragon egg hatched, and they would all 3 venture to Hagrid to verify. SOU succeeded. "Hermione, I hope your research yields additional insights beyond simply seeking out this old man." Regulus Black closed the book and gestured toward a certain direction in the library, indicating that Hermione should take the book to find Harry. Hermione, recalling their conversation on the train, confidently lifted her hefty book and approached. "This is a book I borrowed for leisure a few weeks ago." Hermione slammed the book down before Harry Potter, startling both boys. "You consider this leisure reading?" Ron exclaimed, unable to suppress his incredulity, only to be met with a piercing glare from Hermione. "Look, Nicholas Flamel is the only person in the world capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is a legendary object with astonishing magical properties, capable of transforming metals into pure gold and producing the elixir of life, which grants immortality to those who drink it. The only existing Philosopher's Stone belongs to Nicholas Flamel, a renowned alchemist who just turned 665 years old last year. That is the treasure that Fluffy guards on the 3rd floor. Beneath the trapdoor lies the Philosopher's Stone." After a full day of lessons, the 3 children finally emerged from Hogwarts after a lengthy dinner. They raced toward Hagrid's small cottage on the edge of the forest, eager to confirm their suspicions. Hermione felt a surge of adventurous spirit typical of Gryffindor, though she still preferred Ravenclaw. Knocking on Hagrid's door, the giant appeared, nearly blocking the doorway with his massive frame. "Kids, I can't play with you tonight. So off you go. Off you go." Hagrid shooed them away as he prepared to close the door. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," the trio exclaimed in unison, halting Hagrid's actions. "Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry Potter blurted out as soon as he entered, a revelation that left Hermione speechless. "Snape? Are you still talking about him?" Hagrid retorted, It must be Snape who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. But we don't know why. Snape is one of the professors charged with protecting the stone. He would never attempt to steal it. All right, I'm quite busy today. Hagrid began to usher them out again. Yet he seemed oblivious to the fact that seated guests are difficult to dismiss. Wait, did you say he is one of the professors? Harry Potter's mind raced. Could it be that Snape, who had always been antagonistic towards him, was involved? Of course. There must be other ways to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Right, like spells? Magical plants. Oh my. The four heads of the houses. Hermione deduced that the four heads were responsible for designing the protective mechanisms. Feeling a rush of excitement over her discovery. Not bad, but I think it's a waste of time. No one can get past Fluffy, Hagrid boasted of his pet, confident in its formidable size, strength, fangs, and 3 heads. Only I and Dumbledore can handle Fluffy, he added, inadvertently revealing too much. Thud, 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 thud. A series of resounding knocks echoed through the air, as within the fireplace, deliberately concealed by Hagrid, a pot hung empty over the flames. He lifted a dragon egg from the pot and placed it upon the table. Hagrid, what is this? I know what it is, but why is it here? I exclaimed. It appeared to be a hot potato. One from a stranger in APUBAT that moment. Regulus Black was floating outside Hagrid's hut, positioned perfectly to catch an unobstructed glimpse of the dragon egg resting on the table through the window, beside which a platinum-haired boy was climbing. Utilizing the spell sonorous in reverse, Regulus Black distinctly heard the conversation within the room, albeit only for himself. As Hagrid uttered the words hot potato, it marked the moment the dragon egg was destined to hatch. Raising his hand, a beam of golden light shot forth, shattering the window. When the 4 individuals in the room turned to look, the golden light struck the dragon egg, creating an opening upon its surface. And then, like fuel igniting, transformed the entire black-gray egg into a brilliant golden hue. The Norwegian Ridgeback, named Norbert, had perished before even being born. Oh no! My Norbert! Hagrid cried out, lunging towards the table as if to save the egg. Golden Memory Dragon Egg, come forth. Regulus Black would not allow Hagrid the chance to seize the dragon egg. With a swift incantation, he summoned it to his grasp. The summoning charm required knowledge of the object's name or ownership, or at the very least, prior contact. When Regulus Black infused the dragon egg with a soul gem that merged the essence of a Dementor and a Boggart, the egg became a masterpiece of alchemy, aptly named the Golden Memory Dragon Egg. The golden egg brushed past Malfoy's face as it flew out the window, traversing a considerable distance before landing in the Forbidden Forest, or so it appeared to those present. Who is out there? Malfoy, startled by Harry Potter and Ron's remarks, turned and raced back to Hogwarts Castle. After offering Hagrid a few comforting words, the 3 children hurried back to school, oblivious to how much Malfoy had witnessed. I saw it clearly. That person must be Malfoy. I fear we are in for trouble. Harry Potter and Ron lamented, their voices loud and oblivious to their nighttime escapade, until Professor McGonagall, holding a candle, appeared, revealing that Hermione was no longer by their side. Accompanying Professor McGonagall was none other than the smirking Malfoy. I shall repeat, under no circumstances are students allowed to roam about at this hour. Your actions will be punished. Each of you will lose 50 points, and to ensure you do not repeat this behavior, you will all serve detention. Professor McGonagall, adorned in her nightcap, was on patrol for the first half of the night when she encountered Malfoy at the entrance hall. Before she could speak, she learned about the other 2 Gryffindor students' nighttime escapade. How utterly absurd, she thought, exasperated by the recklessness of these children. Therefore, a severe punishment was warranted, 50 points deducted for each, and naturally, Slytherin would share in the consequences, as it was a rare opportunity and entirely just. Malfoy had mentioned Hermione earlier, but since she was nowhere to be found, Ravenclaw narrowly escaped this debacle, just as the 3 children stepped through the school gates. Regulus Black suddenly appeared, covering Hermione's mouth and leading her aside. From a distance, they watched as Professor McGonagall reprimanded the 3 boys. You won't believe what I saw tonight. A dragon egg. Hagrid had long wished to raise a dragon. He had mentioned it to me upon our first meeting. Hermione cast a knowing glance at Regulus Black, understanding that the egg's disappearance was surely linked to him. Raising dragons is illegal. I will send the egg to the dragon sanctuary in Romania. A casual lie was enough to quell the young girl's discontent. "Could you please set me down?" Hermione shyly pushed against Regulus Black's chest. At that moment, their positions were somewhat ambiguous. After having covered her mouth and abducted her, Regulus Black continued to hold Hermione in his embrace. The young girl, merely 11 years old and only half his height, instinctively crossed her legs around his waist to avoid detection by Professor McGonagall. This maneuver inadvertently placed Regulus Black's hands upon her hips. It is said that young girls possess 3 virtues: a soft voice, a gentle demeanor, and a propensity to be easily toppled. Only through personal experience can one fully grasp the meaning of such a phrase. As they gazed into each other's eyes, Hermione's face flushed crimson, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, the warmth of the moment enveloping them. "This is not right," Hermione softly murmured, her sole rational thought urging her to escape the open space. Regulus Black smiled gently, still holding Hermione close, and turned to reveal a hidden passageway in the wall. Hogwarts harbors many secrets, and its network of hidden passages is among them. No one dares claim to know them all. Even this passage had been discovered by Regulus Black during his student years, providing a direct route from the 1st to the 8th floor, saving considerable time traversing the stairs as they navigated the dark passage. Hermione instinctively clung tightly to him. Upon arriving at the room of requirement, Regulus Black did not release the young girl from his grasp. Instead, he opened a cabinet and retrieved a scroll. Wingardium Leviosa. The scroll floated into the air and gradually unfurled, revealing a detailed illustration and information about a magical creature, the Griffin. Regulus Black, still holding Hermione, turned her around to view the scroll. There exists a spell known as the Patronus Charm, and this is its variant, the Love Patronus Charm. As long as you vow to love me for all eternity, this charm will be yours. He explained the content of the scroll to Hermione. With her strong sense of self, Hermione knew it was time to make a choice, to pledge her eternal love to one person or, "I shall, of course, love only you," Hermione declared. "I, Hermione, vow to love Regulus Black for all eternity." Regulus Black, of course, would never take advantage of an 11-year-old girl, even if he had a penchant for younger companions. However, crossing such a line was beyond his moral compass. He was not a follower of the cult of Pan, whose saints notoriously married girls of 9 years. Receiving the Love Patronus Charm, Hermione was overjoyed. The Patronus Charm was typically taught in the 5th year or passed down through family. Some Slytherin students likely learned the Patronus Charm before reaching 5th year. "Let us test it." Regulus Black gently set the young girl down, encouraging her with his gaze to summon her Patronus. Typically, a wizard's Patronus takes the form of a common animal. The likeness of magical creatures is not included in the Patronus repertoire. However, Regulus Black's contract allowed for this limitation to be broken, and Hermione's Griffin would be the first to attempt it. Patronus Charm. With a flick of her wand, a silver light erupted like a thread from the tip of her wand, rapidly coalescing in midair into the form of an animal. Eagle-headed, lion-bodied, with robust lion legs and sharp eagle talons. The key detail was that this Griffin was of a size that matched its real-world counterpart, towering over Hermione as it stood before her. Watching the lively movements of her Patronus, Hermione thought that if she didn't know better, she would assume it was a real magical creature. While she had never learned the Patronus Charm, she had a general understanding. How could a true Patronus be so enormous? The depth of love reflected in the strength of the Love Patronus Charm was unparalleled. Nothing could be more vivid than witnessing such love firsthand. Regulus Black's words caused Hermione to blush profusely once more. With a few more trials, she would be able to control the intensity. Typically, a Patronus the size of one's palm suffices, and with a smaller form, she could even summon multiple. The Patronus serves as a messenger, safeguarding its intended target, and is indeed a remarkably practical spell. Subsequently, Regulus Black instructed Hermione on how to control the size of her Patronus, how to have it carry messages, and how to allow it to follow others for protection. After an exhaustive session, dawn was approaching, and the two engrossed individuals finally realized their fatigue. "Regulus, I must return to class," Hermione said, reluctant to depart, yet she understood that her studies could not be neglected, particularly as the assistant Professor Black preferred her diligent nature. "If you leave now, you won't have time to rest," It would be wiser to take a brief nap here and attend class afterward. Regulus Black gestured towards her chest, where every Ravenclaw possessed a time turner. Indeed, if I merely sleep for a while, I could use the time turner to return to the moment before I wake up. Thus, the two of them lay down fully clothed, Hermione grasping Regulus Black's hand as she drifted into a deep slumber. Observing the sleeping face of a young girl, Regulus Black, despite feeling wide awake, pondered the implications of the love God protection charm. The essence of the original Patronus charm necessitated the focus on joyous thoughts. While this statement holds some truth, it fails to encompass the entirety of the spell, for conjuring a Patronus can also stem from emotions such as the desire to protect, obsession, or defense. However, the Patronus summoned through love possesses a unique strength that surpasses these other sentiments. Furthermore, the results of this experiment far exceeded Regulus Black's expectations and objectives. Reflecting on the nature of the wizarding world, one realizes that idealism plays a significant role when young wizards are unable to wield magic. Their uncontrolled magical outbursts manifest in peculiar ways. For instance, Harry Potter once inflated his aunt into a balloon, an effect not attributable to any known spell, as the so-called savior. The mischievous child failed to appreciate the intricacies of magical operation, opting instead for mere amusement. The very spells of the Harry Potter universe are rooted in idealism. Hogwarts merely educates students on those spells that have already been solidified. This is akin to learning to drive. Pressing the gas pedal and steering are skills anyone can master, and mischievous children could even make the car soar. Attending school is to obtain a license and refine one's racing techniques, transforming novices into seasoned drivers that a select few exceptionally talented students might take an interest in the mechanics of vehicles, attempting to repair them, dismantling them, and reassembling them at will, potentially creating a new model of remarkable performance. Regulus Black had reached the level of designing new vehicles. His experiences across lifetimes, coupled with a fortuitous twist of fate, allowed him to tread more confidently than others, upon deciding to explain the Patronus charm through the lens of love. Regulus Black immediately thought of a figure, or rather, a deity, the god of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, who proclaimed that God loves all humanity. What if all his angels were manifestations of the Patronus charm? The thought is both fascinating and terrifying. Envisioning a legion of 300 million angels. The term angel derives from the Greek word angelos, meaning messenger. In Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, the concept of angels is quite similar. They're divine spirits sent by God to assist those in need of salvation, conveying his will and serving as his earthly representatives. Angels are typically depicted in human form, reflecting the shape of God, radiating brilliance, adorned with halos, and possessing wings. That it is said that the total number of angels in heaven ranges from dozens to hundreds, each tasked with guarding the 7 planets, the 4 seasons, the 12 months, and the 7 days of the week, along with each hour of the day, leading to estimates in the thousands, with various interpretations abounding. Nevertheless, even if the number of angels is merely in the hundreds, if these angels are indeed the creations of a deity who fashioned them out of love for humanity, their power would be unparalleled. With such angels, the establishment of a unique divine realm would not be a mere fantasy. It would resemble the Garden of Eden, the paradise of God, where Adam and Eve resided according to the Bible. It was this contemplation of God and angels that led Regulus Black back to the Patronus charm, thus transforming the spell, which could only conjure ordinary animals, into one capable of manifesting extraordinary creatures. The love God protection charm would not pose a significant challenge. As it has been stated, magic in the wizarding world is idealistic. For one already familiar with the structure and components of a vehicle, designing a new model relies primarily on inspiration and a solid foundation of knowledge. Regulus Black possessed both, meticulously documenting and illustrating the desired form of his Patronus on parchment, thereby enhancing the summoning effect through a contract. The result was the successful manifestation of Hermione's Griffin Patronus. The form of the Patronus is indeed malleable. The reason no one has summoned a magical creature as their Patronus lies in their belief that such a feat is impossible, thus ensuring their failure. Hermione, however, was different. She had never summoned a Patronus before and lacked detailed knowledge of the requirements for doing so. Simultaneously, she held unwavering faith in Regulus Black and was deeply enamored with him, trusting his words and believing in her own capabilities. Consequently, when an uninformed individual employs a spell that has never been tested, her magic self-corrects, akin to Harry Potter inflating his ant, resulting in a natural success. Yet the greatest beneficiary was not Hermione. Regulus Black, through observation, reflection, and attunement, had thoroughly perfected the Love God protection charm. In the future, he would be able to summon a unique Patronus himself. Indeed, after creating this Love God protection charm, Regulus Black found himself unable to summon the form he desired. Returning to the essence of the matter, it remained an issue of idealism. Awakening naturally from their slumber, Hermione and Regulus Black utilized the time turner to return to the moments before everyone else rose. At the entrance of Ravenclaw, they bid each other farewell, Hermione's cheeks flushed, nearly culminating in a parting kiss. However, the pervasive portraits within the school were no mere decorations. Their capacity to relay messages surpassed even that of Peeves the poltergeist. Thus, Regulus Black offered a few parting words before allowing Hermione to return to her dormitory for her morning routine. Feeling somewhat guilty, Hermione stepped into the common room, relieved that, at this hour, Ravenclaw's students would not be present, as they were all enjoying a leisurely morning. Even if someone overslept, they could merely use the time turner to return a few hours. Hermione promptly returned to her private dormitory, immersing herself in the warmth of a bath. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, she felt incredibly bold for having spent the night in the same bed as Professor Black, yet the comforting atmosphere was undeniably real, leading her to anticipate the next opportunity to stay over. Talking to herself, Hermione splashed water on her face to awaken her senses. "Hermione, are you awake?" Zhang Xiao, ever the responsible sister, arrived punctually to provide her alarm service, playfully tousling Hermione's tousled hair. Instantly, Hermione changed into her clothes in the bathroom and emerged. The two of them embracing their books, chatting cheerfully as they headed to the common room. Naturally, Hermione would not disclose the events of the previous night to Zhang Xiao. That would remain a secret shared only between her and Regulus Black. One by one, the students of Ravenclaw gathered in the common room, where house elves had prepared coffee and tea, infused with potions to negate any adverse effects of the time turners, after enjoying their morning tea. Professor Flitwick arrived punctually in the common room, delighted to see a group of invigorated students, as it heralded a positive beginning to the day. "Good morning, students. Today is yet another splendid day for learning." "Good morning, Professor. Are you planning to grant us a holiday, Professor? Let us not dwell on the holiday. Rather, let us convene for our studies in the library." The customary salutations exchanged between the prefect and the dean, alongside the playful jests of the younger girls, filled the air with a lively atmosphere that Fridwolf found immensely satisfying, rejuvenating his spirit. Let us not forget the afternoon tea gathering, a delightful occasion for the exchange of ideas that one always looks forward to. Cheerfully, Fridwolf disregarded the calls for a holiday, leading the way to the grand hall on the first floor. It was well understood that these children bore no ill will. They simply relished the thrill of contrariness. Ravenclaw, after all, could be described as the most studious of all houses, for even if a holiday were granted, their time would inevitably be devoted to self-study. Nonetheless, attendance to classes remained essential. Historically, the students of Ravenclaw exhibited a keen interest in all subjects. Save for Snape's potions class, in which many a student had been reduced to tears by his acerbic tongue, it was not uncommon for the entire class to suffer such a fate. However, with the recent addition of Mr. Regulus Black as an assistant, the dynamics had shifted considerably. Although Mr. Black appeared aloof, he possessed an uncanny ability to diffuse the tense atmosphere that often pervaded Snape's classroom. Consequently, Snape had entrusted him with the instruction of the lower-year students from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. As Mr. Black often remarked, this experience would inevitably contribute to his future as a professor. The outcome of this arrangement was a remarkable uptick in the success rates of both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students, with their potions passing Snape's scrutiny. This was by no means a form of cheating. Rather, during the potion-making process, Mr. Black was adept at identifying and rectifying issues as they arose, offering timely adjustments and fostering the students' self-confidence. Even the Hufflepuff students, who often lamented their perceived lack of intelligence, found it difficult to falter under Mr. Black's watchful eye. "Professor, please, spur us on with vigor," the female students would exclaim, casting adoring glances at Mr. Black. Such scenes, Snape would only observe with a cold smirk, unleashing his venomous critiques only during the final assessment of the potions. The students endured. Yes, they would only face the brunt of his sharp tongue at the end, surely. They could withstand that. The only time a significant rift would arise between Snape and Mr. Black was regarding their differing attitudes toward the study of potions. Potions is a meticulous discipline, demanding precision, carefulness, heightened sensitivity, and ample patience. There is no need for foolishly waving wands or indulging in the nonsensical whims of troll. These are phrases Snape often repeated, and if one were to compile his words, it would yield a veritable tome of acerbic quotes. However, Snape's true intent was to urge his students towards accuracy, unperturbed by external distractions, including his own biting remarks. Potions is an art steeped in intuition. Many potions are birthed from a sense of feeling, and some even result in the creation of magical creatures. Yes, you heard correctly. Many magical beings are serendipitously born from the accidental outcomes of potion making. Once students have mastered the identification and analysis of potion ingredients, they may concoct potions according to their instincts and imaginations, accepting all consequences, whether misfortune or unexpected delight. On one occasion, when Snape was absent, Mr. Regulus Black assumed full responsibility for the potions class and astonishingly instructed each student to select a foundational potion comprising 25 different ingredients. There were no stipulations regarding the potion's formulation, boiling time, heat control, or stirring techniques. Instead, each student was presented with a parchment to meticulously document their entire potion-making process. The result? 3 cauldrons exploded, and most potions yielded no effect. Yet a miracle transpired. One student produced a ruby-like substance, albeit only the size of a pea, while another's cauldron erupted with strands resembling a chameleon-esque skin. Finally, one student successfully brewed a cauldron full of heart-shaped bubbles. This student was none other than Hermione. As a consequence of the class's proceedings and outcomes, both Snape and Mr. Black found themselves embroiled in a dispute that escalated to the headmaster's office. Subsequently, Professors Flitwick and Sprout, the respective heads of their houses, intervened to mediate, while students from both houses assured that they would diligently complete Professor Snape's assignments, with the hope of retaining Mr. Black's interest class, even if it were just once per semester. Ultimately, Dumbledore decreed that Mr. Regulus Black would be permitted to conduct a potions class freely once every half-term. Mr. Black procured 3 potion recipes, and while Snape was dismissive of such actions, he nonetheless harbored a keen interest in the 3 recipes. Though pride prevented him from admitting it, Mr. Black generously shared these recipes with him. And although students had produced certain results during class, such occurrences were merely fortuitous. Even with meticulous documentation of the potion-making processes, the unique nature of each student's magical abilities remained elusive, rendering the replication of such results a mere fanciful dream. Thus, experimentation, and further experimentation became the mantra, confirming all details, identifying all issues, and exploring every possibility. After a week of diligent work, Mr. Black and Snape successfully refined the 3 potion recipes, making them available to any witch or wizard capable of potion making. Adherence to the recipes would yield a remarkable success rate of 90%. "Professor Snape, would you be interested in opening a shop?" Mr. Black inquired, recognizing that with Snape's assistance, selling the resultant products could provide a sustainable source of wealth, and no need for that. "You have contributed far more than I, and the recipes are yours. No one can take them from you," Snape firmly stated, exhibiting an unwavering dedication and determination in matters of potions that surpassed all others, clearly indicating his disinterest in commercial ventures. Mr. Black compensated the other 2 students with a generous sum of galleons, a considerable fortune for the 2 pure-blood Hufflepuffs whose families had fallen on hard times, sufficient for them to live a life of dignity and comfort. Provided they and their families remained free of vices, the pea-sized ruby had undergone professional appraisal in the Muggle world and was deemed gem quality, a natural specimen of a new crystal variety. Such labels assured Mr. Black of its value, and with the source shrouded in secrecy, there existed no competitors. Yet, What was this sensation of opposing the entire world of gem merchants? A substantial sum of pounds was invested in establishing a professional marketing team. Registering a company, opening a specialty shop, and hiring models for promotional campaigns, all orchestrated systematically by professional managers. The sole dilemma remained: how to effectively promote this gemstone. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Magic entrusted the second estate of the Black family, previously confiscated, to Mr. Regulus Black. This estate was situated atop a red clay mine in a remote area of northwest England, featuring a dilapidated 19th century building steeped in over a century of history. Now in a state of disrepair, with drafts swirling through its crumbling walls, the red clay, known for its excellent plasticity, could be utilized for both agriculture and shaping. The estate's original owner had recognized this potential, acquiring the red clay mine before erecting the manor. However, generations of mismanagement had failed to enrich the family. The last descendants of this family, Thomas Sharp and his sister Lucille, met their demise within these very walls. Victims of chaotic romantic entanglements and a marriage scam that ultimately led to their tragic end. The estate was inherited by Edith Cushin, a young writer from America, whose noble lineage was marred by misfortune and deceit. It was only due to Thomas Sharp's genuine affection for her that the cycle of deceit surrounding the manor was finally broken. Having inherited this mining estate and manor, Edith Cushin soon decided to sell it, returning to America, where she penned a novel titled The Scarlet Peak. Indeed, this place was in a state of utter decay. Regulus Black stood within the confines of the edifice, where the hall's center was dominated by a heap of decaying wooden beams. The Gothic architectural style manifested itself in every intricate detail. On the roof, the columns, the corridors, and the staircases, all bearing the unmistakable hallmark of Gothic design. Behind the grand fireplace in the hall lay an elevator, which once ascended 3 floors to the basement, but now stood completely rusted and non-functional. Ascending the staircase, one would find 2 bedrooms, each on the southeast and southwest sides of the second floor, while the northern section housed a modest library. The third floor mirrored this arrangement, featuring 2 bedrooms on the eastern, southern, and western sides, with the northern section boasting an additional studio, cluttered with remnants left by the previous owner of the estate. Regulus Black deftly navigated the rotting floorboards and, after inspecting all the rooms, made his way into the basement. Within 6 large basins lay an abundance of red clay, ore, desiccated over a century, rendering the hardened earth nearly impossible to dislodge. Deep within the basement, a conveyor belt extended, providing a direct route to the surface. It was no wonder the air was so thick with dust. Regulus Black cautiously brushed the dust from his sleeves, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. The Black family had never engaged in mining, and upon acquiring ownership of this place, they adopted a wholly neglectful attitude. As a property of a wizarding family, the entire area had been subjected to the Muggle-repelling charm, ensuring the local populace instinctively kept their distance. After the Ministry of Magic confiscated the estate, they showed little interest in its upkeep. By the time it fell into Regulus Black's hands, it remained in the same dilapidated state it had been a century prior, perhaps even more decrepit. Regulus Black meticulously surveyed the mining territory, acknowledging that the Black family's Muggle-repelling charm was precisely calibrated, encompassing the area along the paths and extending beyond the Ministry's delineation, surpassing even the boundaries recorded by the Muggle world, effectively enveloping the entire mountain within the spell's reach. During his examination of the enchantment, Regulus Black stumbled upon 2 graves situated not far behind the manor. The headstones marked the final resting places of Thomas Sharp and his sister Lucille Sharp, erected by Edith Cushin after their demise. Despite the fact that this brother-sister duo nearly brought about Edith's demise, she ultimately repaid Thomas Sharp's true love by constructing a commendable tomb for the siblings. Evidently an extravagant expenditure. The Gothic graves, with their half-submerged chambers, revealed decaying doors that swung open to reveal coffins on either side. Refreshingly clean, Regulus Black waved his wand, banishing the dust from the entire crypt, sending it swirling out into the breeze. With another flick of his wand, he established a new small station within this chamber, naming it Crimson Manor. The station's insignia featured black Gothic gears, centered around a red Gothic architectural motif. On the ground, a simple circle intersected by a cross marked the corners of the crypt, where 4 small braziers were placed. Henceforth, he would frequently disturb the rest of the 2 inhabitants. Regulus Black left behind this remark before exiting the crypt. From within the coffins emerged the spectral figures of a man and a woman, their expressions vacant as they beheld Regulus Black's departure. They were the last signs of this estate, the brother Thomas Sharp and sister Lucille Sharp. After a thorough exploration, Regulus Black returned to the manor, and with a mere wave of his wand, no incantations required, every fractured aspect of the property began to mend itself. The ceiling was restored, the flooring repaired, and the gaping holes in the walls were sealed. Then came the dust. A sweeping cleaning spell emanated from the center of the house, akin to a garment being inflated by a gust of wind. As all dust was expelled from every nook and cranny at last, the manor was presentable. Regulus Black lifted the muggle-repelling charm from the access road, permitting individuals to approach the estate solely through this route, preventing any passers-by from entering from surrounding locales. Summoning his steed, the Crimson Nightmare, Regulus Black, as the master of this creature, could ride it with ease. Its nature was peculiar. While ordinary wizards could see only a unicorn, Muggles perceived it merely as a white horse, oblivious to the horn. Thus, the appearance of a dark-clad nobleman astride a purely white steed in the town would undoubtedly create quite a stir. This mining community relied heavily on extraction for their livelihood. Although they were aware of the manor's proximity and its owner's vast land and mineral wealth, none dared to covet it, a tacit understanding maintained for generations. "Pray tell, where might I find the judge or lawyer in this town?" Regulus Black inquired, his voice resolute as he addressed the townsfolk atop his white steed. His noble demeanor, aloof expression, and striking Gothic attire, coupled with the elegant white horse, rendered the townspeople exceedingly anxious, and Regulus observed at least 10 fingers pointing in unison toward a singular direction. Noticing a group of children among them, he approached, bestowing a penny upon each, eliciting their joyous laughter as they scampered homeward. Soon, Regulus Black arrived at the town's courthouse, which also served as a law office. "Welcome, I am Lucy Piddle. How may I assist you?" A captivating woman greeted him. "Miss Piddle, I require your professional assistance. May I inquire if you are a licensed attorney?" Regulus Black was keen to avoid wasting time with a mere clerk, regardless of her striking beauty. "Indeed, I am a licensed attorney and also the judge of this town." Having assumed the position 6 months ago, Lucy Piddle confidently introduced herself. However, the incongruity of such a stunning woman occupying the role of judge and attorney in this remote town remained unaddressed. Though her professional pride was unmistakable. "You have yet to disclose your name," Regulus Black remarked, realizing his earlier oversight. Failing to introduce himself was quite rude. "That I am Regulus Black, the new proprietor of the nearby mine and manor." Removing his gloves, he extended his hand, and they shook, noting the peculiar sensation of her grip. "Forgive my boldness. Your family is—" "I hail from a pure-blood wizarding lineage, though regrettably, I am a squib. That I have received correspondence from the Ministry of Magic and have been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Lucy Piddle appeared unfazed by her squib status, a term that carried little favor within the wizarding community. Families typically went to great lengths to avoid squibs, as encountering one often led to a dismal fate. It seemed they had never considered that a squib could still lead a life among muggles. After all, it did not equate to being disabled. Lucy Piddle, however, appeared impervious to the prevailing attitudes within the wizarding realm. She possessed the professional titles of lawyer and judge within the muggle world, roles that required considerable effort to attain. Muggle lawyers and judges could be considered quasi-nobility, a circle not easily infiltrated. Fortunately, she was merely a squib. Had she been a witch, Regulus Black would have found himself compelled to explain why he could ride a unicorn, a revelation that could easily become sensational news. "My apologies. I handle all the paperwork myself, hence the disarray." Lucy Piddle's office was spacious yet cluttered, suggesting she was the type who maintained an immaculate appearance while neglecting her surroundings. "If you allow me to delve into your heart, I could assist you in tidying it up." Regulus Black. "This is no mere jest. The spell known as Clean Sweep utilized by wizards to tidy their chambers necessitates a profound understanding of the objects to be organized. Should one inadvertently dispose of something essential, it may never be recovered, though. As for delving into the depths of one's heart, I am only aware of the incantation clean sweep, which, with a flick of the wand, can restore order to a room. Lucy Pidwell paused with a smile, for it had been quite some time since she had witnessed a wizard wielding a wand. Regulus Black was certain that she was a daring individual. Very well. Since she shows no hesitation, why should I squander this opportunity to impress? With one hand, he drew forth his wand, while the other encircled Lucy Pidwell's waist. Their bodies pressed together, as a surge of mental energy coursed through their physical connection into Lucy's consciousness. Through this communion, Regulus Black discerned the necessary items amidst the chaos of the disordered room and identified what was obsolete. Clean sweep. Regulus Black waved his wand, and documents began to categorize themselves, returning to their rightful places. While all dust was eradicated and superfluous items were neatly arranged in a corner, I am uncertain whether that heap of clutter holds any value. So I shall leave it there for you to sort at your convenience. Regulus Black lingered a moment, savoring the sensation of embracing her, but there were matters of importance to address. After releasing her, he settled onto a nearby sofa and poured himself a cup of red tea. Lucy Pidwell felt a pang of disappointment at the loss of the embrace, but witnessing the office transformed into a pristine state was indeed an eye-opener. The last time she beheld magic in action was in her youth. Extracting a document from a nearby safe, Lucy Pidwell solemnly presented it to Regulus Black. That IT encompassed the Ministry of Magics and the British government's acknowledgement of land ownership, including materials relevant to mineral development and agricultural cultivation. Regardless of whether one aims to exploit minerals or advance agricultural endeavors, as long as one pays taxes in accordance with the law, it is permissible. These details are insufficient. I require your assistance in transferring the entirety of the mining area to the Black family name, along with additional land development. Regulus Black pondered his phrasing before continuing. My plan is to first lease the castle, then film a movie before its demolition, followed by establishing a trading venue within the castle, primarily for gemstone transactions. The necessary documents for gemstone trading pose no issue, but for the film, government approval must be sought. Lucy Pidwell contemplated how to navigate these legal matters while elucidating the details to him. I am hiring you as my personal attorney, specifically tasked with the legal affairs of this mining area and estate. Regulus Black felt a sense of trust towards Lucy Pidwell, having briefly entered her consciousness. He found no trace of malice, only a fervent dedication to her pursuits. Moreover, he subtly instilled within her a notion of loyalty to the Black family and to Regulus himself. Thus, Lucy Pidwell instinctively adopted an accommodating demeanor, readily agreeing to Regulus Black's every request. As Regulus Black set down his teacup, preparing to depart, he remarked, I have matters to attend to. The path to the estate has been cleared. You may bring your associates to inventory the assets and assess the castle's value. Should further issues arise, correspond with me via letter. Very well, Mr. Black. I shall endeavor to manage the tasks you have entrusted to me with utmost diligence. Lucy Pidwell nearly bowed in farewell. You may entrust your letters to my house elf. Creature, allow me to introduce him to you. Regulus Black contemplated that using Muggle mail might result in miscorrespondence, while Owl Post would only facilitate one-sided communication. That IT appeared necessary to have an owl station here long-term. But for now, Creature would handle the delivery. Your humble servant, Creature, has heeded your call. Upon arriving, Creature immediately prostrated himself at Regulus Black's feet, kissing his shoes. Creature, enough. Regulus Black stepped back. From now on, every night you shall come here. Lucy Pidwell will place my letters on the windowsill behind the desk, and you are to deliver them to me. Regulus Black clarified the office's layout to Creature, also allowing it to meet Lucy Pidwell. It is an honor to meet you, miss. I am eager to serve you and Master Black. Creature managed to muster a semblance of a smile, pondering just how many women Master Regulus had entertained. Who would ultimately be the future mistress? Creature found itself in a state of confusion. I must return to Hogwarts to teach the children. For now, simply record the general circumstances in your letters. Regulus Black was genuinely ready to leave, gesturing for Creature to precede him. If you wish to become a wizard, perhaps I can assist you. With that, Regulus Black departed, leaving behind contact information and a promise of uncertain veracity, yet sufficient to invigorate Lucy Pidwell. who enthusiastically commenced addressing the legal matters bequeathed by Regulus Black, driven by her employer's aspirations and her own goals. Regulus Black returned to Scarlet Manor, making his way back to Hogwarts through a small station. As he had classes to attend that afternoon, in the world of Harry Potter, everything appeared unchanged, yet also seemed irrevocably altered. Since the loss of the dragon egg, Hagrid had been frantically searching the Forbidden Forest. That evening, the dragon egg vanished in a flash of golden light, heading towards the Forbidden Forest. How could it not be found? Peeves once again began spreading rumors within Hogwarts. Hagrid had eaten a dragon egg. He was now scouring the Forbidden Forest for new culinary delights. Although no students believed these tales, those passing by couldn't help but chuckle at Hagrid. All of this made Hagrid's days quite miserable. He had only recently escaped the rumors of consuming a unicorn, and now his menu included dragon eggs as a small animal protector. Hagrid was deeply troubled. Is that not the gourmet Hagrid? Peeves emerged from the walls, spotting Hagrid's massive figure traversing the corridor. The surrounding students erupted in laughter, seemingly eager to rely on this joke to entertain themselves until slumber. Hagrid, incensed, brandished his little red umbrella at Peeves, only to pass through the ghost's ethereal form. Foolish giant Hagrid, is this how you slay those creatures? Peeves deliberately mimicked the movement of the small red umbrella, emitting bizarre cries, as if he were one of Hagrid's targets, being hunted and attacked. Students gathered at both ends of the corridor, stifling laughter as they watched Peeves' antics and Hagrid's embarrassment. Curse Peeves, a fountain of falsehoods, Hagrid muttered, retracting his little red umbrella as he made his way to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. For today, he sought assistance. The events of yesterday transpired too swiftly. Hagrid barely had time to safeguard his dragon egg, and he realized it was likely lost, as he had witnessed the egg not only shatter, but also swiftly transform into a golden lump. In a moment of distraction, that golden nugget had vanished without a trace. After an entire day of searching the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid returned empty-handed, compelled to seek the headmaster's AIDAS for his desire to raise a dragon. That was merely a personal whim. He was confident the headmaster would forgive him upon admitting his faults. Hagrid felt akin to a big child, knowing Dumbledore would surely absolve him. Thus he bore no burdens. Yet, the sole irritation was Peeves, who always seemed privy to every incident, spinning elaborate tales. Although no one believed him, certain students exploited this to mock Hagrid, which was the root of his frustration. Hagrid, I truly do not know what to say. Perhaps you should have sent the dragon egg away from the start. That would have been the best solution, but on the road, Hermione fortuitously encountered Hagrid. Although the little girl was aware of who had taken the dragon egg, she knew that this individual would certainly not return it to Hagrid. Thus, she could only offer a few words of consolation, feeling somewhat guilty. Thank you. I realize I have been selfish. Otherwise, Norbert would not have met with such misfortune. Hagrid, a towering figure, was sobbing like a child, which struck Hermione as profoundly disconcerting. Perhaps it was best to keep her distance out of class, so I must take my leave. Clutching a book, Hermione hurried away from the area where Hagrid's tears fell. Hagrid, we know that the tales told by Peeves are mere fabrications, but what does the dragon egg smell like? The Weasley twins approached, joking insensitively, which only caused Hagrid to weep more fiercely. Harry Potter joined them, while Ron playfully punched his two brothers in the sides, causing the twins to collapse in a heap. Ron, you are incredibly strong. Harry was astonished, as were Hagrid and the fallen twins. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to push them away. I never imagined it would turn out like this. Ron gazed at his hands in disbelief, horrified that he had attacked his own brothers. What torment would he face in the future? And how could his fists possess such strength? If you agree to take care of the household chores for a month when we return home, we want to tell Mom that you hit us. It was unclear whether it was George or Fred who spoke, as the other brother could barely manage to respond due to the pain. All right. I'll handle all the chores this summer, as long as you're both fine. Ron agreed, flustered, clearly burdened by guilt over his action. It seems our little brother loves us very much. I feel somewhat guilty. You have a conscience? I certainly don't feel it. George and Fred responded nonchalantly, brushing off their clothes and continuing to jest about which brother they were more beloved by. Of course it's me, Fred. At least I didn't make such a request just now. If I hadn't made that request, how would we know Ron truly cares for us? The two brothers draped their arms around Ron's shoulders, teasing him as only brothers can. Hagrid, are you here to see Dumbledore? Harry, after watching a family comedy, finally remembered the half-giant's presence. Indeed, I must seek out Dumbledore and cannot linger here with you. Hagrid, in fact, found amusement in the antics of the Weasley twins, which brought an end to his loud sobbing. Tonight will be a moment of witnessing miracles that in the distance. Regulus Black observed the scene unfold. It was evident that Hagrid sought assistance, yet Dumbledore would likely only provide him with a few students to help, such as Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, all recently penalized. This time, Regulus Black resolved to involve himself, but he needed to tread carefully. Dumbledore would not allow Harry Potter to come to harm. Sure enough, after Hagrid's visit to Dumbledore, Filch arrived that evening with the 3 students who had received attentions. As they walked, Filch reminisced about the brutal and bloody punishments of the medieval era, lamenting that contemporary penalties were far too lenient. If Dumbledore were willing to restore the glory of old, it would be something to behold. Filch's gaze swept over the 3 boys as if they were prime cuts of meat, already bound and waiting for his particular brand of motivation, eager to elicit delightful cries. Such a look sent shivers down the spines of the 3 boys, who had never respected Filch, the janitor, unaware that he was also responsible for student discipline. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, Hagrid was already donned his hunting gear, with knives and crossbows considerably larger than normal. Hagrid, I brought the students for you. Tonight, you must stay alert. The Forbidden Forest is not a safe place. Filch, for his part, would never venture into the Forbidden Forest, knowing he was no match for its dangers. Even wizards faced peril there. What? You want us to enter the Forbidden Forest? I've heard there are werewolves inside. Draco Malfoy, clearly familiar with the rumors, barely finished speaking before a wolf's howl echoed ominously from the woods. I am telling my father. The pallor of the pale-faced boy intensified, and Ron's face mirrored his fear, while Harry felt an inexplicable courage surging within him, along with a hint of anticipation for the labor ahead. What you are to do today is accompany me into the Forbidden Forest. A unicorn was killed there a few weeks ago, and I've heard reports of attacks on unicorns again. So we must investigate. Hagrid spoke through a choke of emotion, instilling further doubt in those present. Also, if you happen to find a golden dragon egg, please inform me. Even the remnants would be a treasure to recover. Norbert. Filch rolled his eyes dramatically, finding even himself disdainful of the weeping Hagrid. Hagrid, I believe you should rein in your emotions. Filch was eager to depart, turning away. Even remaining at the forest's edge felt perilous at night. From a distance, Harry thought he caught sight of a dark figure passing by. Regulus Black could swear that the shadow was not him, but rather another cloaked figure. Snape. Professor Snape had been assigned by Dumbledore that evening to ensure the success of the patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Naturally, the primary protective focus was Harry Potter, but as a professor, he was responsible for the safety of all students. Moreover, among the students on this labor detail was Snape's own pupil, Draco, so Dumbledore had no cause for concern. Hagrid, accompanied by the 3 boys and the large black dog Fong, gradually made their way into the Forbidden Forest. For Hagrid, this labor service was primarily to intimidate these mischievous children. Finding the dragon egg was secondary. He had searched all day without success, and in the poor visibility of night, the task would be even more daunting, unless the egg emitted light to guide them. In truth, following Hagrid through the Forbidden Forest was relatively safe. He was well acquainted with the creatures that dwelled there. Intelligent magical beings would not attack him, and those lacking intelligence would not dare, as they were no match for him. Initially, Hagrid thought this patrol would be uneventful. However, upon discovering the silvery blood of a unicorn on the ground, he began to feel anxious. This timing for trouble could not be mere coincidence. Perhaps this expedition into the Forbidden Forest would indeed entail danger. Yet Hagrid recalled Dumbledore's warning. Though he did not fully grasp why Dumbledore insisted that trouble was inevitable, he would follow through regardless. This is unicorn blood, which indicates that a unicorn has been injured. Just like the one that went missing a few weeks ago, it has been attacked, and we must locate that poor creature. Hagrid pinched a bit of the silvery blood between his fingers, while the hidden Snape and Regulus Black longed to draw their wands and cast Avada Kedavra upon him. After all, that was potion material, Alchemical material, a rare find. How dare he treat it like hand sanitizer? We need to split into 2 teams, Hagrid asserted, causing the boys' faces to pale. Ron and I will be one team. Draco and Harry. You two will be the other. Then I want Fong to accompany us. That is perfectly fine, but I must warn you that Fong is a coward. The black dog raised its head to Draco, emitting a pitiful whimper that rendered the platinum-haired youth's face even paler. The 2 teams having been assigned, Hagrid took Ron to patrol the other side, leaving Draco to carry the lantern along with Yaya, continuing deeper into the Forbidden Forest alongside Harry Potter. He had considered turning back, but having already lost 50 points, he knew that if he evaded his duty again, he would find it impossible to hold his head high in Slytherin. Thus, he resolved that he would rather face death than abandon his noble responsibilities. This was a conviction Draco held with clarity. In contrast, Harry Potter was more inclined to go with the flow, following whatever others dictated without a hint of personal conviction, even when the 2 cousins walked together. It was Draco who spoke to alleviate the tension, though the more he spoke, the more anxious he became. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. Severus Snape arrived beside the pool of unicorn blood, casting a pained glance at the potion ingredients spilled upon the filthy ground. That I know you are here. Collect these. We shall split them later, Snape suddenly spoke, seemingly aware that he was not alone in the vicinity. Regulus Black emerged from behind a tree, shedding his invisibility cloak and approaching slowly. Did you not bring your tools? If not, you can return to fetch them. Snape addressed Regulus that tonight's task was merely to safeguard Harry Potter. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the rare potion ingredient? Unicorn blood. Naturally, Regulus had not brought any potion-making tools, but he was not keen on turning back at this moment. Instead, he deftly produced a small silver flask from his pocket. Unicorn blood, being silver in hue, required a silver container to preserve its potency. With a flick of his wand, the blood began to flow like fine threads into the silver vessel, which had already been enchanted with a spell. The seamless expansion charm, typically employed for tents, could create a space equivalent to a standalone villa within the confines of a wizarding tent. Using it on a potion bottle was akin to opening a spatial ring. It would take some time to collect all of the silver unicorn blood, and Regulus turned to Snape. Are you not going to follow? Perhaps Harry Potter will have the fortune to encounter that injured unicorn. I do not require your guidance in my actions, Snape retorted, sweeping his black cloak as he turned to leave. It was indeed not the time to linger and observe the collection of potion ingredients. Show me the way. Snape's spell would guide him to Harry, no matter his location. The environment of the Forbidden Forest would pose no barrier. As Draco walked, he lamented, if my father were to find out. Hagrid would be in dire straits. Patrolling the Forbidden Forest at midnight is the work of a servant. Harry Potter scoffed derisively. If I am not mistaken, you are clearly terrified. This was a blatant slap in Draco's face. I am not afraid. Did you hear anything? Let us go. Yet before long, Hagrid's large black dog abruptly halted, refusing to take another step forward. What is it, Yaya? Draco immediately sensed something amiss, raising the lantern to illuminate the path ahead. A dark figure crouched over the body of a fallen unicorn, greedily drinking its blood. Upon noticing the presence of others, the shadowy figure lifted its head, its mouth smeared with the silver blood. Draco screamed in horror before turning to flee, with the large black dog Yaya following suit. Harry Potter stood frozen, his expression betraying his confusion as to what had transpired. It must be said that the courage and naivety of a child often go hand in hand. As the anomaly before him failed to register, the dark figure, having spotted Harry, glided toward him with a serpentine grace. Harry had missed the prime opportunity to escape. Even now, retreating in a flustered manner and collapsing to the ground seemed his only option. He opened his mouth to scream for help, yet no sound emerged, and his wand remained unproduced. Such a reaction could only be described as waiting for death. Snape, having heard Draco's cry, hastened toward that direction. He soon encountered Draco, but Harry was nowhere to be seen. Panic gripped Snape. Lily's child must not come to harm. He evaded Draco and pressed onward in search of Harry. Regulus Black, too, had heard the commotion and, given the distance, was swift to arrive. When he reached Harry, he found the dark figure standing before him. Regulus lunged toward the fallen, deceased young unicorn, deploying the most potent skill from his system. The monster resurrection ability was originally intended to revive creatures slain in games, commanding them to fight for necromancers. Regulus was uncertain of the effect of employing this skill alone, nor whether a necromancer's system skill would apply to a pure unicorn. Unlike the previously encountered Red Nightmare, which was an alchemical construct, this time Regulus sought to truly resurrect the unicorn. The reasoning? Firstly, the young unicorn was too small. Juvenile unicorns were not ideal subjects for alchemy. As the older they grew, the more potent their magic became, and thus the harder they were to hunt. Consequently, the materials obtained from unicorns in the wizarding world were mostly from those who died unexpectedly, some even from old age. Regulus Black's 4 wands were acquired in such a manner. Secondly, unicorns as embodiments of purity naturally conflicted with necromantic spells. However, they could also transform into nightmares, and Regulus had successfully converted one into a nightmare. Therefore, to validate certain magical theories, he needed to utilize a deceased unicorn for the resurrection spell. The young unicorn had recently lost its kin. The adult unicorn had been missing for weeks. Each day, the young unicorn roamed the forbidden forest in search, perhaps needing much longer to accept that its mother would not return. It was indeed a pitiable situation. On this very night, while wandering the edge of the forbidden forest, it fell victim to a sinister attack. A dark figure pursued it with magical assaults, and after sustaining a grievous blow and losing a copious amount of blood, the young unicorn collapsed. The young unicorn could feel its life force draining away along with its blood. It seemed another presence had arrived. One child screamed in terror and fled. The figure that had attacked and drained its blood finally vacated the vicinity of the young unicorn. However, this did not halt the process of dying. Consciousness began to fade, and the young unicorn sensed its end was near. Suddenly, an intruder cast a certain dark spell upon the young unicorn, which bore an intense life force that it felt as if it had swallowed a steaming dumpling, causing its entire body to spring to life. The young unicorn felt an uncontrollable surge of radiant power within, desperately seeking an outlet. The question remained, who would be the target? Certainly, it was not the one who saved himself, but rather the shadow that attacked and drained his own blood. A brilliant beam of sacred light surged from behind, forcefully striking the dark figure and sending it sprawling far away, colliding directly with a centaur that had rushed over to rescue Harry Potter. Just as the centaur leapt into action, the unicorn, which was supposed to be dead, unexpectedly unleashed a powerful attack in a moment of revival. The speed of the holy light assault was so swift that even the centaur could not evade it. The dark figure was first struck by the unicorn's divine judgment and then by the centaur's brutal charge. The experience was undoubtedly unpleasant, leaving no room for hesitation, and it soared directly upward to escape. Regulus Black had not anticipated that the unicorn, thought to be deceased, was merely on the brink of death. This created an awkward situation, as the resurrection of a creature on the verge of death was an outcome no one had foreseen. The dark magic, infused with vitality, swept over the unicorn's body, reviving it from its near-death state. This act had sparked the unicorn's latent life potential, and with proper care afterward, it could regain its health, free from the fear of becoming a puppet of a dark wizard. This result was beyond Regulus Black's expectations. He had inadvertently done a good deed while harboring ill intentions, with the dark figure having fled. Regulus Black also decided to retreat, for there was no need to engage further with Harry Potter, much like Snape, who was currently hiding nearby. The two need not cross paths. Centaurs like Firenze, who had been standing protectively in front of Harry Potter, observed the dark figure's escape. Both their attentions were fixated on the vanishing shadow, completely oblivious to the fact that the unicorn had already departed the scene. Firenze, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, adorned with unkempt, medium-length hair and a scruffy beard, epitomized the centaur's image, a portrayal echoed by the centaur who followed closely behind, equally disheveled. Harry Potter, you must leave the forbidden forest. Many creatures here recognize you, and the forest at night is perilous. You are especially at risk here. What attacked me just now? How did the unicorn come back to life? Why did it drink the blood of the unicorn? Harry Potter, now filled with curiosity, inquired of the centaur who was evidently protecting him. Just a mere monster. Killing a unicorn is an unforgivable sin. Drinking its blood can prolong life, even bringing back the dying. Yet it exacts a terrible price. The unicorn is a creature of purity, and the moment its blood touches your lips, you become half alive, cursed to exist in a wretched state. Who would wish to live such a life? Firenze slowly elucidated parts of the mystery, ultimately guiding Harry Potter towards the truth of the situation. Can you not fathom who it is? Do you mean to say that the monster who killed that unicorn and drank its blood is Voldemort? The realization dawned upon young Potter. Do you have any inkling of the secrets hidden within the school at this moment? Firenze continued to lead him towards the truth. The Philosopher's Stone. Hello, Firenze, it seems you have met young Potter. Are you well, Harry? Hagrid arrived on the scene with Ron, Draco, and the large black dog Fong. Harry Potter, we must bid farewell. You are safe now, and I wish you luck, having conveyed all that needed to be said. Firenze fulfilled his duty, leaving Harry Potter to decide his own path. Regulus Black wandered through the Forbidden Forest, a young unicorn trailing closely behind him. Halt! Turn around. The young unicorn, however, immediately feigned grazing. I'm just eating grass. Not following you. Regulus Black felt a slight headache as he located several spots stained with unicorn blood, collecting it in a silver flask, while the young unicorn curiously observed how its blood was being gathered. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Regulus Black deemed it necessary to clarify his intentions with the young unicorn. I am glad you did not perish. This is your fortune and my unexpected turn of events. Thus, I hope you can continue your life in the Forbidden Forest rather than following me. I have numerous matters to attend to at Hogwarts. So this is where we part ways. Not feign ignorance. Return. Gazing into the young unicorn's eyes, he could distinctly sense its emotions, and he found it laughable that it was preparing to act oblivious. Regulus Black had no desire to harm a young unicorn, for had it been dead, it would merely have been considered potion ingredients, and dismembering it would have been a trivial matter. However, now that the young unicorn had come back to life, such treatment was unacceptable. A living unicorn, though lacking material value, held profound significance, the value of life itself. Regulus Black noticed a glimmer of sorrow in the young unicorn's eyes. Get lost. I am not your caretaker. He turned and exited the Forbidden Forest, heading toward Hogwarts without glancing back, while the unicorn obediently remained in place. Hagrid, that was the unicorn I saw earlier. It was indeed dead, yet has been revived. Hagrid and the others also emerged from the Forbidden Forest, and Harry Potter immediately recognized the young unicorn at the forest's edge. Disdain. Everyone discerned that sentiment in the young unicorn's gaze, which then shifted to a contemplative expression directed towards Hogwarts. The richness of its expressions and emotions astounded the three boys, even eliciting admiration from Hagrid. This unicorn is destined for greatness. The four did not notice Regulus Black's absence. The disillusionment charm had become second nature to him, rendering him undetectable to the others. However, the unicorn's keen eyes did not miss him. Only after Regulus Black entered the gates of Hogwarts did the young unicorn reluctantly depart from the forest's edge. Severus Snape was the last to return to Hogwarts, having shadowed Hagrid and his group, although he was uncertain of Regulus Black's whereabouts. The sight of the unicorn sparked thoughts of him. He pondered how well Regulus had managed to collect the unicorn's blood. Lost in contemplation, Snape finally reached his underground lair. As he inhaled the scent of potions wafting through his office, he allowed himself a moment of relaxation. He had indeed seen the dark figure. It was Voldemort. Without a doubt, unexpectedly, Regulus Black had revived the unicorn, and the impact of that sacred light must have been quite distressing for Voldemort. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through Snape's heart at this thought. Lily, your son has faced danger tonight, but emerged unscathed. I shall continue to protect him. As he spoke to himself, someone entered, placing a silver flask on the table. What about the potion tea from last time? Please bring me a large cup. I am in dire need of calming my nerves. That night, Harry Potter and Ron found it exceedingly difficult to sleep, for the events of the evening had proven more exhilarating than any previous adventure. It was likely that these two mischief-makers would lose interest in nighttime escapades for quite some time. Are you saying that person was right there, in the Forbidden Forest? Ron was astonished that a simple patrol could lead them to the legendary Dark Lord. Voldemort. Well, fine, although it was only Harry who encountered him, not me. But he is so weak, relying solely on the blood of the unicorn to survive. Do you not understand? We were mistaken. Snape does not intend to claim the Philosopher's Stone for himself. He aims to steal it and present it to Voldemort. With the Elixir of Life, Voldemort can regain his strength and will undoubtedly return for revenge. Harry Potter expressed his frustrations, deeply disheartened by the implications. They, as students, were ill-equipped to confront a professor. If he returns, he won't be seeking to kill you. Will he? Ron finally grasped the gravity of their situation. Whether Voldemort would return was of no consequence to him. The true danger lay with Harry Potter. If he seizes the opportunity, he may very well come to kill me tonight. Harry was adamant that Snape was the thief intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone, and it seemed Voldemort's vengeance was imminent. And here I was worrying about the final exam and potions. Ron lamented that rather than worrying about the impending end-of-term examinations, they should be far more concerned about the possibility of Snape suddenly appearing to eliminate them. Clearly, without the reassuring presence and guidance of Hermione, the two found themselves devoid of insight regarding who is the wizard most feared by Voldemort. Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore is present, Harry, you will not be in danger. With Dumbledore around, no one can harm you. Without Hermione's comforting reminders, the two boys would likely spend the remainder of the term engulfed in anxiety and trepidation. They had become ensnared in a narrow mindset, convinced that Snape is the villain intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Even if he's not personally seeking it, he is doing so on behalf of Voldemort. In any case, it is Snape who seeks the stone. Meanwhile, Snape was engaged in a tranquil tea-drinking session with Regulus Black, with a cauldron bubbling and a fragrant aroma of potions wafting throughout the office. Severus Snape stirred gently before retrieving 2 wooden cups from his desk, ladling the potion into each and pushing one cup toward his assistant. The ritual was devoid of any change. Only the term precise could adequately describe this scene, reminiscent of when Professor Snape first brewed tea for guests upon arriving at Hogwarts. I had intended to request the potion recipes for the calming draught and the exhilaration potion from you, but upon reflection, I find it far more enjoyable to simply visit you for tea. Regulus Black's expression was somewhat cheeky, yet in comparison to Snape's notoriously acerbic demeanor, it was remarkably courteous. Snape, of course, discerned the underlying praise regarding his adeptness at potion-making. He let out a cold chuckle. Lifting the warm cup to his lips and savoring his potion, I have gathered thrice the amount of unicorn blood that you have ever encountered. He pointed to the silver jug on the table. Speaking candidly, there was no need for deceit in this matter, and he trusted that Snape would not take advantage of him in such affairs. What was agreed upon would indeed be honored. Snape likewise retrieved a silver vial from the cupboard, and, with a gentle tap of his wand against Regulus Black's silver jug, a stream of silver blood leapt automatically from the jug into the vial. The two continued sipping their tea, and by the time 1 cup of potion had been consumed, half of the unicorn blood had been collected. Regulus Black rose to take his leave, carrying his small silver jug with him. How is it that you can resurrect a unicorn? Snape was intensely curious about this question, having restrained himself from asking until now. He yearned to understand how Regulus Black was able to revive a deceased unicorn. What would happen if Voldemort were to discover him? This spell, which you would temporarily refer to as the resurrection charm, what effect might it have on Voldemort's own resurrection? No wonder Regulus Black sought refuge within Hogwarts. Even he, a traitor among Death Eaters, was tempted by such a spell. How frenzied would the true Death Eaters become if they were to learn of the resurrection charm and its capabilities? Regulus Black paused in silence at the door. Not turning back, it was merely an accident. The unicorn was not entirely dead at the time. Thus I cannot claim that this spell constitutes true resurrection, that I simply healed the unicorn's injuries, after Regulus Black explained. Snape remained inscrutable. It seemed the matter would remain elusive. Regarding unicorns, legends often describe them as the most sacred of creatures, only approachable by the purest of maidens. Yet, Regulus Black pondered, if they are so sacred, should they not encompass all things? In his view, unicorns were cursed beings, their prominent horns exceptional materials for dark magic. All 4 of his wands were crafted from unicorns. Naturally, Regulus Black had specific intentions for the unicorn blood he had acquired. Previously, he had seized Hagrid's dragon egg through alchemical means, creating the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Sanctuary. However, He later discovered that the power of the Soul Stone was overwhelmingly potent for the dragon egg, necessitating the infusion of another form of strong magical material. Otherwise, the egg would truly become a dead egg. Wingardium Leviosa. Using the levitation charm, Regulus Black made the golden memory dragon egg sanctuary and the unicorn blood float in the air. The unicorn blood formed a pool, while the dragon egg bobbed uncertainly within it. Soon, under Regulus Black's control, the dragon egg began to roll within the pool, gaining momentum. Initially, the silvery unicorn blood struggled to cling to the rolling egg, but it soon began to adhere in delicate strands. Once the egg had enveloped all the unicorn blood on its shell, the egg exhibited a dazzling interplay of gold and silver, exuding a sense of revival. Each time the golden portion shimmered, it signified daytime within the sanctuary, while the silver signified night. Regulus Black was thoroughly pleased with the outcome, and although he had added unicorn blood, he chose not to alter the name. The Golden Memory Dragon Egg Sanctuary remained in his inventory, offering numerous additional benefits: 7 to necromancy skills, 7 to toxin-related skills, 7 to curse spell skills, with a 77 chance of summoning a skeletal dragon, a ghost dragon, magical minerals, magical plants, magical creatures, and acquiring extra magical items and beings. Given the extraordinary attributes of this small talisman, Regulus Black was determined to ensure that the world within it was flawlessly crafted. Through the aperture in the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Sanctuary, he could observe the inner workings as if gazing at the patterns in his palm. In this sanctuary, Regulus Black was akin to a deity, an absolute sovereign, drawing inspiration from the tales of Diablo. He substituted demons with the 3 formidable bosses: the necromantic dragon, the skeletal dragon, and the ghost dragon. He incorporated elements from other TRPG city adventure rules and various professions, dividing them into 3 nations. Due to the existence of these 3 bosses, the magical minerals, plants, and creatures within each nation's map exhibited diverse mutations. The professions were varied, essentially splitting the 7 primary classes for Diablo into 3 skill trees, allowing anyone to freely select 3 profession skills from a pool of 21. However, there were currently no thoughts or preparations to permit anyone to enter the sanctuary. Regulus Black discovered that defining the intrinsic properties of the Golden Memory Dragon Egg Sanctuary was not the most arduous task. Rather, the most challenging aspect was establishing the world rules within the sanctuary. Although he had a framework to reference, it still took nearly a month to complete. That evening, Harry and Ron had not slept well. In stark contrast to Snape, who appeared to have enjoyed a restful night, Regulus Black, on the other hand, required no sleep. If he did lie down, it was only out of boredom. As dawn broke, and Regulus Black completed his morning routine. He appeared punctually at the professor's table, where today's breakfast was as bountiful as ever. Lamb chops, fish soup, mashed potatoes. Regulus Black settled down and softly murmured the names of several dishes, and in the blink of an eye, the table before him was adorned with his selections. The house elves of Hogwarts were remarkably skilled, crafting culinary delights that were truly delectable, were it not for the wizard's substantial need for sustenance to meet their daily demands. Indulging excessively in the house elf creations would undoubtedly result in weight gain, albeit a healthy kind, devoid of any ailments associated with the 3 highs. With a dining knife, he deftly sliced into the lamb chops, extracting the bones and subsequently cutting the meat into slender strips before dividing them into bite-sized pieces. Each morsel of lamb was just slightly wider than his fork, perfectly sized for savoring in a leisurely manner. In between bites, he would occasionally scoop half a spoonful of mashed potatoes, pairing it with a dash of fish soup. Regulus Black exhibited the most meticulous, intricate, and elegant dining style at the professor's table. Whether partaking in Chinese or Western cuisine, one could discern reflections of oneself in his dining process, all while adhering to the highest standards of dining etiquette. Even the most fastidious Slytherins acknowledged that Regulus Black, the teaching assistant, surpassed even the nobility in his dining manners. This was a point where even severest Snape fell short. His meals resembled the handling of potion ingredients, consumed with an expressionless demeanor. Utterly oblivious to the flavors at play, in contrast, observing Regulus Black dine was a sheer delight, inspiring onlookers with the sentiment that the dishes he savors must be exquisite. On one occasion, Regulus ordered a roast similar to what the students had at their table. And after tasting it, he casually remarked that the spice ratio was excessive. Consequently, students from all 4 houses flocked to sample the roast, each offering varied opinions on its flavor, yet the response mirrored that of a star and their adoring fans. Following that incident, the roast reappeared in the school with a slightly reduced spice ratio, indicating that even the house elves acknowledged his expertise. As the students joyously indulged in breakfast, a young unicorn peeked curiously at the entrance of the hall. "Good heavens, it's a unicorn! Quick, look! A unicorn from the Forbidden Forest has wandered into Hogwarts. Can I touch it? I'm a virgin." This was clearly a juvenile unicorn, perhaps seeking its mother. Alas, its mother had fallen victim to a giant. Some students chuckled mischievously, perpetuating the previous rumors of Hagrid's encounter with unicorns. The young unicorn observed for a moment, then proudly trotted into the hall, directly crossing the students' tables towards the professor's table. "Look, it's undoubtedly here to find Hagrid and ask for its mother. How brave, but I wonder if it's enough for Hagrid to fill his gaps? Would Hagrid dare to consume it before all the professors?" At that moment, Hagrid regretted his decision to have breakfast, as the previously quelled rumors began to resurface. Watching the unicorn approach the professor's table, he fidgeted nervously, sweat pouring down his face. Snape cast a sidelong glance at his assistant, Regulus Black, who, after a brief initial glance, resumed his focus on breakfast, completely unfazed by the unicorn's presence. The young unicorn had come to Hogwarts with great resolve, solely to seek out its closest companion. Despite the throngs of students, they merely whispered amongst themselves, none daring to act disrespectfully. However, the individual it sought among the professors merely glanced back, yet that was sufficient. The young unicorn was certain that Regulus Black was the one it sought. Approaching the professor's table, the young unicorn fixed its gaze intently on Regulus Black. Just as he finished his meal, Regulus pushed aside his plate and finally looked up at his visitor and, acting foolish. "No mischief, no begging. Have you had breakfast?" Regulus observed the unicorn for a moment, deciphering many sentiments within its eyes. It seemed prepared to cling to him, playing the fool and seeking a patronage, which was utterly outrageous. All the students and professors were taken aback by Regulus Black's remarks, as his 3 admonitions were remarkably striking. The young unicorn was momentarily stunned, then abandoned its previous intention, shaking its head to indicate it had not eaten. "Headmaster, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave," Regulus Black addressed Dumbledore, standing up to exit the hall, the young unicorn following closely behind, its joyful steps revealing its excellent mood. So, it was indeed there to find Mr. Black. Mr. Black is so handsome. Even a unicorn feels comfortable around him. The true Prince Charming. Is Mr. Black a virgin? A student who uttered this was swiftly silenced by a nearby girl. Hagrid, having narrowly escaped a predicament, hastily pulled out a large handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Dumbledore had to tap his goblet, using a high-pitched tone to remind the students to settle down. "Children, class time is approaching." The students with lessons hurriedly gathered their belongings. Those who had tea had their fill, hastily grabbing additional food to consume on their way to class. My class is in the afternoon. Professor Flitwick was slightly excited, as he had no morning classes. He could observe the unicorn up close, confident that Black would not refuse. Other interested professors without classes also expressed their desire to witness the spectacle. And with those who had classes departing to teach, the professors' table soon saw a significant exodus. Hagrid wished to avoid encountering the unicorn. Who knew whether the rumors of eating unicorns had reached its ears? "Professor Quirrell, you look rather unwell." Hagrid suddenly noticed Quirrell, who had not left, appeared extremely pale and contorted. "I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. I believe it stems from a lack of sleep last night. I have a class to attend, so I must be off." This is the true resurrection. Voldemort roared in Quirrell's mind, having orchestrated countless schemes solely for his own revival. Now, existing in a liminal state, neither fully human nor ghost, Voldemort felt stifled. Last night, whether that young unicorn had perished, Voldemort held the most authority to speak, having drunk its blood. Initially, he believed Regulus Black had merely used some spell to awaken the unicorn's power, but it now appeared that the spell was not one of mere awakening, but a genuine resurrection incantation. However, he could not act. Two encounters had ended in failure for his side, with the first resulting in the theft of the unicorn's corpse and the second. The unicorn's revival. Regulus Black had made tremendous strides in his spellcasting, and the secret of his own resurrection was but one of many secrets he held. Voldemort yearned to capture Regulus Black, to torture him, interrogate him, and compel him to divulge all his secrets. Once, in pursuit of immortality, he had relied on creating Horcruxes, yet Regulus Black, who had perished in the Black Lake and remained a wraith for 11 years, was now capable of self-resurrection, and furthermore, could resurrect the unicorn, the most unsuitable creature for necromancy and darkness. This was utterly astonishing. Voldemort was already aware of Regulus Black's past. The Daily Prophet had thoroughly reported on his experiences following the declaration of his innocence, and had continued to publish extensive articles detailing his legal battles with the Ministry of Magic to reclaim the Black family fortune. After confirming Regulus Black's account of last night's events, Dumbledore and the other professors unanimously agreed that keeping a unicorn at Hogwarts posed no issues, provided it did not disturb the students' studies. From that day forth, the young unicorn followed Regulus Black everywhere, sharing in his meals and companionship. Twice daily, Regulus would take it for strolls in the Forbidden Forest, much like one would walk a dog. Life began to take on a sense of order, yet many activities became unattainable. Indeed, pet ownership did not suit me. As Regulus Black, a time traveler, I needed to invest my time in strategizing around the plot's characters to extract the utmost benefit from them, ensuring that I acquired everything I desired before the conclusion of the entire Harry Potter saga. Otherwise, once the narrative reached its end, everything would revert to an unknown state, and the advantages of my transmigration would vanish entirely. After waiting by the Forbidden Forest for the young unicorn to frolic to its heart's content, Regulus Black finally took it back to Hogwarts. Speaking of which, do unicorns consume food? It seems they do not. Throughout the days spent living alongside the unicorn, I had never witnessed it eating. Until one day, Regulus Black discovered the young unicorn wandering near the carcass of a deceased animal after it had entered the Forbidden Forest. Regulus did not believe the unicorn was exhibiting an act of compassion to revive the creature. Upon approaching, he saw that what lay on the ground was merely a pile of decayed bones. Noticing Regulus's presence, the young unicorn shyly stepped back, displaying a hint of anxiousness. Regulus Black examined the pile of animal remains closely, convinced his eyes had not deceived him. It had indeed been the body of an animal that had recently succumbed to death. However, what had the unicorn done to transform this once flesh and blood carcass into a heap of white bones, now in a state of decay? Could you enlighten me about this situation? Regulus Black had always been forthright with the unicorn that had approached him. Direct communication with such an intelligent yet innocent creature was undoubtedly the most effective form of interaction. Without hesitation, the young unicorn leaned its horn against Regulus Black's head. Their consciousness intertwined, and the unicorn unilaterally conveyed to Regulus the nuances of its lifestyle, information not commonly found in many magical creature tomes. What do unicorns consume? They are striking creatures, endowed with horns that possess healing abilities, filtering out toxins and poisons to prevent illness and even confer immortality. As legend has it, the unicorn's horn can test for poison. In the Muggle world, it is regarded as an antidote treasure. The unicorn's horn, blood, and hair all hold potent magical properties. The horn has detoxifying effects, and it is said that a knife with a handle made from a unicorn's horn can discern the presence of poison in food. Its tail hair can be fashioned into wands, while its silvery blood is said to prolong life. However, one should refrain from slaying a unicorn for such purposes, for it would invite a curse. Contrary to its gentle appearance, a unicorn possesses a formidable spirit, capable of contending with creatures as mighty as elephants and dragons. Typically, they avoid contact with humans, likely preferring the approach of witches over wizards. And they can run with astonishing speed, making them exceedingly difficult to capture. This implies that unicorns may thrive on toxins or have an affinity for consuming poison. The corpse of that small animal naturally bore toxins upon its death, thus becoming sustenance for the unicorn. When consuming toxins, unicorns do not eat in the conventional sense. Rather, akin to the celestial beings in ancient tales, they feed by absorbing fragrant essences, while unicorns draw sustenance from toxic vapors. Consequently, The corpses subjected to such consumption would decay rapidly, explaining why humans have been unable to observe unicorns feeding. Regulus Black understood why this unicorn never fed in his presence, yet he was astounded by the phenomenon of the fruits and vegetables he provided vanishing in an instant. Furthermore, adult unicorns are silvery white, while they are golden when young. So, you have reached adulthood. Regulus Black emitted a chuckle reminiscent of an eccentric uncle, startling the young unicorn, which then retaliated by butting him with its head. The unicorn, of course, recognized Regulus's jest, and as he grasped its spiraled horn, they began to converse. The unicorn revealed that it had only recently shed its golden fur, hence its premature death. The unicorn's attempt at human speech felt rather awkward. It would likely require more time to communicate normally. Moreover, the unicorn possessed innate telepathic abilities, allowing it to engage in mental dialogue without physical contact, as long as it was in proximity to the desired target. Yet this newly adult unicorn could only engage in conscious dialogue through physical touch, indicating a significant limitation in its capabilities. Thus, you are merely a newly adult lowly, caught in the transitional phase between youth and maturity. Regulus Black could not help but tease, nearly being toppled by the unicorn's playful rebuttal. All right, let us discuss other matters. You presently have limited options. Point 1 path is to maintain the status quo, to continue residing in the Forbidden Forest. Sheltered under the protection of Hogwarts, I trust that Dumbledore, or any future headmaster, would not expel you from the forest or act against your interests, as a unicorn that may have been resurrected. This secret cannot be kept for long. Even if the world continues to regard it as a revived unicorn, there will inevitably be one or two individuals who will suspect it to be a product of resurrection. This would lead to pursuits, hunts, and ultimately dissection, all in the quest for the secret of resurrection. However, if you remain in the Forbidden Forest, provided you do not stir up trouble, I believe Hogwarts offers the best sanctuary. For any aggression towards it would equate to an assault on the future of the wizarding world. The legitimate wizarding community would not tolerate such actions. Even when Voldemort's Death Eaters took control of Hogwarts in later years, they still treated it as a school rather than a fortress. Refraining from any harm to the magical creatures within the Forbidden Forest, I refuse. I do not wish to continue that monotonous existence. Living as a unicorn is dreadfully dull. Had I not encountered you, my life would have ended long ago. You granted me a new beginning and introduced me to an entirely new world. I want to live alongside you. The unicorn pawed at the ground, its voice akin to that of a young girl, embodying a tone of playful obstinacy, reminiscent of a girlfriend who lingers at her boyfriend's home. Since you are insistent, as the current head of the Black family, I shall offer you another choice: to grow stronger, to become so formidable that no wizard or force could inflict harm upon you. Unless you wish for your own demise. Regulus Black, emboldened by his conviction, was indeed capable of nurturing this unicorn into a nearly invincible being, and there was still time, was there not? The first year of Harry Potter had only just commenced. Theoretically, there exists no truly invincible entity in this world. Everything is in a state of flux, and even the mightiest may encounter misfortune, falter, or age. The unicorn transformed, eager to impart its knowledge, having recently frequented Ravenclaw, where a multitude of delightful young ladies and an endless array of books awaited study. The young unicorn had developed a fervor for learning. So, how likely are you to fulfill your promises? Can you truly help me become strong enough to ensure that no hostile gaze ever falls upon me? Or would disappearing altogether be the simplest solution, allowing me to vanish conceptually while still living alongside you? The young unicorn's voice brimmed with excitement at this clever notion. As long as it could be with its beloved, what did it matter if it faded from the world's sight? Disappearing is unnecessary. I will make you the emblem of the Black family, causing all to envy our lineage for possessing you, yet dare not harbor any other intentions. Can Regulus Black truly deliver on his promises? Certainly, he would not dare to assert such claims without confidence, even when addressing merely a young unicorn. Regulus Black, possessing the golden memory of the Dragon Egg's secret realm, could bestow anyone with the roles akin to those in the game of Diablo. Thus, the young unicorn's concerns were unfounded. The current dilemma lies in the choice of profession. For a magical creature such as a unicorn, the druid would be the most fitting vocation. Claims of being close to nature are mere fallacies. High compatibility with one's profession is the true principle. Among the elemental skills of a druid are the natural forces of wind and fire, and in its summoning abilities lie the hearts of nature and flora and fauna. The dilemma arises with the shape-shifting skills, as werewolves and bearmen are clearly unsuitable for the unicorn's image. It seems that significant modifications to accommodate its skill system are necessary. The elemental skills and summoning abilities need not be elaborated upon. The focus should instead be on the transformation skills, which require significant alteration. The original skills are as follows. Transformation technique passive effect. The frequent alteration of one's form can indeed be bothersome, as transformations are constrained by a duration limit. This skill enhances the physical constitution post-transformation and extends the duration of the metamorphosis. Werewolf transformation effect. This skill enables the druid to metamorphose into a werewolf, thereby accelerating his reflexes and amplifying his combat prowess. Feral frenzy limited to werewolf form. Upon transforming into a wolf, under the influence of this skill, the druid succumbs to a frenzied state, unleashing a barrage of savage attacks that ruthlessly rend the flesh of his foes, thereby siphoning vitality from them. The more ferocious the assault, the greater the life force stolen. Rabies limited to werewolf form. When the druid activates this skill, he can imbue his saliva with toxins. As he bites his adversary, he simultaneously disseminates horrific pathogens within them. The accuracy flaws of rabies are particularly lethal, often poisoning the target upon impact. The scent of rabies is inescapable, as the source of the poison is intangible, rendering it impossible to purge. Rage limited to werewolf form. This skill thrusts the druid into a bloodthirsty frenzy, enhancing both accuracy and damage as he ferociously assaults nearby enemies. Bear transformation effect. This skill grants the druid the ability to transform into a wild bear, significantly increasing his strength and resilience. While in bear form, he can unleash catastrophic attacks. Battering ram limited to bear form. Once transformed into a bear, the druid can use his formidable claws to tear apart his enemies. Upon slaying an adversary with this skill, his ferocity increases by 1 point. Shockwave limited to bear form. With the druid's thunderous roar, the very earth trembles, causing nearby foes to tremble and become dazed. Flame claw limited to werewolf or bear form. When in animal form, the druid adeptly harnesses the power of natural elements to imbue his attacks with flames, albeit at the cost of significant accuracy. Hunger limited to werewolf or bear form. Nature begets life, yet can also extinguish it. When the druid employs this skill to rend his foe, he can draw their life force and vitality into himself. The original skills revolve around the transformations of the werewolf and bear, which is evidently unsuitable for a unicorn. Regulus Black, in an effort to win the favor of the lowly unicorn, is prepared to invoke his lowly loving spirit to perfect the skill configurations. The reason for not completely overhauling all skills lies in Regulus Black's inherent golden finger system. Without this system, he could freely edit skills and conjure new spells. However, such alterations would lack coherence. Regulus Black, benefiting from the completeness of the system, finds it remarkably convenient. Indeed, as a skill system for a game, it is a culmination of collective wisdom, meticulously crafted in both overall design and minute details. Anyone believing they could surpass the ingenuity of game developers would do well to reconsider. Nevertheless, drawing inspiration from the Golden Finger system while enacting some modifications is well within the capabilities of Regulus Black. The Transmigrator. Yet, a complete transformation would be unnecessary. Thus, the focus of the skill overhaul will be on transformation abilities. Centaur Transformation Active Effect. This skill allows the unicorn to metamorphose into a centaur, possessing a human upper body and a horse's lower body, transforming into a mobile combat unit, thus enhancing its reflexes and combat skills. A Horseman Transformation Active Effect. This skill permits the unicorn to take on the form of a horse-headed humanoid, improving its dexterity, weapon crafting abilities, and adaptability to human weaponry. Humanoid Transformation Active Effect. The unicorn can transform into human form, maintaining its appearance once confirmed. It can fluidly shift between its humanoid and unicorn forms, automatically dispelling any negative status effects. The physical attributes remain unchanged, with all bodily characteristics retained. Ghost Horse Transformation Active Effect. The unicorn can transform into a spectral ghost horse, evading detrimental effects and acquiring ghostly attributes, allowing for unrestricted movement. However, its offensive capabilities are significantly diminished, with all attributes redirected towards cursing effects. Dragon Horse Transformation Active Effect. The unicorn can metamorphose into a dragon-headed, horse-body divine beast, capable of bestowing enhancement effects through a spiritual aura upon itself or its allies. Qilin Transformation Active Effect. The unicorn transforms into the mythical Qilin, with all attributes shifting toward a singular elemental focus, allowing for the selection of different elemental properties based on circumstances. Water Spirit Qilin Passive Effect. Should the unicorn choose to become a Water Spirit Qilin, all attributes will align with the water element, granting boosts to attack, defense, agility, and vitality in aquatic environments. Fire Spirit Qilin Passive Effect. Should the unicorn opt for the Fire Spirit Qilin form, all attributes will align with the fire element, enhancing attack, defense, agility, and vitality in fiery surroundings. Wind Spirit Qilin Passive Effect. Should the unicorn select the Wind Spirit Qilin transformation, all attributes will shift towards the wind element, augmenting attack, defense, agility, and vitality in windy conditions. Lightning Spirit Qilin Passive Effect. Should the unicorn transform into the Lightning Spirit Qilin, all attributes will align with the lightning element, enhancing attack, defense, agility, and vitality in stormy environments. This comprehensive suite of skills ensures that the transformation abilities will only enhance, never diminish, while also aligning closely with the essence of Eastern mythical beasts. Furthermore, Regulus Black has made adjustments to certain summoning skills. The skills for summoning ghost wolves, frenzied wolves, and grizzly bears have been replaced with 3 new summoning abilities. Insect Summoning Active Effect. Summon nearby insects to serve the summoner, acting as spies or aiding in gathering resources. Treefolk Summoning Active Effect. Animate a tree into a treefolk, compelling it to fight on behalf of the summoner. Older trees boast superior attributes. Once the skill's effects are lifted, the treefolk will take root and continue to thrive. Llama Summoning Active Effect. If not in a forest, the summoner can call forth a llama from a patch of grass, composed of soil and weeds, which will fight alongside them. This summoned creature comes with its own knight and employs any available materials as weapons, utilizing cunning and underhanded tactics, with its low summoning cost allowing for mass summoning. Regulus Black has cast the unicorn into the secret realm of the Golden Memory Dragon Egg, allowing it to undertake the druid profession within. The significantly altered druid skills will require the unicorn to gradually experience and refine them. Only through practical application can the efficacy of the skills be truly tested. The game map-like environment of the Dragon Egg realm provides countless monstrous foes, ideal for gaining experience. Having settled the unicorn, Regulus Black returned alone to Hogwarts, astonishing the professors and students who had grown accustomed to the unicorn's presence. Even Dumbledore approached Regulus Black to inquire about the situation. Naturally, Regulus Black disingenuously claimed that the unicorn had merely returned to the Forbidden Forest. With over half a month remaining until the end-of-term examinations at Hogwarts, the atmosphere throughout the institution has entered a state of final effort. Whether it be the 7th-year students on the brink of graduation or first-year newcomers like Harry Potter, anxiety and tension are inescapable. Indeed, anxiety and tension. With Hermione absent from the trio, Harry Potter gazes at Snape with palpable terror, which irks Snape and leaves him baffled. Nevertheless, this will not hinder him from continuing to unleash a barrage of sharp remarks. Akin to a madman wielding a whip, driving the flock of lambs at Hogwarts towards the finish line, I feared that Snape might kill me right there in the classroom. Harry Potter, with dark circles under his eyes, wandered the corridors of Hogwarts like a zombie. Indeed, Professor Snape, who usually claims to eschew the use of a wand, was unexpectedly brandishing it during class. When his wand was pointed at me, I feared that in the next instant, I would be struck by a hex. Ron, unfortunately, had a particularly dreadful day, being called upon by Snape to answer questions not once, but twice. Recently, we have seldom seen Assistant Professor Black. Indeed, perhaps if he were present, Professor Snape would not treat us in such a manner. The 2 boys exchanged glances, shaking their heads and sighing as they hurried to their next class, with final exams looming on the horizon and an increased course load to contend with. Regulus Black continued to prepare for the ultimate challenges facing Harry Potter. Hagrid's three-headed hellhound Fluffy, Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, Professor Flitwick's Flying Keys, Professor McGonagall's Wizard's Chess, and Snape's Riddle Potion, all of which piqued Regulus Black's interest. Each day, aside from performing some assistant duties, he found himself in a state of lethargy, leading Dumbledore and the professors to believe that he had suffered a tremendous blow after losing the unicorn, a sentiment that Hagrid could deeply empathize with. The dragon egg, just like that, the dragon egg that was about to hatch on the table was gone, after giving Regulus Black a comforting pat. Hagrid unexpectedly burst into tears himself and turned to enter a washroom to wash his face. Oblivious to the fact that it was a ladies' restroom, he was soon met with the wailing of Moaning Myrtle. Consequently, Hagrid, drenched, made a hasty exit from the restroom, earning himself the new nickname Moaning Myrtle's suitor. In truth, due to Hagrid's enormous stature, it was quite challenging for him to find a suitable partner. Thus, he had never considered seeking a normal person to love, ultimately falling for Moaning Myrtle, who reciprocated his affections. However, the nature of their love and expressions of affection were rather peculiar, much like Hagrid's fondness for small creatures. The more aggressive and formidable they were, the more they aligned with Hagrid's type. The aforementioned is a serious ramble from Peeves, witnessed by an audience hailing from 4 different houses: the Unicorn Eater, the Dragon Egg Taster, and Moaning Myrtle's suitor. Hagrid's monikers were beginning to soar into the stratosphere. Lucy Piddle brought news to Regulus Black that there was progress regarding the film adaptation, that a portly director named Guillermo del Toro expressed interest in adapting Crimson Peak. Initially, this director had shown great enthusiasm for the novel, only to discover that Regulus Black had secured the rights. After conducting his inquiries, he found that even the mansion depicted in the novel was owned by the Duke of Black, making collaboration with him his only viable option. Are you familiar with the director's previous endeavors? At that moment, Regulus Black was receiving guests at Crimson Peak. Lucy Piddle arrived with all the necessary documents and materials. From past experiences, it was evident that Guillermo was a versatile talent in the film industry. Having served as a director, actor, assistant director, screenwriter, and producer in the early 1980s, he had spent nearly a decade as a makeup supervisor before establishing his own company. At the age of 21, he produced his first feature film, Dona Herlinda and Her Son, and went on to create several Mexican television series while also teaching film courses. In 1992, he directed the film Kronos, which garnered 9 Ariel Awards and won the International Critics Week Grand Prize at the Cannes Film Festival. He subsequently directed a ghost story set during the Spanish Civil War, The Devil's Backbone. Lucy Piddle's report was undoubtedly thorough, though limited by the era, lacking certain details known to Regulus Black. Regulus mentally calculated that Harry Potter was born on July 31, 1980. By this reckoning, the events chronicled in the Harry Potter series transpired between the late 20th century and the early 21st century. Although the director's later science fiction films were not included, his artistic foundation should suffice, as European directors are often quite passionate about art. Well then, please arrange a meeting at your earliest convenience. I have some thoughts regarding the adaptation of the original novel that I wish to discuss with him in person, Regulus Black instructed, perusing the manuscript of Crimson Peak. Regulus Black had not only acquired the copyright to the original novel, but had also secured the original manuscript. In truth, for the entire Muggle world, they are unprepared for the existence of wizards. Should a wizard desire something, all it takes is to create an opportunity for direct contact, with a flick of the wand. Whether it be memory modification or soul control, Muggles would willingly submit, eagerly and joyfully. Whenever Lucy Piddle indicated that there were individuals who proved difficult to persuade, Regulus Black, the financier, would personally step in to convince them with reason. Naturally at a cost, albeit one determined by the other's limits. Without offering an appropriate price, Regulus Black was unwilling to gamble with Muggle obsessions. Who knows what troubles they might conjure? Trying to operate within their boundaries would only evoke pain for them. And Regulus Black, known for his trading prowess, remained blissfully unaware of their self-revealed limits. Regarding the properties Regulus Black had previously reclaimed, there was a cattle farm on a small island in the Outer Hebrides. Located in the northwestern part of England, as well as an estate on a red earth mining site in the remote hills of northwest England. Furthermore, Regulus Black had acquired a property in the Headless Valley. And shortly, the Ministry of Magic would return another property, which happened to be a private psychiatric hospital. All of this underscored the Black family's investment philosophy and aesthetic sensibility, truly reflective of a family of dark wizards with discerning tastes. Reviewing recent financial statements, he noted a cost analysis pertaining to the cattle farm. Regulus Black, aware of the feeding practices involving cattle consuming their own byproducts, anticipated an outbreak of mad cow disease and instructed the farm on the island to collect all beef byproducts for his disposal. Consequently, the operating costs of his cattle farm exceeded those of a typical one, as this was a demand set forth by the owner, a fact clearly indicated, leaving Regulus Black both amused and exasperated. He could not disclose the true reason behind the mad cow disease concerns. Instead, he enforced high standards and strict requirements as justification. Nevertheless, none of the cattle byproducts went to waste. Regulus Black repurposed them as experimental materials. Under Regulus Black's directives, the cattle were categorized into hides, meat, bones, blood, entrails, heads, and offal. Milk and meat were sold through legitimate channels, providing Regulus Black with a continuous stream of wealth. The bones and blood were utilized to reinforce summoned skeletons and blood-based familiars. And now those skeletal warriors and skeleton mages donned complete skeletal armor, wielding sharp and substantial skeletal blades. The blood familiars had grown vast, akin to a sea of blood, without the system's inherent storage. There would be no place to contain them today. As for the entrails, heads, and offal, they were accumulated as offerings. The Black family, as a lineage of dark wizards, had delved deeply into the study of demon summoning. The 72 demons, also known as the 72 Pillars of Solomon, are chronicled in the first part of the Grimoire The Key of Solomon, transliterated as Lemegeton, which details the 72 demons, each possessing their own rank, such as king, duke, marquis, count, etc., governing teams, and their own seals, the pillars, and are said to be summonable to grant powers, assistance, or knowledge. The appearances of these 72 demons vary, some resembling animals like crows or wolves, while others are quite grotesque, such as hybrid creatures. They often embody both good and evil, being both demon and deity. The term 72 Pillars of Solomon first appeared in a significant work of demonology, the Lesser Key of Solomon, Lemegeton. The oldest known edition of this book was published in the early 17th century, with its creation estimated to predate the French Revolution. According to the tome, the illustrious King Solomon of Israel, renowned as a sage in the Bible, who reigned from 961 to 922 BC, was also an exceptional conjurer of demons. That it is said that King Solomon entered into a pact with the demon lord Burial, acquiring the power to command all infernal entities. He inscribed his magical ring upon the necks of each demon, compelling them to serve his will. In exchange, he pledged to surrender his soul to Burial after his mortal demise. Among these demons, aside from the 7 infernal lords, the most formidable were the 72 demon nobles. Famously known as the 72 demon kings of Solomon, he meticulously documented the incantations he employed, referring to them as the Key of Solomon, which encompasses numerous texts, the most enigmatic of which is the Lesser Key of Solomon. Within its pages are mentioned the 72 formidable demons, referred to as the spirits of Solomon. Solomon confined them within vessels, summoning them when needed to enhance the glory of the Israelite Empire. However, upon Solomon's death, the Babylonians invaded. Upon discovering the sealed vessels of demons, they mistook them for treasures and opened them, thereby unleashing these mighty demons into the world. Their count totaled 72. Reviewing the available information, Regulus Black formulated his own analysis. Within the context of a world inhabited by wizards akin to that of Harry Potter, it is plausible that King Solomon was an extraordinary sorcerer, particularly skilled in summoning, thus earning the title of an adept demon conjurer. Nevertheless, Regulus Black harbored reservations regarding the notion of summoning. He perceived Solomon more as a master alchemist, renowned for creating demons through alchemical means, contending that those who labeled him a demon summoner had fundamentally misinterpreted his legacy. The reason Solomon refrained from clarification was simply due to the vast disparity in culpability associated with both practices. Summoning demons to enact one's will, irrespective of the malevolence they incite, can be attributed to the demons themselves, reflecting merely Solomon's formidable prowess. Conversely, to create demons entails assuming full responsibility for their actions. and the ability to manufacture demons would invite scrutiny and hostility from others. Regulus Black hailed from a lineage of dark wizards, where the application of dark magic was unrestrained, allowing his family to immerse themselves entirely in the exploration of this arcane discipline. Having grown up amidst various experiments in dark arts, Regulus longed to forge his own demons, or perhaps lesser spirits or familiars. Yet, even unto his demise in the Black Lake, he failed to achieve any tangible results. In truth, the Black family's long-standing endeavors had never yielded success. However, through his 3 incarnations, Regulus Black arrived at a simple conclusion regarding the failures in demon summoning. It stemmed from a lack of understanding of the demons themselves. Much like the summoning of heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War, the summoner must possess knowledge of the entity to be summoned. Applying this to Solomon's demon conjurations, one must be aware of the demon's name, form, attributes, and skills. In essence, the more detailed the knowledge, the better. The final step involves offering a sacrifice far exceeding the requirements of the summoning. Although this approach may seem extravagant, akin to a wealthy patron investing heavily, it ultimately increases the likelihood of success. Without expenditure, how can one hope to thrive? This elucidates why King Solomon was able to summon the 72 demons. He was a monarch of a nation, a custodian of its wealth, endowed with ample resources, leisure, and time. Ultimately, he was also a sorcerer, adept in the art of demon summoning. Consequently, employing his wealth, time, and fortuity, King Solomon forged 72 demons. It is likely that his desire to conjure more was thwarted by a scarcity of imagination. Upon meticulous examination of the attributes and roles of these 72 demons, one finds a plethora of redundancies. Regardless of their sheer number, the limited cognitive capacity of the contemporary sorcerers dictated that these capabilities, powers, attributes, roles, and forms were all that could be conceived. Regulus Black does not require such a vast multitude as 72 to summon demons. He merely utilizes the 12 zodiac signs as a framework for his conjurations. Fortuitously, an artist has previously depicted demonic versions of the 12 zodiac signs, which Regulus Black promptly appropriated for his own use. Since reclaiming the dairy farm, Regulus Black has made a point to personally visit the farm every 7 days, inspecting operations while extracting the pre-categorized cattle heads, entrails, and offal in some remote areas of England. Regulus Black meticulously established magical circles, upon which tons of sacrificial offerings were heaped. The sanguinary offerings became prime subjects for alchemical experimentation, albeit with a high failure rate. Thus far, he has only successfully summoned a Taurus demon, which he subsequently sealed in place. The Taurus demon stands 3 meters tall, its physique adorned with powerful muscles and possessing a remarkably high resistance to magic. Regulus Black did not endow it with complex attributes, opting instead for a singular strength attribute. Despite summoning this Taurus demon, Regulus Black lacked the means of control. He had not anticipated success in his summoning endeavor, and thus prepared no such measures. Fortunately, the demon remained sealed in its original location. Otherwise, it would pose a significant threat wherever it roamed. Today, Regulus Black has selected a different venue for demon summoning. Although the choice was random, he employed a spell akin to show me the way prior to his selection. Upon utilizing apparition to reach his destination, he found himself amidst a sheep pen. Within the lowly structure, there were merely 3 or 5 sheep. Yet this location undeniably resonated as the most suitable for summoning an Ares demon. Wielding his wand, crafted from silver and jade, which is the most apt of his 4 wands for summoning, he inscribed a rune circle composed of magical energy upon the ground, perfectly encompassing the entire sheep pen, akin to drawing the largest circle within a square. Next came the preparation of offerings. With a mere wave of his hand, a copious amount of entrails and offal were amassed within a magical circle, eliciting terrified bleats from the few sheep present. Though not particularly intelligent, the sheep instinctively recognized the scent of blood, which signified death. Nevertheless, Regulus Black cast the silencing charm upon the nearby sheep, followed by a muggle-repelling charm upon the walls of the pen. You are the spirit of the Zodiac warriors. You are a great demon from the abyss. You are the hybrid prince of humans and demons. You are among the rare artisans of the demon realm. You are my summoned servant, my thrall. Those who oppose me, you shall execute. Against my foes, you shall render judgment. Herein, I offer these sacrifices for your consumption. May you manifest in this world. At my behest, I summon forth the Ares demon of the zodiac. The mounds of sacrificial offerings, akin to melting ice cream, sank into the ground, drawn towards the center of the magical circle. Even the nearby sheep were engulfed in this descent, leaving behind a pristine magical circle glimmering with blood. After a brief wait, Regulus Black felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he had failed. The same had occurred when summoning the Taurus. After numerous failures, he had finally succeeded, as he prepared to depart. Blood erupted from the magical circle like a fountain, and an ominous figure with grand, curling horns gradually emerged from the sanguine geyser. Regulus Black could scarcely believe his fortune. The summoning of the Ares demon had succeeded on the very first attempt. This demon also stood approximately 3 meters tall, though its form was considerably leaner than that of the Taurus. Its long, spiraled horns extended in wide arcs, even passing beneath its armpits and curling around the outer sides of its arms, rendering its neck fixed in place, incapable of turning unless it freed its arms from the encumbrance of its horns. Its legs resembled those of a goat, contrasting sharply with the bovine limbs of the Taurus demon. Regulus Black attributed the remodeling property to the Ares demon, a designation intended to address forthcoming events. Summoning magic can be regarded as one of the highest forms of dark sorcery, without innate talent and formidable mental fortitude. An ordinary person cannot hope to achieve it. During World War II, Hitler and Himmler employed numerous sorcerers and astrologers, erecting countless magical circles, yet they failed to establish the Third Reich. Hitler, in his quest for world domination, could not successfully perform demon summoning. This can only imply that the sorcerers they employed were charlatans, or that these practitioners were insincere, merely utilizing Hitler's funding for their own agendas. Let us also discuss the enigmatic tome on demon summoning. Known as the Key of Solomon, in Jewish legend, King Solomon of Israel acquired the Book of Abramelin, inscribed by angels, which endowed him with the ability to freely summon and manipulate demons. This book delineates the rules and incantations for summoning. Yet it was penned by medieval sorcerers and bears no direct relation to King Solomon. Moreover, it advocates for sacrificial bloodshed, categorizing it as a form of black magic. It is said that the oldest surviving copy of this book dates back to the 14th century. The Key of Solomon is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume details how to summon and subdue spirits and demons, compelling them to serve the practitioner. It also addresses how to recover stolen items, achieve invisibility, and garner affection and love, among other subjects. Familiar, isn't it? The second volume outlines the essential elements of ritual magic, such as the practitioner's attire, the crafting of magical implements, and which animals should be sacrificed to which demons. The Key of Solomon records the summoning methods for 72 demon lords, including the well-known Baal, Astaroth, Asmodee, and Belial. Among the most powerful demon kings require the significant artifact, Solomon's Ring. However, all of this is predicated upon the notion that these demons were the fruits of Solomon's own conjurations. After mastering the art of summoning, Solomon proliferated this magic. This legacy enables future practitioners to wield the key to unlock the doors to new realms, summoning demons crafted by their predecessors. Regulus Black regained his focus and sealed the Ares demon in place. Now that he had successfully created the remodeling attribute of the Ares demon, he could proceed to save Professor Quirrell. I recall a fanfiction wherein Quirrell was similarly rescued, although that narrative clarified Quirrell's prior actions, ultimately redeeming a malevolent Death Eater. The conclusion of the rescue was rather forced. In the film, Quirrell turned to ash upon contact with Harry Potter's blood, whereas in the fanfiction, he merely underwent a slow decay. The protagonist, after attacking Voldemort, acquired fragments of Quirrell's soul and ultimately revived him through the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Regulus, too, sought to restore Quirrell. Upon reviewing Quirrell's past, he noted that Quirrell graduated from Ravenclaw, served as the head boy, and returned to teach Muggle studies after graduation. But he gained fame for his intellect, possessing a solid theoretical foundation, yet yearned for first-hand practical experience. Thus, during his adventurous excursion into the Black Forest of Albania, he encountered complications. Upon his return, Quirrell claimed he had encountered vampires and witches, which had frightened him into a stutter, leading him to don a headscarf soaked in garlic juice. In truth, he had crossed paths with Voldemort during his travels in Albania. At a time when Voldemort was undoubtedly residing within smaller, rodent-like creatures. This indeed took Quirrell by surprise. Due to his inadequacy and negligence, he ultimately fell under the control of Voldemort, becoming his servant. However, since he has taken on the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, it is likely that Dumbledore is already aware of his circumstances, just as in the original narrative. Whether it be Dumbledore's distrust of Quirrell or his inability to separate Voldemort from him, the outcome remains the same. Quirrell is doomed to perish, bearing the infamous mark of a Death Eater. All for the sake of one individual, Harry Potter. When it comes to vampires, it is pertinent to discuss British culture. The British have a peculiar fascination with vampires, akin to how the Chinese revere bodhisattvas. In the 1970s, there was a Welsh hereditary earl named Lucas who inherited a castle from his ancestors on his 30th birthday. This castle, perched upon a seaside cliff, had existed for countless years, exuding both grandeur and an eerie atmosphere. Lucas was an extraordinarily eccentric individual, lacking formal education, and spent his days poring over documents salvaged from ancient castles in Africa and Eastern Europe, the purpose of which remained a mystery to all. One day, he dashed into a village 20 miles from the castle, exclaiming with excitement that he had discovered a method to commune with vampires. The villagers dismissed him as a madman, hurling insults at him. Infuriated, Lucas decried the villagers as ignorant fools. Ultimately, he was driven from the village, but not before leaving them with a chilling proclamation. "You shall perish at the hands of vampires." That night, the villagers experienced no disturbances. And soon Lucas was forgotten. Months passed, and one day, a significant matter required the noble senator's vote, prompting an envoy to the castle to fetch Lucas. When the officers opened the door, they were met with a horrifying sight. Lucas's neck was a grotesque mess, already beginning to decay, yet his body remained intact, devoid of blood, resembling a pale mummy. Following Lucas's demise, the village frequently heard howls at midnight, despite the absence of wolves in the area. The sound were laced with fury and desire. Unable to endure the terror, the villagers abandoned their homes. This illustrates that even a hereditary nobleman could believe in the existence of vampires, making it easy for Quirrell's assertions to gain traction, especially among wizards who are well aware of the reality of vampires. However, in terms of their numbers, vampires are always at a disadvantage, having been consistently overpowered, particularly when Voldemort emerged, enlisting them as accomplices for a time. In the context of the Harry Potter universe, vampires are largely seen as a consequence of Dark Wizard's corruption, having chosen to transform themselves into beings superior to humans in pursuit of immortality. Before attempting to rescue Quirrell, Regulus Black had some preparations to undertake, such as visiting Dumbledore. "Headmaster, what is your perspective on Quirrell? Do you understand his character?" Regulus Black inquired directly upon sitting down, reaching for a pile of sweets beside him. He combined chocolate frogs, licorice wands, Mars bars, ice cream balls, and eggnog into a grand ice cream creation before pouring in the flaming whiskey he had brought, resulting in a spectacular flaming ice cream mountain. "Headmaster, please share your thoughts," Regulus said, reclining comfortably in his chair as he slowly indulged in his confectionery. To Dumbledore's surprise, the assortment of sweets he enjoyed could be combined in such a manner. This was indeed a flaming ice cream mountain. Dumbledore marveled at how, after living for so long, one could encounter such wonders. However, Regulus Black, this young fellow, was he not inclined to prepare a similar treat for the headmaster, at Dumbledore's formal request. He finally received a flaming ice cream mountain identical to Regulus's. The two, an elder and a youth, quietly savored their creations in the headmaster's office, seemingly forgetting the earlier inquiry. Observing their enjoyment, the portraits around them erupted in applause, despite the former heads of the school being unable to partake in any food. Nevertheless, they relished the sight of others enjoying their meals. After finishing, Regulus placed his plate aside. The wizarding world had no custom of using napkins, which was rather inconvenient. Elegantly, he produced a handkerchief to dab his mouth, patiently awaiting Dumbledore to finish. Eventually, after some delay, Dumbledore set down his plate, savoring the flaming ice cream. An extraordinary delight. Queerness. I watched him graduate from school. As a Ravenclaw, he was quite exceptional. However, a person's character can change with time, that a once good individual can fall due to a momentary lapse. That Dumbledore's tone shifted from excitement to melancholy, as if blaming himself for not guiding Quirrell properly, leading him to his downfall. Sometimes, it takes but a single reason for one to turn to darkness, yet there are countless methods to lead a person astray. Regulus Black fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating gaze, recalling that Voldemort had once been the headmaster's finest student. As a product of a family steeped in dark magic, he had witnessed innumerable methods of seducing individuals into corruption and submission. A naive Ravenclaw like Quirrell could easily be coerced into siding with Voldemort. Moreover, with Voldemort himself intervening, even if it were merely a fragment of his soul, it would not have resulted in his becoming the feared Dark Lord. Are you suggesting? Dumbledore, aware of his own culpability, contemplated the situation. Yet, as a headmaster, his thought processes were rigid. Some matters he would not intervene in, choosing instead to observe events unfold, even if they led to calamity. Quirrell had already consumed unicorn blood. Regulus Black scrutinized Dumbledore's expression, confirming the latter's awareness of Quirrell's union with Voldemort. Having become a cursed being, it seemed prudent to allow the curse to intensify. Oh, how did you conceive of this method? Dumbledore's curiosity was piqued, as he appeared genuinely interested in the notion of utilizing curses to save someone. This is a family secret. I will require a substantial fee from Quirrell afterward. Regulus Black stood to leave, unwilling to divulge that he had yet to devise a solution. Indeed, he was merely making empty promises. Should he discover a way to save Quirrell, all well and good. But if not, he could not be held accountable for Quirrell's fate. If he succeeded, he could leverage Dumbledore's assurance to bind Quirrell in a significant debt of gratitude, for the rise of the Black family necessitated every ounce of assistance. As Regulus Black departed, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Dumbledore's eyes. Had he erred in allowing Voldemort and Quirrell's situation to develop unchecked? Now, even Regulus had identified the issue and sought to save Quirrell. While Dumbledore hesitated, questioning whether Quirrell had genuinely aligned himself with Voldemort. Dumbledore, do you believe Regulus's claims? Severus Snape entered the headmaster's office through a side door, evidently having been present and overheard the entire conversation. Snape regarded the matter with skepticism. He had only just learned of Quirrell's association with Voldemort, and Dumbledore's apparent knowledge of the situation had never been shared with him. The thought of Harry Potter and Voldemort being in the same house was unfathomable to Snape. He could scarcely fathom the peril the boy faced. If it were possible to eliminate Voldemort, Snape would not hesitate to venture out and deliver the killing curse to both Quirrell and Voldemort, even if it meant bearing the burden of a murder charge and being imprisoned in Azkaban. Headmaster, I have another question. Just as Regulus Black had begun to leave, he abruptly returned to the office. Witnessing Snape and Dumbledore nearly face-to-face in fervent discussion, that it seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Please continue. Regulus raised an eyebrow and turned to exit once more. Stop right there. Snape brandished his wand, directing it at Regulus Black, clearly aware of the misunderstanding. Reflecting on his own entanglement with the old bee, Snape felt an immediate urge to shake off any lingering doubts. I apologize, Regulus. I was the one who asked him to step aside. Snape interjected, arriving first at the scene. Dumbledore was rather candid, openly acknowledging the fact that he had allowed Snape to eavesdrop, that it appears I had misjudged the situation, since Professor Snape has already overheard our prior conversation. Certain matters now necessitate his involvement. Your participation was indeed something I had hoped for. Regulus Black, seemingly unfazed as if nothing had transpired, disregarded Snape's wand and nonchalantly returned to his previous seat. Thank you. A cup of unsweetened honey tea, please. The ice cream I had earlier was excessively sweet. Dumbledore stood momentarily dumbfounded. Unsweetened honey tea? How can honey tea be anything but sweet? He pondered, visibly perplexed. Meanwhile, Snape observed the two of them behaving rather foolishly. Slowly retracting his wand and taking a seat across from Regulus, it is likely that the esteemed headmaster is operating under the assumption that Quirrell has genuinely aligned himself with Voldemort. Dumbledore did not refute this, merely nodding in agreement as a cup of honey tea was handed to him. Regulus Black accepted the cup without hesitation, taking a sip without commenting on its sweetness. My perspective on Professor Quirrell is rooted in the belief that he is coerced under Voldemort's control. It is precisely because of this compulsion that the previous disturbances occurred. Each instance was, in fact, a warning from Quirrell, or perhaps a plea for help. Regulus Black found Snape's demeanor curious. At this moment, he appeared indifferent, neither expressing anger regarding Quirrell's affiliation with Voldemort nor questioning the rationale behind these statements. Though Regulus was uncertain of Snape's thoughts, he had begun to piece together a few insights. The person he cherished stood with the Order of the Phoenix, while he himself aligned with the Death Eaters. For the sake of his beloved, Snape willingly acted as a spy, striving to protect the one he loved during critical moments, even if she had become another's wife and had borne children. Of course, forgiveness was the only viable option. Such a twisted love was destined to culminate in sorrow, with the inevitable anguish of unrequited love as the outcome. Yet, despite all, Snape ultimately lost his beloved. Lily became forever a mere memory. Regulus, regarding Quirrell, I deeply regret. Dumbledore suddenly sighed. Regret? To Dumbledore's astonishment, Regulus responded with a light-hearted smile. Headmaster, we ought to rejoice instead. Not everyone has the opportunity to drink unicorn's blood, nor does every wizard emerge unscathed after such an experience. This is a rare opportunity to study the effects of unicorn blood, especially with a wizard as the subject. That Snape's voice was icy. Yet he corroborated Regulus Black's statement. What a unique opportunity indeed. The hearts of the two potions professors were aflame with excitement. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore initially appeared taken aback, but soon joined in laughter, clapping his hands in delight. How did I not foresee this? It seems you will gain a wealth of academic material from Quirrell, particularly concerning the curse of unicorn blood. Now, the pressing matter is to control Professor Quirrell's timing in visiting the Chamber of Secrets and to separate him from Harry Potter, thus preventing their interaction. Regulus Black looked towards Snape and Dumbledore. If Professor Quirrell is preoccupied, then his visit to the chamber will naturally take place after the end of the final exams. Of course, the headmaster cannot be at Hogwarts then, but I trust Quirrell will arrange this himself. During their discussion, Dumbledore had previously inquired whether Regulus Black wished to know about the layout of several obstacles, only to receive a dismissive smile. Regulus began to articulate his conjectures regarding the layout of the obstacles. Given that the first obstacle is Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy, then the subsequent ones should logically involve the four house heads. I trust the headmaster would not easily divulge what needs protection, yet I believe the heads are not fools. Regulus Black chuckled as he glanced at Snape, earning a disdainful grunt in return. Since he remained silent, they will naturally refrain from questioning him. Furthermore, considering certain exceptionally gifted students may attempt to pass through, all the obstacles will undoubtedly be designed to buy time, allowing the relevant professors ample opportunity to retrieve the students once they enter. Regulus initially analyzed the nature of the obstacles, but under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, he felt compelled to continue. The first obstacle is Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy. Therefore, from the second to the fifth obstacles, they should respectively involve Professor Sprout's magical plants, Professor Flitwick's charms, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, and Professor Snape's potions. I believe any upperclassman with satisfactory grades could navigate these challenges. Regulus Black's analysis coincided precisely with the arrangement of obstacles from the original storyline. However, due to his phrasing regarding the second to fifth obstacles, Dumbledore could not be entirely certain that Regulus had comprehended the specifics. Nonetheless, his ability to deduce that the obstacles were arranged by the four heads, as well as their potential nature, was sufficient to demonstrate Regulus Black's keen insight. You truly believe that any upperclassman could successfully navigate these challenges? Dumbledore asked with a wry smile. These obstacles were, after all, designed with Harry Potter in mind and would naturally present minimal hindrance to upperclassmen. In fact, every evening after dinner, warnings to students not to venture down the corridor on the left of the third floor had only piqued the interest of many mischievous youths. A significant number of students had been caught throughout the semester, and it was only through memory manipulation that their curiosity about the Chamber of Secrets was quelled. Dumbledore had certainly endured considerable worry for Harry Potter's development. If it were me, I could breach the obstacles with ease. They are far too simplistic to warrant any effort, Regulus Black expressed, feigning nonchalance, as he considered the challenges to be trivial. However, I am more intrigued by the final obstacle you, Headmaster, have devised. What manner of challenge might that entail? Regulus Black waved his hand dismissively, signaling to Dumbledore that there was no need to divulge the specifics, as his interest was merely superficial. The intricate details should be left for Harry Potter and Quirrell to experience. Only those who seek the Philosopher's Stone without the desire to exploit it may rightfully attain it. It seems I cannot accomplish such a feat, Regulus Black acknowledged, fully aware of his own desires. This limitation in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone applied not only to Voldemort but to himself as well. Thus, to obtain the stone, he could only wait for Harry Potter to procure it personally. However, Headmaster, I request that you grant me the Philosopher's Stone afterwards. Consider it a boon. Regulus Black had previously expressed his desire to obtain the Philosopher's Stone upon arriving at the school, given his own predicament. Resolving the attributes of the undead and restoring himself to a normal state were pressing issues. The Philosopher's Stone represented a potential solution. In the hands of others, it was a rare elixir of immortality and a means of transmuting gold. Yet in the possession of Regulus Black or Voldemort, it became a life-saving treasure. You wish to possess the Philosopher's Stone? Snape was taken aback, realizing that his assistant had sought the stone from Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone was a rarity within the wizarding world. Dumbledore would never casually relinquish it to anyone. Very well, I shall grant your request. You may receive the Philosopher's Stone after the fact. However, Dumbledore's words astonished Snape further, as he wondered what quality Dumbledore saw in Regulus Black. I can only promise you this. During Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts, I shall do everything within my power to assist him. Regulus Black carefully considered his words, for in the presence of Dumbledore, a spoken promise was a binding commitment, often as straightforward as a mere phrase due to the magical contracts at play. When Dumbledore posed a question and Regulus Black provided an answer, the contract was sealed. This was not lost on Regulus, nor did Dumbledore intend to obscure the terms of the agreement. Dumbledore felt a sense of relief knowing that Regulus Black had ultimately consented to a commitment regarding Harry Potter's welfare. I have made my promise, and concerning the substantial fees I expect to collect after saving Quirrell, I hope you will stand as a witness, Headmaster, given that Regulus had been utilized by Dumbledore. It was only natural that he would likewise leverage Dumbledore's position, compelling him to explain why Quirrell would owe a considerable debt after surviving. This was undoubtedly the most advantageous outcome, upon hearing Regulus Black bring up this matter again. Dumbledore felt a sense of resignation, while Snape couldn't help but smirk. It was indeed rare for someone to orchestrate Dumbledore's actions, particularly in such an irksome manner. Truly amusing. Snape ignored Dumbledore's glance, which distinctly conveyed a message that Dumbledore would have to resolve this himself. Very well, Regulus. I shall speak with Quirrell when the time comes. Dumbledore acquiesced with a tinge of exasperation, realizing he had no choice but to agree. Now, let us discuss the matter of losses that I previously stated that I would break through the obstacles with force. So you cannot hold me liable for damages. Regulus Black's somewhat cheeky demand was made clear. Considering even Harry Potter could pass through those challenges, there was no reason for him to resort to destruction. Unless the destruction was a FA-ade, the true act would be to seize the entire obstacle, and the materials used for those challenges were deemed school property. This was tantamount to robbing the school. Brazenly presented as a request. Even Snape, who relished the prospect of watching Dumbledore squirm, found this demand to be somewhat excessive. Furthermore, Regulus Black had previously suggested that he would claim the Philosopher's Stone afterward. Indeed, such a gift might soften Dumbledore's disposition. Dumbledore was well aware of Regulus Black's intentions. Perhaps after overcoming the challenges, all that had transpired would vanish and become the property of the other, Hagrid's three-headed dog. Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare. These would require thorough explanation, as for the subsequent challenges. Professor Flitwick had enchanted a multitude of keys, and the loss there would be negligible. Professor McGonagall had crafted a wizard's chess set with transfiguration spells, a labor of love that deserved proper treatment. Lastly, Snape's potions were likely the most perilous remnants, as no one would desire to encounter poisoning. And as for the Mirror of Ariste and the Chamber of Secrets, well, Dumbledore consoled himself. It could be considered a gift to Regulus. Very well. I believe I can accommodate your request. Dumbledore finally conceded after careful deliberation regarding Regulus's plundering intentions, when Regulus Black exited the headmaster's office. The three had successfully negotiated all the details, Snape felt a cold sweat break out. He had never fathomed that such shamelessness existed in the world. Yet, the plan he had proposed was the most comprehensive and secure. As the head of Slytherin, he felt as if he were a false Slytherin himself. Regulus Black, born into a family of dark wizards, had exposed him to the depths of shamelessness and the avarice of nobility. Nevertheless, everything was to unfold according to Regulus Black's design. Harry Potter would remain unharmed, and Dumbledore's aspirations would be fulfilled, allowing the young savior to confront the Dark Lord and conquer his own fears. Two seemingly melancholic little lions had finally survived all their final examinations. I've often heard people say that the final exams at Hogwarts are exceedingly difficult, yet I found them rather manageable. Ron remarked, feeling quite relieved as he considered potential outings now that the exams had concluded. "It's only because you're here," Harry replied, rubbing his scar, which had begun to throb once more. "Are you all right?" "Harry," Ron inquired with concern, "why scar has been burning like fire." "It's happened before, but never quite like this," Harry confessed, as another wave of pain surged through his scar. "We should take you to Madame Pomfrey," Ron suggested, his instincts proving correct, although none relished the idea of consuming potions in the hospital wing. "No. I believe this is a warning, indicating impending danger," Harry insisted, fully aware that this was not an ailment, and that the hospital wing would offer him no solace. As the two stepped out of Hogwarts Castle, they spotted Hagrid in the distance, playing his flute in solitude, with Hermione standing beside him. Suddenly, Harry had an epiphany and sprinted towards Hagrid's hut, pulling Ron along. "Hermione, what brings you here?" Though Harry had a multitude of questions for Hagrid, he first sought to clarify Hermione's presence. "Of course," Ron chimed in, occasionally displaying a knack for flattery. "Well, she is already a Ravenclaw now, no longer one of us Gryffindors," he added. "Humph. Did you not consider that Hagrid has always wanted to raise a dragon? It's rather suspicious that a stranger appears with a dragon egg. How many people would be wandering about with a dragon egg?" Little Hermione raised her chin proudly as she recounted Regulus Black's instructions. This would undoubtedly reunite the trio for an adventure in the Chamber of Secrets, with Regulus assuring that Hermione wouldn't need to see it through to the end. After all, it was intended as a trial for Harry Potter, and overshadowing him would be counterproductive, but of course we thought of that. "Hagrid, who gave you that dragon egg? What does it look like?" Harry naturally included Ron in the inquiry, as Ron had been quite the protector in the past. "I don't know. I couldn't see his face. He was cloaked the entire time," Hagrid replied, oblivious to the children's line of questioning, yet answering their queries was not amiss. "Did you converse with this stranger?" Hermione pressed on, determined not to let the two lions beside her underestimate her. "He asked me what animals I've raised, and after I mentioned Fluffy, I assured him that raising a dragon would be no problem," Hagrid replied proudly, especially illuminating when discussing his little creatures, radiating a glow of great maternal love. "Was he interested in Fluffy?" Harry probed further, sensing they were nearing a crucial point. If that individual were Snape, he would undoubtedly inquire about Fluffy. Of course he was interested in Fluffy. You don't see three-headed dogs every day. Not even rare animal dealers come across them often, Hagrid explained, much like a proud parent eager to showcase their child. Then I shared with him the secret to taming wild beasts. Simply find a way to calm them down. For instance, with Fluffy, if you play music for him, he'll fall asleep. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances, unable to suppress their eye rolls. Hagrid truly was a dim-witted giant, inadvertently revealing critical information while conversing with them. To obtain the dragon egg, he must have divulged everything, likely in even greater detail than he was now. The three children promptly turned and raced towards Hogwarts, convinced that this matter needed to be reported to a professor. There was danger concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Did I just let something slip? Hagrid realized, belatedly catching on as they sprinted. Hermione maintained her position at the rear, her experiences at Ravenclaw having taught her that sometimes it was best to participate without seeking the spotlight, trusting that someone more suited would naturally step forward. Moreover, Regulus Black had already outlined the entire process for her. She was confident that the astute Miss Granger would not err. The trio arrived at Professor McGonagall's classroom, where she was diligently grading final exams with a serious demeanor. "That we need to speak with Professor Dumbledore. Time is of the essence." Harry Potter directly approached Professor McGonagall with a request, while Ron prioritized the matter. Disregarding the presence of Hermione, Professor Dumbledore was not present, having been summoned urgently by the Ministry of Magic via Owl, and he immediately set off for London. Did he truly leave? Yet we have pressing matters that require his attention. Harry Potter was nearly beside himself with urgency. Only Dumbledore could resolve this issue, which pertained to the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, standing nearby, reminded him, thinking that with Harry Potter's vague manner of speaking, who would pay heed to him? How could you possibly know? Professor McGonagall had not received further arrangements from Dumbledore, but it was evident that the secret of the Philosopher's Stone had come to the knowledge of these children. Someone intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter initially contemplated naming Snape, but hesitated, deciding it was a waste of time to argue this point with Professor McGonagall, that I cannot fathom how the three of you came to learn about the Philosopher's Stone. This matter has always been confidential. Now, return to your dormitory and act as if you know nothing, and do not divulge this information. Professor McGonagall began to usher them away, but she would certainly send a message to Dumbledore via Owl to inquire about his plans. The three children felt somewhat dejected. They had finally uncovered a secret, yet it was not taken seriously, despite having investigated it throughout the entire semester. Hagrid had encountered none other than Snape in Hogsmeade, who knew how to navigate the challenges posed by Fluffy. Harry Potter was certain that the individual in question was indeed Snape, entirely unaware that Snape stood just behind the trio. These mischievous children dared to slander him. Yet Snape remained unfazed as the head of Slytherin House. He had faced plenty of disparagement from his own students, but he would not retaliate against them for such backbiting. Deducting house points was merely a pedagogical tool. Besides, he had already conferred with Dumbledore and Regulus Black regarding strategy, so he decided to let them off the hook for now. Good afternoon, children. Such lovely weather, yet you remain indoors. Snape's gaze pierced through Harry Potter before sweeping over Hermione. Completely ignoring Ron, we are in the midst of organizing an adventure. Hermione recalled Regulus Black's words. When encountering Snape, if Harry Potter was already aware of everything, they should mention embarking on an adventure. As Snape was one of Dumbledore's allies and could be trusted, albeit without disclosing this to Harry Potter. You must exercise caution. Others might suspect you of harboring ill intentions. Snape's eyes turned back to Harry Potter, conveying a warning that suggested he suspected Harry of wrongdoing. Regulus Black had previously advised that when Hermione was present, they could include the little girl in their discussions, which would aid their camaraderie. Under Regulus's guidance, Hermione could help Harry navigate the forthcoming challenges. What? Dumbledore believes Harry Potter can overcome the obstacles on his own. What is there left to discuss? Would it not be easier to simply let him perish? Reflecting on the conversation in the headmaster's office, Snape realized it was time to provoke quarrel, especially since Dumbledore had been summoned away by the Ministry, creating a perfect opportunity for Quirrell to believe that Snape had lowered his guard, thus facilitating Quirrell's access to the chamber tonight. We shall descend through the trapdoor tonight. Harry Potter was resolute in his determination to prevent Snape from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, so he called upon his two companions. Ron and Hermione nodded in agreement, bolstering his confidence. They each returned to prepare. Hermione first escorted them back to Gryffindor before returning to Ravenclaw, where she turned and entered the room of requirement. Regulus, everything is just as you said. Hermione was quite familiar with Regulus Black, having frequented the room of requirement multiple times. Having just parted from Harry Potter and the others, she went directly to the room of requirement to report her findings to Regulus Black. Regulus Black was engaged in a game of chess with Zero, the Chinese chess pieces moving at the behest of their wands. That I truly appreciate your assistance. Hermione, you're the only one capable of communicating with them. I cannot entrust this task to anyone else. Regulus Black's opponent, Zero, rose and poured a cup of black tea from a silver pot, offering it to Hermione to quench her thirst. Thank you, Zero. However, Regulus, this tea has a rather unique flavor. The little girl detected an unusual taste, yet she paid it no mind and continued to drink the entire cup. The tea contained a calming agent, designed to ease one's nerves. Regulus Black poured himself a cup, sipping it slowly, and instructed Zero to refill Hermione's cup. After completing her exam today, I followed your advice and went to Hagrid. Everything unfolded just as you predicted. Harry Potter truly came to inquire about Fluffy. Hermione began recounting the events, though she was uncertain how much Regulus Black already knew. Nonetheless, She felt compelled to share everything, for only the teaching assistant was worthy of such secrets that I could hardly believe that upon exiting Professor McGonagall's office, I would encounter Professor Snape, and most astonishingly, he did not scold us. He merely issued a warning before departing. That was so uncharacteristic of Snape. Hermione smiled sheepishly, realizing it might not be proper to speak of a professor in such a manner. Although she had learned it from Regulus Black, a lady, it seemed somewhat indelicate to express such thoughts. Regulus Black merely chuckled, then produced a ring. "Hermione, promise me you will never leave me." Kneeling before Hermione's chair, Regulus Black took her right hand and slipped the ring on her finger. "Is this a proposal?" Little Hermione's face flushed instantly. While she held fond feelings for the teaching assistant and had envisioned marrying him when she grew up. Dreaming of the tenderness he showed her at night, the reality of him proposing was shocking. She was only 11, well, 12 now, but was it not too soon? She felt too young, and her body had yet to mature. She might not be able to handle it. With a dazed expression and a deeply blushing face, Hermione found herself lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Regulus Black, meanwhile, returned to his seat and resumed his chess game with Zero. "Master, you may be playing a dangerous game with Miss Hermione. She might hold a grudge for a lifetime. Zero maneuvered a knight across the board, only to be captured by Regulus Black's bishop. But I speak from the heart. There is no reason for her to harbor resentment over this matter," Regulus Black explained. Though teasing Hermione was undeniably amusing, he maintained a careful balance, understanding that love could be as deep as hatred. Hence it was crucial to avoid any turning point that might transform affection into animosity. After a moment of confusion, Hermione finally regained her senses, realizing that the proposal from the teaching assistant was merely a pretext. And she flushed once more, feeling embarrassed. "Regulus, what is this?" Hermione raised her right hand, revealing an ancient silver ring on her middle finger, which upon closer inspection appeared to be newly crafted. The silver ring was engraved with 2 runes, their subtle magic flickering intermittently across the characters. These runes were derived from the dark powers of the game Diablo, a realm with which Regulus Black was intimately familiar, having invested considerable time in it. He had long contemplated creating everything related to the game's content, as it could also enhance his unique abilities, refining the limited powers of the system to their fullest potential. The runes were merely one aspect of this endeavor. The first rune, Ed, granted 75 damage against undead creatures, 50 accuracy against them, reduced stamina consumption by 15, and increased blocking probability by 7 when using a shield. The second rune, Dole, caused a hit to make monsters flee by 25, and restored 7 health. Originally, these attributes could only manifest through specific equipment slots, but now, under Regulus Black's mastery, the runes retain their properties without the restrictions of equipment slots, and no longer suffer from the limitations associated with different slots providing only partial attributes. The runes on this ring enabled damage to undead creatures, improved accuracy against them, reduced personal stamina depletion, increased blocking chances, caused enemies to flee upon being struck, and restored health to oneself or others. Regulus Black summarized the attributes, leaving little Hermione in awe. This was indeed a magical item. Unlike brooms or Quidditch balls, which often possess singular attributes, this item, with its 2 runes, boasted a remarkable 6 distinct properties. Wearing the ring and articulating the runes would activate their effects. "Remember, Ed Dole," Hermione earnestly repeated, preparing to wave her wand as if to grasp the sensation. The effects of the runes did not require specific wand movements. Merely pointing at the target sufficed. Regulus Black hastily halted Hermione's actions. Who knew if these runes would affect his undead body? As the creator, he couldn't afford to be undone by his own creation, especially considering the reputation of the Black family. The little girl was exhilarated. She had just received the assistant professor's engagement ring. No, a magical item. If Regulus didn't intend to reclaim it, it would essentially be a gift to her. Hermione chuckled to herself at the thought. Believing in her resourcefulness, she was reminded to continually encourage Harry Potter. After spending considerable time with Regulus Black, Hermione noticed it was nearly curfew and decided to head to Gryffindor to meet with the others first. "Regulus, will you come?" she inquired as she approached the door, aware that this was no longer the original adventure of the Gryffindor trio, but rather Regulus Black asking Hermione to assist in watching over Harry Potter. Naturally, the little girl hoped for more support, prompting her question, "Of course. I promise to arrive shortly. But until then, the stage is yours," Regulus Black assured her, eager to face challenges himself. He had already made arrangements with Dumbledore, ensuring that any consequences at the checkpoints would not be his responsibility. He could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Upon entering Gryffindor, Hermione used the password to unlock the door and was greeted by the sight of a toad lounging on the sofa. Trevor! Hermione immediately recognized it as Neville's pet, and she spotted a chubby boy rising from the common room. "You all want to sneak out again, don't you? I won't allow it. Hermione, you are no longer a member of Gryffindor. Why are you seeking Harry Potter?" As a true Gryffindor, Neville placed the honor of the house above all else. Although Harry Potter bore the title of the Chosen One, his actions had cost Gryffindor many points. Having seen Harry and Ron return with unusual expressions, he suspected they were concocting yet another late-night adventure. And with the end of the term approaching, he was determined to stop them from causing further losses to the house. "Even if the current points could not secure the House Cup, I won't let you go. Gryffindor will suffer because of you," Neville declared just as Harry Potter and Ron descended the stairs. "Neville, I'm really sorry," Hermione exclaimed as she drew her wand. "Petrificus totalis." Neville's body immediately stiffened, collapsing to the ground. "Sometimes, I think you're scarier than Snape," Ron remarked, swallowing nervously as he gazed at the fallen Neville. "Enough talk, let's go," Harry said, clutching the invisibility cloak and a small music box. "I'm sorry. This is for your own good." The trio circumvented the petrified Neville and exited Gryffindor. Those affected by the Petrificus totalis spell remained with their eyes wide open. Yet were no different from the unconscious. All their senses sealed, they could neither perceive nor react, their bodies frozen in rigidity. This was the true essence of the spell. Regulus entered the Gryffindor common room, knowing that Neville would not be discovered until dawn. Meanwhile, the toad on the sofa continued to snore, blissfully unaware of the peril it faced. Cradling Trevor, Regulus Black departed, slightly delayed in his pursuit of Harry Potter and the others, heading towards the third-floor restricted area. The three children, cloaked in invisibility, cautiously made their way to the restricted section, encountering Filch along the way. Fortunately, Harry Potter had recently mastered spells to eliminate sounds and scents, successfully using them to obscure their presence. Filch walked past with Mrs. Norris, completely oblivious to their presence. The trio made their way to the restricted area without incident. Alohomora! Hermione once again unlocked the door, and a melodious harp echoed within the chamber. Three hellhounds lay in a deep slumber, their snores harmonizing strangely with the harp's melody. Fluffy was asleep, indicating that Snape had already descended, having placed a spell on the harp. Harry continued to suspect Snape. It seemed that nothing less than Quirrell's admission could cleanse his reputation. As the harp's music filled the air, they felt a nauseating stench wafting toward them. "Goodness, it smells terrible. We must move its paws. It's enormous." Together, they struggled to lift the giant paws of Fluffy off the trapdoor, revealing a pitch-black abyss beneath. "Harry, take out your music box," Hermione reminded him, recalling Regulus Black's earlier instruction. And Harry produced the music box. Just as the harp ceased its melody, Fluffy's head rose, only to be lulled back into slumber by the music box's enchanting tune. The three heads thudded down heavily, resuming their sleep. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye, yet it sent a jolt of fear through the children. We were just a note away from death. Thankfully, the music box can play for a minute. As long as it's in hand, we can wind it up again. I'll jump down first. If all is well, I'll call for you. Harry, embodying the spirit of a leader, voiced his intention, but Hermione quickly countered. "Since we're here, we must all descend. It doesn't matter who goes first." With that, Hermione leaped into the darkness, and Harry and Ron exchanged glances, placing the music box aside before following suit. Soon after, Regulus Black entered the room. Retrieving the music box meant for Harry Potter. Fluffy remained deep in slumber at the opposite end of the room, but after the last note of the music box faded, it would revert to its fearsome nature within mere seconds. Regulus Black had no intention of engaging in a foolish battle against the three-headed beast. Even if he needed to subdue it, it would merely require some spells, and capturing it would only take a bit more time. He simply stored it within his system space, rendering the Hellhound incapable of causing further trouble. Of course, alongside it, there was the nearby harp and music box. Beneath the trapdoor, Ron's anguished cries finally ceased after Hermione's incantation of Lumos. Harry Potter helped the fallen Ron to his feet. "Ron, are you all right?" Initially, Ron had believed he would perish within the clutches of the Devil's Snare, yet he had been rescued by Hermione. But how could she have saved him? "I am fine. I'm fine." Thankfully, I did not panic. Even Harry Potter could no longer bear the awkwardness of the moment, relieved that Hermione took her herbology lessons seriously. Hermione watched Ron from the side, while Ron averted his gaze, avoiding further contact with her. "How could I thank you when I have no means to do so?" The atmosphere grew exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving Harry unsure of how to ease the tension. "Did you hear that sound? It seems to resemble the flapping of wings." Harry's words momentarily shifted everyone's focus to the next challenge ahead. They found themselves in a room reminiscent of a tower. Devoid of windows, with only doors on either side for entry and exit, and a skylight above. Hundreds of keys fluttered about, each distinct from the others. Yet one key stood out as particularly special. An old, hefty key, fluttering with injured wings, mingled among the other keys for protection. Upon entering the room, the three beheld an ancient flying broomstick hovering in front of them, while the swarm of keys emitted an incessant buzzing. "How peculiar! I've never encountered such a bird," Hermione mused, suspecting it might be a magical creature, for the keys flew with such natural grace, akin to genuine birds. "That's not a bird. It's merely a key," Ron remarked, simplifying the matter. "Surely, there must be a key that can unlock that door over there." Harry Potter stood before the flying broom, contemplating how to navigate this challenge and the relationship between the broom and the flying keys. After being rescued by Hermione, Ron felt compelled to prove his worth. Hearing Harry's words, he promptly drew his wand and approached the door, exclaiming, "Alohomora!" The moment was exceedingly awkward. Despite his loud incantation, it bore no fruit. Setting aside whether his spell could be effective, the door had already been fortified with no less than 10 enchantments by Professor Flitwick. Even Dumbledore would require time to undo it, and Voldemort would certainly need even longer. "What are you looking at? It's worth a try, isn't it?" Ron turned to find Hermione observing his performance, marking the second time he had embarrassed himself that evening. "All right, what now? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of keys here." Hermione had no desire to argue with Ron. Merely witnessing his blunder sufficed. "What we need is an old, large key, one that resembles a rusty doorknob." That moment, Ron had a moment of clarity and turned to Harry with a suggestion. "I see it. It's right there. The key with the injured wings." The three children understood that the flying broom was meant for pursuing the keys. "What are you hesitating for? Quickly mount the broom. If Snape could catch the keys with an old broom, there's no reason you cannot. After all, you're the youngest Seeker in a century." That moment, Ron made the prudent choice, since he could not assist in other ways. He encouraged Harry with gusto, despite Hermione's scornful gaze. As for attempting to catch the keys himself, that was best left aside. Why should he, when Harry was the youngest Seeker in a century? If he succeeded, that would be fine, but if he failed, he would face Hermione's scorn yet again. The encouragement from his companions bolstered Harry's confidence, and he seized the broom, mounting it promptly. The entire room was set ablaze with the frenzy of keys rushing towards Harry. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Regulus Black waited above for a moment, confirming that Hermione and the others had passed through the next challenge before he descended with the levitation spell. The Devil's Snare, cultivated by Professor Sprout, must have taken considerable effort and time to nurture. Given its size, the Devil's Snare is a vine-like plant. When mature, it extends snake-like tendrils to ensnare those who approach, causing injury or death to humans or animals. It thrives in dark, damp environments, with light and warmth as its natural adversaries. Thus, when confronted with an attack from the Devil's Snare, igniting it proves to be an effective countermeasure. Additionally, in certain conditions, the Devil's Snare can camouflage itself, transforming into a crab claw plant. Nonetheless, the sap of the Devil's Snare serves as an excellent potion ingredient, which justifies its cultivation and breeding. This notion parallels the invasive species in the Celestial Empire. Anything edible becomes cultivated to prevent an infestation. Regulus Black retrieved the golden memory dragon egg from the secret realm, uprooting the entire devil's snare and enclosing it within. The dragon egg realm comprises 3 maps, featuring the undead dragon, the skeleton dragon, and the ghost dragon as its respective bosses. Due to its nature, the devil's snare was cast into the realm of the undead dragon. Regulus Black landed and approached the door to the 3rd challenge, quietly listening for a moment, with a series of resounding crashes. Harry and his companions had already navigated through this challenge. As Regulus Black pushed the door open, the keys that had been pinned to the door began to detach themselves. Even the ancient large key wiggled, as if attempting to free itself from a keyhole. Since Harry had ridden the broom into the adjacent room, Regulus Black found himself without any tools. However, this would not pose a challenge for a skilled wizard, particularly one with an unconventional mindset. Most wizards would follow the intentions of the challenge's creator, perhaps demonstrating greater prowess. But Regulus Black's approach transcended the very design of the challenge itself. "It's up to you now. Go forth, Trevor." Regulus Black pointed his wand at Neville's pet toad. Trevor. Instantly, Trevor opened his mouth wide, extending a long tongue towards the keys in the air, swiftly retracting to swallow several keys whole. Thus began the process, although Regulus Black perched Trevor upon his shoulder. The toad's tongue could reach the skylight. Each time, a dozen or more keys were consumed, yet Trevor showed no signs of distress, neither swelling nor bursting. The frantic flicking of his tongue continued. Gradually, all the flying keys were devoured, including the old large key. "Ribbit," Trevor croaked, obediently regurgitating the ancient large key. "Thank you, Trevor. However, I must trouble you once more." Regulus Black cradled Trevor with one hand while casting spells with the other. Bubbles began to form on Trevor's back, the unsightly pustules appearing as if they were about to burst. After a brief interval, a golden key of unique shape emerged from one of the swollen pustules. A moment later, a second golden key of the same distinctive shape followed suit. One after another, 12 golden keys were expelled, and only then did Trevor's back begin to recover. Regulus Black continued to let the weary Trevor rest on his shoulder, waving his wand to collect the 12 golden keys. These keys, easily identifiable by their heads and tails, were the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs. They would serve as keys to control and summon the 12 zodiac demons, containing the incantations for crafting the door keys. The bearer of these keys would have the power to summon the 12 zodiac demons to assist in battle, who would obey only the commands of the key holder. This granted Regulus Black the means to command the 12 zodiac demons. Approaching another door, Regulus Black inserted the old large key into the lock and turned it gently. "And I wonder if Ron has finished his wizard's chess game yet." Checkmate. Harry Potter stood before the opposing king. Having reached this point where the king had already been consumed, both Harry and Hermione rushed to the side of the unconscious Ron, yet they understood that Ron had not been directly attacked by a piece. He had merely fallen from the knight's horse, succumbing to fright. In light of his brave performance in this challenge, Hermione resolved to forgive his previous arrogance and prejudice, taking care of Ron. They would then seek an owl to send a letter to Dumbledore. Ron was right. She must press onward. At that moment, Harry Potter was ignited by Ron's spirit of sacrifice. His youthful fervor awakened. He was preparing to venture into the next challenge alone. Although this was originally Dumbledore's plan, there remained the intricate riddle devised by Snape, and a mistake could lead to drinking poison. Regulus Black, who had stealthily entered, found it increasingly difficult to suppress his eye rolls. The situation was utterly lacking in elegance. With a whisper, he immediately employed a spell he had developed from his system skills, transmitting his voice into Hermione's ear. This hushed communication was a modified version of the confounding whisper's curse, perfectly bridging the gap between a booming voice and a mere whisper, allowing him to convey information directly to the target without fear of eavesdroppers. "Hermione, inform Harry that Ron should remain where he is. You sent me a letter before entering." Regulus Black could not allow Harry to embark on this perilous adventure alone, as it would lead to a precarious situation. Hermione, quick-witted at critical moments, responded, "Harry, I must tell you something. I sent a letter to Professor Black before I came, but I believe they will arrive shortly, possibly accompanied by other professors, so leaving Ron in place is the best course of action." "Did you really divulge this information?" Harry was taken aback by Hermione's seemingly traitorous act. It seemed that changing houses had indeed altered their unity. If this information reached any professor, their endeavor would surely fail. Only Professor Black would assist them. Touching upon Hermione's most cherished individuals was intolerable, as she vehemently defended the assistant professor. This brought a sense of satisfaction to the hidden Regulus Black. Indeed, his efforts had not been in vain. Perhaps while you and I are debating, the Philosopher's Stone has been stolen, that Hermione's words startled Harry. Lost in other thoughts, he nearly forgot his purpose for coming. Ultimately, Harry relented, leaving Ron behind to await rescue. And he and Hermione advanced towards the next challenge. As they stepped into a corridor, flames erupted both behind and ahead of them, but a table lay before them, adorned with an array of uniquely shaped crystal potion bottles alongside a piece of parchment. Watching as Harry and Hermione departed, Regulus Black finally dispelled his invisibility. With a flick of his wand, he sent Ron crashing against the wall, seemingly injuring him further, yet as long as he survived. The school's medical services were not merely ornamental. With Ron's exit, the chessboard began to transform. The previously chaotic battlefield underwent a miraculous cleansing. Broken pieces restored to their original forms, each returning to its rightful position in the span of a mere minute. Regulus Black stepped forward, reaching the center line, whereupon a row of soldiers brandished their twin blades. This spectacle was indeed formidable. For the wizard's chess set devised by Professor McGonagall, Regulus Black's approach would be considerably more intricate. He first infused magical energy into several critical nodes, completely commandeering the chessboard's operations. Once in control, he levitated the entire board into the air, where every piece stood perfectly in place, not a speck of dust remaining. Regulus Black unleashed a fusion of Dementors and Boggarts, embedding them within each piece. The pieces began to show signs of melting, slowly morphing into the forms Regulus desired. The transformed pieces bore the likeness of angels on one side and demons on the other, both depicted as female figures. On the angelic side, the pawns were portrayed as female archangels kneeling in prayer with clenched fists. Behind them stood the virtue angels wielding staves, the seraphim with bows, the dominions brandishing swords, the principalities on horseback, the thrones seated on divine thrones, the cherubim holding the law, and the seraphim adorned with 6 wings. Alongside the virgin goddess Lilith on the demonic side, the pawns were depicted as chained succubi, kneeling in submission. Behind them loomed the 7 princes of the deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, greed, sloth, gluttony, and lust, along with the 6-winged fallen seraphim, Lucifer. Danger lies ahead, safety behind. Among us, 2 can extend a helping hand, but you must first drink from them. Among the 7, 1 will lead you forward, while another can return you to the entrance point. 2 contain ordinary nettle wine, while 3 are lethal, lying in wait within the ranks. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here eternally. I provide you with 4 clues to assist you in your decision. Firstly, regardless of how slyly the poison conceals itself, it always lurks quietly to the left of the nettle wine. Secondly, the contents of the bottles on either end differ. If you wish to proceed, they will not be your allies. Thirdly, as you can see, the 7 bottles are distinct, yet neither the giant nor the gnome awaits the Grim Reaper. Lastly, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right appear entirely different at first glance. Yet upon tasting, you will find their flavors remarkably similar. The riddle inscribed on the parchment posed a significant challenge for many wizards lacking logical reasoning. However, for clever minds such as Voldemort and Hermione, it was no trouble at all. "Hermione, come and decipher this for me." At that moment, the eager Harry Potter inadvertently exposed his lack of logical training. Yet he was grateful Hermione had accompanied him. Had she followed Harry's earlier suggestion to rescue Ron and report to a professor, he would have been trapped here. Perhaps if I ponder a bit longer, I could figure it out, Harry mused, stepping aside for Hermione to examine the parchment. Hermione scrutinized the content and observed the potion bottles. It was evident that this was a challenge set by Professor Snape. Thus, he could not be the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione refrained from hastily selecting a potion, instead articulating her reasoning. Similar to what Regulus Black had conveyed to her, this series of challenges had been devised by the 4 house heads, with the inclusion of Professor Flitwick merely serving to intimidate timid students. Hermione, Snape is inside stealing the stone, yet you assert he is not the culprit. Harry remained obstinate, utterly dismissive of Hermione's reasoning. Very well, I shan't argue with you. This is the potion to pass through the flames. Having entered Ravenclaw, Hermione had received guidance from Regulus Black. She had matured significantly, her words and actions more composed, and she found no desire to argue with Harry's childish antics. Why is this bottle only half full? Harry noted that all the other potion bottles were full, save for this one, of course. It is because Snape has already consumed his potion to pass through, Hermione exclaimed in a tone that hinted at exaggeration. Clearly, Harry had yet to grasp the implications, if this checkpoint was indeed set by Snape. Would he require drinking the potion he had left behind? He would have prepared his potion in advance. Now that half the potion was gone, it indicated that an outsider had consumed it, and that remaining quantity was just sufficient for one person to pass through the flames. I will proceed. What will you do? Harry failed to grasp Hermione's jest, taking her words at face value. If it's not Snape, then who could it be? Yet he still managed to contemplate the safety of his companion. After all, no one wished to remain in this fiery corridor. I will drink the other potion to return, and I will hasten to bring a professor to assist you. Hermione produced the return potion, shaking the bottle as she spoke. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Harry Potter gulped down half a bottle of potion, nearly succumbing to its chilling effects, while he staggered through the flames ahead. However, the potency of the potion was fleeting. As soon as he passed through the wall of fire, the cold dissipated instantly. Casting a glance back at Hermione, Harry pushed open the door and advanced towards the final threshold. Not long after Harry's departure, Regulus Black had collected the entire wizard's chess set and arrived at the same place. Upon opening the door, the flames on either side extinguished immediately, a design intended to allow entry, yet also revealed a potential flaw. Regulus, you've come, Hermione exclaimed, bouncing towards him like a koala clinging to a tree. Regulus Black embraced the little girl and kissed her deeply. Although Hermione had been proactive in assisting Harry, she also harbored worries about when their instructor might appear and when she might find herself in danger. The instant Regulus Black made his entrance, all her concerns vanished, leaving her feeling remarkably at ease that, why is Trevor here? After leaping onto Regulus Black, Neville's pet Trevor hopped on her shoulder. Quack, Trevor is here to assist us, Regulus Black said, cradling the little girl with one arm while ruffling her fluffy hair with the other. I don't believe it. You must have taken him from Neville, by the way, after we left. You visited Gryffindor. Hermione pondered for a moment before promptly exposing Regulus Black's fib, though she wore a playful smile, seemingly unfazed. Very clever. The truth is, I thought Trevor could be useful, so I brought him along. Regulus Black intended to borrow without returning. Even if he did give Trevor back to Neville, he would likely not dare to demand him. What can Trevor do? Hermione was somewhat astonished. What use could a small wizard's pet possibly serve? The young girl, who had yet to expand her imagination, found herself ensnared in doubt. In truth, Trevor possessed many capabilities. He was a fire-swallowing toad. Regulus Black carried Hermione toward a small table in the room, and the flames on either end roared back to life. Hey, we could have left. At that moment, Hermione recalled that the flames on their route had extinguished, providing the perfect opportunity for escape. How had she forgotten such an important matter? It was all the instructor's fault. Upon seeing him, she had lost track of everything. How infuriating! Setting Hermione down, Regulus Black glanced at the parchment and promptly administered several potions to Trevor. Hermione was left speechless, unable to articulate her feelings at that moment. Was seeking Trevor's help merely about having him consume all the potions? It was known that among them, one was an antidote, two were nettle wine, but three were poisons. Regulus Black was undoubtedly aware of Hermione's thoughts, yet now was not the time for explanations on the small table. Trevor, infused with a measure of fire resistance, a hint of alcohol, and layers of cold, began to undergo a violent transformation, frost enveloping its body, followed by another layer of chill, and then yet another. Trevor was just yearning for a winter slumber, yet the alcohol within prevented it from falling asleep. With a flick of his wand, Regulus Black caused Trevor to puff up like a balloon, an inexplicable suction emanating from its mouth. The flames on either side of the room twisted into two fire dragons, diving into Trevor's gaping maw. The two robust fire serpents continued to flow in, indicating that it would take some time before they were fully consumed. The flames were designed to regenerate, capable of burning for days on end. But under Regulus Black's command, they blazed at an exponentially accelerated rate. Hermione, do you believe Professor Snape would leave the genuine potion here? As a professor at the school, I believe he would not intentionally endanger the students who intruded. Smart. Now, the next question, what do you think the so-called poison here is? Freezing potion, just like the layer of frost we saw in Trevor earlier. In truth, these poisons were byproducts of the fire resistance potion, and they too had antidotes. Nettle wine. So it was nettle wine. Regulus Black's impromptu lecture proved effective, and Hermione quickly grasped the setup of this threshold. Professor Snape aimed to deter intruders while offering a glimmer of hope for passage, all without genuinely harming them. In light of these requirements, the 7 remaining potions formed a cycle. 2 potions could be used to pass through the flames, while the so-called poisons could freeze a person without suffering the prolonged effects of the flames. Even the nettle wine to counteract the freezing effect was conveniently available for immediate use. Harry Potter entered the final part of the challenge, the scar on his forehead increasingly throbbing. Why are you here? Where is Snape? Upon reaching the end point, Harry discovered that the figure inside was not the Snape he had anticipated, but rather Professor Quirrell. The room was unmistakably clear. It contained the mirror of Ariste, which Harry had once been utterly fascinated by. Unless Snape was hiding behind a mirror, the room was populated solely by Harry and Professor Quirrell. Indeed, he certainly presents a villainous appearance, does he not? With him around, who would suspect the stuttering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell justified his unusual behavior by explaining how he had been startled by a vampire in the forests of Albania, rendering everyone understanding of his transformation. Yet those who truly understood him could discern clues from his peculiar actions. As a Ravenclaw, his knowledge of vampires extended beyond mere textbooks. Wrapping his head in a garlic-infused cloth was ostensibly to ward off vampires. Such an explanation was laughable unless the so-called vampire was indeed affixed to Quirrell's head, making the garlic cloth akin to a seal. In response to Harry's inquiries, Quirrell unabashedly confirmed his role. I am the villain in your heart. Snape is merely the good man I used as a cover. But on that day of the Quidditch match, Snape still sought to end my life. Harry remained incredulous. How could the true villain not be Snape? Why was it not Snape? He appeared so wicked. You are mistaken, child. The one who sought to kill you was, I doubt, believe me, had it not been for the stand collapsing, preventing me from keeping my eyes on you. You would have perished long ago, rather than merely breaking an arm. Quirrell again took responsibility, though it was his own fault. He then thought to defend Snape, asserting that no amount of counterspells from him would suffice. Snape wanted to save me. Harry's worldview shifted once more. He found himself believing a little of what Quirrell said. Trusting an enemy sometimes felt easier than believing the words of a friend. I recognized from the very beginning that you would pose a threat to me, especially after Halloween. Such reasoning was utterly ridiculous. However, reflecting on it as a means to contend with Voldemort concealed within the turban, Quirrell could articulate any implausible justification without feeling ashamed. I simply saw your fate destined to oppose me, so I deemed it wise to eliminate you at the earliest opportunity. Oh, you let the troll in? The mention of Halloween immediately reminded Harry of the troll incident when Hermione battled the creature, only to have Ron claim the credit. Perhaps it was then that Hermione's fate to switch houses was sealed. Bravo, Potter! You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, Snape did not fall for my ruse. While the others were scrambling about the dungeons, he rushed to the 3rd floor to try to intercept me. What a splendid opportunity, in front of the entire faculty and student body, to cast suspicion upon myself. Hogwarts was the safest of magical academies. How could a troll possibly wander in on its own, meandering about the dungeons while everyone else was dining? Quirrell was the last to enter, and upon reporting the troll's intrusion, he, as a professor, inexplicably fainted on the spot. He collapsed before all the students of faculty, yet no one came to assist him. I wouldn't have fabricated a story. With a tone filled with regret and helplessness, Quirrell continued his narration, unaware that at that moment, Regulus Black was absent, thus significantly diminishing his own suspicion that, of course, from that point onward, he would never trust me again. He scarcely allowed me a moment of solitude. Yet, he never grasped that I was never truly alone. Quirrell's words were lost on Harry Potter. Had Regulus Black been present, he would certainly have understood that they referred to the dark presence of Voldemort lurking behind Quirrell's head. Quirrell turned to face the Mirror of Ariste, and, as Harry Potter stood directly behind him, his scars suddenly throbbed with pain. Returning to the matter at hand, what purpose does this mirror serve? I see what I desire. I behold myself holding the Philosopher's Stone, but how do I obtain it? Quirrell could not fathom why, after he had made so many insinuations, Professor Dumbledore would arrange for a Mirror of Ariste to be here. Was it merely a nostalgic gesture? It would have been far better to set up a powerful curse trap to ensure mutual destruction with Voldemort, or perhaps even to seal both himself and Voldemort away. Utilize that boy. At last, Voldemort, weary of Quirrell's explanations and idle chatter, spoke, his ghostly presence sweeping through the room. Bring it to me. Potter, tell me, what did you see? Naturally, Quirrell could not defy Voldemort's command and immediately adopted a sinister expression, ordering Harry Potter to comply. Why don't you escape, child? After all your rambling and detailed explanations, why not seize the opportunity to flee? As Harry obediently approached and stood before the Mirror of Ariste, Quirrell felt his heart bleed. Truly, he was a foolish lion born of Gryffindor. This time, as Harry gazed into the mirror, his mind was entirely consumed with thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone, and thus he beheld it within the mirror's depths. His reflection grinned back, cradling a blood-red gem he had never seen before, and proudly stowing it into his pocket. Suddenly, Harry felt the weight of something solid pressing against his trouser pocket. It was the Philosopher's Stone. It could only be the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry's heart raced with anxiety. I am shaking hands with Dumbledore. I have won the House Cup. Harry could only awkwardly regurgitate words he had learned from Ron, though they were indeed his own dreams as well. Yet they lacked the fervor of Ron's aspirations, rendering his tone devoid of the satisfaction that came with fulfillment. He is lying, Voldemort roared, though he knew Harry had indeed obtained the Philosopher's Stone. As a former leader of the Death Eaters, such discernment was within his grasp. Speak the truth to me. What did you see? Quirrell, compelled by Voldemort's will, joined in the roar directed at Harry. Let me speak with him. Master, you have not yet regained your strength. My strength is sufficient. Voldemort, intolerant of his servant's ineptitude, resolved to take matters into his own hands. Quirrell, left with no room for resistance, slowly unwound his turban, revealing a decayed visage beneath. Harry Potter, we meet again. Do you see my current state? Do you understand how I must survive? To live off others, like a parasite. The blood of unicorns can prolong my life, yet cannot restore my body. However, there are other means. That easily obtainable item resides within your pocket. Voldemort's chilling manner of speech sent shivers down one's spine, his slow, conversational tone betraying a desperate desire for survival. When he uttered easily obtainable, Harry instinctively glanced at his pocket, a movement swiftly caught by Voldemort's keen awareness. Realizing his mistake, Harry turned to flee, but he knew escape was futile. Under Voldemort's command, Quirrell cast a silent, wandless spell, conjuring a wall of flames around them. Though not as potent as Snape's flame of the past, it was nonetheless insurmountable for Harry to escape. Not be foolish. If you can survive, why risk death? Voldemort had once said the same to Quirrell when he possessed him, employing every tactic to compel Quirrell into servitude until he had subdued him. Voldemort was fully aware that this servant was disobedient and often acted on his own accord, yet he had no one else to utilize. Subsequently, Voldemort attempted to entice Harry by resurrecting his parents, only to be repeatedly rejected by the stubborn boy. Kill him. Quirrell lunged forward, grasping Harry's throat with a vice-like grip. Eddoor. Hermione burst into the room, casting a spell that struck Quirrell directly. The effects were significant. 75 damage to undead creatures, 50 accuracy against undead creatures, a 15 reduction in stamina consumption, and a 7 increase in blocking probability. Shield. The cumulative effects forced a gray substance out of Quirrell's body, occurring precisely as he choked Harry. Had it been a moment later, it would have been Harry's injured hand that obliterated Quirrell's form. The gray substance represented Voldemort, who attempted to re-enter Quirrell's body, only to be thwarted by the increased blocking probability. Once Quirrell broke free from Voldemort's control, he immediately released Harry and sought refuge. Though he harbored intentions to oppose Voldemort, the fear of him lingered nonetheless. Quirrell distanced himself from Voldemort, entirely disregarding Harry's safety. Ed door. Hermione struck the gray substance once more, and after being hit twice. Voldemort, under the influence of the effects, chose to retreat. Yet, Voldemort was unwilling to concede defeat. Without a physical form, he could not acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Even though it lay mere steps away, in retaliation, he surged towards Harry. The incorporeal form of Voldemort passing through him, causing Harry to cry out in pain as he collapsed. Voldemort then redirected his assault toward Hermione. Ed door. Hermione hit Voldemort for the third time. The accumulated 75 damage to undead creatures inflicting harm, compounded by the cumulative effects of hit causes monster to flee. Voldemort, now intent on fleeing, displayed no hesitation. Confronting Voldemort was a trial no one could endure without the fortitude of a protagonist. Hermione slid down against the wall, utterly spent. Regulus Black emerged from the shadows. As Voldemort charged at Hermione, he almost intervened, yet Hermione did not disappoint, landing a third hit that repelled him. .0. Take care of Hermione. Regulus summoned Zero from the room of requirement, who cradled the slump Hermione in his arms. With the firewall, once controlled by Quirrell, easily extinguished by Regulus, he carried Zero into the room. There lay the unconscious Harry Potter. The trembling Professor Quirrell, along with the Philosopher's Stone and the Mirror of Eris, appeared to be a most satisfying conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Quirrell? Regulus Black secured the Philosopher's Stone and stored the Mirror of Eris within his system. Gazing at the quaking Quirrell, is you. Regulus, I never expected you to be the last one to appear. Quirrell, visibly relieved, collapsed onto the floor, feeling a sense of ease he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ever since Voldemort's possession, he had been on edge, and now, at last, it seemed everything could come to an end. Show me your arm. Regulus Black gazed down upon Quirrell, his wand pointed at him as he commanded. Although Quirrell understood the words being spoken, he nonchalantly rolled up the sleeves of his robes. The man's arms were hardly impressive, lacking even a beautiful skull tattoo. Very well. Regulus Black sheathed his wand. Inquiring, you must have endured quite a hardship during this time. Have you contemplated your future? Given your circumstances, it seems unlikely that you could continue to serve as a professor at the school. Quirrell replied with indifference, fully aware that a person once possessed by Voldemort could never escape the scrutinizing gazes of others, a fate even worse than that of a Death Eater. If you find yourself without a place to go, I can offer you a job. Regulus Black had long considered this, recognizing that as his enterprises expanded, he could no longer manage everything alone. For the resurgence of the Black family, rallying every possible ally was essential. Did you know? I was once a professor of Muggle studies, that if there is no place for me in the wizarding world, I can always venture into the Muggle realm, where things differ entirely from the wizarding world. And it is quite alluring. Quirrell had never worried about being ostracized by the wizarding community. If he could not thrive among wizards, he could simply live among Muggles. In this regard, he was far more open-minded than the future werewolf professor, Remus Lupin, and certainly capable of faring better in truth. Genuine noble wizarding families, as long as they were not entrenched in antiquated traditions, would maintain the facade of ancient customs while secretly embracing new ideas. Quirrell certainly did not consider himself a speculator, but his experience as a Muggle studies professor had granted him a deeper understanding of Muggle society. Is there any challenge in securing a job for someone like me? A wizard? Regulus Black confidently asserted. I am well aware of your situation, and precisely because you were once a professor of Muggle studies, I believe this position suits you perfectly. This notion piqued Quirrell's interest. If it is as you say, Regulus, please elaborate. Quirrell finally sat up, no longer languidly reclining on the ground. We could proceed to your office for a more detailed discussion, if you wouldn't mind taking Harry to the infirmary first. Regulus Black suggested, gesturing towards the unconscious Harry Potter on the floor, before leading the way with his iron golem. Quirrell lifted Harry and followed suit, marking the conclusion of this magical escapade, leaving the area impeccably tidy. Hermione was ordered by Regulus Black to send Zero ahead to the room of requirement for some rest. Regulus Black and Quirrell escorted Harry Potter to the infirmary before departing for Quirrell's office. Madame Pomfrey, I entrust Harry Potter to your care. What injury has this child sustained? Madame Pomfrey cast a spell to examine Harry, but found no external injuries, nor any issues with his internal organs. Prompting her inquiry, I suspect a soul injury, or perhaps a loss of life force, Regulus Black surmised, knowing that upon Voldemort's departure from Quirrell's body, he had indeed taken some of Quirrell's vitality, yet in his quest for more, he had struck Harry, making it difficult to ascertain how much life force had been siphoned away. I understand now. Madame Pomfrey retrieved a vial of potion from her cabinet, pried open Harry's mouth, and with a tube-like apparatus connected, poured the potion down his throat. Regulus Black and Quirrell exchanged glances. Madame Pomfrey's methods remained as brusque yet efficient as ever, ensuring that students who came here healed swiftly from their ailments. Who could endure more pain than that of being administered potions in the infirmary? Fond memories of their own experiences in the infirmary flooded back, a past they would rather not revisit. "What are you still doing here? Leave, leave," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, noticing the two still lingering. Aside from patience, this was her sacred domain, one not to be invaded by outsiders. The two returned to Quirrell's office, composing a letter to send by owl to Dumbledore while discussing Quirrell's employment matters. "Since you mentioned this job pertains to the Muggle world, I demand a wage that always exceeds the average in the UK, a maximum of 8 working hours, 2 days off each week. Provision of lunch, transportation allowances, and an annual outing for which I shall only cover 30% of the cost, and I require the provision of 5 insurances and 1 fund." Regulus Black observed Quirrell's torrent of demands. These were standard expectations in the Muggle realm, something any job seeker would propose, though individual requirements varied. "None of the benefits you listed are available. You will only receive dividends, so work diligently for me." Regulus Black appointed Quirinus Quirrell as the steward of his Crimson Estate, entrusting him with the future marketing of jewels, thus integrating him into his family. This arrangement would maintain a connection with the wizarding world while enabling contact with the upper echelons of Muggle society, all while overseeing a significant asset marketing endeavor. Nothing could be more enticing to Quirrell, who was also deterred from wandering off on reckless adventures, thereby avoiding the attention of certain Death Eaters. "Are you implying that these gems are products of alchemy, intended for a lucrative venture in the Muggle realm?" Quirrell, once a professor of Muggle studies, was well versed in human history and its myriad of deceptions and crimes. When it came to Regulus Black's plan to sell counterfeit gems, Quirrell found it merely amusing, believing such schemes could not be sustained for long, assuming it was just a fleeting whim of Regulus Black. The notion of making a quick fortune was not foreign to wizards. After all, wizards had engaged in similar practices throughout history. In the darkest times of Europe, when dark wizards were rampant, local lords sought refuge in uncomfortable castles to evade assassination and theft. Yet tales of wicked witches and dark wizards still circulated. During the Muggle witch hunts, the wizarding world witnessed the fervor and resolve of Muggles. Although no wizards were harmed, Muggles were known to resort to extreme measures, declaring, in my madness, I would even slay myself to put an end to the rampancy of dark wizards. The Middle Ages saw widespread witch hunts akin to a Muggle-wizard war, where some young wizards, unable to control their magic, were discovered and executed, sending shockwaves through the wizarding community. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy came into effect in 1692, prompting governmental reforms in the British magical community, transitioning from a loosely organized wizarding council to the establishment of a more powerful Ministry of Magic. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy is one of the foundational pillars of the Harry Potter universe, artificially dividing the world into the magical realm and the Muggle realm, with the magical world recognizing the existence of the Muggle world without interference, while Muggles remained largely oblivious to the magical world. Thus, large-scale wars between Muggles and wizards did not occur in modern times, ensuring that the great magical wars did not spill over into the Muggle realm. Although many wizards had pondered trivial debates about whether automatic rifles or the killing curse was more lethal, the end of the Renaissance, following the cessation of witch hunts, ushered in a prolonged period of peace for the wizarding world. How could I engage in such a trade? The Black family is known to have a duke's title. Regulus Black produced a pea-sized ruby and placed it on the table. This is an alchemical product, yet it is not an ordinary gem. It has passed testing by a professional agency in the Muggle realm and is a newly recognized, genuine gemstone variety, which, when worn, can invigorate the spirit. The ruby on the table emitted a faint red glow, a phenomenon some in the Muggle world refer to as radiative rays. Have you infused it with a spell? Chilo, with great interest, picked up the gem, feeling its energy stimulating the flow of his blood. This stimulation was faint yet sufficiently enduring, not causing the body's stress response to become lethargic over time. Upon hearing this, Chilo carefully attuned himself to the energy within the gem, confirming that everything was indeed as Regulus Black had stated. While Chilo was willing to acquiesce to Regulus Black's request, he had no desire to engage in malevolent actions for the sake of another. However, after personally experiencing the effects of the gem, his concerns dissipated entirely. Moreover, he would soon become the principal orchestrator of the gem's transactions, ensuring that any issues could be identified and resolved promptly. "Very well. I accept your offer," Chilo declared as he set the gem down and began discussing the details of their subsequent work, including sales strategies and pricing, with Regulus Black. That evening, a letter was dispatched by Regulus Black to the legal advisor Lucy Piddle, who resided far away at the Crimson Manor. Quirinus Chilo was to become the steward of Crimson Manor and the head of the gem's sales. Before dawn, Dumbledore summoned Regulus Black and Quirinus Chilo to inquire in detail about the events of the previous night. Dumbledore exhibited no surprise at Voldemort's appearance, but he remained reserved regarding Chilo's explanation, later encouraging him to diligently serve Regulus Black. Once Chilo had departed, Regulus Black unabashedly seated himself and began to chastise Dumbledore. "Headmaster, it is evident that you still do not trust Chilo, which is quite disheartening." Regulus Black then proceeded to amuse himself by arranging sweets into a caricature of Voldemort's face, using candies to create a visage even more terrifying than the original. Even Dumbledore, upon witnessing this grotesque creation, found his appetite for the cockroach mound diminished. "At the tea times, I must ponder numerous matters, Regulus. I must admit, you have done an impeccable job of cleaning that up," Dumbledore remarked, waving his hand to clear away the repulsive confection that it seems you are preparing to demand the school's possessions. Yet one cannot simply regurgitate what has been consumed. That would be rather undignified. Regulus Black would undoubtedly not relinquish the three-headed hellhound Fluffy, the school's harp, Professor Sprout's devil's snare, Professor Flitwick's flying keys, Professor McGonagall's wizard chess set, Professor Snape's potion vials, nor the school's property, the mirror of Eriste. Even Neville's pet Trevor would not be returned to that little chubby boy. Regulus Black regarded Dumbledore with an expression that suggested he felt untouchable, yet he contemplated giving the headmaster some face. "The Philosopher's Stone holds great significance for me. I hope you might gift it to me." With that, Regulus Black produced the Philosopher's Stone and placed it before Dumbledore. It was clear that what he had previously mentioned paled in comparison to the value of the Philosopher's Stone, which Regulus Black now presented as a gesture of significance. Dumbledore slowly began to savor a piece of confectionery, chewing thoughtfully until he finished. "Since it is of use to you, then you may keep it. I hope you will employ the Philosopher's Stone for noble purposes. To the outside world, I shall assert that it has been destroyed." Dumbledore had come to realize that since Regulus Black had not surrendered the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort, he likely would not do so in the future. Fundamentally, while Regulus Black might turn to darkness, his interests did not align with those of Voldemort. Indeed, due to Regulus Black's unique circumstances, the two could very well become mortal enemies. Regulus Black accepted the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore pushed back towards him, and at that moment, their relationship grew significantly closer. With this newfound intimacy, Dumbledore reverted to his familiar, whimsical demeanor. "Regulus, it appears you have made off with a student's pet," he quipped, winking as if to imply that it was rather disgraceful for an assistant to pilfer a student's companion. He urged him to return it promptly. "Are you certain you wish to return it to Neville?" Regulus Black, with a mischievous glance at Dumbledore, pressed his palm against the table, summoning a surge of black flames. Quack! The elemental Trevor, with each breath and movement, radiated the searing heat of the flames. This was utterly astonishing. Dumbledore was left in awe, having never encountered a wizard capable of merging a living creature with the fiend fire curse that I believe Neville will find it quite warm in his embrace. Regulus Black grinned wickedly, eager to see how Dumbledore would react. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. Could he truly return this fiend-fire-infused Trevor to Neville? That would be tantamount to murder. You should handle this matter yourself. I must attend to Harry in the infirmary. He should be waking soon. Dumbledore's willingness to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to Regulus Black was also calculated. To understand this, one must consider the nature of the stone itself. In simple terms, after Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone, he, as its master, became bound by its power. He could only experience joy and happiness, unable to truly feel pain or sorrow, despite knowing that he should at times. He could only engage in activities that would bring joy to others or conduct himself in ways that would have no negative impact. He could not commit evil acts or even entertain malevolent thoughts. The price for these benefits was that he could harness the joy of those whose fates he had altered, including those he had rescued from poverty, healed from ailments, taught, or aided through his alchemical inventions. Perhaps, should the Philosopher's Stone fall into Voldemort's hands, such constraints might be lifted. Even Dumbledore himself might be able to bypass them. However, Dumbledore believed that Regulus Black lacked the ability to do so. Unlike Nicholas Flamel, whose role as the creator inherently bound him with this limitation, put it simply, it is better to share joy than to hoard it. If Nicholas Flamel could bring happiness to those around him. Dumbledore hoped that Regulus Black might also transform into a joyful and virtuous individual through the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, crafted by Master Nicholas Flamel, possesses numerous additional benefits when retained in 1S inventory. A 100 chance of obtaining the elixir of life through immersion in liquid. A 100 chance of acquiring gold through direct contact with metal. Note: anyone who has consumed the elixir of life or gold will remain in a state of perpetual joy. Regulus Black stored the Philosopher's Stone within his system space. Observing its attributes, avoid the constraints imposed by the Philosopher's Stone, he would have to adjust its properties or refine it into something else, thus creating new attributes, after thoroughly reviewing the entire process. Regulus Black decided to refine Professor Flitwick's flying keys, possibly using Trevor to consume the Fiendfire set by Snape. This would be considered a work in progress. Fiendfire Frog, retained in 1S inventory, with numerous additional benefits. 100 chance to consume any type of flame. 100 of consumed materials will be refined and expelled. Note: the refined materials can be altered according to the user's specifications. Regulus immediately envisioned combining the Philosopher's Stone with Trevor, aiming to create an immortal frog. Come, Trevor, obediently swallow the Philosopher's Stone. Although the Philosopher's Stone and Trevor were ensconced within the confines of the system space, Regulus Black could not help but express his excitement aloud. Trevor consumed the Philosopher's Stone, and under the influence of Regulus Black's magical prowess, its form swelled to an impressive size. By the time Regulus Black released it, Trevor had grown to the dimensions of a circular table with a diameter of 2 meters. The Black Lotus Holy Fire's 3-legged golden toad remained in his inventory, bestowing numerous additional advantages: a 77 success rate in alchemy, a 77 immunity to flames, a 77 ability to consume flames, a 77 chance that ingested liquids would be expelled in the form of eggs, and a 77 likelihood that consumed metals would be expelled as gold. Notably, it could transmute any item or creature through alchemy. And consuming the eggs of the 3-legged golden toad promised eternal life, with each egg providing an additional year of existence. That moment, a black lotus pattern adorned Trevor's head, while red gemstones arranged in a 7-star formation glimmered behind him. And his body was enveloped in a chilling holy fire. His hind legs had fused into one, and Regulus Black casually offered him a copper canute, which Trevor promptly ingested. Before long, one of the blisters on his back expelled a gold coin. Though it bore the design of a copper canute, its material had completely transformed into gold, impervious even to the enchantments placed upon currency by fairies. Having tested the transmutation of metals, it was time to experiment with the ingestion of liquids and the expulsion of pearls. Many of the potions concocted by the students had been rendered useless, yet Regulus Black had retained them, and the moment to utilize them had finally arrived. He poured barrel after barrel of the failed potions into Trevor, who swelled to twice his size. However, after a brief interval, he returned to his original form and subsequently expelled an egg of the 3-legged golden toad from his abdomen. This egg, upon magical inspection, was deemed to be alive, yet Regulus Black knew it would never hatch. Nevertheless, it represented a year's worth of life, and he believed it could fetch a handsome price on the black market of Diagon Alley. The Hogwarts Cup ultimately awarded victory to Gryffindor, as Dumbledore, through questionable means, granted points to Harry Potter, Ron, and the valiant Neville, thereby depriving Slytherin of triumph in this round. As for Hermione's points, after discussions between Regulus Black, Dumbledore, and Professor Flitwick, Hermione was not mentioned, leaving the little girl somewhat disheartened. With the conclusion of the term, all students had departed, leaving only faculty like Regulus Black to remain on campus, a welcome respite for him, as the absence of unruly children rendered the school a serene sanctuary for study. Aside from occasional excursions for family business, Regulus Black spent most of his time in the library, occasionally venturing to the Ravenclaw common room to read. Today, Regulus Black was engrossed in the 5 exceptions to Gamp's Law of Elemental Transfiguration, a topic from the 7th-year curriculum. The 5 exceptions to Gamp's Law was a significant thesis proposed by the renowned wizard Seraphina Gamp 3 centuries prior. Following a protracted career of experimentation, IT stated that there are 5 fundamental exceptions to the art of transfiguration. Firstly, regarding the limits of food transfiguration, wizards cannot conjure culinary delights from thin air nor transform other objects into sustenance. Even if consumed, such creations would not provide nourishment, but rather lead to indigestion. However, if one already possesses food, they may enlarge it through transfiguration. The dishes at Hogwarts do not magically appear. Rather, they're prepared by house elves and transported to the table via the apparition charm. Secondly, there exists a prohibition against the permanent transformation between living and non-living entities. While one may transfigure a button into a beetle, it cannot remain animated indefinitely. Once the magical energy dissipates, it will revert to its original form. Moreover, the transfigured beetle, despite exhibiting lifelike qualities, remains fundamentally a button. Feeding it to a bird would not satiate its hunger, but rather lead to its demise. The third point asserts that transfiguration cannot create magical objects, such as self-righting quills or temperature-adjusting cauldrons. Even galleons are included in this restriction, as the currency exchanged among wizards is enchanted by goblins, rendering it resistant to oxidation and decay, and bestowing it with the ability to automatically identify and count itself. Fourthly, transfiguration cannot alter quantities. One cannot transform a table into 2 deer or 3 quills into a shovel. However, there exists an exception for interconnected objects, which may be treated as a whole, allowing for the application of overall transfiguration, whereby they can be altered without affecting their original arrangement upon reverting to their initial forms. In essence, if a clothed individual were transfigured into a deer and then reverted, their clothing would not adhere to them like fur. Finally, the fifth and most crucial point states that transfiguration cannot create something from nothing. While one may have witnessed wizards conjuring flocks of birds or bouquets of flowers, these manifestations are not products of transfiguration, but rather temporary projections summoned through incantations or altered shapes concealed within the caster's hand. Upon reflection, Regulus Black was certain he had never transgressed these 5 exceptions. However, alchemical creations occasionally defied such boundaries. For instance, imbuing certain objects with magical properties to produce sprites, akin to Japan's shikigami, raises philosophical questions regarding the essence of life in these items and whether their transformation into other beings or non-beings would perpetuate their effects. Similarly, alchemical products like the Black Lotus Holy Fire's 3-legged golden toad, which, after consuming the Philosopher's Stone, birthed an egg that was alive yet incapable of hatching, rendered everything inexplicable. Thus, it could be said that the wizarding world is largely a realm of idealism. When one believes something is impossible, it indeed becomes so. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, Regulus Black had forgotten the troubles that awaited Harry Potter. Regulus, I have sent letters to Harry Potter throughout the summer, but have never received a single reply. Just as you suggested, it seems Harry Potter may be in trouble. Yours lovingly, Hermione. Did a week before the commencement of the school year, Regulus Black received Hermione's letter. It appeared she had taken to heart the matters he had previously discussed with her, and after sending letters weekly without response, she felt compelled to inform Regulus Black of the situation just prior to the new term. Raina, Do you think I should visit Harry Potter's home? Perhaps I could negotiate a business deal with his uncle. Regulus Black teased the owl Reyna with his quill while contemplating how to orchestrate the ensuing events. Harry Potter had lived with his aunt and uncle since childhood, enduring relentless bullying from his cousin Dudley. He had initially believed that mastering magic would liberate him from such torment. However, he soon discovered the Ministry of Magic imposed restrictions on underage wizards, forbidding them from using magic at home. Although Hagrid had issued a warning at the end of the term, his relatives were unaware of this restriction. Nonetheless, Harry had no opportunity to deceive them. Upon returning home from school, Uncle Vernon had relocated his belongings from the stairwell into an upstairs bedroom, thus granting Harry his own room. This change meant that many of Harry's vengeful thoughts could not come to fruition, representing at least a positive shift for him. Nevertheless, the Dursleys remained vehemently opposed to Harry's magic. Any actions or behaviors related to magic would incite their furious outbursts, which Harry often likened to the rants of madmen. Due to Uncle Vernon's steadfast objections, Hedwig had not flown in quite some time, and she had become quite plump over the past month and a half. Now, she was compelled to flutter about her cage, pecking at the lock and causing a ruckus. "Harry Potter!" Uncle Vernon bellowed once more from downstairs, as important guests were expected that evening, and any strange noises from upstairs were strictly forbidden. Aunt Petunia was busy baking a beautiful cake, adorned with sweet cream and large red cherries. It was no wonder that the Dursley family was so rotund, given their frequent consumption of Aunt Petunia's culinary creations. "That I warn you, if you don't take care of that stupid bird, you'll have to get rid of it. She's just bored. If only I could let her fly for an hour or two." "Ah, so you can send secret messages to your freaky friends? Dream on." Uncle Vernon meticulously arranged Dudley's outfit, as tonight's guest was reportedly a very important nobleman of considerable prestige. However, Harry had yet to receive any correspondence from his friends, not a single word throughout the entire summer. Harry Potter felt a profound sense of disillusionment, believing that the friends he had made at Hogwarts were nothing but false companions. Who would truly befriend you? Dudley sauntered past Harry, jostling him with his arm. "I think you should learn to be grateful. We have raised you since childhood, provided you with sustenance, and now even allowed you to occupy Dudley's small bedroom. We have exhausted every effort to treat you well." Vernon, who had initially intended to continue lecturing Harry, suddenly remembered that guests were soon to arrive and decided it was time for a rehearsal. "The guests may arrive at any moment. Let us prepare." "Petunia, will you be present when the guests arrive? In the living room, be ready to welcome them with the warmest demeanor." "Splendid. And you, Dudley?" "I shall be at the door to greet the guests." "And you?" "Harry." The Dursleys turned their gaze toward Harry, the most peculiar individual in the house. Harry observed the Dursley's theatrical manner of speaking and felt a strong aversion to participating in their charade. "I will remain in my room, making no sound, pretending that I do not exist. Just as well that if fortune favors us today, this could be the most significant deal I have ever negotiated. You absolutely must not ruin it for me." Having said all that needed to be said, Harry retreated to his room, only to discover, upon opening the door, a creature he had never encountered before, leaping and frolicking on his bed. The house elf, Dobby, upon seeing Harry, immediately expressed his reverence. "Harry Potter, what an honor it is to meet you! And the esteemed Lord Black, how fortunate I am!" Finally, the Dursleys' guest arrived. Regulus Black, clad in a black Gothic-style suit, entered accompanied by Lucy Pidwall, a consultant from the Ministry of Magic. "This is Lucy Pidwall, my personal legal advisor," Regulus introduced his companion. Lucy, dressed in a tailored women's suit paired with a short skirt and low-heeled shoes, exuded professionalism. "Welcome. Please come in." Aunt Petunia warmly greeted as Regulus and his companion took their seats. Vernon Dursley caught sight of the luxury car parked outside and returned to the living room with a look of delight. "Mr. Dursley, my estate is in need of demolition and reconstruction. This will require a variety of equipment," Regulus Black stated, getting straight to the point to avoid any awkward small talk. The two parties engaged in a highly professional discussion. The Dursleys were selling construction equipment, and both rental and purchase options were on the table. Even assistance in contacting a construction crew was available. Although Regulus was wealthy, he was keen on saving money, and the details regarding whether to buy or rent could be negotiated further. If the conversation went well that evening, the lawyers could later draft a detailed contract. Suddenly, A series of loud thuds echoed from upstairs. Vernon Dursley chuckled awkwardly, explaining that it was merely the cat. Dobby, the house elf in the Malfoy household, was the only house elf in the entire Harry Potter universe who had become obsessively devoted to Harry, viewing him as a great hero and going to great lengths to care for him in his own peculiar manner. His methods included intercepting all correspondence, sabotaging guests by dropping cakes on their heads, blocking the entrance to Platform 9, turning bludgers into homing missiles, and even breaking Harry's arm. Regulus Black had no intention of paying heed to Vernon's humor. Both parties were deeply immersed in their conversation, seemingly unfazed by the commotion occurring upstairs. Without Vernon's warnings, Harry and Dobby's antics grew even more chaotic. Finally, when Dobby inadvertently confessed to intercepting letters, solely to sever Harry's connections to the outside world, Harry's fury erupted. He chased after Dobby downstairs, only then recalling his uncle's command to remain silent. Dobby dashed ahead to the first floor, casting a glance at the cream cake in the kitchen before turning back to Harry with a mischievous grin. "No, Dobby, please don't do that." Harry had no choice but to acquiesce to Dobby's demand not to return to school. "That I cannot. Hogwarts is my home." Yet Dobby was determined to act, believing it was all for Harry's benefit. With a snap of his fingers, the cream cake floated towards the guests, enveloped in a thin mist. Vernon was discussing plumbing matters with Regulus Black when their family's expressions shifted to one of shock. They witnessed the cake gliding toward them, controlled by Harry's outstretched hands. Indeed, Harry's conscience had taken a dark turn. This would jeopardize the evening's significant business deal. Suddenly, a three-legged toad with a black body and golden accents appeared behind Regulus, blocking the Dursleys' view. With a wide mouth, it flicked its tongue out and devoured the entire cake. "Ribbit!" Trevor proclaimed his ability to change size, asserting that only by shrinking could he possibly be satiated by such a cake. "I have a nephew who isn't quite right in the head. He gets particularly excited around strangers." The Dursleys, though they had witnessed the cake's disappearance, found Harry had now moved behind the guests. His hands still outstretched, initially controlling the cake. He was now in a position to grab the guest's hair, but to prevent them from being startled by Harry's sudden appearance, Vernon had to intervene with a quick explanation. Fortunately, upon realizing the cake crisis had been averted, Harry straightened up and looked back at Dobby, who was trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. The presence of an adult wizard in Harry's home was indeed terrifying for Dobby.